What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. 4DC Chapter 122. After Third Hokage appeared on the battlefield, everyone was boiling. The people at Cloud Shinobi Village are naturally high-spirited, and Konoha has begun to discuss a retreat plan. This is also a matter of no choice. After all, the opponent cannot be defeated in the battlefield and chooses to retreat. Such a choice is not ashamed, but should be said to be a matter of knowledge of the times. You go first, Orochimaru, and I will come to hold him. Among the cage-level characters in the current villages, there is only this Third Hokage. His methods are terrifying, because his strength is much higher than that of the leaders of several other villages, and he should have reached the peak of cage level. Joke, you two also want to stop the old man, don't daydream. He used a thunder plow knife casually. Hitaki swung his knife to block, but was directly hit by it. Although he furiously resisted, all this seemed to be a futile effort. This is a mere power gap, and no strategy can be used to fill this gap. After defeating Shumo with one move, Third Hokage's body suddenly retreated and attacked Orochimaru. He wants to completely defeat the two at once. Seeing his boldness, everyone was shocked, but they had to admit that Third Hokage was indeed capable of defeating the two of them. Triple Rashomon. Having experienced countless battles, Orochimaru, who was extremely experienced, reacted extremely quickly. A summoning technique directly summoned the Triple Rashomon. This is a very powerful defensive skill. Every time it passes through a heavy door, it can offset most of the opponent's strength. At present, Orochimaru's ability is not enough. He can only summon a triple gate, but Sarutobi Hiruzen can summon a fivefold. It is said that after practicing this trick to ultimate, it can summon 9 gates, which can be called a defense like a copper wall and an iron wall. Fengme Yiming had practiced this ninjutsu before, but he hadn't tried how many gates he could summon with his full strength. Anyway, the number is definitely higher than that of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hokage is an extremely powerful existence, and the triple door defense is obviously slightly inadequate for him. With the sound of 3 cracking walls, the towering triple door was directly knocked open, and it was knocked open in one breath. Advertisement. Third Hokage is really the king of strange powers. Rashomon is one of the strongest defensive ninjutsu, but he was knocked away in one breath. Although surprised, such a thing was placed on this power monster like Third Hokage, but it makes people feel so normal. It seems that he is so strong. Orochimaru had just summoned the triple gate. Before he could catch his breath, Third Hokage appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. Hell stab. Chakra condensed on his fingers, and Third Hokage used his best move. The purpose is clear. He wants the result Orochimaru. Everyone in Konoha closed their eyes in despair. Originally, they didn't have too many masters here. Now they're going to be killed by Third Hokage directly. Is it possible to win after that? But at this moment, a sudden force suddenly came from a distance. This is a suction force only aimed at Orochimaru, forcibly dragging him away nearly 10 meters away, so as to be able to save him in the moment he faces Third Hokage's loss of consciousness. After being rescued, Orochimaru's pale face suddenly widened and his pupils narrowed. He looked at the source of this power in the distance with a look of surprise, recognized this skill, and also knew who rushed to the battlefield. This force is universal pull. The one who came is Fengme Yiming. In the distance, a young man was wearing a normal ninja costume with a long ninja on his back. It looked like a knife or a sword. Seeing those who came, Third Hokage felt a little pressure from Fengme Yiming after a long absence. You're very interesting. It's been a long time since I met someone as interesting as you. Come on, let's try a fight. Seeing Fengme Yiming, who was covered in dust, the smile on Hokage's mouth couldn't keep up. Over the years, except for the guys who saw the dragon and missed the end, he had no opponents for a long time. Now that I saw this boy, the blood in my chest was burning. Regardless of whether others say that he is bullying the small by the big, there is only one thing in Hokage's mind now, and that is to fight Fengme Yiming and experience the hearty feeling. Fengme Yiming in the distance, hearing Hokage's words, speeded up abruptly and began to dash forward. Advertisement. The scarlet blood spread on his body, leaving a hint of red glow in the air. 8 inner gates has already reached the 6th gate at this moment. Third Hokage, among the enemies Fengme Yiming has encountered, can be ranked in the top 5, so Fengme Yiming does not dare to take it lightly. Seeing Fengme Yiming coming, Third Hokage's body arched, like a cheetah waiting to be hunted. Seeing that Fengme Yiming was only about 10 meters away from himself, he finally made a move. Lay plow hot knife. To the peacock, electric light and flame are intertwined together. Fengme Yiming's fist is extremely fast. Compared with the third generation, only one punch is punch, but the power of this punch is extremely powerful. Fengme Yiming can only pass countless counters. Hit to relieve this pressure. Flames have been shaken out of the air. It looks like a peacock is opening the screen, but the feathers of this peacock are made of flames. In the first wave of collision, Fengme Yiming and Third Hokage did not get any cheap. The current Hokage has been provoked by Fengme Yiming's eagerness to win against the peacock. It was the first time he saw someone whose physical strength was comparable to his own. The most important thing is that every time Fengme Yiming hits his body will suffer damage, because Fengme Yiming's power is not only one layer, but several layers of power, coming like waves. This makes Third Hokage feel very strange. What's your name? It is very rare that Third Hokage even asked Fengme Yiming's name in advance. Obviously he has regarded Fengme Yiming as a respectable opponent, because there are not many people who can achieve this kind of strength comparable to him in this era. Fengme Yiming. After a faint response, Feng Yiming continued his offense, because he had nothing to say with this guy who seemed very upright. Now that they have attacked Konoha, they are Feng Yiming's enemies. Zanpakuto was drawn out from behind, and the breath emanating from this weapon made Third Raikage a little stunned. Chapter 123. This ninja is a bit ruthless, Bankai. After whispering a word, Feng Yiming's figure resembles a cannonball that just came out of the chamber, and then came out. Zanpakuto in his hand engulfed the world, and with a few slashes, all the escape routes of Third Raikage were sealed. These few heavy blows directly stunned Raikage. Wait a moment. Raikage is not only fast when chasing people, but also fast when running away. After receiving a brutal sting, he immediately jumped a dozen feet away, stopped Feng Yiming, and prepared to make peace with him. Just kidding, he is the boss of these fronts. If he is injured or falls down, then not to mention the losses caused by not being able to fight on the battlefield, there will be no place for his old face just to pass it out. Yes, the current Raikage suddenly realized his face problem. He always felt that it was easy to play Feng Yiming by himself. After all, this is just a teenager. Even if he has some strength, it is absolutely impossible to cause harm to him. This kind of thought, after the inexplicable red breath appeared on Feng Yiming's body, he was not firm. Later, Feng Yiming took out another knife with a mysterious aura, and after being hit twice, Raikage became even more uncomfortable. He found out that he was a little bit overwhelmed by Feng Yiming, and after his head was swiftly moving, he thought of a way to negotiate peace. Anyway, he must not be injured. Now I will retreat for the time being and sign a contract. When he wants to fight again, the contract will be torn and then he can attack Konoha with the cheeks. This is their old routine. Anyway, the people in the big shinobu villages know that the contract is a shit, and your country is really suppressed by other countries. It's time to fight and fight. Why? Surrender. Feng Yiming knew that this guy would definitely not be able to surrender on his own initiative. Otherwise, it will be recorded in the history books. During the Second Ninja War, Third Raikage led his army to attack the Land of Fire, was repelled, and confessed to the village on his own. It is impossible to surrender, but I think we can sit down and talk about it. Maybe there will be a better way out. Our conditions are simple. You only need to kill the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Advertisement up to now, even if he had the meaning of retreat, after Raikage glanced at the group of men behind him, he was still ready to squeeze his face first. In the current era, the cage-level characters in the various villages, Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is the weakest in combat power, but the political ability is the strongest, and the relationship between the other major ninja nations can be played out in his hands. If it hadn't been for Konoha's development in recent years, which had greatly suppressed the living space of others, other ninja villages would not sneak in to attack them in this ninja world war. Speaking of ninja wars, in fact all eyes are on Konoha. In comparison, Third Raikage's strength is the strongest, but the political means is the worst. Just like now, the Cloud Shinobi village ninja on the battlefield has seen his arrival, and his morale has been high, but he is now coming out because of his own safety issues. In the final analysis, Feng Yiming's strength is too strong. At the peak level of Jonin, Feng Yiming can already use his abilities to beat the ordinary cage level. Now that his strength has reached the level of ordinary cage level, Feng Yiming is actually almost able to walk sideways on this battlefield. Although Feng Yiming is not a crab and will not walk sideways, this does not mean that Feng Yiming cannot deter these people. Anyone who can fight Raikage on the same level is not considered a serious person, and this guy is only a teenager, which is even more outrageous. That's impossible. Feng Yiming categorically expressed his attitude, thinking of Kushina who always likes to surround himself like a little wife. How can Feng Yiming bear to hand it over? All these faults originate from Nine Tails, but they have nothing to do with Kushina. Kushina has been regarded as Jinchuriki, and now they are still besieged by these people. Thinking of this, Feng Yiming's calm heart has begun to become angry. It seems that you are going to fight to the end with the old man. Raikage heard Feng Yiming's words, and his face immediately became gloomy. In this case, don't blame the old man for bullying you, this little guy. The voice fell, and the lightning-style armor of Third Raikage opened suddenly, and the color changed to black. Advertisement: this is his stunt, Black Lightning style. After using it, he can have amazing anti-strike ability. Just standing aside, Feng Yiming can feel the amazing energy density on the lightning-style armor on his body. Pointing as a sword, now Third Hokage's posture has changed. When facing Feng Yiming before, he used up to 4 fingers, but now he uses 1 finger. Hell stab, a consistent hand. Seeing his posture, everyone present was shocked. In front of Feng Yiming, Third Raikage used a consistent hand in the Black Lightning style. You know, when facing Orochimaru before, he only used ordinary Chakra's consistent hand. This guy can make their Raikage use their best. After feeling the tremendous pressure, Feng Yiming was not idle either, and a few wandering dragons condensed between his hands. These golden wandering dragons surround the body, and the scales on each dragon are extremely real. But what makes Feng Yiming a little uncomfortable is that when these people saw the golden dragon on their body, they were not surprised, but looked at themselves very curiously. Forget it, this is the kingdom of ninjas. It seems that he has no idea about Shenlong, otherwise he would recognize it when he was playing against Sancho Fish last time. But it doesn't matter, they will know the power of Feng Yiming after they actually do it. There is a philosophical question that has attracted people's attention from ancient times to the present, that is, what will be the effect of piercing the strongest shield with the strongest spear? Today Feng Yiming wants to try another situation to see what effect will be produced when his strongest spear collides with the strongest spear of Cloud Shinobi Village. The 18 palms of Zhanglong is Feng Yiming's strongest attacking skill now. Feng Yiming has absolute confidence in the damage it can cause. The figures of the two are as fast as lightning, and they are close to each other within a short distance of more than 10 meters. The collision between Raikage, who was wrapped in black lightning style and exuding a terrifying aura, and Feng Yiming, who was wrapped in dragon aura, attracted everyone's attention. Feng Yiming almost laughed at the first contact. This old guy seems to be a little ignorant. Chapter 124 Showdown with Third Raikage. Feng Yiming understood his secret at the moment Feng Yiming's 18 palms of Zhonglong came into contact with Third Raikage's consistent hand. Because the energy used to release ninjutsu is different from others, Feng Yiming has a deeper understanding of the composition of various ninjutsu. These chakras of theirs are actually divided into the elements of earth, fire, water and wind, and when combined, many different escape techniques are derived. Just like lightning style is a variant, Feng Yiming discovered that lightning style and Zhonglong 18 palms have the same effect. Both are known for their sturdiness, so the competition now is the internal strength. Whoever has stronger internal strength can win. To put it simply, the two of them are now playing against waves, just like Wukong and Seven Dragon Ball likes to compete with others when he fights with others. Feng Yiming uses internal force, and Third Raikage uses chakra. After Feng Yiming's system has been continuously superimposed, his internal strength has become so strong that even the tail beasts can hardly match it. But these ninjas are not the same, the chakra content of life is fixed. Third Raikage is indeed very strong, but with this skill and Feng Yiming, the road narrowed. Nothing to say, just lie down and you're done. In the eyes of the onlookers, when Feng Yiming and Third Raikage were in contact, everything seemed to be still. The people on the entire battlefield did not dare to breathe, and the needles dropped around them could be heard. This state lasted for a few seconds. Boom, suddenly, thunder rang out on the ground, and with Feng Yiming and Third Raikage as the center, the people within nearly 100 feet of the surrounding people were blown up by the violent violence vented by the two. Several bottomless cracks appeared on the ground, and some people who were not standing still had time to react before they fell straight down. But compared to these people who have endured the innocent disaster, the two villagers in the distance are more concerned about the battle between Feng Yiming and Raikage. In the dust, a burly figure came out like a cannonball, flying straight out for hundreds of meters, leaving a deep gully on the ground. Advertisement, yes. Master I, after seeing this burly figure, everyone in the audience looked incredulous. As the smoke dissipated, Feng Yiming's figure emerged from the center of the crowd. The body flicker technique suddenly unfolded, and Feng Yiming was ready to give this old thing the final blow and completely kill him. He had already used his strongest black lightning style armor just now, and he took out a copy of his hand. It was already obvious that he wanted to kill Feng Yiming. Now that he has failed, Feng Yiming will not show mercy anymore, just to advance the development of the Cloud Shinobi Village era, so that his younger generations can quickly take the place. At least their heads are better than this Third Raikage. As long as they can operate their Thunder Country reasonably, these Cloud Shinobi Village people don't need Tenten to brazenly come to Konoha to invade. When everyone was in shock, they found that Feng Yiming had disappeared. Look, he is there, what is he going to do? Want to kill Lord I? An eager shout came. Feng Yiming moved too fast, causing the people in Cloud Shinobi Village to fail to respond and approach the seriously injured Third Raikage. He is now leaking blood all over his body. After the previous matchup, his chakra volume is not enough to match Feng Yiming's, so most of the aftermath after the two people's powers gathered, all of them are beaten into his, in vivo. Now that Third Raikage's muscles and bones are broken, unless he goes back and cultivates for 2 years, it will never be able to fight again. Feng Yiming worries about this old man. After returning home, he will hold a grudge. He will come back after 2 years at home, which will affect the balance of the ninja world and the development of Konoha. As the old saying goes, cutting the grass does not remove the roots, but the spring breeze blows and regenerates. It is not Feng Yiming's style to let the tiger go back to the mountain. It is the best choice to solve him here. After thinking of this, Feng Yiming's ninja sword was cut directly without any hesitation. Old Piff, die. Just like Feng Yiming of Shura, Zanpakuto in his hand is extremely fast, and when he slid through the air, he didn't even make a wave of waves. Raikage, who was under the knife, whimpered in his mouth, but couldn't speak, because his broken ribs had already pierced his lungs, and even breathing was extremely difficult for him. Ding! Advertisement at this critical moment, a ninja sword was placed under Feng Yiming's knife, and it resisted Feng Yiming's final knife. Kill him now, then the conflict between us and Cloud Shinobi Village is irreconcilable. When he looked up, Feng Yiming saw that the person coming was White Fang. Let them go today, and then they will still have bad feelings towards Kushina and Konoha. Cutting the grass and roots is the right way. Yiming, I know what you mean, but when will the injustice be reported? If you let them go today, we can at least have a few years of peace. Hitaki Sakumo is the old virgin. Feng Yiming felt a little uncomfortable after hearing these urging words. Are you going to stop me? I don't think Mr. Sarutobi will agree with you to kill him. At this time, the weak Orochimaru also walked over from a distance to persuade Feng Yiming. Everyone in the entire battlefield was waiting for Feng Yiming to make a choice. After Feng Yiming came to the battlefield, Konoha, needless to say, everyone at Cloud Shinobi Village, because their coach was defeated, their lives were all in Feng Yiming. After a thought, I didn't dare to breathe, and waited in silence for Feng Yiming's decision. After a long silence, Feng Yiming calmed down and sorted out the current situation. From Konoha's point of view, directly killing Raikage in the other village is definitely the most unwise choice. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is good at politics, would not agree to let Fengmei Yiming do this. But if you let them go, these thief-hearted guys will never give up watching Kushina. It's okay to release your Raikage, but I need you to write a public review in the ninja world. Incidentally, I also need to ensure that Cloud Shinobi Village will not think too much about Nine Tails, who can come out as a representative. After hearing this, a tall and rugged man walked out of Cloud Shinobi Village. Fengmei Yiming recognized this guy at a glance. He was the brother of the future Eight Tails Jinchuriki Killer B, 4th Raikage Yu Ha. Although he will be very powerful in the future, he is still a young man now, and his status should be regarded as a close friend of 3rd Raikage. If there are only these requirements, I can promise you instead of Master Ai. Yi was very straightforward, and she agreed to Fengmei Yiming's request without even the slightest retort. Chapter 125 The Little Snake of Orochimaru. Hearing Fengmei Yiming's words, everyone was relieved. If this guy really wants to put Raikage here today, it is estimated that the ninja world will be shaken. Yi Yuian naturally promised now that her boss was in the hands of others, and there was no reason for him to refuse. We will make a public statement after we go back and promise that we won't commit another crime. Nodding, Fengmei Yiming finally warned, if you violate your guarantee, then I don't mind going to Cloud Shinobi Village again at that time. After finalizing the matter of writing the guarantee and apologizing, Yi Yuha left with the unconscious 3rd Raikage. Cloud Shinobi Village, at this time, finally withdrew the ninja troops surrounding Konoha. After looking at the time, Fengmei Yiming found that it has already taken 2 days. Sarutobi Hiruzen had already said that the fighting in other places was fierce, but he still sent Orochimaru and Fengmei Yiming here. I don't know what other fronts are now. How is everything? It's time to go back. Shumo, you take a small team to stay here for a few days to see the situation. Orochimaru will go back with me. After Fengmei Yiming showed his great strength just now, everyone in this room did not admire it. After Fengmei Yiming made a decision, they should follow it. Together with Orochimaru, everything went smoothly on their way back, and they returned to the village in less than half a day. The reason why Fengmei Yiming came back so eagerly was that he cared about Kushina and wanted to drink a drink. Since the system returned to Fengmei Yiming's hands, Fengmei Yiming felt uncomfortable without drinking a drink for a day. Moreover, Fengmei Yiming also saw a magical thing in the system, called a beverage storage room, which can store beverages in a different space. No matter what kind of beverage, you can take it out anytime and anywhere you want to drink. Usually, you have to go to the convenience store to drink drinks. It is not convenient to store a lot of drinks at home. Especially when fighting outside, Fengmei Yiming can't do tasks while having drinks. But now all of this has been solved, and Fengmei Yiming can buy a basic beverage space in the system mall with only 100 points of purchase, which can store 30 liters of beverages. Every time you drink 10 bottles of beverages, in addition to adding attributes, Fengmei Yiming can also get 100 points to buy things in the mall. Do you have any change with you? As soon as he arrived in the village, Fengmei Yiming asked Orochimaru impatiently. Orochimaru, who has no change on his body and has a meticulous plan for his life, generally does not forget to bring change, so Fengmei Yiming started to ask Orochimaru for a change first. Advertisement, yes. How much do you want? When Orochimaru spoke, there was still a little red on his face, and he seemed a little embarrassed. Fengmei Yiming looked at this situation. Something was wrong. He didn't want to attack Uncle Snake. As much as you want. That might be a lot. You prepare. Before Fengmei Yiming could react, Orochimaru directly summoned a small snake with a summoning technique. Is this the 3-headed snake injured by 3rd Raikage before? After trying to identify it for a long time, Fengmei Yiming understood who this little cute snake with only one head was. Yes, this is one of my summoning beasts. I don't know why. He seems to have a habit of collecting coins. That means your little snake is extraordinary. Snakes belong to the genus of dragons. According to the myths known to Fengmei Yiming, dragons are all collecting wealth and treasures, which is also normal. It's just that Fengmei Yiming hasn't discovered that Orochimaru's 3-headed snake has the potential to become a dragon. Give him some coins. Orochimaru touched the head of this cute little snake and issued instructions. His hiss, Shao Snake looked at Fengmei Yiming reluctantly, and seemed to regard Fengmei Yiming as an enemy plundering his own treasure. But the master ordered it, and it had to follow it. After looking at Orochimaru aggrievedly, it spat out a coin with a face value of 100 from its stomach. Yiming, is that enough? Orochimaru has guessed what Fengmei Yiming is going to do. It must be to buy drinks at the kiosk. As long as Fengmei Yiming goes for a drink, it can be solved by 2 bottles. Advertisement: a dozen bottles is the starting point. Sweeping the entire vending machine is the norm. This is a basic operation, and everyone has already taken it off. Once Fengmei Yiming drank a big drink while drunk, and emptied the convenience store and vending machine all over the street in front of his house. Over time, there has been a saying in Hokage Village that Fengmei Yiming consumes a large part of the beverages in Hokage Village. This belongs to one person generating income for the beverage industry in the entire village. Even where Fengmei Yiming lives, there are more convenience stores open than other streets. No reason, just the entire Konoha people know that there is a top bucket living here, and the average daily consumption of drinks ranges from dozens to hundreds of bottles. You know me, it's definitely not enough. Seeing that the little snake summoned by Orochimaru was so stingy, Fengmei Yiming couldn't help it, and directly grabbed the cute mini snake with his hands 7 inches behind the neck. More. The little snake, who was dizzy, before he could react, the little treasures stored in his tiny body flowed out like opening a gate to release water. For a while, the clanking sound resounded throughout the street. Good fellow, you are such a great snake, you are a snake talent. Seeing Feng Mei Yiming everywhere, his smile was almost reaching the roots of his ears. Orochimaru explained. It likes to go out and play, and sometimes pick up some money stuck in the drain or falling under the vending machine on the street. Money is also something outside of our ninjas. I just leave it alone. Seeing such a powerful little guy, Feng Mei Yiming wanted to get it over and raise it by himself, but it was like a poor relative coming home, and Feng Mei Yiming couldn't do the act of eating and taking. After thinking about it, I didn't feel embarrassed to say it, so I could only add it. Increase the strength of the hands. There was a sizzling voice, and the little snake began to spit out a burst of venom mixed with foam from the inside of the little snake's mouth. Feng Mei Yiming vomited the little snake. With a weak squeak, it was completely fainted. Many years later, in the face of countless bloodthirsty madmen, Xiao Snake will still remember that day, an afternoon when his master took it to meet the shameless young man. Chapter 126 Reward. Scratching his head shyly, Feng Mei Yiming used the shadow clone technique to pick up coins scattered all over the ground, like a hill. Hey, thank you. No thanks, you are Konoha's great hero, and I should do something for you. After Orochimaru said a few words to Feng Mei Yiming, he left here and went back to report the action to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Feng Mei Yiming's report, Orochimaru said that he also helped him. Feng Mei Yiming is not busy for the time being. After he is free, he is going to see Kushina. Of course, before visiting Kushina, Feng Mei Yiming needs to conduct some raids first. With the sound of the falling coins, Feng Mei Yiming carried a large pocket and put all kinds of beverages in it. After a busy period, Feng Mei Yiming walked on the way to Kushina's house and kept the drink in hand. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the open drinking achievement, internal strength +3. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement of 10 cans of drinks in a row, internal strength +3, and skill reward. Forbidden technique wood style seal. Ding! Congratulations to host for drinking 10 cans of drinks and getting 100 points for purchase. This is what I was waiting for. Feng Mei Yiming waved his hand and bought the primary beverage space directly in the mall. With a thought, all the drinks in the sack were put into the beverage space. This space is actually a kind of space ninjutsu, but the way it is composed is a bit complicated, so Feng Mei Yiming didn't understand it either. As long as it works. After buying the space, Feng Mei Yiming looked again at the forbidden technique called wood style seal. Things with the forbidden technique label are generally more dangerous. Just like this forbidden technique is like this, Feng Mei Yiming was shocked after seeing the introduction of this thing. Forbidden technique wood style seal. Consume the vitality of plants and trees to achieve the sealing effect. The sealing ability is calculated based on the strength of the vitality of the plants and trees consumed. This thing seems to be the kind of sealing technique that is more powerful than the ghoul seal. In that case, wouldn't it be possible to change Kushina's seal? Advertisement. After thinking of this, Feng Mei Yiming couldn't help jumping up happily. After completing these things, Feng Mei Yiming walked to the door of Kushina's house. Boom boom boom. After knocking on the door, Kushina's voice came from inside the room. Who? It's me. Bang. Just before Feng Mei Yiming's voice fell, Kushina rushed to the door and opened the door. You are back. You don't know that after you went out to fight in this period of time, people. Facing such enthusiastic Kushina, Feng Mei Yiming was a little scared, scratching his head and changing the subject. Don't you let me go in and sit? How come? Come in quickly. Kushina naturally took Feng Mei Yiming's hand. How is this period of time? Fortunately, Raikage was beaten back by me. When the boss of Sarutobi sends some more people to other battlefields, it is estimated that there will be no major problems in this period of time. Feng Mei Yiming told Kushina about the situation on the battlefield. After hearing this, Kushina was also a little upset and said bitterly. HMPH, if it wasn't for my body problem, I would definitely go with you to meet the Raikage. Hearing Kushina's anger, Feng Mei Yiming smiled and stroked her head and said, You can't go to the battlefield. This time they're here for you. If you run directly to give it away, it will be troublesome. How can people be as weak as you said? Kushina's strength is relatively strong among the younger generation, but as a ninja, she is still a bit tender. Then I ask you, how much do you have for Nine Tails Power Master now? About 20%, I have a vague feeling that this seal technique seems to be very flawed, otherwise I can control at least about 30% of the power. In the seal technique left by Uzumaki Mito, some seals that can control 9 tails are recorded, as if the seal on Kushina was left by Uzumaki Mito. But the new method beats the old method, and ninjutsu is not a constant. Advertisement. Just like what was left by Mito back then, the control power for 9 tails is not so strong anymore. What Kushina said is true. Feng Mei Yiming thought about this before, so he also summarized some sealing techniques. But after the experiment, it didn't produce good results. But now the system directly gave Feng Mei Yiming a forbidden technique level wood style seal technique, so maybe it would be able to successfully strengthen the seal on Kushina. As long as Kushina's state is stable and Konoha is no longer threatened by 9 tails, then Kushina's psychological pressure will not be so great. I recently developed a wood style sealing technique, which can help you reinforce the seal in your body if you are not surprised, but you need to find some vegetation in the mountains, because this ninjutsu requires the vitality of the sacrifice of vegetation. Ah, that's great. When shall we go? Kushina is totally undefended to Feng Mei Yiming, and she doesn't know how much misunderstanding will be caused by lone men and women going to the grove. Of course, Feng Mei Yiming will definitely not do anything to Kushina, because now he only wants to make this kind and responsible girl feel better. If a hero like her who stood up in times of crisis would need to be guarded by Konoha's people, it would be too hurtful. If that's the case, let's go now. There are many people who take care of you during the day, and it is not convenient for me to take you out. Although there are still many people patrolling around Kushina's house, there are still fewer people at night. With Feng Yiming's ability, he can also be taken out with the body flicker technique. Okay, but if we go out without authorization, will there be any problems? I am here, what are you afraid of? Hearing Feng Yiming Hoki's speech, Kushina's little heart melted, and she threw herself directly into Feng Yiming's arms and said, "Then let's go." The princess picked up Kushina. Feng Yiming smelled the sweet smell of the girl, almost dreaming. Shaking his head, Feng Yiming knew the priorities, and quietly opened the window to look at the locations of several ninjas around him. The body flicker technique unfolded, and Feng Yiming had already appeared on another nearby street. Kushina on one side held Feng Yiming's arm, and the two walked quickly towards the forest outside the village. But at this time, the two of them did not notice. A pair of blood-wheel eyes in the dark stared at their every move with shock. Chapter 127. Classmate Makoto can't take it. After Feng Yiming and Feng Yiming left, a young girl walked out of the gloomy street. Uchiha Makoto. Yiming actually took Kushina out. Uchiha Makoto's small mouth was too shocked to close. No, Yiming is an honest man. Uchiha Makoto keeps hypnosis himself, but unfortunately, the hurdle in his heart has been unable to pass. Quietly, she followed Feng Yiming behind them and walked out of the village together, ready to see what they were going to do. In the dark forest, Kushina was a little scared as she walked around. After all, she was still a little girl. Secretly approaching Feng Yiming's side, she gently took Feng Yiming's hand. Feng Yiming frowned and wanted to break free, because the two walked together holding hands. The speed would definitely be much slower. If the people in the village knew his thoughts, he would probably be hammered to death. This shouldn't be human. Kushina is one of the two beauties who are tied with Makoto, and it's good to be able to hold hands. Originally planning to break free, but Feng Yiming saw the poor Kushina and felt a little softened, so she had to let her go. Does the technique you mentioned have to find a place with lush vegetation? Inside the house is equivalent to Kushina, who is under house arrest. It has been a long time since she came out. After she came out, she was very happy breathing the fresh air outside. Yes, if the ghouls on your body are sealed, it is the 9 tails that consumes the vitality seal, but it can only consume the vitality of the human body. This technique is to replace the life force of the vegetation. So theoretically speaking, you can absorb as much life force as you want. Feng Yiming explained to Kushina as he walked. The amount of vitality consumed means how strong the seal is. The reason why Kushina did not dare to use 9 tails power on a large scale was because the strength of the seal was not high. But now it's different. With Feng Yiming's upgraded wood-style seal, Kushina won't have to worry about it in the future. 9 tails chakra will be used whenever you want, and you don't have to worry about 9 tails breaking free. Unlimited ATM. But now Feng Yiming still has a problem. That is, this technique has reached the level of forbidden technique, which means that a certain price must be paid. It's about extracting the vitality of plants and trees, but Feng Yiming is not sure how much he will extract at that time, and now he is afraid that the whole mountain will be drained by him. Advertisement. After all, the opponent is 9 tails, the strongest tail beast in the world. If 1 or 2 barren mountains are not enough for him, then it will be in trouble. Once Feng Yiming gets rid of it and releases 9 tails, Feng Yiming can immediately transform from Konoha hero to Konoha bear, and Konoha's history books will engrave him on the pillar of shame forever. So the best thing now is to find places where there are many trees and grasses, which can provide a huge amount of vegetation power for Feng Yiming to use the wood-style seal, which can also eliminate danger. The two stopped and walked, and finally reached a barren hill in the middle of the night. The weeds and the thick trees here are a treasure of geomantic omen. If it is put in feng shui, it is the treasure of feng shui. Seeing this place, Feng Yiming's eyes lit up, and today's technique is performed here. Take off your coat first. Feng Yiming cleared a clean area and directed Kushina to sit here. Kushina, who had absolute trust in Feng Yiming, sat on the glade obediently after hearing the words. After that, Feng Yiming began to make preparations, and in his mind he also began to recall the various operating procedures of the wood-style seal that the system brought to him. At the same time, Uchiha Makoto, hidden in the bushes in the distance, after hearing Feng Yiming's words, his little head seemed to be struck by a heavy hammer and froze in place. Because I was afraid that Feng Yiming would find out, Kushina watched them from a long distance, not seeing them very clearly. But in this quiet desert Yamanaka, the voice of speaking can be heard clearly. Take off your jacket. Take off your jacket? Have they reached this point yet? Thinking of what will happen later, even Uchiha Makoto, who is usually very dignified and quiet, can't control his illusion. A blush spread from her cheeks to her neck, and Makoto couldn't bear it anymore. What occupied her now turned out to be jealous. Why did you choose Kushina instead of yourself? When did their relationship start? While thinking about it, the voices of 2 people in the distance also came over. Start. Ready, we can start. Advertisement. What? What are they going to do? Makoto, who looked at the 2 of them from a distance, couldn't help but opened a small gap in the bush, ready to observe. It's really not that she is curious about the wilderness. What if they encounter any danger? After self-building, Makoto leaned forward slightly, but saw Feng Yiming's body blocking Kushina. Baga, you can't see what you are doing like this. Feng Yiming is thinking about how to break Kushina's technique. This is like a software update. Before the update, the previous software must be uninstalled so that the new version can be installed. Feng Yiming is doing this kind of thing now, but he is a little worried about whether 9 tails will break free from the seal. After thinking about it, Feng Yiming suddenly thought of a way. He can absorb half of Nine Tails' chakra first, and even if Nine Tails dared to come out of the seal, Feng Yiming will be able to subdue it. Wood-style wood dragon. A sturdy wooden dragon rose from the ground. Feng Yiming wrapped Kushina with a wooden dragon. This is a wood-style ninjutsu that can absorb the enemy chakra. Move Nine Tails' chakra, don't worry about it. After listening to Kushina, he cleverly started to manipulate the Nine Tails' chakra in her body. Soon the whole body appeared because of the extremely high concentration of chakra, which became extremely bright like a small star in the dark night. Seeing the huge energy revealed in the entire forest, Feng Yiming couldn't help but look sideways. Nine Tails deserves to be the strongest tail beast. A few more wooden dragons were summoned, and Feng Yiming increased chakra's extraction speed. If a normal person stands here, it is estimated that there will be no drop in less than 10 seconds. Kushina, who was absorbed by chakra, had a tingling feeling all over her body. This comfortable feeling made her scream for a long time. Who are these people? Hearing Kushina's voice, Uchiha Makoto in the distance couldn't help it anymore, and walked straight out to confront Feng Yiming face to face. Chapter 128. Suppression of Nine Tails. What are you doing? After rushing out, Makoto saw the actions of Feng Yiming and Kushina. I saw Feng Yiming was 3 feet away from Kushina, and Kushina's body was also wrapped in chakra. Both of them were in a very serious situation. This. The sudden appearance of Uchiha Makoto shocked Feng Yiming. The ninjutsu in his hand was almost unsafe. Shish, I'm helping her secretly strengthen the seal. And seeing that Feng Yiming is not doing what he imagined, Makoto was embarrassed from head to toe. I came to see you when I watched you leave the village so late, and I was afraid that you would be in danger. Makoto explained it to himself, but Feng Yiming didn't care. Now is not the time to discuss these issues. Nine Tails, who was removed from chakra, is now getting tired, but the consciousness of resistance is getting more and more intense. You stay away first, or the aftermath may affect you. At this time, Uchiha Makoto was full of guilt. Yes, how can a person such as Feng Yiming do such a thing? Makoto, when did you become such a careful woman? Uchiha Makoto, who constantly blamed himself in his heart, did not respond when Feng Yiming spoke. Feng Yiming originally wanted to remind Uchiha Makoto again, but at this time, Kushina was confused. Obviously, because of the influx of chakra, Nine Tails had already occupied the body. Nine Tails' chakra code appeared on her body, and Kushina suddenly broke free from Feng Yiming's shackles. The original seal technique weakened by Feng Yiming was also directly broken by it. At this time, Kushina has fallen into a frenzy. After breaking free, Kushina fell into a violent state. The first thing to hurt is the nearest Uchiha Makoto. At this time, Uchiha Makoto finally reacted. Advertisement. Help! Uchiha Makoto's cry for help came, and Feng Yiming woke up suddenly. She was still on the sidelines. Women are really troublesome. A wave of Kushina appeared in his hand instantly. Feng Yiming raised his hand and swished out 3 shots of Kushina. The 8 inner gates opened to the 6th gate and fought with the beastly-tailed Kushina. Now Nine Tails is controlling this body. After the influx of Nine Tails chakra, Kushina's physical fitness has been greatly enhanced. This is the worst-case scenario. Feng Yiming used to prepare to absorb Nine Tails chakra like a frog in warm water, so now it has only absorbed about 30%. And Nine Tails still retains 70%. This is the strongest tail beast in the entire ninja world. Fortunately, it hasn't completely broken free. Now it can only rely on Kushina's body to fight. Withdrawing Zanpakuto, Feng Yiming knew that Kushina had to be controlled now. The eyes of the entire ninja world are all on Nine Tails. If Feng Yiming exposes it to the wild, people around will definitely notice it. This place is far away from the village. Once the enemy comes here to do something on them, even Feng Yiming may not be able to take the 2 people out of the siege. So Feng Yiming went all out and forced a collision with Kushina. Feng Yiming finally pressed Kushina to the ground at the cost of a punch in the face. Wood-style entangled Kushina from the surroundings. Feng Yiming no longer pursues the maximum efficiency of absorption. With a wave of Zanpakuto, he directly cut off most of the chakra seal of Nine Tails and put it into his body. Feng Yiming also broke the seal of Nine Tails' body at this time. Wood-style seal. The figure of Nine Tails appeared from one side. Because most of the chakra was taken away, its body now became very small. As soon as it emerged, Feng Yiming pinched the neck and grabbed it, nodding with one hand, and the whole mountain. All the vegetation withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a short while, the vitality of the entire mountain and surrounding plants has been completely drained. The wood-style seal was also imprinted into Kushina's body by Feng Yiming. Picking up the unconscious Kushina, Feng Yiming put the clothes on her body. Before confirming the effect of the technique, he quickly called Uchiha Makoto and evacuated together. Advertisement. The sound of their previous battles was quite loud, and if Cheng Yaojin were to be beaten halfway, then Feng Yiming's taking Kushina out of the village would be exposed. Fortunately, the wind was dark and the wind was high along the way, and Feng Yiming did not encounter anything with the 2 girls. Back in the village, Feng Yiming used the body flicker technique to send Kushina back home. After pushing the door open, Uchiha Makoto was already waiting for him outside the door. I'm really sorry today, I shouldn't bother you. Uchiha Makoto is still very embarrassed because she thinks too much. It's okay, since you found out, it's normal for you to follow us to see the situation, but we can't tell others about today's affairs. Let's make an agreement. After hearing what Feng Yiming said, Uchiha Makoto finally let go, so he looked up at Feng Miyiming and said, "Well, as an alms, I invite you to drink soda. Okay, but I can drink a bit, you have to be careful." The two came to a tempura shop, ready to eat fried skewers and sing songs to enjoy a good life. They just arrived here with a lot of ninjas who came back from the battlefield, all of the same age as Feng Miyiming. After the news of Feng Miyiming's defeat of Raikage spread throughout the ninja world, the Ninja World War is coming to an end. The most powerful Cloud Shinobi village is gone, and there is nothing to play in other small countries. If he stays, he will be caught by Konoha. When he is pressed on the ground, he will not only lose face, but also become a stepping stone for Konoha to promote himself. The ninjas of all major countries are not fools. After seeing the situation is wrong, they are still fighting on the surface, but no matter which battlefield they dare to suffer serious casualties. The reason for doing this is to not get angry, Konoha. At the same time, they gradually withdrew their forces, ready to wait for an opportunity to also withdraw from the battlefield. This is why Konoha has become prosperous again in this period of time. After seeing Feng Miyiming and Uchiha Makoto come in together, a group of people sighed for a while, thinking that Feng Miyiming and herself were students at the ninja school at the same time, but now, looking at others, their reputations have risen and they are accompanied by beautiful women. It can only be said that people are more popular than people. Under the envious eyes of everyone, Feng Miyiming took Uchiha Makoto and sat face to face to a small table. At this time, Uchiha Makoto suddenly reacted, "This seems to be a date, right?" Chapter 129 The Iron Nation wants a meeting again. Not caring about the jealousy that the people around them were already overflowing, Feng Miyiming and Uchiha Makoto got their heads together and began to delve into the menu on the table. Although it is already midnight, many ninjas have come back these days, so the whole small restaurant is still very lively, quite a bit of a late-night cafeteria. Feng Miyiming's food is also very simple, that is, fried tempura. The reason for choosing this way of eating is because Feng Miyiming feels that this kind of fried food with soda is a delicious combination on earth. In a short while, Feng Miyiming and Uchiha Makoto's food came up. Feng Miyiming also specially called for 3 sodas. Uchiha Makoto had 3 sodas and only took 1 bottle. Feng Miyiming was a brainer. They all moved to their side. The refreshing soda and fried tempura are really cool. During the dinner, Uchiha Makoto suddenly remembered something, so he said to Feng Miyiming, "By the way, do you know the latest trends in the Iron Country?" "What's wrong?" "The Kingdom of Iron fought more with the Kingdom of Rain in this war, and there was no friction with Konoha." Feng Miyiming naturally paid less attention to these people. This is a neutral country, but it has also been involved in this battle. Now the situation seems to have calmed down. The ninjas of the 5 major countries have returned to a large part. Therefore, the Iron Kingdom wants to hold the 5 Shadows Conference next week. Repair the relationship between the 5 powers. The methods of this neutral country are quite good. As a country where there are no ninjas but only samurai, people here often put forward some suggestions with the concept of peace and friendship. Feng Miyiming also has a good impression of them. Then go, anyway, the major countries are already traumatized and will definitely accept peace talks. People who are peacemakers are generally the easiest to be beaten, but because of their strength, people in the Iron Kingdom are not afraid of being beaten, so they are willing to be the first bird. Now that they have all spoken, it's up to whoever goes. The matter is settled, but the candidates to go with the 3rd generation project have not yet been decided. Uchiha Makoto knows that Feng Miyiming is the kind of character that goes with the flow, and after hearing his casual answer, he stroked his forehead helplessly and explained. It seems that Uchiha Makoto's meaning is obvious, that he wants Feng Miyiming to go. Sure enough, after saying this, Uchiha Makoto continued to add, "Now everyone in the major families has already signed up. In principle, the 3rd generation will bring the representatives of the major families together, but today 3rd generation Go found me and asked me what you mean. Don't go." Advertisement Feng Miyiming refused extremely decisively. Running over a long distance, listening to them speak a little bit of a chariot and then coming back, who can bear this kind of crime? Only these pedantic guys will pay so much attention to the meeting. Feng Miyiming has always believed that no matter what kind of agreement it is nonsense, and in the end it will become a situation where the master will have the right to speak. Now Konoha, as the side that has not suffered much damage in the war, still has a very strong strength. If they are going to fight now, it is estimated that few other villages can withstand it. So even if Feng Miyiming doesn't go this time, there will be no problem. The overall situation has long been settled when the war is about to end. You just repelled Raikage, and you still played so well on the battlefield. Now the entire ninja world is spreading your name wildly. If you go, then our aura will be even stronger. Uchiha Makoto saw Feng Miyiming's failure, and then she tugged Feng Miyiming's arm and said coquettishly, "Iron Country's forging technology is very strong. This time, we actually want to cooperate with them to produce a new thing called a gas mask that they have researched. It is said to be able to withstand toxin attacks." Unexpectedly, the people of Iron Kingdom were so powerful, they even made antivirus masks in this era. After hearing this news, Feng Miyiming was not calm. This kind of ninja is already considered a strategic ninja. If it can be brought to a ninja, then when facing a ninja like Sanjiu Yubanzou, they will be able to show even stronger combat effectiveness. If it's this thing, then Feng Miyiming really wants to go there. Well, who is going this time? Seeing Feng Miyiming agreeing to himself, Uchiha Makoto's small face beamed with joy and responded cheerfully. "There are you, me, Kushina, people from Ino Shikacho, Aburame, Hyuga, etc. These people are basically the members of the Konoha family in this generation. Seeing such a luxurious lineup, Feng Mei Yiming is also a little surprised. Does Kushina represent the Uzumaki family? Is it appropriate for her to go there as Jinchuriki? Uchiha Makoto had anticipated Feng Mei Yiming's doubts a long time ago. One of the purposes of our participation in the Five Shadows Conference this time is to bring Kushina there. To let them know that Konoha can better control the tail beast? Advertisement. The clever Feng Mei Yiming guessed the meaning of Uchiha Makoto in an instant, so he understood the meaning of this link. The seal modified by Feng Mei Yiming should be able to make Kushina more stable in this Five Shadows meeting. You don't need to invite you to this meal, let me do it. As a man, Feng Mei Yiming ate and drank so much, it would be inappropriate for Uchiha Makoto to treat him. After thinking about it, Feng Mei Yiming took out the coins he taped into strips from his pocket. This is the money I got from Orochimaru's little snake before. Feng Mei Yiming exquisitely put the code into a pile and stuffed it into his purse. When he paid the money, his momentum was so great that everyone around him couldn't help but look sideways. Take a little bit. With a bang, put the money in his hand in front of the boss, Feng Mei Yiming said to him. Enough. The store has never seen so many change. It is reasonable to say that counting money should be extremely happy, but it has been deducted for 100 coins. No one has the patience, so the helpless boss can only let Feng Mei Yiming leave. Where did you get such coins? Uchiha Makoto was surprised to see Feng Mei Yiming take out so many coins from the ninja bag. Orochimaru gave it to me. No, he is very poor. No, he has no pursuit of money, and generally doesn't take money from him. This is his little secret, you definitely don't know. Ah, really? This is amazing too. What's the matter? Let me tell you something amazing. Do you know who I saw in his bed when I went to Shuo Mao's house to look for him last time? Feng Mei Yiming and Uchiha Makoto walked in the moonlight, and along the way 8 trigrams talked about several Jonin affairs in the village, making Uchiha Makoto's ears from ear to ear. At the same time, Orochimaru, who was studying the summoning technique in the room late at night, suddenly got goosebumps and then sneezed. Chapter 130 New Mission. Farewell to Uchiha Makoto. Feng Mei Yiming went home alone to sleep. When I woke up the next day, it was 3 pulls in the sun and washed my face. Feng Mei Yiming was going to ask about the situation of Sarutobi Hiruzen's battle line in the past 2 days. Before going there, I turned to Kushina and wanted to take a look at the seal last night. How is the effect? Feng Mei Yiming is now a Konoha celebrity, and his relationship with Kushina is still very good. After seeing him coming, the Anbu members guarding around Kushina's house let him in without hindrance. As soon as he walked in, Feng Mei Yiming saw an astonishing scene. Kushina, with red hair and disorderly hair, was lying on the bed with Erlang's legs upright while pulling his feet while reading comics. Feng Mei Yiming directly hit 3 question marks. Is this how Konoha's top beauty looks at home? When Kushina heard the door squeaking open, she turned her head and glanced lazily. After seeing Feng Mei Yiming, the whole person seemed to be scorched by fire and instantly bounced. Boom! The comic book contained strong power and was thrown by Kushina, and Feng Mei Yiming hurriedly closed the door when he saw it. Why didn't you knock on the door before you came? Kushina's crying voice came from the room. The image of the goddess in the past collapsed at this moment. Feng Mei Yiming naturally knew the damage to Kushina's young heart by this situation, and hurriedly responded. What? I didn't go in. I don't know anything. What happened? The room turned around for a while. After waiting for a while, Kushina opened the door, panting. Now she has changed her clothes, the bed is neatly laid out, and even took the time to wash her face. Come in. Entering Kushina's room, Feng Mei Yiming quickly asked in order to ease the embarrassment. How was the effect of the seal last night? I intercepted half of the 9 tails chakra from you. Now I can manipulate it skillfully, right? Kushina has a big heart. Although what happened just now has damaged her image, she has always been a single-threaded brain. After Feng Mei Yiming asked about other things, she was quickly distracted. The effect of the seal yesterday is several times that of the previous one. I can now master the power of 9 tails. After speaking, Kushina also stretched out her finger to show Feng Mei Yiming her red chakra. But you have to pay attention, 9 tails chakra is very bloodthirsty and tyrannical. Yesterday, in order to save me, you separated apart and absorbed it into yourself. I am worried that you can't control it. Hearing Kushina's worries, Feng Mei Yiming almost laughed out loud. This is to underestimate him. Extending his fingers, Feng Mei Yiming directly covered the pure 9 tails chakra on the palm of his hand. Advertisement, do not worry, wow, you deserve it. After seeing Feng Mei Yiming's operation, Kushina directly gave a thumbs up, knowing that her talent is already very good, even so it still took dozens of days to feel the power of 9 tails. But Feng Mei Yiming absorbed 9 tails chakra last night, and he can control it the next day, even to this degree of precision. Your face, I'm sorry. When Feng Mei Yiming was fighting Kushina yesterday, Feng Mei Yiming got a hit on the face. How painful it was, in simple terms, it was Chengdu with his face in 4th gear. Nothing happened last night, I just blushed. When I got up this morning, I just got swollen. It's okay, I have a strong ability to resist and recover quickly. Feng Mei Yiming didn't care about this. On the contrary, Kushina was very embarrassed. He trotted to the utility room and got a small medicine box. After taking out an ointment from it, Kushina's small hand was placed on Feng Mei Yiming's head. Feng Mei Yiming's eyes lit up suddenly. Could this be the legendary knee pillow? This is a special ointment of our Uzumaki clan. It has a miraculous effect in treating bruises. Carefully applied the green ointment to Feng Mei Yiming's face, Kushina said softly. Feng Mei Yiming responded. His thoughts were not there at all. After taking a deep breath, he only felt refreshed in his heart now. Unexpectedly, lying on the lap of a beautiful girl turned out to be like this. Try the other face next time. It is a pity that good times always seem very short. After applying the ointment, Kushina looked down and saw Feng Miyiming with a face of enjoyment, only to realize how bold her behavior was. Raising Feng Miyiming's head, Kushina turned her back and said angrily, "This ointment can be washed off after applying it for half a day. During this time, I will find something to cover for you." After rummaging for a while, Kushina handed Feng Miyiming a face mask wrapped in gauze. "Okay, thank you." Advertisement. After applying this ointment, Feng Miyiming also felt a trace of coolness. "Since you have nothing to do here, then I will leave first." Feng Miyiming saw that there was nothing wrong with Kushina, so he was about to leave. Huh? So anxious. Hearing that Feng Miyiming was leaving, Kushina was obviously disappointed, but after thinking about it, she couldn't find a reason to be alone with Feng Miyiming, so she had to give up. Leaving here, Feng Miyiming rushed to the third-generation office building standing in the middle of the village. Before leaving yesterday, Uchiha Makoto told Feng Miyiming that Feng Miyiming would go and tell third generation that he was going today. Feng Miyiming is also very interested in the gas masks developed by the Iron Kingdom, and is ready to take this opportunity to ask the third generation project. Pushing open the office door, Feng Miyiming saw that Minato was already standing in third generation's office and saw Feng Miyiming coming. Sarutobi Hiruzen also spoke to Feng Miyiming with a kind face. "Yesterday I asked Makoto to talk to you about that. Have you considered it?" "Yes. It just so happens that you are here, and I also have a task here that requires you and Minato to complete it." After Feng Miyiming heard it, he couldn't help sighing that it was not the right time for him to come. It seemed that this was a task for Minato, but Feng Miyiming just stepped on it, so Sarutobi also pulled Feng Miyiming in. "Can you not go?" Feng Miyiming took a can of soda from Kabuto and took a sip and asked Sarutobi. "I hope you can go, because this task is quite important. It happens to be the Five Shadows conference next week, and you have nothing to do during this period." If others see Sarutobi's attitude now, they will probably be a little surprised, because Sarutobi seldom puts his attitude down to entrust others. It's only when facing Feng Miyiming. Thinking of this, Feng Miyiming also knew that he had to sell this cunning middle-aged man to save face. "Let's talk about it. What task?" In fact, the astute Feng Miyiming has also guessed the direction of the task. It is very likely to be related to the Five Shadows conference. Chapter 131. Going to the Water Country. After thinking about the wording, Sarutobi Hiruzen began to talk to Feng Miyiming about why this incident happened. The people of Kirigakure, in fact, have never wanted to negotiate. Now the general trend is that they agree on the surface, but they make a lot of small actions behind them. This time they found a very young and powerful Jinchuriki, and want to integrate it with Three Tails. This time we are going to investigate this matter. Once they are dangerous to this Five Shadows meeting, it is necessary to remove it. Three Tails Jinchuriki. Minato is the most dazzling existence in this generation except Feng Miyiming. If he goes, he can investigate it, but after adding Feng Miyiming, it becomes subdued. No wonder Sarutobi Hiruzen wants Feng Miyiming to go too. Even if the tail beast is integrated, what level of control can he achieve? It took Kushina so long to control only about 30%. Feng Miyiming asked the most important question, because after merging with the tail beast, it takes a period of time to adapt. The Five Shadows talks will be next week, and there are not a few days left. How can they be in a short time? What about Master Three Tails? The reason is this, but that guy has a very strong combat effectiveness, and he can even capture the wild Three Tails and control it in a short time. Naturally, it should be a matter of course. After Sarutobi Hiruzen and Feng Miyiming explained it again, Feng Miyiming finally thought of who this person is. Yagura, the future fourth Mizukage. Tailed beasts are generally not easy to control, but with the development and continuous improvement of ninjutsu in recent years, the level of various sealing techniques has also increased a lot. Now that people have increased their control over this alien beast, they naturally want to control it in their hands. Greed is human nature. A powerful tail beast like Three Tails, if it can be controlled, is definitely a great killer for Kirigakure, and it is also a very big threat to other villages. In order to put an end to this danger, Kirigakure didn't stop doing two things, and immediately began to smash it, just to use the tail beast as a weapon to deter others. In this case, it is estimated that in addition to Feng Miyiming, there will be people from other big countries who will also send people to it, whether it is to maintain the peace or to fight for the tail beast. After cleaning up, Feng Miyiming did not delay and set off directly with Namikaze Minato. By the way, are you going to the Five Shadows conference this time? Advertisement is the most powerful existence among the younger generation of Konoha. Namikaze Minato is not only very capable, but also very smart, and political methods are all learned from Sarutobi Hiruzen, which can be said to be an all-rounder. But this time the Five Shadows talks were all representatives of some families, as well as Hokage, as a poor boy without any influence. Although Namikaze Minato is very powerful, but the identity is placed there, it may not be possible to succeed. Feng Miyiming and Namikaze Minato have similar identities, but Feng Miyiming defeated Raikage and achieved great results in the battlefield, so Feng Miyiming can go at this time. After hearing Feng Miyiming's words, Namikaze Minato also shook his head, and said with some disappointment, "I can't go." After hearing this, Feng Miyiming didn't ask anymore, because Namikaze Minato's identity is indeed a pain point. If Namikaze Minato could marry a girl from a big family as his wife, maybe it would be better. Of course it is impossible now, but why is it impossible? Thinking of the relationship between himself and Kushina, Feng Miyiming smiled and continued on his way. After the long journey, Feng Miyiming and the two first came to the villages around the water country. After a cruel war, Their surroundings were also destroyed, and many people were also displaced, so there are many refugees in exile. But the number of these people is actually a bit high, and even now these people are still like this, which makes Feng Mei Yiming a little puzzled. Feng Mei Yiming is going to ask about the situation first, because if the tail beast is infested, the movement should be quite large, and these people probably know it. Hello, Obasan, what happened here recently? Why are you still running when the war is almost over? The war is over. No, we still have ninjas here. It looks very uneasy. Brother, please go quickly. If you don't go for a while, you won't be able to leave. After speaking, the old man who was called by Feng Mei Yiming put on his hoe, trod all the way to the distance and quickly walked away, seemingly reluctant to stay here for a moment. Namikaze Minato discovered the anomaly and told Feng Mei Yiming. Advertisement, now they still have ninjas coming and going here. It seems there should be something wrong. Third generation said it is really good. When the two of them were observing the situation, a small team came from a distance. All of these people carried the forehead protector on their heads, with the Kirigakure logo on them. At this time, this group of people are still active on the border of their own country? Hidden first. I saw this group of squads pass by here very quickly, and there was no mercy at all for these people, and they directly rushed over the crowd. At this time, Feng Mei Yiming realized that these villagers were hiding from the ninjas in their own country. Interesting, it seems that they are indeed planning something secretly. The water country is on a small island in the southeastern region, and it does not border any other countries, so when attacking them, many things are actually unclear. Apart from Cloud Shinobi Village, there is not much. People hit them. The reason for attacking them was mainly because Feng Mei Yiming used extremely powerful means to suppress the people in Cloud Shinobi Village on the battlefield, and also severely injured Reikage. They did not gain any benefits in this war, so they found water directly, the country. The persimmons have to be soft, and the country of water has not always been a strong one. At this time, it is naturally difficult to resist. Cloud Shinobi Village, a hostile force, has already made them unbearable, because among the several big countries, in addition to Konoha, Cloud Shinobi Village can be said to be the strongest. After being bullied, they are naturally very uncomfortable, not to mention the looted resources, many people were killed and injured. Faced with such a situation, they wanted to find the place again, but it would be impossible to stand up again without strong power, so they thought of the tail beast. Feng Mei Yiming has roughly guessed their motives and the truth behind them in his mind. After Namikaze Minato glanced at each other, the two were ready to follow up to see the situation. Chapter 132 Three Tails and Yagura. Since this small group of people all have a specific purpose, as long as they follow them, they will definitely be able to detect their mission goals. Walking through the swamp, Feng Mei Yiming feels a little uncomfortable. The water country is on an island. Most of the places here are swamps and hills. The rugged roads and the very harsh environment are no wonder it's here. Development is not good. Compared with Thunder Country, the opponent not only occupies a very large territory, but also has rich resources. The overall ninja combat effectiveness of Cloud Shinobi Village is definitely much stronger than here. Using internal force to wrap her feet, Feng Mei Yiming stood on the swamp and felt the ground slippery. If it weren't for Feng Mei Yiming's adaptability and sheer internal strength, there might be some trouble here. Just like Namikaze Minato, when I first arrived in this swamp, I was very uncomfortable standing on the swamp and almost couldn't stand firmly. Because this is not like standing on the water with chakra, the difficulty of standing on the swamp is obviously more difficult than normal walking on the water. However, both of them are extremely talented. After standing here for a while, they gradually adapted to them and kept up with the ninjas in front of them. But these people are very interesting. They ran back and forth in the swamp. After watching for a long time, Feng Mei Yiming finally understood and said with a tap of his forehead. Stop following, these guys are patrolling around here. There should be a secret in it. Indeed it is. Namikaze Minato also understood at this time. It turns out that they have been following these people in circles. Let's go directly into the center of this swamp and take a look. After helping Uzumaki Kushina to reinforce the seal last time, Feng Mei Yiming took out Zanpakuto to cut off and absorb half of Nine Tails chakra. Feng Mei Yiming now contains a huge number of Nine Tails chakra, which is entangled with Feng Mei Yiming's internal force. When heading towards the center of the swamp, Feng Mei Yiming can clearly feel that the power in his body seems to be exuding some kind of fluctuation. When the tail beasts meet, they can resonate a little, and Feng Mei Yiming has the long-lost chakra in Feng Mei Yiming's body and can feel this resonance afterwards. Here. The area of this swamp is very large. Feng Mei Yiming is not lost after arriving here, and is constantly guiding Namikaze Minato to take him to the center. Soon the two went deeper and deeper, and the fluctuations in Feng Mei Yiming's body became more intense. Look, what is that? Advertisement hid in their breath. The Feng Mei Yiming two who were constantly galloping in the swamp, when they came to a small depression, Namikaze Minato suddenly stopped Feng Mei Yiming. Looking in the direction of his fingers, I saw piece after piece of red coral just now, almost filling up this area. And the red coral piled up into a mountain. The person sitting in the center is Yagura with a child's face. After seeing Feng Mei Yiming coming, Yagura was a little flustered. He remembered his fear of being dominated by Feng Mei Yiming before. The scared expression on his face flashed, but after thinking of his current strength, he suddenly felt that he shouldn't be afraid of Feng Mei Yiming anymore, and couldn't help but laugh. Before I thought that other villages might come, but I didn't expect you to come. I am very happy to see you. After Yagura experienced the last failure, he would often think of Feng Mei Yiming when he came back. The last time Feng Mei Yiming did it was really ruthless. He used the blood wheel to create an illusion technique for him, which almost knocked his spirit down. So now, after seeing Feng Mei Yiming, he is still a little afraid. After coming here, Feng Mei Yiming observed the situation and found that the integration of Three Tails and Yagura is quite good. It seems that as Namikaze Minato said, this guy is indeed the best carrier for Three Tails. Are you happy? Then I can only say that you were happy too early. Without talking nonsense with him, Feng Mei Yiming directly wanted to go and heal him, because if he were to continue to familiarize himself with power, it would be difficult for both Feng Mei Yiming to deal with it. Attacks in the Three Tails state will cause red coral to grow on a person's body. Seeing Feng Mei Yiming attacking, some Kirigakure ninjas surrounded them. This is their strategic weapon. If it is hurt, it will definitely reduce the strength of their village. I'll hold them. Namikaze Minato is very good, because he knows that he can't do Three Tails absolutely. Feng Mei Yiming's trouble is good. Feng Mei Yiming still recognizes Feng Mei Yiming's strength, and everyone in Konoha knows it well. At this time, the chakra code appeared on Yagura's body. This is the manifestation of chakra outside the body after reaching a certain scale. From this perspective, this person is actually quite fierce, but it is a pity that he met Feng Mei Yiming. Advertisement Yagura now feels that he is very powerful, and his attitude is extremely arrogant. People who can be so arrogant, generally speaking, have capital. Obviously Yagura is such a person. In terms of combat ability, the current Yagura has reached cage level, and with his unique stunt water style water mirror, he can transform himself into another identical self. This is equivalent to having two cage level people fighting Feng Mei Yiming. The pressure is hard to say. The surrounding guards said it was to protect Yagura's safety. In fact, another way of saying it was to monitor his every move, because after such a person was integrated with Three Tails, the combat power was no longer normal and some team members could control it. Sometimes ninjas are like this. When the strength reaches a certain level, using the method of piles to deal with them will not have much effect at all. Just like the powerful summoning beast summoned by Orochimaru on the battlefield before, it can beat 100 against 100. The current Yagura is definitely much better than Orochimaru. So when facing such a person, Feng Mei Yiming also dare not take it lightly. The breath of the 18 palms of Zhonglong burst out from Feng Mei Yiming's body, causing a burst of golden light to exude from Feng Mei Yiming's body. In the blink of an eye, Feng Mei Yiming, who was unfolding body flicker technique, was already standing in front of Yagura. With blood spurting out, Feng Mei Yiming's 8 inner gates has opened to the 7th gate. With the strong internal force and the power of Nine Tails Chuck, Feng Mei Yiming slapped Yagura with a palm and directly shot it out for 10. A few meters away. At this time, even the chakra shell on Yagura's body was directly shaken away. Seeing that the person flying out was Yagura, the ninjas fighting with Namikaze Minato suddenly stopped. What's wrong with this? Namikaze Minato looked at these rare and weird guys and shook his head. Can't accept it? It doesn't matter, Feng Mei Yiming's body is unacceptable. Chapter 133. After being knocked into the air, Yagura waved his palm strongly, and red coral grew out of the swamp behind him, dragging his body abruptly. Yes, you are really strong. After vomiting blood, Yagura didn't think he was at a disadvantage. The situation was more urgent just now, so his tail beast abilities have not yet been fully revealed. Today, my uncle will let you know what pain is. After Three Tails attacks, red coral will grow on people. As long as this thing grows from people, it will make people very painful. This is equivalent to a kind of ninjutsu that absorbs the vitality of the human body. Except for the forbidden technique of sealing the ghouls, most of the ninjutsu that draws vitality is the dead Dao friend, the immortal poor Dao, and the vitality of others is absorbed. And most of the ninjutsu involved in absorbing vitality are forbidden techniques. Three Tails attacks can absorb people's vitality with every move, which is equivalent to fighting against people with a banned book catalog on their back, which is why most people don't play with him. When others fight, they will get hurt, but fighting with Three Tails Jinchuriki will kill you. That's not worth it. So even Feng Mei Yiming is very careful. Yagura, who was slowing down, directly activated the water-style water mirror and transformed himself into another self. The other one also wrapped the chakra code of Three Tails on his body. All other ninjutsu was abandoned, and they rushed directly towards Feng Mei Yiming. In the battle of the tail beast, using the body is the most efficient. The battle between wild beasts is to use the body, and the tail beast is also a kind of wild beast from a certain angle. So their fighting methods are also very primitive and straightforward. Facing the mad Yagura, Feng Mei Yiming secretly covered one of his eyes, and then Rinnegan appeared. Universal pull. The swamp was almost overturned, and countless mud and rotting wood rushed to the sky, condensing a mud pill. The gravitational force of this area has also changed, and everyone's bodies can't control it and begin to float up. Advertisement: some fast-reacting ninjas quickly increased chakra's output on the soles of their feet and stabilized their body shape. Although Namikaze Minato is also here, Feng Mei Yiming knows that he must have never seen Rinnegan's ability, so the current Feng Mei Yiming can use it whenever he wants, just cover his eyes. Yagura, who was pulled by the force field, was also influenced by Feng Mei Yiming for a moment. The master's tricks, only need to seize this moment of opportunity is enough. Zanpakuto slipped out of the cuff and Feng Mei Yiming swung it out, as if the space had been expanded, and the surrounding air was cut into a vacuum. The powerful force stopped the wind in an instant, but at this time Three Tails chakra did not stop, rising like a hot air current, surrounding the entire swamp, and resisting Feng Mei Yiming's attack. The chakra of the tail beast is so huge. Seeing this amount of chakra, Feng Mei Yiming roughly estimated that the chakra of 100 ninjas may not add up to it, and this guy hasn't used his full strength yet. After Feng Mei Yiming unfolded the gravitational field, the marsh constructed by red coral said was also revealed by Yagura, and the whole swamp was shining with a strange red light. Yagura-sama is going to show off. Konoha's ninja, prepare to accept the fate of death. Three Tails has been completely controlled by Yagura-sama. Will the water country finally rise? Seeing such a scene, all the Kirigakure ninjas clenched their fists, their bodies shook, and their eyes were tearful. They firmly believe that as long as there is a tail beast, the kingdom of water and their Kirigakure will no longer be bullied and can cross the ninja world again. In this swamp made of red coral, Yagura felt extremely comfortable, and his figure had already been in contact with Fengmei Yiming. The two of you came and I fought for countless rounds. Fengmei Yiming's wood style can prevent himself from being affected by the power of Three Tails. But even if Fengmei Yiming drove the 8 inner gates like this, he felt a little pressure, because it was not one person who was fighting with him, but two people. Are you afraid? Ha ha ha. Confess to me, Yagura-sama, in the abyss of fear? Obviously, Yagura has a grudge about Fengmei Yiming's illusion. But even if his ability is already very strong, he still dare not look into Fengmei Yiming's eyes until now. Advertisement: the ability of the Bloodwheel eyes is still terrifying. It's a pity that he didn't think of Fengmei Yiming's terrifying ability, not just Sharingan, but also another eye. The name of this eye is Rinnegan. The mud pill floating in the sky is not threatening. It looks like a force field has been launched. Only Fengmei Yiming knows that the planetary devastation condensed by universal pull is the ultimate move. Fengmei Yiming is now waiting for the completion of planetary devastation. By then, this guy will probably be crushed by Fengmei Yiming. As for why Yagura feels Fengmei Yiming has the upper hand, it is mainly because Fengmei Yiming has given some attention to the gravity control of universal pull. In fact, he didn't know that Fengmei Yiming is still relatively relaxed now. However, Fengmei Yiming in the battle did not tell him his state, and what he told him would only make him even more angry. Seeing that the pressure was a little bit heavy, Fengmei Yiming turned on Bankai. Zanpakuto's power increase jumped 10 times, and he swung a knife to resist his attack like a walk in the garden. Dead. Die to my uncle. Yagura was a bit stunned, seeing that Fengmei Yiming has not been injured, and even opened his second form. This is to forcibly compress the incarnation of the tail beast into the human body, and the power that can be displayed will be more powerful. At the same time, Yagura's body has also changed, and a few barbs have even grown on the back. These barbs are made of red coral and look extremely hard. Seeing this guy working so hard, Fengmei Yiming also had a headache. You have to know that doing so is quite risky. If you don't control well, it will become the third form. If it reaches the third form, the tail beast will escape from the human body. The third form is the final form, which is equivalent to completely releasing Three Tails. Seeing this guy's unstable mood, Fengmei Yiming couldn't help sighing. Are you a second-year illness? Everyone will have a period of adolescence when they're children, which will be very extreme at this time. Yagura is not too young. No wonder he likes to be so aggressive when he fights with Fengmei Yiming. Looking at him like this, Fengmei Yiming has no doubt that he will release Three Tails after he can't beat himself for a while. Fengmei Yiming is about to laugh out loud. The Three Tails, which was originally used for war, can't control it on the territory of Water Country, and it will be them themselves who will be injured. Chapter 134: Suppression to the Underground. Fengmei Yiming thinks that he is not a virgin, but the situation of the tail beast is not what he wants to see. After thinking about it, he decided to step up and make a quick decision. Wood style rose from the ground, and several wooden dragons rushed towards Yagura like thunder, trying to control it. But after the wooden dragon was entangled with Yagura, he was twisted like a hedgehog and broke free. The wooden dragon also broke apart. It seems that after using Three Tails, you are still a bit level. Fengmei Yiming speaks more directly, or in other words, more hurtful. People at Yagura's age generally can't stand it. After Fengmei Yiming retreated, he hurriedly chased him up, ready to give Fengmei Yiming another ruthless note. Countless water-style waterspouts rose from the ground, and countless water columns appeared in the entire swamp, as thick as pillars supporting the sky. Yagura now releases ninjutsu, and the connection seal is no longer needed. With a wave of her small hand, countless thick water jets gathered directly in the direction of Fengmei Yiming. Seeing this situation, everyone in Kirigakure shouted that miracles had come. Only Jinchuriki can exert such power. In the huge water column, there are countless Uzumaki. The moment people come into contact with these Uzumaki, they will be torn apart by different forces and become a mass of flesh. According to past experience, after being hit by such ninjutsu, mortal humans cannot resist it at all, let alone Fengmei Yiming, the center of so many waterspouts. Fengmei Yiming didn't want to evade, because he couldn't bear this kind of attack, so Fengmei Yiming thought of a way. If the problem can't be solved, then solve the person who caused the problem. The sky suddenly darkened. It was the huge mud pill that had been suspended in the sky before. At this time, planetary devastation has been condensed, and both quality and density have reached Fengmei Yiming's requirements. The planetary devastation in the high sky is like a meteorite piercing the sky, setting off a burst of fire arcs in the atmosphere, and landing on the ground with a mighty force. Boom! A huge impact shook away, followed by a huge sound. The ears of everyone present were momentarily deaf. The swamp was overturned, and a huge amount of water vapor evaporated from it. Advertisement as the target of this planetary devastation landing, Yagura was also hit underground. Well, it worked well. As the smoke cleared, Fengmei Yiming floated in the air and commented on his ninjutsu. Then Fengmei Yiming saw Yagura in the ground like a bereaved dog. The second form that he was proud of had been completely crushed by Fengmei Yiming, and the red coral bulging on his back was now broken into powder. You. Die for me. Up to now, Yagura is still very unwilling to accept his failure. In a hurry, He actually wants to open the third form and release the tail beast. Save it. Fengmei Yiming hit his head with a kick and knocked it out, then Zanpakuto swiped vigorously, cutting out 80% of the power of his three tails and absorbed it into his body. Fengmei Yiming's internal strength has a characteristic, that is, to embrace everything. As the saying goes, talents with no characteristics are the most characteristic. Just like Fengmei Yiming's internal strength, it has no fixed attributes and no characteristics of its own, but it can transform all kinds of ninjutsu, and can accept 9 tails plus the power of 3 tails. Originally Fengmei Yiming thought that keeping this guy would be a scourge. It would be better to let him kill him, but if he kills him, it will affect the balance between the major countries. After all, the ninja war has just ended. So in the end, Fengmei Yiming also saved his life, pinching his neck, and walking out of this bottomless pit like a chicken. The people in Kirigakure outside the pit did not see the situation inside because Namikaze Minato was blocking them before. Now when Fengmei Yiming walked out, they saw that the invincible boss was directly pinched out by the neck, almost frightened. After seeing this scene, everyone grew their mouths in surprise. Is this still a human? Before Fengmei Yiming was able to play against Yagura in the first form, they were already very surprised, but now they see that Fengmei Yiming has directly shattered their Kirigakure light and hope for the future. It's over, everything is over. Originally thought that the tail beast could be a war machine, who knew that Konoha would be able to solve it by just sending out a person. Advertisement, actually, don't be surprised. He is Fengmei Yiming. It must be easy to control 3 tails. Namikaze Minato, who stopped at this time, mentioned the name Fengmei Yiming to the Kirigakure ninjas who couldn't close their jaws. What? The one who forced Cloud Shinobi Village to write an apology. After the fight with Hokage, everyone was seriously injured. He can still run over and fight 3 tails Jinchuriki again. This strength is too terrifying. They may not know that Fengmei Yiming also had a fight with Kushina before he fought with 3 tails. Let's go. Fengmei Yiming, who was dressed in a fairy style, walked over and threw Yagura to the ground lightly, and then left with Namikaze Minato. The surrounding Kirigakure ninjas were silent collectively, and no one dared to step forward to stop them. Just kidding, this is the cruel man who just pressed their strategic weapon 3 tails Jinchuriki to the ground and rubbed it. Isn't it tickles to be beaten up now? Shall we go back to the village now? The time spent by the two of them on their way here, plus the time spent fighting Yagura, was less than 1 day. I guess Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't believe it when I went back, but that's the truth. I guess, after going back, this 3rd generation, the eyes will be stunned. However, unexpectedly, Fengmei Yiming did not go back to the village directly, and chose another path to take him down. No, I just got 3 tails out of his body and took a look at it, it's very weak. Inexplicably, Fengmei Yiming said something like this to Namikaze Minato. Huh? What does that mean? Fengmei Yiming's speed is a bit fast, even the very smart Namikaze Minato did not guess what Fengmei Yiming was going to do. Let's go to the beach first, I want to see how 3 tails was discovered. Because Kirigakure's behavior this time is very strange. Yagura found and integrated 3 tails after being beaten by Cloud Shinobi Village. Isn't it true that when people are thirsty, people give water to drink, and when they are sleepy, people give pillows? Fengmei Yiming frowned and thought of the man hidden in the dark shadow. Chapter 135 The clone things in the world will not be so fulfilling, and there will be incentives behind everything going smoothly. Where did their 3 tails come from? Why is the time so coincidental? Actually, it's not to blame Fengmei Yiming for thinking too much, because Fengmei Yiming is really a little worried that the insidious and cunning man made the shot. After all, that man has a bigger conspiracy plan. According to what the previous Kirigakure ninjas said, the place they found 3 tails was on a seashore with a lot of red corals and a cave. The ninjas of Kirigakure said that this place looks very weird. Recently, the surrounding villagers often reacted, and strange noises would come from the cave. If it appeared recently, it means that the things here are man-made, because if there was a tailed beast before, it would be an abnormal thing not to be noticed. The two of them moved very fast, and in a short while they reached the cave they were talking about. The wall at the entrance of the cave showed a spiral pattern extending to that point. The entire cave did not look too big, only 800 square meters. This trace is so familiar. Namikaze Minato on the side touched his chin and said after seeing such a trace. Fengmei Yiming also felt that the trace was very familiar, but he couldn't remember where it came from. The two could only walk into the cave for in-depth inspection. After entering here, I found that it was empty and there were no traces. Instead, a crow stayed in it, seeming to have built a nest. Namikaze Minato stepped up, trying to peel the crow's lair with his hands to see if there was anything, but just after approaching, the figure of a long-haired man in a red armor turned out. Uchiha Madara, sure enough, it's you. After seeing him appear, Fengmei Yiming hurriedly used the body flicker technique to pull back Namikaze Minato who had not yet reacted. He and Fengmei Yiming cooperated very well. Before leaving, he secretly dropped a piece of talisman paper, which was the medium for the flying thunder god technique. The location is relatively hidden. Uchiha Madara did not find it. Advertisement After Uchiha Madara appeared, she was extremely surprised to see Fengmei Yiming. Unexpectedly, you turned out to be here, oh, and Konoha's yellow glitter. Since you were here, you brought 3 tails? Fengmei Yiming asked straightforwardly. Now he understands that this guy is not the body of Uchiha Madara. It is estimated that he stayed here to investigate 3 tails and left a clone here. Thinking of this, Fengmei Yiming's tension has also eased. Now it is only necessary to extend the time of the conversation as much as possible, and to get more words out of his mouth. But unexpectedly, Uchiha Madara didn't need Feng Yiming's rhetoric at all, and directly expressed his thoughts. I spent a lot of effort to get 3 tails. I didn't expect to be controlled so quickly by you, but you don't have to be proud, it's just an appetizer. What are you going to do? Namikaze Minato came this time to investigate the news. Now after seeing Uchiha Madara, his attitude is a bit eager. What am I going to do? You don't deserve to know now, the guy next to you is probably only qualified to know the truth. The voice of speaking became more and more subtle, and at this time, Namikaze Minato's eyes and Uchiha Madara's eyes met. Feng Yiming suddenly reacted to the reason why Uchiha Madara's clone disappeared. Don't look into his eyes, distinguished heavenly gods. The strongest illusion of the Uchiha clan, this is the 4th Ninja War, which can reverse the ceiling level illusion controlled by Impure World Reincarnation, and is now used by Uchiha Madara. Namikaze Minato's eyes dimmed instantly. Feng Yiming finally remembered at this time, how those spiral patterns that extend inward appeared when they first entered the entrance of the cave. That is one of the abilities of the Blood Wheel Eye, Kamui. How many abilities of Blood Wheel Eyes has this guy realized? You should know that distinguished heavenly gods only appeared in Shisui, but it doesn't seem to be the case now. It has already been here in Uchiha Madara. Advertisement. This is a little gift from me. What are you going to do, Konoha's hero? The ethereal voice gradually disappeared. Uchiha Madara's figure disappeared into the wind, and his clone had already left. Seeing Namikaze Minato, who was stunned in place, Feng Yiming hurried up and patted Namikaze Minato's shoulder. His body was limp on the ground like mud. The Uchiha clan's Blood Wheel Eye illusion, if not prevented in advance, would cause huge damage to the enemy. This time it was also Feng Yiming and Namikaze Minato who did not pay attention and was directly hit. Thinking of this, Feng Yiming began to blame himself. If he hadn't relaxed his vigilance because he felt that the other party was a clone, such a thing would never happen. Namikaze Minato was motionless, his face was full of horror. Feng Yiming's teeth clenched, and anger had already taken over his heart. Uchiha Madara really left him an unforgettable gift this time. Uchiha Madara, he must avenge this grudge. Minato, who had completely lost his combat effectiveness, couldn't even stand up at this time, looking extremely miserable. Seeing this situation, Feng Yiming could only put him on his back first and was ready to find a safe place to treat him. The illusion left by Uchiha Madara is amazingly powerful. Minato has experienced countless battles. People with a tough will can't resist or even break free from it. Feng Yiming is not good at mental healing, and now he has to take Minato with him. Go back to the village and ask the medical team in the village to treat him. But Feng Yiming can clearly feel that Namikaze Minato's vitality is dissipating little by little. Although the dissipating speed is slow, it is very stable. After releasing a summoning technique, Feng Yiming found a ninja dog to send the news back to the village, and then found a few cloth strips to tie Namikaze Minato to his back, and used the body flicker technique to move towards the village overnight. Rush to the direction. Minato, you must be fine. Walking on the road, Feng Yiming kept muttering in her heart. This time everything is because of him. Minato is just a participant and should not bear this pain. Thinking of the pain of illusion in the Uchiha clan, Feng Yiming hastened his pace. Now his pace has slowed down because of Namikaze Minato on his back. I don't know how long it will take to return to the village. I must catch up. Chapter 136 Departure in Dreamland. Konoha Village, Hokage Office. A ninja dog squatted by the table, and Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the letter lying in front of him, his expression crumpled. He couldn't think of it, but this time he went to investigate and directly lost his own admiral. It happened on the eve of the Five Shadows talks, and now Feng Yiming has to escort Minato back to the village, and the trip to participate in the Five Shadows talks will definitely be delayed. Time is running out. After hiding his face and thinking for a long time, he wrote a letter and handed it to the ninja dog squatting next to him. Please run again. After the shinobi took the letter, he nodded obediently and then jumped out from the window and ran into the distance. Orochimaru, you go call the master and get ready to go. Don't wait for Feng Yiming. He has something wrong. I told him to rush over later. Orochimaru outside the door nodded and said yes, and then left here and started calling the family representatives in the village to prepare to go to the Iron Country. The team assembled quickly. The Ino Shikacho family, Aburame and representatives of the Hyuga, Uzumaki, and Uchiha clans formed a team of dozens of people. After receiving the news, they quickly assembled in the task hall. When will Yiming arrive? Uchiha Makoto arrived here early and saw that there was only one Orochimaru present, and he immediately cared about Feng Yiming's movements. He's going to be a few days late, let's set off first. Orochimaru's expression was serious, and Makoto also understood that he shouldn't ask too much about this, so he could only continue to stand where he was and waited after O. In a short while, the representatives of the major families were in place, and the people from Embu also brought Kushina into the team. When will Yiming arrive? Like Makoto, Kushina hurriedly asked about Feng Yiming after being sent by Embu's people. She had received news before that her sweetheart would go to the Five Shadows meeting with them, so after arriving, she and Makoto began to search for Feng Yiming's figure. After hearing her words, Orochimaru couldn't help being full of black lines. Do these girls care about nothing but the people they adore? Forced to endure the unhappiness in his heart, Orochimaru responded to Kushina. Advertisement, he will follow up later, not with us when he goes. Oh, seeing that her sweetheart had not come, Kushina also returned to the team with a disappointed look, and did not continue to talk to Orochimaru. This makes Orochimaru's heart even more unbalanced. He is also a healthy young man. Okay, it's not a locator to report Feng Mei Yiming's position to you. After a cold snort, Orochimaru stood aside and stopped speaking. Are everyone here? At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen also arrived. It's all here, but after I counted the number of people here, I reported to my master. Since everyone is here, let's go. Some people began to leave the village violently and head for the Iron Country. On the other side, Feng Mei Yiming's situation is a bit complicated. He found that Namikaze Minato seemed to be unable to hold it, and his body was constantly routing, and the whole person's mental state had not been very good. This is because after he received the illusion technique, his whole person's spirit was directly defeated, and now he did not have the will to survive. It is estimated that it was too painful to fall into the world of illusion, although Feng Mei Yiming felt the same, because there were some people in Feng Mei Yiming who also fell into this world when Feng Mei Yiming was studying these illusions. However, Feng Mei Yiming can quickly escape from this world because of his eyes. In contrast, Namikaze Minato couldn't do this, because his body couldn't bear it even if he was transplanted. Now all he can do is to accompany Namikaze Minato back to the village as soon as possible. By the way, Feng Mei Yiming also started to look at the things in the system store on the road, hoping to find something that would help Namikaze Minato. I was too impatient to eat hot tofu. After searching for a long time, I didn't find any useful props. After driving for nearly 2 days, Feng Mei Yiming finally returned to the village. At this time, Namikaze Minato on his body was already pale and was dying. Are the people in the medical class here? After entering the village, he rushed directly to the hospital, knocked on the door of the medical class, and saw the half-dead Namikaze Minato on Feng Mei Yiming's body. The medical class were shocked. Advertisement, what happened? Tsunade stepped forward and began to check the situation of Namikaze Minato, and asked him about the situation by the way. We met Uchiha Madara's clone. Minato was illusioned. After hearing Uchiha Madara's name, Tsunade's expression also became serious. As long as the guy made the shot, he was basically injured. No, this illusion-like method can't crack it. If you can, I hope you can enter his spiritual world. After some investigations, Tsunade waved his hand and said that he could not solve the matter. It seemed that this time it was really troublesome. How do I enter his spiritual world? After hearing the solution she gave, Feng Mei Yiming was a little curious, so he asked her. Just apply such an illusion on your body, and then connect the illusion world of the two of you through ninjutsu. After entering this world, you can treat it as a dream. If you want, you can even invincible in this dream world. Tsunade explained this method in detail on the side. Then what is the difficulty? Hearing what Tsunade said that he could be invincible in a dream so easily, Feng Mei Yiming didn't understand why this woman still frowned. It's correct to say that, but after entering the dream state, you may not necessarily realize that you are dreaming, nor do you realize your power, because everything in the illusion is constructed very real. It turns out that the difficulty lies here. Generally speaking, when dreaming, most people don't realize that they are dreaming. This is the mystery of the authorities and the clear by the bystanders. What happens if I fail? You will die with him in the illusion. Tsunade responded unbearably. Okay, I see, send me in. This time everything is due to Feng Mei Yiming, so he must take this responsibility. Well, be careful. Tsunade began to seal, and after the complicated gesture was over, the index fingers of both hands clicked on their heads. After closing his eyes, the Guyu in Feng Mei Yiming's eyes began to spin without anyone noticed. Chapter 137 Out of the World of Illusion. Before entering the world constructed by illusion, Feng Mei Yiming first performed illusion on himself. Illusion, to put it bluntly, is hypnosis. Since Tsunade said just now, there is actually only one difficulty in performing the treatment this time, and that is to wake oneself up and understand that everything in the illusion is an illusion. As long as you understand that everything here is false, you can do whatever you want in this world. This is the concept of lucid dreams. In order to make himself aware of his situation from his dream, Feng Mei Yiming first imposes a strong suggestion on himself. The eyelids became heavier and heavier, his breathing gradually eased, and then he fell asleep. Tsunade looked at the two people in front of her. Her palms were already sweaty. She was worried that this treatment would directly damage their two members, Admiral, Konoha. Feng Mei Yiming, who opened his eyes in a trance, looked up and saw a white sky and a wilderness composed of countless broken stones and trees. He no longer remembers how he came, or even who he was. In this strange world, constantly walking, every time Feng Mei Yiming walks hundreds of meters away, the scene around him will suddenly change, including mountains, valleys, and even the ocean. There is no goal and no concept of time, so he just keeps going. Is there no such thing in this world? I don't know how long it took. Feng Mei Yiming finally had a doubt in his heart. At this moment, the scene around Feng Mei Yiming suddenly changed, and then he was in a hellish furnace. In the middle of the furnace, a few iron chains hung a person in the air. Ruthlessly the flames continued to scorch his body. This state has been going on for an unknown amount of time, and I can feel endless pain just by looking at it. Who are you? The confused Feng Mei Yiming looked at the person in the distance and didn't know who he was. He didn't make any response to Feng Mei Yiming's call and seemed to be numb. At this time, Feng Mei Yiming was like an outsider, unable to feel the heat at all. The climate in this furnace will change, and in a short while, it will turn into white snow, and a thick layer of ice has formed in the entire furnace. Feng Mei Yiming finally saw his appearance from the reflective ice at this time, and the three-ringed Guyu in his eyes became clear. Advertisement with a tremor all over, Feng Mei Yiming thought of everything. This is an illusion. There is no internal force flowing in the body, nor can I feel the real temperature. The scene of the whole world changes back and forth. If you fall into this flawed world, you will definitely suffer. And now Minato has no idea how many days and nights have been spent here. Thinking of this, his hatred for Uchiha Madara deepened again. In the dream world, although Fengmi Yiming has no abilities in the real world, he now has the most powerful weapon, that is, imagination. Raising his hand gently with a wave, the entire furnace turned into fly ash, the chains that bound Namikaze Minato broke every inch, and a gentle air current dragged his body. Fengmi Yiming walked in front of him, the blood wheel eyes seemed to contain the sun, moon and stars and Minato staring at each other. 1. Ming? In a trance, Minato recognized Fengmi Yiming, a green light flashed, and the scorched parts of his body gradually recovered. This is where Minato has completely lost his impression of what happened in the past few days. In the blink of an outside world, I don't know how many years have passed in the illusion. This is a kind of endless horror. Fengmi Yiming has sealed all these memories, otherwise he doesn't know how many years of painful emotions will emerge here, and Minato's newly recovered spirit will instantly collapse. This is an illusion. I'm here to pick you up. Take a break and wait for me to break through this space. Standing in this space, Fengmi Yiming didn't activate the blood wheel eyes, but expanded the more advanced Rinnegan, hoping to disassemble this illusion and learn it. The ninjutsu that Mangekyo's blood wheel can release is called Tsukuyomi, and distinguished heavenly gods is obviously a higher level of power than Tsukuyomi. If you can learn it, you can make some preparations in advance when you encounter Uchiha Madara. Thinking of this, Fengmi Yiming's Rinnegan began to search quickly, preparing to analyze the basic composition of the entire world. Advertisement. A strange light rose up in Fengmi Yiming's eyes. When Fengmi Yiming realized that he was in an illusion, he was already equivalent to the god of this world, so no matter how he experimented, he could do whatever he wanted. Various mountains and rivers bred out of this broken illusion, the whole sky is light and dark, and the sun rises for a while and the sun sets again. It is Fengmi Yiming who adjusted the rate of time. After a while, he has simulated all the time and objects in the illusion through Rinnegan. After that, he only needs to use the blood wheel eye to open this skill, which is enough to display distinguished heavenly gods. Have you rested? Going out? After Minato on the side heard it, he nodded, and then Fengmi Yiming waved his hand vigorously. There was a strange light in his eyes, and a big hole was torn in the entire space, revealing a dark crack, and the two walked straight out. In the medical room, Fengmi Yiming slowly woke up from a state of drowsiness, looked at the surroundings, and felt like a survivor, because he had lost countless times before in this dream world. Aimlessly inside, don't know how long it has been. At this time, Minato gradually woke up. This is where? This is the hospital where the medical team is located. You are injured. I sent you here. Fengmi Yiming has not told Minato about his experience until now. If he can, I hope that Minato will never remember it for the rest of his life. After all, he has spent countless days in the field of lava and ice. Just thinking about it makes people feel nervous. Sitting up from the bed, Minato tried to stand up on the bed, but found that his whole body seemed to be drained. You can rest here for a while, and I will give you some treatment after you come back. Fengmi Yiming's treatment skills are still quite powerful. As long as it is not for mental problems, Fengmi Yiming can treat his body well, but now it is clear that he has other things to do. Turning his head, he asked Tsunade, how long has it been since the team of the Five Shadows conference has left? It's been 2 days since you left. You may be able to catch up before the meeting. Okay, then I'll go first, and Minato will be taken care of by you first. Fengmi Yiming sat up from the bed and moved around his waist, which was sore from lying here for a long time. After bidding farewell to them, he began to head to the country of Iron. Chapter 138. The Konoha team arrives. The location of the Iron Country is very unique. It is a small country at the junction of several major countries. The countries around it are the country of Fire, the country of Yu, the country of Uzumaki, the country of Tien, and the country of Thunder. Geographically speaking, this is an extremely important transportation hub, and it should be a must for all countries. However, this transportation hub has not been taken by any country. Instead, a group of extremely powerful forces have been born. Their name is Samurai, and they are a ruthless character who does not use ninjutsu, but relies on Taito to fight against others. After a 2-day trek, Sarutobi Hiruzen's team quickly arrived here. When they arrived, the Iron Kingdom sent some receptionists to entertain them and arrange some accommodation for them. Are the representatives of the major countries all here? Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't want these elites in the village to waste time here with him, so he asked the receptionist straightforwardly. We are almost there. We are now preparing the meeting room and security personnel. It is estimated that we will have to wait a little bit. Okay, you can notify us directly when you are ready. After bidding farewell to him, a group of young people under Sarutobi Hiruzen were a little impatient and wanted to go outside to play. The port of the Iron Kingdom is well developed, so all kinds of novel objects can always be shipped from overseas, so the economy of this area will also be driven, and many people will visit here when they travel. A group of young people who have long heard about the reputation of this country are all eager to try after arriving here. Teacher, I think they seem to be agitated. Do you want them to go out and let them go? When Orochimaru spoke, he seemed to treat them as prisoners. After hearing his inappropriate words, Sarutobi also smiled and said, now there is nothing. They are all free. Let them go for a walk, but you must come back before dinner. By the way, you also watch Kushina and don't let her make any trouble. Advertisement. Now that Nine Tails is on Kushina, if there is any problem, then the entire Iron Nation will have to suffer a huge blow. Because there is a port here, and the country on the other side of the sea is the country of Vortex, which is Kushina's hometown, so after arriving here, Kushina looked at the side of the ocean and felt very happy. I am very familiar with this place. I will take you for a walk in a while. I just want to buy a few souvenirs for Fengmei Yiming. A small pendant of a vomiting frog that I loved so much before seems to be new again. We'll give you Amway. I don't know why, Kushina always likes some very ugly pendants. This may be the paranoia of beautiful women. After everyone heard that Kushina volunteered to be their guide, they all followed her out. These young people were looking forward to this trip. Usually, as ninjas, their tasks are very heavy, because the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, but now it is different. You can continue to relax next to each other between tasks. This is definitely a rare good thing in a century. After seeing them go out, Orochimaru bowed to Sarutobi Hiruzen and retired. His task was to protect Kushina's safety. After they all left, the whole room was quiet, and the previous noise ceased. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was sitting in a chair, rubbed his temples, and said with some headaches into the darkness. Come out, they are all gone. In the shadow of the room, Jiraiya's figure walked out slowly. Does any of the little kids you adopted before really owns Rinnegan? What Sarutobi Hiruzen said was naturally the three of Nagato whom Fengmei Yiming met before. At that time, Fengmei Yiming asked the three of Nagato to go directly to Konoha in order to be able to hold the Nagato master in his hands. Jiraiya's experience is rich, and I saw it at first glance. It means Fengmei Yiming. Yes, I have confirmed that he has Rinnegan, but it is not easy to show it. In order to investigate their origins, I went to Rain Shinobi village and found Uchiha Madara's trail. Later, I tracked it down to Kirigakure and the clue was broken. NS. All his experiences were reported to Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Jiraiya awaited the master's decision. Oh, it is probably Fengmei Yiming who cut off the clues, but it doesn't matter, you should go back and take care of those children first. Advertisement, okay. But everyone has their own things in the Five Shadows talk this time. It's better for you to be careful. I heard that they secretly prepared some assassin. Don't worry, most people in the Iron Country dare not do anything. As long as they do it, it will destroy the balance between the big powers. As an old fritters, Sarutobi Hiruzen likes to weigh all the interests of all parties on the balance when dealing with problems. Now the balance between these big countries is in a balanced position. As long as any party dares to break this balance, other countries will inevitably be harmed, and fighting will definitely be inevitable at that time. Moreover, as long as they dare to do so, the blow will be heavy afterwards. It is still a joint attack on them by several countries. So the best situation now is to stand still and wait for the final negotiation. After the negotiation is completed, the decision will be made. The following rules will be followed by Vice Admiral in the next few decades. Then I will stay here for a few more days. I am worried that there will be problems later. The more in-depth understanding of Uchiha Madara, the more frightened Jiraiya. He thought the same as Fengmei Yiming, and also thought that this man could not be so willing to give up. The Ninja World War had already been provoked, and the Five Shadows Conference was nothing in front of him. He could do it anytime he wanted to do it. It's okay, but if you hide it first, then you will come out when there is not enough manpower. After receiving the order, Jiraiya nodded and continued to hide his figure in the darkness. On the other side, Fengmei Yiming kept on rushing through the dense forest of Konoha. The meaning of Madara was already obvious before, but it would not let them survive smoothly. Therefore, Fengmei Yiming speculates that if he wants to have an impact on the peace talks, he must cause them some trouble during the peace talks. This may be his only opportunity in the recent period. As for how to operate Fengmei Yiming, I don't know. The only thing I can know is that Madara has already started to do it, and it will be within a few days at the earliest. Thinking of this, Fengmei Yiming also hesitated. Now that he wants to solve this problem, he can only get to this place early and get to know the situation as soon as possible. Chapter 139. After Kushina came to the country of Iron, her desire to shop was soaring. When she was shopping with a sweet voice, she cut the price to record lows time and time again. After a while, the bag behind her was full of loot. In comparison, other young people are much more settled. Especially Uchiha Makoto, because he is relatively quiet and doesn't like to go out shopping, so in front of various stalls selling novel and gadgets, Xiao Ben opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything beautiful. Boss, this thing. Can it be cheaper? Miss, we have the lowest price. Go inland to see which one is not a starting price of 5,000 yuan. I will give you a cheaper price. I will buy you 4,900 yuan. It can't be lower. This is our vomiting blood and jumping off the building. Price. Well, thank you. Taking out a purse that is not too thick, Makoto is about to buy a cup with the Country of Fire logo engraved on it. Calculating the time, Fengmei Yiming estimates that it will arrive tomorrow, and then it can be given to him as a small gift, and Fengmei Yiming can use it when he drinks a drink. When the store saw such a coaxing little girl, she was also happy, took out the packing bag, and was about to pass the exquisitely crafted cup to Makoto. The store manager was happy, but he didn't expect a cup to make a net profit of 4,500 yuan. But at this moment, a slender hand suddenly stopped in front of Makoto and the vendor. Wait a minute, what kind of cup are you asking for 4,900 yuan? This is a high-end cup jointly created by the Country of Iron and the country next to it. I have lost several hundred yuan at this price. This beauty, if you don't know how to do it, please give this item to someone with a vision. Don't hinder me from doing business. I really thought I didn't know. The cost of this kind of cup is only a few hundred yen. I will give you a price of 500 yuan. If it is not sold, I will take her to another stall to buy it. Kushina pressed harder step by step, directly hitting the price from 4,009 to 500. Kushina, this price is too low. Makoto on the side was a little bit unbearable after seeing this, and whispered. Kushina, who was born in Uzumaki Kingdom, understood the routines of small vendors in these ports. Makoto, don't worry, even if you can't buy it here, I can take you to other places for a while, and it's not just their family. Advertisement, oh, I'm afraid of you guys. Is 600 yuan okay? How much will I earn? When the small vendor saw the bargaining queen like Kushina, he also accepted it, shook his head and finally lowered the price. Okay, then change the packaging for us, this one is too ugly. After some debate, Kushina took Makoto and won the product for 600 yuan. Following behind Kushina, Makoto's face was a little red. This was the first time she saw Kushina like this. The two had always been rivals before, and Makoto had always regarded it as a competitor and experienced this bargaining. Since then, the relationship between the two has also been invisible. Thank you, Kushina. No thanks, this cup is to be given to Feng Mei Yiming. I think it is made quite well, so I took it for you, but don't get me wrong, I won't give you Feng Mei Yiming. Well, I won't surrender him to you. The relationship between the two now constitutes a wonderful relationship. Although they are rivals, they can also get along with each other in friendship. While chatting, there was also a group of men and women standing next to another booth. The forehead protector above these people's heads was the logo of Cloud Shinobi Village, which seemed to be the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village. That's Konoha's ninja. I can't even buy things, it's really shameful. They heard the Kushina and Kushina's bargaining behavior just now, and a group of people didn't know who it was and said something weird, causing the Konoha shinobi who was traveling with Kushina to turn his face directly. We are not like some upstarts, relying on our own resources, Tenten's unscrupulous squandering. In a few years, your Thunder Country's mineral resources are exhausted, then you will be waiting to gnaw the bark. You have to take care of what we buy. The people at Cloud Shinobi Village are really righteous fighters, they are so generous. Thunder Country is rich in mineral resources. They are located in the north, and they sit on large tracts of land. The vigorous mining of minerals in recent years has also allowed their ninjas to live a good life. But this kind of resource is always limited, so Konoha people are not envious, but point out their pain points without mercy. We don't need you to worry about anything, but Konoha, you are afraid of being beaten in this battle, and come to participate in the peace talks with a shy face, haha. Kushina laughed loudly after listening. I don't know whose Hokage is, but he was beaten and agreed to write a letter of apology. Advertisement hearing that everyone in Cloud Shinobi Village glared at him, their Hokage was severely injured by Feng Mei Yiming, and it was already their reverse scale. As long as this incident was mentioned, everyone would feel extremely upset. At this time, the man standing in the middle of the crowd in Cloud Shinobi Village spoke. Enough, let's go. The speaker was the strongest Yu Ha of their generation. After hearing his words, everyone in Cloud Shinobi Village was still a little dissatisfied. They are disrespectful to Lord Hokage. Needless to say, failure is failure, Killer B, take them out of here. As one of the few clear-headed people on the scene, Yi asked her brother to leave here with everyone from Cloud Shinobi Village. I hope you will be so relaxed next time you meet. Having left this sentence, Yi also left here. What a damn, I don't know what to pull. Kushina muttered a few words angrily and then left here with someone. At this time, in the corner of the downtown area, a group of Rain Shinobi Village ninjas quietly watched their conflict. The leader was Terumi Mei, who was defeated by Feng Mei Yiming last time. Konoha's people are so arrogant, if only Yagura were here. A ninja from the water country said bitterly. Terumi Mei shook her head after hearing this, don't think too much about it. At this meeting, everyone must restrain and listen more to the words of third generation. Although he said that, Terumi Mei also shook his head when thinking of Mizukage who lost 3 tails. Fortunately, 3 tails came back by mistake and perfectly integrated into Yagura, otherwise they would not even have the right to speak this time. As the night darkened, a group of ninjas returned to their residences after visiting the downtown area of the Iron Kingdom. Where everyone was not paying attention, a cold gaze fixed Kushina, watching them go away. Chapter 140 Chapter 5 Shadows Talks begin. After a long journey for most of the day, Feng Mei Yiming suddenly felt a little like a messenger from ancient Rome. He didn't do anything every day and left the journey. Fortunately, the country of iron is bordered by the country of fire. It took a long time for Feng Mei Yiming to use the body flicker technique to finally reach the place. However, after finding the country of iron, Feng Mei Yiming found something strange. Things. The sky here is unusually bright. It stands to reason that the weather is good this season, but such a big sun is always a bit annoying. This is not Feng Mei Yiming's carelessness, mainly because when Feng Mei Yiming entered the world of illusion, he paid special attention to the composition of the world and some operating principles at that time, so now when he sees unusual weather, he will inevitably pay attention. A sunny day is okay. Anyway, a sunny day is better than a rainy day. Just grabbing a passerby, Feng Mei Yiming was going to ask about the situation to see where the 5 Shadows talks were held. Hello, where is the 5 Shadows conference held? It's already started, it seems to be in that direction, you can go and take a look. The 5 Shadows talks are something that the entire ninja world has been paying attention to during this period of time. Whether it is advanced ninjas or common people, they all know that this talk is likely to determine the development pattern of the world in the next few decades. So Feng Mei Yiming can find someone who knows it very clearly. Okay, thank you. After thanking passers-by, Feng Mei Yiming walked in the direction he pointed. At the same time, at the scene of the 5 Shadows talks, a group of people remained silent after arriving here, and the atmosphere was very tense. The leader of the Iron Kingdom, the extremely young Mitsubaya saw the crowd, and walked out from behind, ready to preside over this meeting. The purpose of this invitation to everyone should be clear to everyone, so that the war can be ended, and incidentally, we will also discuss how to solve some of the problems left over from the war. After hearing what he said, a group of people began to agitate, thinking that they were all fighting for some benefits for their country in this way, and they also hoped to get some benefits in this war. From the perspective of pros and cons, every country has suffered a lot of damage during the war, but their retained strength is different. Advertisement: just like Konoha village now has many extremely powerful ninjas after the war. Cloud Shinobi village has not suffered a lot of losses except for Raikage, who was severely injured, which has little effect on their overall combat effectiveness. This tyrannical strength has caused the two families to have a very large right to speak. In contrast, Iwagakure and Rain Shinobi village, the two major shinobi villages, suffered more damage in this war. At this time, they are not good at asking for anything. Needless to say, Sanagakure's admiral has been shattered, and the puppetry talent has been greatly reduced. It is estimated that it will be very difficult to compensate. Now it is actually a battle between Cloud Shinobi village and the wood industry. The other villages only just want a stable development. Our Cloud Shinobi village's request is very simple. It is to reduce the export of mining industry and increase the unit price. This is regarded as compensation for us. Because Raikage was seriously injured, Yi Yu-Ha was their representative this time. After standing up, he said loudly to the surrounding Hokage. After hearing their words, people in several villages frowned. Although their mineral resources here are very rich and of good quality, the original price is already high enough, and now they have increased the price. Don't you just want to grab money from other countries to rebuild your home? We Konoha disagree. After all, the most active person in this war is your Cloud Shinobi village. Now you have to exploit other villages in turn. Your abacus is too good. The mine is here, don't you still want to grab it? Yi Ui refused to give up when encountering this kind of interest in the Land of Thunder, and the elites of Cloud Shinobi village standing behind him also put on an arrogant attitude. It is indeed very powerful to have a mine at home. If this is the case, Konoha will also increase the price of food to Thunder Country. Third generation item Sarutobi Hiruzen is a man who knows how to operate, and directly put forward a condition that Thunder Country cannot accept. Konoha people eat a lot of ramen because they produce a lot of food here. They're in the central area of the mainland, and many of them are plains, which are very suitable for growing food. Food is a very important strategic resource in the ninja country. If a country's stock is insufficient, it must be purchased by Konoha. Although the land of Leijiguo is rich in mineral resources, it is too singular, with only minerals, so sometimes you can't even eat food, you have to find nearby big countries to buy food. And the country of fire is next to the country of thunder, so I'm not afraid that they won't buy it. This trick of Sarutobi Hiruzen is really high, directly driving Yi Yu-Ha into a dilemma. Now if he retreats, it will be passed out afterwards, and their face will be damaged again. Advertisement: Sarutobi's old fritters are indeed not something he can resist. If that's the case, let's talk with our fists. Anyway, no one will give in. In the end, everyone will not get better. Hearing what Yi Yuing said, San Chuan, who presided over the meeting, came out and proposed a compromise. Since the current favorable conditions must be fought according to their strengths, it is better to let the younger generation of ninjas compete here to see who can win, and then whoever has the final say. After hearing what he said, Yi Yu's eyes lit up. This method is also possible, because Fengmi Yiming is not on the scene now. Before Yi Yu's haha, she also investigated Fengmi Yiming's whereabouts. It seems that she appeared recently, the country of rain. In terms of overall strength, as long as they don't meet Fengmi Yiming in Cloud Shinobi village, they're basically not afraid of Konoha. We Cloud Shinobi village agree. What do other Shinobi village say? Other villages naturally agree with both hands and feet, because their overall strength is not that strong, but if they can send a few powerful young people to compete in this competition, they may be able to recover some of their disadvantages. After all, there is the country of iron for notarization. Think about other ninja villages should not go back. The rain country agrees. We also agree with the sand country. The land of the land also agrees. Now all eyes are on the country of fire. Such a choice is not so friendly to the country of fire. They are already very strong, but now they have to put down their body and use the strength of the younger generation to compete for the right to speak. Sarutobi Hiruzen is silent, and now they are framed up in this situation. If they disagree, they will offend several major countries. After pondering for a while, he nodded and said, "The country of fire. Also agree." Chapter 141: Competition of the Young Generation. After hearing that all the people in the country of fire agreed, a group of people were also beaming, because they knew that this way, their advantage would be greater. From a certain perspective, the Iron Country has always maintained a neutral attitude, and what it has done is also for the sake of the overall situation, so that all countries can obtain vested interests without too much conflict. Then each country will send one person to the lottery competition. The person who wins in the end can put forward 3 conditions, and the second and third places can put 2 or 1 conditions respectively. As long as it does not harm the interests of others, the Iron Nation will agree. After the 3 ships stated the rules, everyone started to feel their fists, because they knew that this might be their last chance. If they could seize this opportunity to show their country's strength, there would definitely be a lot in the future. The benefits are available. But at this time the question came, and that was who each of their countries should choose to play. After some discussions, these people finally made a decision. The people of Fire Country sent Uchiha Makoto, the most powerful family child among the younger generation. The people from Thunder Country sent Yi Yu-Ha. Killer Bee wanted to go, but was stopped by his brother. The Kingdom of Sand and the Kingdom of Earth also sent 2 young men with unknown names. The water country sent Terumi Mei, who has two types of blood inheritance boundaries. These people can be said to be the most powerful fighting power among the younger generation. The people present began to whisper after seeing them appear, and they began to rank them in their hearts. There is no doubt that the strongest person must be Yi Yu-Ha. This man was already selected as the future successor of Raikage when he was only about 20 years old. His strength can be seen in Madara, which is unfathomable. In addition, it is Terumi Mei. After the two kinds of blood of this woman are superimposed on the boundary, the combat power that can be produced is definitely not weaker than that of Yi Yu-Ha. Who do you think can win? I think it should be the country of thunder. That's not true. I think the people at Sanagakure are already eager to try. The man with a mask on their face also looks very strong. Have you seen the girl from the Konoha faction? She is also very powerful. It is said that she belongs to the Uchiha family, but I don't know how far the blood wheel eyes are developed. While a group of people was whispering, a person standing on the periphery of the crowd suddenly interjected. Have you forgotten that man? After this sentence was said, everyone was silent, because they still clearly remember the man who was like a god on the battlefield. Advertisement, he probably won't come. People from big families are coming this time. It is said that he is from a commoner background, so he probably won't show up at this meeting. Yeah, if he comes, it is estimated that Yi Yu-Ya's first position will be handed over. It's not necessarily true. It is said that Yi Yu-I can already fight third Raikage head-on, and even if she meets that man, she won't necessarily lose. Forget it, it doesn't make much sense for us to discuss here, let's watch them compete. The battle this time was a temporary motive, so the arrangements were relatively hasty, and only a few people came out to fight. After taking a look at these people, Mifune nodded and said, the final candidate can be determined later. First, let's draw lots to see who I need to match. Because there are 5 people, one of them can be Bai. The Bai person can directly enter the top 3 and make a request of their own. This is pure luck. The extremely fair Iron Kingdom is also willing to give this place, but it can't be so cheap for that person who has nothing to do with Bai. After thinking about it, Mifune added another sentence here. I need to clarify here that if someone draws a Bai, they will advance directly to 3rd place. If they want to compete, they must defeat the other 2 who have advanced. After hearing this sentence, everyone also gave up their illusions, because looking at it this way, in fact, Bai will not take any advantage. After the rules were set, representatives of various countries went up to prepare for the draw. After the lottery was completed, Mifune read the result to everyone. In the first round, Hidden Village played against Sanagakure. The second round, Kirigakure. After hearing this news, everyone in the Land of Fire tensed their nerves, because looking like this, they were very likely to have a Bai, and once a Bai, it would be difficult to get the first position. Originally, based on their strength, they were able to obtain a lot of chips in this negotiation, but now that they are competing in this kind of competition and encountering a Bai again, they will even have difficulty in 3rd place. Even if they get the 3rd place, they can only offer one condition. In this case, their people in this battle will be sacrificed in vain, and the greatest benefit can be said to be minimal. Advertisement, Kirigakure, against Iwagakure. After hearing the news, the audience was in an uproar. It's okay, I can try it. They never thought that Konoha, who had the upper hand, was now in the most disadvantaged situation. After hearing the news, Sarutobi Hiruzen also closed his eyes silently. This result was never expected by him. So the young generation who can play now is Mikoto. Once they lose their hands in this war, their future development will be greatly restrained, and other countries will not indulge their development at that time, because it is not justified in name. The wooden impeller is empty. In fact, up to now, Mikoto is also very hesitant. She knows that she is not strong enough to defeat these peers. Compared with Mikoto, the other people's combat effectiveness is still lower. Orochimaru and Jiraiya are of higher standing and cannot fight with them. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. At this time Mikoto thought of Fengme Yiming again. If he were there, then everything would definitely be reversed. No matter how many people it would be possible to solve it. No one wants to let such Nine-Tails Jinchuriki play. If the emotions get out of control and can't be controlled, it will definitely be another catastrophe, and it will cause great losses. Yi Yuei and 3rd generation cross the same generation, so they can play. Yiming-kun. Where are you now? Uchiha Mikoto walked up to him and comforted that for their younger generation, only Mikoto was strong enough to fight this battle. As for being Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Kushina, Chapter 142 Fengme Yiming comes on stage. After the name was settled, the horn of battle was also sounded directly. Yi Ui walked directly to the center of the venue and pointed at Sanagakure's boy to start a battle. The quickness of Thunderplow's hot knife, coupled with the pervert physical strength of the Cloud Shinobi village ninja, hadn't been a quarter of an hour before the Sanagakure boy was flung out, hit the wall heavily, and vomited blood. In the first battle, Cloud Shinobi village won. The second battle was more difficult. Terumi Mei was restrained by Iwagakure's ninja. Whenever she released her poisonous gas, the opponent could resist it with an earth shield. After entangled for a long time, Terumi Mei used his own assassin, and the 2 types of blood succession boundaries merged to produce high temperatures, and even melted the hard earth style. He also won after nearly 20 minutes, so the first 2 games are over. 3 ships open the way. Kirigakure vs Iwagakure. Kirigakure wins and prepares for the final. People of Konoha, are you fighting for the first place? Things have now reached this point. Everyone in Konoha village is silent. They are unwilling to give up this opportunity, but no one can go. Couldn't Konoha be the tortoise with the head shrunk? Not even one of them hit me. Didn't you call it very happy just now? Yi Yui finally showed his arrogance at this time. When he met the people in Konoha village before, he didn't entangle him much because he knew he had no identity to refute. But now that Feng Shui turns, the current time is his mad time. Terumi Mei is also a little happy. Once Konoha gives up this battle, they will be able to regain their strength. Although Three Tails Jinchuriki was seriously injured this time, it would be a blessing in disguise to be able to rely on such a battle's choice. Listening to the clamor of the people in Cloud Shinobi village, the people in Konoha village are also very uncomfortable. It would be great if Fengmei Yiming came here, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, his heartbeat again. Don't delay, come up and end the battle. I think that Konoha has already been stunned. The ninjas of Cloud Shinobi village in the audience began to let Terumi Mei go up to participate in the battle, which is equivalent to directly acquiescing to Konoha's withdrawal. Just as everyone was yelling, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. Advertisement, it's so lively. Let me see, who said that Konoha has no one? After hearing this sentence, everyone's eyes widened, and a group of people in Cloud Shinobi village looked outside in horror. It's him. That's not right. Wasn't you still in Kirigakure before? Why did you rush back so quickly? They didn't know that Fengmei Yiming had a very powerful skill in the master's hand, that is, body flicker technique. After possessing this skill, Fengmei Yiming can move in space at an extremely fast speed no matter whether he is on the road or fighting. If he is on the road alone, Fengmei Yiming can walk past others for 2 or even 3 days in one day. Distance. But it doesn't make sense to say this now. Konoha saw it here. After Fengmei Yiming came, everyone jumped up happily. Kushina ran directly to Fengmei Yiming and gave Fengmei Yiming a big bear hug. I knew you would come. After Makoto saw Fengmei Yiming here, the hanging heart was finally let go, because after Fengmei Yiming got here, Makoto's sense of security instantly soared a lot. Of course I will come. How can such a lively thing be less for me? Let's talk about the rest. I will solve the 2 of them first. Fengmei Yiming put Kushina down and walked up to Makoto. I'm late, thank you for your hard work. Before Fengmei Yiming did not come, Makoto inexplicably bore a lot of people's ridicule. After touching his head, Fengmei Yiming comforted him and Makoto blushed, as if he was a little embarrassed. Don't talk about this for now, I don't care, let's deal with the matter here first. Gotta, wait 3 minutes for me. Fengmei Yiming smiled and stepped onto the ring. At this time, the faces of Terumi Mei and Yi Yue on the ring were extremely ugly. If Fengmei Yiming came, they could not refuse at all, because Fengmei Yiming's age was completely can be divided into the younger generation. Come on together, I'm in a hurry. Looking at the 2 people who were already timid before fighting, Fengmei Yiming walked into the ring and said lightly, choosing not to waste time because Fengmei Yiming has been on the road for most of the day, which is really a bit tired. Advertisement after solving them, Fengmei Yiming still wants to rest for a while. Of course, Fengmei Yiming will not tell them about these careful thoughts. Although that was the case, Fengmei Yiming's attitude was extremely arrogant. After hearing Fengmei Yiming's words, Yi Yue immediately remembered the scene where Third Raikage was crushed. After thinking of this, his anger became more obvious. Don't keep your hands, kill him together, and after I kill him, I will give you a chance to make a request. Since the opponent is Fengmei Yiming, it's okay for the 2 of them to steal the face and fight. After all, Fengmei Yiming also said, let them go together. But at this time, Terumi Mei's expression was a bit strange, because this woman knew Fengmei Yiming's strength. 2 days ago, Fengmei Yiming had just pressed their strategic weapon Three Tails into the swamp. Yagura was still seriously injured and did not wake up. Originally, Terumi Mei was about to quit, but after hearing the promised terms of Cloud Shinobi village, she was also moved. After nodding, she directly displayed her own blood succession boundary. Boil-style Chaowu. Once it came up, it was a killer move. At the same time, Yi Yu Hao also appeared on his body with a black chakra armor, which was the lightning-style armor. After performing this ninjutsu again, his speed has been greatly improved, his hands are filled with chakra, and he has displayed his strongest physical skills. Heavy Current Storm plus single-player Thunderplow Hot Knife. Heavy Current Storm is not a physical skill to attack others after filling chakra with your fists. The Thunderplow Hot Knife is needless to say Cloud Shinobi Village's signature skill. Coupled with Terumi Mei's attack, the 2 of them directly forced Fengmei Yiming to a dead end in the first move. But how could this help the humanoid war machine in front of them? Fire-style Flame Bomb. Chaowu's attack is to condense countless highly toxic ions in the air. From a certain perspective, this is also a kind of dust. If the concentration is sufficient, as long as it can be ignited, it will definitely cause a dust explosion. For these ninjas who do not know physics, Fengmei Yiming decided it was time to give them some knowledge. The poisonous mist suspended in midair exploded rapidly when it came into contact with the flames, blending with the rushing night moon mist, engulfing it. Chapter 143. Overwhelming everyone, Konoha ascends to the top. What is a dust explosion? Dust explosion is to directly detonate all the places full of particulate matter in the air, and the scope is extremely wide. Yi Yu Ha is in the center of this area, and is attacking with Terumi Mei, so he is the closest here. At this time, there was no way to hide, but the explosion was abruptly endured. However, the people of Cloud Shinobi Village are indeed very physical. Coupled with the unique physical skills of lightning-style armor, with the speed and anti-strike ability, he avoided most of the damage, but even this back a large piece of flesh and blood was also opened. For normal people, this kind of injury is not dead or half disabled, but for this man who aspires to be 4th Raikage, it can still be tolerated. Fengmei Yiming watched the show with ease. Yi Yue was not affected much, After getting up from the ground, he continued to fly towards him. At this time, he couldn't help feeling that this guy was a bit like a rash. Lateral bolt of pain. Chop. This time he has learned well, and when he approached Feng Yiming, he launched the fastest attack directly. This kind of physique is a very powerful hand knife attack, which condenses chakra in his hand, and is very crazy against Feng Yiming, cutting. From a certain point of view, such an attack is a bit like the medical ninjutsu in which Tsunade condenses chakra in his hands. Of course, the speed and power of this attack are stronger. Faced with this violent power, Feng Yiming did not retreat, directly opened the 6th gate of 8 inner gates, and showed the chakra of 9 tails. The whole body was covered with an orange chakra coat. Why does he have the power of 9 tails? After seeing the chakra ignited on Feng Yiming, everyone looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in shock, thinking that this 3rd generation project was a trick. This huge amount of chakra made them almost think that Feng Yiming is the Jinchuriki of 9 tails. The reason for having such a huge amount of chakra is because Feng Yiming previously divided half of Kushina's chakra. The purpose is to make this Kushina bear control. Feng Yiming saw that the extra part was wasted if he didn't absorb it, so he absorbed it directly. Feng Yiming, who owns wood style, wants to absorb these chakras very easily. Advertisement. After showing these kinds of gains, Feng Yiming's physical fitness has reached a terrifying level. Faced with the extremely rapid hand knife entangled in front of him, Feng Yiming resorted to the peacock. The speed of moving towards the peacock is definitely not under lateral bolt of pain. Chop. Violent friction began to occur in the air. Feng Yiming's fist and Yi Yu's hand knife touched together, and violent sparks were emitted from the whole body. Soon, the black chakra shell on Yi Yu's body was shattered piece by Feng Yiming. The flames produced by the violent friction scorched his body. At this time, people discovered a problem, that is, Feng Yiming's state seems to be very wrong. This is too easy, because Feng Yiming glanced at Terumi Mei in the distance while fighting him. Distinguished Heavenly Gods was activated instantly, because no one knew about this illusion, so there was no way to defend it after it was used. After Terumi Mei was hit by this trick, she stayed in a daze, and after a while she drooled out of the corner of her mouth, and slumped on the ground after her tongue stretched out. At this time, the battle between Feng Yiming and Yi Yu finally came to light. Feng Yiming, who had freed his hand, opened the 7th gate of the 8 inner gates, and the whole person's power was rapidly consumed. Okay, I won't play with you anymore. 8 Gate Upanishad, Day Tiger. Feng Yiming jumped up suddenly, jumped into the sky, and then dived down directly, kicking Yi Yu's body. This is an extremely powerful force, carrying countless impacts, compressing the air to the ultimate. Even the chakra shell cannot stop it. After contacting Feng Yiming's foot, Yi Yu's chakra coat burst and dissipated, in the wind. Feng Yiming also kicked his body directly into the ground. After seeing this scene, everyone took a breath of air conditioning because most of these arenas are made of extremely tough granite, but now Feng Yiming kicks people in with one kick. Advertisement. How powerful is this? Is this human power? If they were caught in such a kick, then they would definitely return to the West. Thinking of this, some people couldn't help but sweat from behind. There were still many people who questioned whether Feng Yiming really defeated Hokage, but now that they see his strength, people no longer doubt it. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated. After struggling for a few times, the night moon mist on the ground couldn't get up again. He was firmly embedded in the ground. He really wanted to get the first place, because in this case, their thunder the country will be able to become the biggest winner in this ninja war. However, a Feng Yiming was killed out of thin air, but they disrupted all their plans. You must know the news they got before that Feng Yiming is indeed in the water country, and his teammates are still seriously injured and need to return to Konoha for treatment. Now his dream is broken, and he is seriously injured. It can be said that he has lost completely. But what is surprising is that people did not look at him at this time, but at Terumi Mei, because in this battle, this woman did not exert much strength. Except that he used his own blood to follow the limit at the beginning, there was no performance at all later, and he directly sat on the ground and raised his head, with an expression on his face that was broken by the game. At this time, 3rd Mizukage, who had been silent, said, "It's illusion." Only then did people understand what Feng Yiming used to cure Terumi Mei. Strange, I didn't even see when he used illusion. Distinguished Heavenly Gods is a top-level illusion, and it also requires Sharingan to activate. For the people here now, no one knows this ninjutsu. Of course, they are numb now, and Feng Yiming has shown amazing power again and again, which has already shocked them, even if there are more strange methods. After seeing the 2 people on the battlefield who had lost their fighting ability, Mifune of the Iron Kingdom walked to the front of the stage with a large sword and knocked it to the ground. A clear voice echoed in the venue, and then Mifune's voice came. The situation is already obvious. I declare that the country of fire has won the final victory. Chapter 144. The talk is over, surrounded by beautiful women. The final battle ended with Konoha's victory. As for the 2nd and 3rd places, Yezuki-ha, who represented the country of thunder, and Terumi Mei, who represented the country of water, respectively. Terumi Mei did not stand out in the battle. Achievement, so it was ranked 3rd. Feng Yiming also secretly lifted the Distinguished Heavenly Gods technique, because the time of illusion was relatively short, so Terumi Mei's spirit also recovered very quickly. When she raised her head in confusion, she realized that the battle was over, and 3rd Mizukage walked to her side and said, "Don't blame yourself, he is indeed very strong, and I didn't even find that you had been illusioned just now." After losing this round, Terumi Mei was naturally very uncomfortable, and felt that all the faults were on her own, but in fact, Everyone who has seen this battle before knows that even if this woman is added, it may not be possible. Defeated Feng Mei Yiming. The condition we put forward is to keep the mine price in Thunder Country stable. The second is that countries reduce our transaction tax rate by 10%, and the last one is the priority to purchase cola nuts. Sarutobi Hiruzen called Feng Mei Yiming to discuss together for a while, and then put forward his own requirements to other countries. The first requirement is not excessive, because it is equivalent to protecting the interests of other countries and stabilizing the price of mineral resources. The second requirement is also okay, because reducing the tax rate by only 10% can promote trade while increasing the revenue of the country of fire. In the long run, it is a win-win situation. Of course, the country of fire must win more. Most people are able to nod and accept these conditions. It has to be said that Sarutobi Hiruzen is really an excellent politician. The conditions put forward are all irresistible, coupled with powerful oppression, which makes the fire. The image of the country in other countries has climbed a bit. But they can understand the first two items, but these people don't understand the last one. What does it mean to obtain the right to buy cola nuts? Many people know that this kind of thing is used to make cola, and it can also be used to extract the ingredients of coffee. With this kind of raw material, it can make delicious and good cola, but such conditions do not seem to be profitable, and it's just buying rights. The meaning of buying right is very simple, that is, other countries can buy it, but you must wait for the country of fire to buy it before you can pick out the remaining things. Are you sure that Article 3 will not be changed? Mifune was also a little surprised after seeing the conditions given by Sarutobi Hiruzen. From any point of view, this is equivalent to a wasted opportunity. If some other conditions are put forward, perhaps the advantage of the country of fire can be even greater. Advertisement. In fact, they didn't know that this was the result of the discussion between Feng Mei Yiming and third generation. He told Sarutobi Hiruzen that he wanted to be a beverage factory that specializes in the production of cola. If he can buy all the cola nuts at a very low price, then with this raw material, he can continue to generate income for Konoha. When he first proposed this idea, Sarutobi Hiruzen also couldn't understand. He felt that Feng Mei Yiming's ideas were too many. Sometimes this kind of wild thinking makes him unable to figure it out. Such a powerful ninja still thinks to do business. When going through the store before, Feng Mei Yiming got a recipe from the system store. I believe that after the experiment, it should be possible to make a very good coke in Konoha village. The only thing that hinders Feng Mei Yiming now is the issue of raw materials. This time it happened to have the opportunity to make these requirements, and Feng Mei Yiming let Sarutobi Hiruzen use it. This success depends entirely on Feng Mei Yiming, and his idea can also generate income for the village, so Sarutobi Hiruzen agreed to Feng Mei Yiming, willing to give him a chance. Facing Mifune's doubts, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and said, "We have decided and will not change it." Subsequently, the people of Cloud Shinobi Village and Kirigakure also put forward some requirements. After other countries negotiated, the Iron Kingdom finally made the final decision and settled these requirements. Because Konoha is the leader, the demands made by the people behind are not excessive, and they are all within the acceptable range of some people. While they were discussing, everyone else was idle, and Killer Bee walked to the ring and detained his brother. Terumi Mei was receiving treatment on the other side, because although Feng Mei Yiming dispelled the illusion very quickly, third Mizukage was still uneasy, so she found some medical ninjas to check her, and after confirming that she was correct, she was relieved. On the other side, Feng Mei Yiming was surrounded by Kushina and Makoto. "Yiming-kun, this is a very nice cup I saw on the street. Don't you like to drink drinks? You can use this to drink." On the other side, Kushina took out a yellow-haired mouse doll and handed it to Kushina. At this time Feng Mei Yiming has not realized that the nightmare seems to have just begun. Advertisement. Although they are very upset in their hearts, these people are not good to say on the surface, because they can't beat Feng Mei Yiming. The shy Makoto walked up to Feng Mei Yiming and gave out his little gift very embarrassedly. This product not only has beautiful women around, but also has a strong combat power. Kushina was not to be outdone at this time, and a word broke Makoto's dream. Seeing such positive two people, Feng Mei Yiming was a little embarrassed after receiving their gifts, so he nodded and agreed to them. "Yiming-kun, these are my favorite little dolls. I bought 2 of them specially. Let's each one of us." In their perception, a powerful ninja must be very cold and ruthless, in order to achieve the strongest loneliness is necessary, but Feng Mei Yiming is different. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Why are such powerful people surrounded by beautiful women? Envy, jealousy and hatred all appeared on the face. This is breaking the rule. Okay, I'm embarrassed to get your gifts, then I will please. Yiming-kun, there are a lot of seafood here. Let's go out for a meal later. The 2 girls refused to give up and almost put their entire bodies on Feng Mei Yiming's body. Makoto took the lead in attacking here, and immediately prepared to invite Feng Mei Yiming to dinner. Feng Mei Yiming had 2 gifts stuffed into his body before he could recover. At the same time, the people around him also saw his experience, and they all gritted their teeth and clenched their fists. In the ninja world, whoever has a hard fist is good, just like this 5 Shadows meeting was finally solved with a fist. What's the point of eating alone with Yiming-kun? I'll go chapter 145. The representatives of several major countries did not want to hurry up at night, so they proposed to stay here for one night and wait until the second day before leaving. Feng Mei Yiming and Kushina Makoto just set aside time for dinner. The Iron Country is a coastal country. Naturally, it is rich in aquatic products and has many novel ways to eat. Walking on the street, Feng Mei Yiming saw a series of foods such as takoyaki, and sukiyaki. "What are you going to eat?" The gentleman's Feng Yiming first let the two girls choose, after so many battles, and arrived here day and night. Feng Yiming also wanted to relax, just to have something delicious. Barbecue and drinks. I know Yiming-kun likes drinks the most, so I just drink it in the cup I just sent. Makoto understands Feng Yiming very well, puts forward a very good suggestion, and then gives Kushina a triumphant glance. Not to be outdone, Kushina offered another option. We can go to eat teppanyaki. There are a lot of seafood here. The teppanyaki is also suitable for Yiming-kun to drink drinks. Kushina was intimacy, and after finishing speaking, she directly attached her body to Feng Yiming's body, and took Feng Yiming's arm up, and said with swaying like a baby. This woman, the means to seduce men is so strong. You can eat grilled meat inside the store, and you can use Makoto's small cups, but eating teppanyaki is to eat at a stall outside and standing on the street. Then the gifts she gave will not be useful. Seems to be a choice to eat, but in fact two women are vying for possession of Feng Yiming. Thinking of this, sparks began to appear in Makoto's eyes, and she finally realized what level of existence her opponent was. Facing the proactive Kushina, she also blushed and walked to Feng Yiming's side, pulling Feng Yiming's clothes corner and saying, "Eating barbecue. I want to see Yiming-kun's handsome appearance while drinking a drink when eating barbecue." Two people pulled Feng Yiming's arms and started tearing. Feng Yiming suddenly understood that he seemed to be in trouble. It was obvious that today's meal was not going well. Feng Yiming, who wanted to relax, was at this time become frowning. Why did God want her to suffer such a sin? I was already so tired, and I wanted to eat a meal with peace of mind, and I had to be jealous when I met these two girls who have been inexplicably righteous by my side. Advertisement looking at these two tit-for-tat girls. Feng Yiming is really thinking about ways in silence. It is not appropriate to offend anyone now. If Feng Yiming is guilty, God should punish him instead of letting these two girls torture him. Rubbing his sore forehead, Feng Yiming spoke. Then, let's find a mixed restaurant to eat. HMPH, I have no objection, not like some women. Okay, the key is Yiming-kun is happy. Kushina and Makoto were alone, holding Feng Yiming's arm forcefully, as if they were escorting him on a parade in the street. Every step Feng Yiming felt was under tremendous pressure, as if two oars were constantly rubbing around him, and Feng Yiming was the most direct bearer of these two pressures in the middle. Enduring the pain of being attacked by two beautiful girls, Feng Yiming finally found a mixed restaurant with teppanyaki and barbecue. Just here. Bringing the two in, Feng Yiming took out the menu and prepared to take a look. After thinking about it, it would be better to let the two girls watch it first. This restaurant can sit face to face, but because neither of them want to sit opposite Feng Yiming, but want to sit with Feng Yiming, so they all get together to the left and right sides of Feng Yiming, and the opposite position is no one. Let's take a look at the menu first. Order whatever. To thank you two for the present, I can ask you to eat something good. After hearing Feng Yiming's words, Kushina and Makoto immediately responded. Ah, Yiming-kun is so generous, so handsome, it's okay, I will save you money. It's okay Yiming-kun, I don't eat too much, and I won't spend too much money. Hearing these words, Feng Yiming's heart was relieved, because Feng Yiming is a bit poor to tell the truth. He usually drinks and spends several thousand yuan a day. Recently, he has not taken any tasks. A little bit tight on hand. Feng Yiming, who had just slowed down, suddenly saw a shocking scene when he looked up. Advertisement. I saw Kushina Feng Yiming both holding a pen in each hand, swiftly writing something on the menu. Do you demand so much taste? Innocent Feng Yiming thought that these two girls were writing all kinds of taboos and taste requirements. But slowly Feng Yiming discovered something wrong. If the two of them wrote the taste requirements, they should write it horizontally, but the two girls wrote all vertically, and the speed was lightning fast. In 10 seconds, a piece of paper is full. Feng Yiming's face is as complicated as eating pickles. At this time, he suddenly remembered something. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, Kushina ate a lot because of the large amount of chakra and the usual physical exertion. As for Uchiha Makoto, she has no idea about money. There is the Uchiha family of Konoha. She is still the eldest lady in the family. She said that she doesn't spend much money, which may be a little bit different from Feng Yiming's perception. Didn't you say you can't eat so much? Women are big liars? Now that everything has been said, Feng Yiming has no way to go back. He can only silently watch them order the meat, then order a plate of peanuts, crying inwardly. The meat dishes that piled up into a mountain soon were taken over. Although it cost more, the eating experience was still better. The two girls kept filling Feng Yiming with meat, and they also started to eat. Stand up. After seeing their appetite, Feng Yiming not only sighed silently. If he married them and went home, he could not afford it. I don't know who will take them down in the end. Finally, the meal is finished. Feng Yiming also ended the sheer affair in the laughter with the two girls. Pay the bill. Hello, this is a consumption of 53,000 yuan, and the fraction will be free for you. Looking at the 50,000 yuan bill, Feng Yiming's heart was trembling when the bill was settled, but on the surface he had to pretend to be nonchalant. With his hands shaking unconsciously, Feng Yiming took out his small vault from Kabuto. This was the emergency fund Feng Yiming had put in his wallet. There were 10 big bills, each with a face value of 10,000 yuan. It's time to make some money by killing most of your savings at once. Chapter 146 Coke Recipe and Placement Nagato. Taking the two girls back to their residence, Feng Yiming asked them to go first, and he went to the third-generation residence. Today, when he has obtained the priority to buy cola nuts, Feng Yiming is ready to make good use of it and make a small amount of money while improving his attributes. As a powerful ninja, Feng Miyiming originally had a high income, but because Tenten drank a drink, he spent a lot of money and did not live well. Third generation, here I am. Feng Miyiming knocked on the door politely, and then waited outside for Sarutobi Hiruzen's response. Come in. Sarutobi Hiruzen's kind voice came from the room. After pushing the door open, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned out to have a huge map in front of him, seeming to be studying the purchase of cola nuts. What's the secret recipe you told me about today? The formula of Feng Miyiming's drink was bought from the system store for 100 points, and it was called Super Coke. Nowadays, the improvement of Feng Miyiming by drinking ordinary beverages has been very small, so Feng Miyiming is thinking about how to improve the quality of his beverages. The name of this drink sounds very Hokage, which means that among Coke, this drink is also the king. Seeing this thing, Feng Miyiming was also interested, because if this kind of beverage can be made, it will definitely bring a great benefit to Feng Miyiming. The question now is how to make such things in large quantities. Third generation, I have a recipe here. When I go back, I can find a factory in Konoha to make it. If it doesn't taste good, you can beat me. Taking out the formula, Feng Miyiming patted his chest and assured Sarutobi Hiruzen decisively. Where did you get the recipe? Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't understand Feng Miyiming more and more. After a few glances, the well-informed man discovered that the formula this guy took out really looked like that. My process is more complicated, but after it's made, it's definitely much better than Konoha's ordinary drinks, and although the process is complicated, it may save a lot of costs. In addition, cola nuts are our priority. Those who purchase the right to buy, when combined, can definitely make a lot of money. Advertisement: there is only life and death in the world of ninjas, besides that is endless loneliness, and there is actually very little fun. However, Feng Miyiming is not magical. Even if he is strong in combat, he is still a must-see for her sister. Now he is selling things again. Is it possible that he wants to be the winner of Konoha's life? Seeing that this formula is indeed possible, if the quality of this drink is really good and can be promoted, then it will definitely be able to generate income for Konoha. Now most of what they are fighting for is resources and land, but they don't pay much attention to the diversified development of the economy. This is also the breakthrough point for their Konoha development. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has a long-term vision, found that Feng Miyiming and himself are indeed like-minded because they both focus on economic diversification. After thinking about this, he also smiled and said to Feng Miyiming, yes, then I will help you contact some factories after I go back. Then I will make a batch of products and try them. If the results are good, you can continue to do it. Of course your dividend will be given to you. That's great. When Feng Miyiming was speaking, he took a peek at his dilapidated little purse and almost laughed. If an ordinary ninja says to make a drink like this, it is estimated that Sarutobi Hiruzen would not care about it. But if Feng Miyiming, who saved this Miying from the fire, even Sarutobi Hiruzen, he must pay attention to it. By the way, did you meet Uchiha Madara? Didn't he say anything? For this guy, everyone is very vigilant. Uchiha Madara has a unique ability to agitate others. Take this ninja war as an example. Even if the high levels of many countries already know that Uchiha Madara is behind the control, they still did not hold back the killing. His ability to find opportunities is very strong, and he can always aggravate conflicts under some very special circumstances. Looking at him means that he will do something at this Five Shadows talk, but the talks are over and I haven't seen him do anything. His words are half truths and half false, and it is very likely that they are false news, in order to confuse them to do some other things, such as the chakra collecting tail beasts. Because of the appearance of Feng Miyiming, he has to speed up his own plan. If Feng Miyiming can develop smoothly, he will not be able to beat it in a few years. So now he can only race against time to advance his plan. Then I will send someone to investigate. Things Sarutobi Hiruzen will not be busy with Feng Miyiming. When he left, he looked at the dark part of the room, smiled kindly, pointed the direction outside the door, and opened the door to leave. Jiraiya, you have all the trails of the tail beast, right? Advertisement. After Feng Miyiming left, Jiraiya's figure walked out of the darkness. He was a little surprised that Feng Miyiming had discovered himself. Is there any trace of the tail beast? Last time I read the dossier, I had some understanding. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Now Nagato can't have an accident, nor can his friends, otherwise Blacken will be in trouble. No, if you go out, put the three of them in the Uzumaki clan first. Feng Miyiming's requirements are very simple, only need to control these few people. Madara's means. It seems that Jiraiya saw Feng Miyiming's hand gesture. Nagato is a member of the Uzumaki clan. Although he was not raised in the family since he was a child, he has been sent back to the family. At least someone can take care of him. Feng Miyiming gave a clear answer, dispelling Jiraiya's doubts. Oh, I see. After responding, Jiraiya left here. What's the matter? I think you seem to have something to do with me. Can he transform Rinnegan in large quantities? Walking out the door, Jiraiya walked towards the courtyard, and after a few steps, Feng Miyiming walked out from behind the tree. Where did his Rinnegan come from? In this case, you should just run, but remember, don't go head-to-head with Uchiha Madara, and get the news back as soon as possible. He asked the most important question. If the opponent can transform this kind of blood succession boundary in large quantities, then they don't need to play at all. A dozen Rinnegan players will be able to directly flatten any country on the entire continent. Of those 3 children, the one named Nagato has Rinnegan. This family has a big business. Even if you bring 2 of Nagato's friends, it doesn't matter how many mouths you have. Chapter 147 Summoning and Kakashi. Everyone embarked on the return journey early the next morning. There was no disturbance along the way, and they returned to the village safely. The first thing Feng Yiming did when he returned to the village was to go to the medical clinic to see the recovery of his good brother Minato. "How's your body recovering?" After pushing the door in, Feng Yiming saw Minato lying in bed reading comics, and it seemed that his little life was going well. "My body is getting stronger, but I often have nightmares recently and I'm in a state of distraction. I can't concentrate even when I read comics. I'm slowly practicing in the past 2 days." Hearing Minato's situation, Feng Yiming knew that his memory sealing technique still had some flaws. The reason for his dreams was probably because some memories escaped. As for the lack of spirit, the reason is even simpler. Anyone who stays in that fantasy world for a long time will be lost. "You raise it for 2 more days and I will find time to find some herbs for you." With 2 cans of drinks, Feng Yiming headed to the deep mountains in the distance. The 2 days of idleness were also idle. It may take some time for Sarutobi Hiruzen to find a place to produce drinks. Just to help Namikaze Minato find some herbs to soothe the nerves. "Suffered because of my negligence." Feng Yiming saw a few slices of mint by the roadside, and on a whim, he picked a few slices and threw them into his drink. Gudong gudong, when the drink is eaten, it is accompanied by refreshing, and it makes people feel more refreshing. Obtain the strange drink achievement, internal strength plus 20. The system prompts that if the number of citations of the strange drink reaches 20 times, you will get the mysterious summoning beast. There is also this kind of reward. Feng Yiming is a drink madman. Taking bottle after bottle from the beverage space, and drinking while walking, he drank 20 bottles in half an hour. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the summoning monster, the 4-legged gold-swallowing beast. Its role, to swallow and condense metal. For this summoning beast, Feng Yiming just thinks it is better than nothing, and thinks it is what it is. Now he doesn't have any metal in his hands, nor can he use it. Soon, he found a few Qingling herbs, which are very powerful drugs for mental treatment and have the effect of calming the nerves and helping sleep. With this, it is estimated that Minato will be better. Back in the village and passing by Hitaki Shumao's house, Feng Yiming suddenly heard a cry of a baby. Advertisement: "No, this guy is too capable. When did he give birth to the child?" Boom boom boom. Feng Yiming stood in front of the door and knocked on his door. "Who? Wait a minute." Shumao's voice sounded a bit hurriedly, pushing the door open. When he was taking care of the child, he looked completely different from the murderous god on the battlefield. At this time, he seemed to be just a normal father. "When did you have children?" "I don't know if I've been out this time." "Haha, just a few days after birth. I haven't had time to inform everyone. This little guy is called Kakashi." "Kakashi. Say hello to your uncle. By the way, can you accept him as a disciple? I want to find the best master for the little guy. There is no doubt that you are the most suitable." Feng Yiming used to be a guide in Shuo Mao's ninjutsu practice. Shuo Mao was absolutely thumbs up for Feng Yiming's abilities. He just met, and he wanted to send Feng Yiming this little guy as an apprentice. If Kakashi can also get Feng Yiming's guidance, then he will be more relieved. "Of course you can. As an elder, I didn't have time to prepare for the first meeting, so let's give him a few summoning ninja dogs." After Feng Yiming finished speaking, he used summoning to call out his ninja dogs and gave them to Kakashi. "How dare we accept this kind of gift?" Hitaki Shumao saw Feng Yiming's handwriting and was shocked. The value of the ninja dog is very high. It can be used to transmit information at ordinary times, and it can also be used in combat. The higher the level, the more time it takes to cultivate. Feng Yiming directly sent out several of these ninjutsu dogs, which are more precious than ill-level ninjutsu, without blinking their eyes. This is definitely a big deal. In fact, he didn't know that Feng Yiming's ninja dogs were delivered by the system while drinking a drink before. Of course, Feng Yiming would not say either. "Just keep it, it's okay. Anyway, it's my apprentice, and the fat and water won't flow into the outsider's fields." Feng Yiming didn't expect that Kakashi was born so early. After sending out the things, Feng Yiming left here, ready to buy some drinks. But at this time, a puff of smoke on the long street attracted Feng Yiming's attention, and when he looked up, it turned out to be Might Dai. Seeing the little guy he was holding on his hands, Feng Yiming's eyes widened again. Advertisement: "What time is this? Why did these two goods appear?" "Master, this is too precious." In his hands, it should be Might Guy, not surprisingly. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Feng Yiming couldn't help sighing when he saw that Might Dai, who was extremely passionate, became a dad. It's so happy to have such a master. It is estimated that when Might Guy is a student and grandson, he will also enjoy the joy of spring breeze. Walking on the road, Feng Yiming began to think about the current timeline problem. Obviously, the current time seems to be speeded up. Before, Feng Yiming thought it would take a few years to see the appearance of the Kakashi generation, but just after the Second Ninja World War, these people were born. Feng Yiming sighed that these two people were too strong in some aspects of combat, but at the same time he nodded and said, "Of course, I will give him a small gift." Feng Yiming waved his hand and said, "It's okay, as long as I can see Konoha's back waves grow up, I will be very happy." After speaking, Feng Yiming reluctantly spent 100 purchase points in the system store and bought a Yigafa Sweden. After speaking, he waved his hand and Feng Yiming left without taking away a cloud. Seeing how handsome his master was, Might Dai couldn't help but feel moved. "So, will Madara's plan also accelerate its implementation? You put this in water and give him a drink. After that, if he wants to practice 8 inner gates, it will be easier." Haha, after the war, I am a little worried that I will have no successor, and I just have a child. By the way, master, can you accept him as an apprentice? Scratching his head, Might Dai asked Feng Mei Yiming a little embarrassedly. Why did things like this happen one after another today? After speaking, Might Dai was ready to decline. Might Dai knew how precious the various herbs needed to practice physical arts. In this case, we need to speed up preparations. After thinking of this, Feng Mei Yiming walked towards the residence of the Uzumaki family. You have kids too. Chapter 148. Expatriate to Hell Road, Kushina released. Uzumaki Kushina is a princess who was sent from abroad. Their family's business in Konoha is also very large, but because Kushina has been taken care of for some time recently, they moved to the small house where Feng Mei Yiming went before. Go straight down the street, and the house with a high threshold at the end is Kushina's home. There was a saying in ancient times that the higher the threshold, the higher the status. Obviously, the Uzumaki clan, as distant relatives of Senju Hashirama, still holds a high status in Konoha. Entering the door of the house, the three of Nagato are reading ninjutsu books in the living room. The school in Konoha village has not completed the procedures for these children, so they can only study here first. How are you feeling here lately? Are you still used to it? After Feng Mei Yiming came up, he wanted to leave a good impression on the children, so he asked gently. It's much better than Kirigakure, we all like it here. Yahiko's personality is very outgoing. It is him who responded to Feng Mei Yiming. Konan is the shy girl next door, and Nagato is a calm little guy. All three of them are very characteristic. After avoiding the danger here, their mental state is much better. When they meet Feng Mei Yiming, they don't have the initial taste of hostility. Teach you a few tricks of ninjutsu today. Feng Mei Yiming can see that these are a few very hardworking children. Even if they have not been admitted to the ninja school, they are still learning ninjutsu spontaneously here. Okay. Then trouble you. Yahiko and Konan both agreed, and finally Nagato was left. After seeing the attitude of his two friends, he also nodded. Leading them to the small courtyard of the house, Feng Mei Yiming taught Yahiko first. Yahiko's chakra belongs to the water attribute. Before becoming Pen, he was just a more powerful ninja. In terms of strength, he could not reach the top level at all, otherwise he would not be killed. First teach you a simple ninjutsu, water style, water dragon bomb. After the demonstration, Feng Mei Yiming found Konan again. Advertisement. If you say, let me teach you some medical ninjutsu. Just condense the chakra unique to medical ninjas, just like this. You too, you can ask me if you don't understand anything during practice. Yahiko and Konan nodded obediently, and then began to stand aside and practice continuously. Finally, today Feng Mei Yiming's goal here is Nagato, and today Feng Mei Yiming wants to directly liberate his Rinnegan power. If a normal person stands here and knows Feng Mei Yiming's ideas, he will probably think it is a fantasy. It is necessary to know that the development of each eye needs to be accumulated over many years and requires specific opportunities. Don't forget, Feng Mei Yiming is an expert at using Rinnegan. You come with me. Feng Mei Yiming used shadow clone technique to create two clones and teach the other two children here, and he took Nagato and ran to an unmanned hillside in the back mountain with him. Standing on the hillside, Feng Mei Yiming and Nagato were both silent. No nonsense, he directly activated Rinnegan, his entire eyes changed, and he looked straight at Nagato like this. Nagato saw Feng Mei Yiming's eyes and fell to the ground in fright. You have two. Today, I will teach you how to use the strongest pupil technique. Nagato's Rinnegan did not reach the level of the Otsutsuki family. What he could control was the power of 6 paths and the power of the outside world. Feng Mei Yiming wants to teach him this kind of power. Hell, come out. Following Feng Mei Yiming's call, Hell Dao appeared in front of him. After cutting off his connection with Hell Dao, Feng Mei Yiming said, try to feel the power of your Rinnegan and then manipulate him. Hearing Feng Mei Yiming's request, Nagato sat up from the ground and began to feel the strength in his body. After a long while, he froze in the Hell Road, and his fingers trembled unnoticeably. Feng Mei Yiming was overjoyed when he saw this. This guy is indeed a little genius, and it seems that he has the right eye for people. Advertisement, really can. Feng Mei Yiming's sealing technique is unheard of even for Sarutobi Hiruzen, but in fact it is normal. After all, most ninjas today don't know much about wood style. Feng Mei Yiming, who broke into the office, saw Mensao's third generation and seemed to be watching some taboo comics. After the two awkwardly rubbed their noses, Feng Mei Yiming took the lead and offered suggestions. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Hell Road will be placed here first. After you can control it completely, I will make you a small ghetto statue to play with. Third generation, I think Kushina can be released. Finding a potted plant in the office, he showed Sarutobi Hiruzen the power of the wood-style seal, which draws on the vitality of vegetation. After returning to Konoha, Feng Mei Yiming went to Sarutobi Hiruzen's office. Kushina has been cared for too long in the recent period. It's time to let her out. It's not a solution to stay there all day. After feeling the majestic power in the Tao of Hell, Nagato couldn't believe that Feng Mei Yiming gave it to himself. As long as you become better and don't encounter any danger. After the death of Senju Hashirama's generation, not many people in the genin world have actually seen it. If this is the case, I will not restrict Kushina's freedom. I can let her move around in the village for 2 months to see the situation. Thinking of this, Feng Mei Yiming suddenly realized that this forbidden technique was useless in the forbidden technique catalog, because Konoha would not know wood style in the future. This forbidden technique consumes a lot of chakra. Don't use it as a last resort. I will show it to you later, and then you can write it in Konoha's Forbidden Technique catalog. If you want to make a Geto statue, the chakra of the tail beast is necessary. Fengmi Yiming can make a weakened version of the Geto statue with the 2 chakras that Fengmi Yiming has. The combat power of the boy is definitely enough. It just so happens that Fengmi Yiming also wants to talk to Sarutobi Hiruzen about the wood-style seal he recently obtained in the system. Putting him here to practice alone, Fengmi Yiming left the back mountain, and before leaving, told him to find a place where no one else was before he left. Otherwise, Rinnegan would be in trouble when exposed. Nagato's Rinnegan can control the power of the outside world. After Fengmi Yiming smashed Kirigakir's Yagura, in addition to the previously absorbed 9 tails chakra, he also had 3 tails. Chapter 149 The Blood Book of Jiraiya, the Great Cola Exhibition Kamui. The person who asked him to speak was Fengmi Yiming, who also came up with this wonderful forbidden technique. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen has never seen such a wonderful seal for so many years, so he nodded and agreed with Kushina to lift the ban. Go and tell her, she will thank you this time, okay. Before eating, Kushina had been pestering Fengmi Yiming and told him to ask Sarutobi Hiruzen to beg for mercy. She had been banned for a long time. If she didn't let anyone go out, she would be suffocated. Fengmi Yiming told her at the 5 Shadows conference. It's best not to expose your control over 9 tails, and look for 3rd generation when you come back. Fengmi Yiming jumped from the window of the Hokage building, and in a short while, he reached the place where Kushina was forbidden. This is the warrant for the 3rd generation. Uzumaki Kushina will stay in the village instead of opening Shikai today, except for the ban. When I saw Fengmi Yiming, a regular visitor, the surrounding Anbu members thought he was here to visit Kushina, but he didn't expect that he was here to release people this time. The warrant is real, let go. Inside the door, Kushina had heard Fengmi Yiming's voice outside, and as soon as she opened the door, she jumped over and gave Fengmi Yiming a big bear hug. I knew that you could definitely tell the purpose of 3rd generation, and this period of time can suffocate me to death. Let's go, I will take you home to meet a few people. With Kushina, Fengmi Yiming returned to the house of the Uzumaki family. After seeing Fengmi Yiming coming, the 3 of Nagato bowed to him respectfully because Fengmi Yiming taught them ninjutsu. This is Uzumaki Kushina, a member of Nagato's family. She will be your sister from now on. On the way here, Fengmi Yiming told Kushina about the 3 of Nagato. She was also very happy, so that someone would usually accompany her. This incident has finally come to an end. Now that the 3 of Nagato are carried by Kushina before Jiraiya returns, nothing will happen. Back home, Fengmi Yiming saw that there was a toad standing in front of his house. Boss Toad, what are you doing here? This is Jiraiya's summoning beast. He should be in Cloud Shinobi village now. Why did he send his toad here so far? The toad boss handed Fengmi Yiming a scroll with a string of messages written on it. After handing it to Fengmi Yiming, he originally wanted to say a few words, but he didn't have enough chakra on him, and it dissipated in the air. Advertisement. It seemed that he was doing his best to be able to come. After opening the scroll, Fengmi Yiming saw a line of small characters written in blood by Jiraiya. Cloud Shinobi is in danger, come quickly. In an emergency, the first thing he thought of was Fengmi Yiming. It seemed that this crisis he believed that only Fengmi Yiming could solve it. At this time, the people from Anbu also found Fengmi Yiming and said, 3rd generation will let you go. Good. After responding, Fengmi Yiming also prepared to tell Sarutobi Hiruzen the news, and then went to Cloud Shinobi village by himself. Pushing the door open, Fengmi Yiming saw cans of drinks on the table of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Is this the finished product? Handing out Jiraiya's scroll, Fengmi Yiming picked it up and took a sip. After swallowing it, his eyes widened. It was so delicious. Fengmi Yiming can hardly describe this feeling. After drinking this kind of cola, it is estimated that no one can drink other things. Congratulations to the host, drink a great cola, internal power attribute plus 20, swordsman supreme skill is activated, current level 55-1. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the beverage upgrade achievement, the ancient chi training technique, and the automatic training can continue to increase your internal strength. Kendo supreme skill LV1 special effects are launched, and sword damage is increased by 50%. Kind of cool. Fengmi Yiming didn't expect that Super Coke would be able to gain so many attributes just after drinking it. In order to increase his internal strength, Fengmi Yiming needed tendon to soak in the drink pool every day. But now it's different. This ancient chi training technique can automatically cultivate and increase internal strength. With a little drink, the internal strength progress is definitely not the same. Of course, Fengmi Yiming has not forgotten the purpose of his coming. After Sarutobi Hiruzen read the news he gave, his brows were also frowned. Jiraiya's meaning is obviously to let you go. You should put the Coke factory business a little bit in the past 2 days and go to Cloud Shinobi village. With the first batch of samples of Super Coke, Fengmi Yiming no longer needs to be so eager after receiving the reward, so he nodded and said, okay, I will leave now. Konoha is basically stable now. Even if Fengmi Yiming leaves here, Minato, Kushina, Might Day and Shumao can protect him. Advertisement by night, Fengmi Yiming left Konoha again. I don't know if Jiraiya met Uchiha Madara. If that's the case, he would be more ill-fortuned. From the birth of Kakashi and others, Fengmi Yiming knew that the timeline of the world seems to have accelerated a lot, so any possibility could happen. Jiraiya, who was able to survive to grow up as the 4th generation ninja, may die in this investigation. Thinking of the blood book he wrote for himself, Fengmi Yiming couldn't help speeding up his pace. From Konoha to the Kingdom of Thunder, it took about 3 days at Fengmi Yiming's speed. During these 3 days, Feng Yiming first adapted to the skills he had acquired, and suddenly realized that he had not been able to use the Kendo Supreme talent. However, this ancient Qi training technique is really amazing. Now that Feng Yiming is on the way, the internal force in the entire human body can spontaneously follow the path of the Great Joshin in the meridian, every 72 major weeks. Today, Feng Yiming's internal strength will be strengthened. At this rate, Feng Yiming feels that in 2 years he might become a humanoid tail beast like Kisame. After 3 days, Feng Yiming finally rushed to the Land of Thunder. During this period, he did not delay at all, but after coming here, he still found the Land of Thunder in devastation, and the buildings inside Cloud Shinobi Village collapsed. Look like. What happened? Stopping a villager from Thunder Country, Feng Yiming asked what happened in Cloud Shinobi Village. Come on, that terrible guy is here. What horrible guy? Octopus, octopus. Before the words were finished, the villager slammed Feng Yiming's hand away and ran into the distance quickly. Octopus? Could it be 8 Tails? Really got it out by Uchiha Madara? Feng Yiming thought of the situation of the Tail Beast riots, and felt a pain in his head. No wonder Jiraiya would ask Feng Yiming for help. If the Tail Beasts rioted, it would be difficult for anyone to come except the descendants of Wood Style at the level of Feng Yiming. Manipulating gravity to fly high in the sky, Feng Yiming is going to take a look at what's going on here first. The current Cloud Shinobi village is exactly like it has just experienced the battle. Most of the civilians inside have left. Various ninjas are constantly shuttled through the village, not knowing what they're doing. The figure of 8 Tails is completely did not see. Chapter 150. Suppress 8 Tails with 1 enemy and 2. Has it been taken away by Madara? Thinking of this worst-case scenario, even Feng Yiming was a little scared. If this conspirator were to get such a powerful card, then they would obviously be at a disadvantage. After a flash, Feng Yiming walked directly to the tallest building in Cloud Shinobi Village, which is the Reikage building. Where is 8 Tails? Third Reikage Eye, who was covered in bandages, was startled when he saw Feng Yiming's figure. Why are you here? Did you cause the 8 Tails riot? As soon as he came over, Feng Yiming was inexplicably detained. If I come, I will be able to smooth your village without 8 Tails. Hurry up and tell me where 8 Tails is. Maybe I can stabilize your situation. Now Jiraiya should be at 8 Tails, found 8 Tails, and know Madara's movements. The 2 amiable brothers Killer Bee went to the shoreline to suppress 8 Tails. As soon as Reikage fell, he was planning to say something, but Feng Yiming's figure disappeared with a swish. On the coastline, the 2 amiable brothers Killer Bee are facing a very powerful enemy. This man is Uchiha Madara. I don't know what method he used to directly control 8 Tails. No one has ever been able to control the Tail Beast and let his words follow his instructions, which made the 2 people feel more and more chilled when fighting against Madara. They don't understand 8 Tails very clearly. Why is this guy able to use various abilities so easily? The tailed beast bomb condensed successfully and directly blasted towards the 2 brothers, both of whom were under tremendous pressure under such a powerful attack. The body was covered with lightning-style armor, and the Lei Li hot knife was used, and the speed of the 2 increased to ultimate, and the hairs on their bodies stood upright. Advertisement obviously, they used their stunts not to head on, but to escape. Madara can hang them by himself, and now that he adds 8 Tails, fighting them is as easy as drinking a mouthful of water. Soon, the 2 of them were already lying on the ground and vomiting blood with the tailed beast bomb. Susano showed that the purple long knife was like a Pengu great axe that split the sky and the earth, falling from the sky and slashing straight towards them. At this time, the fighting power of the 2 of them had been out of 10. They found that they seemed to think too much. They had to rely on their own strength to prevent the combination of 8 Tails and Madara. At this moment, a gust of wind suddenly came out, followed by a huge spiral shuriken. Jiraiya's figure appeared on the battlefield, and the powerful wind style gave them a strong support, but even so, it can only help them to leave from here. Go. Jiraiya has been lurking here for a long time. At the beginning of the 8 Tails rage, he thought that the people of Cloud Shinobi Village could solve it by themselves, because they have a lot of fighting power here. But later, I didn't expect Madara to show up. He was immediately found out of hiding. During the battle, he directly passed the message back and appointed Summoning Beast to send a message to Feng Yiming. Now all he can do is wait for Feng Yiming's arrival. After covering the retreat of the Yaoi brothers, he also found that he could no longer withdraw. It has been 3 days, when will Feng Yiming arrive? Feeling that chakra was almost dry in his body, Jiraiya was a little melancholy. It seemed that he was going to die here this time. But just when he was about to be unable to resist, a light of a knife fell from the sky, which was different from the knife in Madara's Susano's hand. This knife felt extremely deadly and engulfed endless evil spirits. One knife directly split the tailed beast bomb into 2, half. Jiraiya's eyes lit up, and he knew who was coming. This is the first time Feng Yiming has taken a break after his own ability has been broken through. Feng Yiming can't believe the power that can be achieved just by waving his hand. This is all the gains brought by the ancient Qi training technique. In the past few days, Feng Yiming's internal strength has been refined. There can be waves of energy fluctuations between gestures. Advertisement, meet again, Madara. Feng Yiming stood in front of Jiraiya, told him to retreat first, and then greeted Madara. I didn't expect you to come so soon, but it doesn't matter. 8 Tails has been completely controlled by me. You are very strong, but I have added the power of 8 Tails, which may be stronger than you. What Uchiha Madara said is really good, but Feng Yiming didn't come to kill him this time. He also knew that he couldn't kill Madara. At least it was enough to control 8 Tails here. Anyway, Feng Mei Yiming has already thought about the things behind. Now Zanpakuto can directly separate the chakra of the tail beast. With the power of wood style, Feng Mei Yiming can directly weaken the 8 tails and give it to Cloud Shinobi Village so that the danger can be eliminated. NS. If I can beat you, I'll know if I try it first. Maybe you don't know. I've gotten better in this period of time. Feng Mei Yiming holds Zanpakuto. Although there is no increase in sword weapons of the Swordsman Supreme, his understanding of various weapons has been greatly improved after possessing this skill, and his combat power is still greatly improved. Feng Mei Yiming and Uchiha Madara flew into the sky in a battle. In the cross of swords and lights, Madara fought Feng Mei Yiming with physical skills and became more afraid, because he discovered that Feng Mei Yiming's methods were compared with the last time he fought against him. It has improved a bit. You fellow, you can't stay either. Feng Mei Yiming blocked his attack with a knife in his backhand, and several Rasengan appeared out of thin air, directly pressing on him. 8 tails joined the battlefield at this time. It looks like an octopus. Its tentacles look extremely soft and flexible, but it hits it like a golden hoop that weighs more than 1,000 pounds. After Feng Mei Yiming suffered a few times, he found something was wrong. This guy obviously used Rinnegan to control the tail beast. In this case, Feng Mei Yiming can't suffer in vain. Everyone owns Rinnegan, why should Feng Mei Yiming be beaten for nothing? Susanoo was smashed with a punch. Feng Mei Yiming's Rinnegan turned on and looked at 8 tails. Then Rinnegan's ability was activated, and 8 tails immediately obeyed. In fact, Feng Mei Yiming had a thought before, that is, since Rinnegan has the power to create 6 paths, are these tail beasts also the incarnation of the 6 paths constructed by the Otsutsuki clan? After also owning Rinnegan, he can also control these tail beasts, which actually supports Feng Mei Yiming's inference. Chapter 151 Madara's Defeat, Cloud Shinobi Village's Slander. The battle between the two continued, and after Feng Mei Yiming took control of 8 tails, the battle was directly reversed. In the end, Feng Mei Yiming slashed through Madara's coat, and scarlet blood gurgled out of his back. Why can you be so strong? Madara still can't believe it. Just a few months later, Feng Mei Yiming was able to reach this level. He is the oldest god-level ninja in the ninja world, and it is impossible to lose to such a young man. But it's a pity that if you lose, you lose. Now he can't even control 8 tails. On the other hand, Feng Mei Yiming's internal strength is sufficient, and the whole person's state is still in its heyday. Turning around, Madara jumped directly into the sea and disappeared. Feng Mei Yiming did not continue chasing, but found 8 tails. Zanpakuto swung down the chakra that had cut him in half, and absorbed it into his body with wood style. With the power of 8 tails, when he wants to make Geto statue, the power of the finished product will be even greater. After being injured, 8 tails was put on the coast after Feng Mei Yiming took half of chakra away, waiting for the people of Cloud Shinobi Village to come and control it. Back at Cloud Shinobi Village, Feng Mei Yiming was planning to tell this group of people, but when he first came back, he found that they were looking at him with extremely hostile eyes. Hokage, who was wearing a bandage, spoke directly at this time. What exactly do you Konoha want to do? What do you do? I saved you, can you figure out the situation? Inexplicably, Feng Mei Yiming felt that they seemed to have delusions of persecution. This situation is still a bit funny for the enemy and Konoha. It's not your Jiraiya here. How could you know the news of our 8 tails? I think this is a conspiracy you plan to destroy the development of our Cloud Shinobi Village. Regardless of 3 or 721, Hokage directly dumped all the pod to Feng Mei Yiming. At this time, Feng Mei Yiming suddenly found out that this time it seems that the ninjas in Cloud Shinobi Village did not take good care of the security. Or should I blame Madara, who came and went without a trace? Advertisement in the end, sooner or later, a scapegoat was found, and Feng Mei Yiming became the scapegoat. After understanding this matter, Feng Mei Yiming became a little angry. I just helped you to control 8 tails on the beach, now you can go and clean up the mess and see if it's what I said. As soon as Feng Mei Yiming's voice fell, several ninjas who had been investigating ran to Third Hokage and said a few words. I saw him sarcastically responding, Feng Mei Yiming. Help us control? You are the chakra of 8 tails, right? All of us have seen it. You have absorbed most of the chakra of 8 tails with wood style. Don't pretend to be good people here. Oh, if I don't absorb most of the chakra from 8 tails, can you control it with your 3-legged cats? Hearing what he said, Feng Mei Yiming was already a little angry. These guys' words clearly found someone to be responsible for the incident, and the scapegoat they chose was Feng Mei Yiming. In this case, he didn't need to waste time with them, turned his head and prepared to leave. Jiraiya has left the land of thunder under Feng Mei Yiming's signal. Now only Feng Mei Yiming is here. With just one mouth, it is absolutely impossible for them to distinguish between black and white. Whatever you say, I'm leaving now, will anyone stop me? Feng Mei Yiming smiled and expressed his intention to leave when everyone spoke and criticized Feng Mei Yiming. At this time, everyone was suddenly silent. Although the pot was placed on Feng Mei Yiming, it was really necessary to fight him and let him pay the price here, so no one would dare. Those who can defeat Uchiha Madara and suppress 8 tails at the same time with one enemy and 2. If they really want to leave, who can stop them? Since no one is stopping, then I will leave. Feng Mei Yiming cleaned up, took a sip of the soda in his hand, and walked out slowly. The people surrounding him automatically parted a road. Among the silent Cloud Shinobi Village crowd, Hokage flushed. Looking at the two brothers Yi Yu-Ha and Killer Bee lying on the stretcher behind him, he was also silent. After leaving here, Feng Mei Yiming's heart is still very upset. It doesn't matter if he is not regarded as a hero. Now the responsibility for the displacement of the people in Cloud Shinobi Village is all on his head. If you want me to help you for nothing, how can there be a free lunch in the world? After thinking for a while, Feng Yiming thought of a way to sanction them, and summoned a four-legged gold-swallowing beast, which was a four-legged little beast that looked similar to Corgi and covered in golden hair. Thunder Country is rich in mineral resources, and there are also many mineral veins. This time it happened to be raged by 8 tails, and the mineral veins here were also unguarded. Advertisement in this case, Feng Yiming is ready to pluck her hair. The golden swallowing beast swayed on the ground and sniffed, its little nose trembled a few times, and finally yelled twice in one direction. Feng Yiming picked it up and flew towards the distance. In a short while, the two of them found an open pit mine. At this time, the gold-swallowing beast in Feng Yiming's hand immediately changed its expression, and jumped directly from midair with extreme ferociousness. The gold-swallowing beast grows in the wind, and when it jumps down, it has turned into a huge alien beast tens of feet tall. He opened his mouth and sucked fiercely, and the iron ore in this vein directly rushed out of the ground, all into his mouth. It didn't know what its teeth were made of, and it rattled a few times, and all the things in the metal vein were eaten by it. Yes, that's it. Since Lei Zhiguo has classified Feng Yiming as a bad person, then Feng Yiming will show them bad. I also want to make money from the mineral veins. Today, Feng Yiming will bring them a huge lesson, but they know how rare it is to tell the truth. The 3 main veins of Thunder State are all in the mountains. This is the source of their wealth. A lot of them have now been dug out. Seeing the gold-swallowing beast's ability, Feng Yiming's eyes lit up. Can you still eat? After eating the mineral vein, the gold-swallowing beast turned into a plush ball again, looking very well behaved. Looking at Feng Yiming, he blinked his big eyes and patted his stomach, apparently as if he was not full. Wow, its cry is already responding to Feng Yiming. Then I will take you to eat something good. With a grin, Feng Yiming quickly turned in the air and flew towards the 3 major mineral veins of Thunder Country. Chapter 152 Devouring Mineral Veins. God of Kola. There is a mine next to a small village in Thunder Country. The specialty of this mine is something called Thunder Mine. Weapons made of thunder ore have good malleability and can easily attach to chakras of different attributes, which can produce great effects in battle. Thunder Country relies on this kind of ore for food. Like this kind of ore veins, they have 3. A figure wearing a ninja windbreaker flew over from a distance. This is Feng Yiming. When 8 Tails was restless, most of the ninja guards here were urgently transferred back, and now the guards are weak. Feng Yiming stood in the sky and threw the golden swallowing beast directly down. The golden swallowing beast that grew up in the wind became huge and uttered a cheerful cry. With a big mouth, all the purple thunder ore seemed to be attracted, and flew crazy toward the innermost part of the gold swallowing beast. The guard ninja spotted the gold-swallowing beast and immediately sounded the alarm. Taking off Konoha's forehead protector, Feng Yiming wearing a mask appeared directly behind him, knocking him out with a hand knife. Then a ninja team composed of dozens of people assembled within a few minutes and ran to Feng Yiming to stop him. Lightning style, go. Lightning style, thunderbolt. Countless skills rushed towards Feng Yiming. Seeing that their B-level ninjutsu skills were not counted, Feng Yiming waved a big hand, and a thick fog surge. Chakra directly isolated all these thunder and lightning. Your lightning style, let's practice it. Let you take a look at our Kawa no Kuni ninjutsu. If you want to back the pot, you must find a scapegoat. The Sancho fish from the country of Kawachi has established his own power, and then betrayed Madara. If this is the case, then give them some good fruits. Feng Yiming made several shots of water style disguising himself as a ninja of Kirigakure and swept all the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village. At this time, the golden swallowing beast also finished its gluttonous feast and returned to its side. Before leaving, Feng Yiming also specifically said, "Remember, our leader, Sanjiao Yu is half, and we want to requisition your thunder ore." Slipped away. Just eat one ore vein, because Feng Yiming discovered this big ore vein. After eating it, the gold swallowing beast's belly swelled up. I just saw the thunder ore flying all over the sky. It was really scary. I don't know how this little guy eats it. So many things dropped. Advertisement regardless of the other 2 mineral veins. Another consideration is to maintain the stability between the 5 great nations. If the guys who eat in the Thunder Country are uprooted, then they must provoke war again. Of course, now that Feng Yiming has taken one of their mineral veins, their vitality will also be injured, so at least they will not dare to jump again for decades. A few days later, when Feng Yiming returned to Konoha, it was already noon. After so many things, he was going to go home and sleep first. But walking on the street, he saw a very interesting situation. Adults and children who came and went were all holding a small jar in their hands. Is this a new type of thermos cup? Seeing Feng Yiming coming back from the outside, everyone's attention was on him, staring at him from beginning to end. Being seen by people as monkeys, even if Feng Yiming has a good mentality, it is unavoidable to be a little unnatural. The god of Coke, when he was wondering, Might Dai ran over while holding the baby, yelling as he ran. "Oh, what happened? Master, your Coke is on fire. I only went out for a few days, how could I become the god of Cola? Could it be the super Coke that was bought in the system store for 100 points of purchase? Is this thing really hot?" At this time, the crowd began to cheer. The god of Coke. The god of Coke. Feng Yiming dubiously went to the vending machine and bought a fresh bottle of Coke. This is the taste of the sample Sarutobi Hiruzen gave him last time. Unexpectedly, after more than 10 days, the finished product has been made and put on the shelves. Looking at the attitude of the people of Konoha village, it seems that they have accepted this thing, and can't even say that they accept it. It should be very welcome. Compared with this drink, all other drinks are sugar water. Even Might Die, who usually doesn't drink high-calorie beverages, now drinks Coke every day. Advertisement, of course, he needs to increase the amount of training after drinking it, but even if he still wants to drink it, the magic of this Coke can be seen in Madara. Leaving the crowd, Fengmi Yiming ran to Sarutobi Hiruzen's office. As soon as he entered the door, he saw the old man lying on the office chair and smoking a cigarette leisurely. Third generation, I am in a good mood. After pushing the door open, Fengmi Yiming greeted the old man kindly. That's natural. In the past 2 days, the people in the factory said that they had cramps after counting the money. This formula of yours is really amazing. Oh yes, I asked them to take 50% of your dividend, and the remaining 30% will be used as Konoha's profit, and 20% will be used for follow-up development. How about it? The secret recipe is Fengmi Yiming, and the right to purchase cola nuts is also proposed by Fengmi Yiming, so after making a profit, it is natural to give Fengmi Yiming first. No, I will take the 3 achievements and invest more in expanding the scale. Earning money from one's own person is not called earning. Fengmi Yiming wants to sell this Coke to other countries so that he can earn more. With a huge pile of money, Fengmi Yiming went home contentedly. And behind him was followed by a little dog. It was a gold-swallowing beast. I don't know why, after Fengmi Yiming summoned him out, the guy couldn't go back. He didn't know where this little guy came from, so he could only let him follow him. Fortunately, the normal appearance of the golden swallowing beast looks no different from that of an ordinary Tuan dog, except that the hair is slightly longer. Wow! After returning home, the little golden swallowing beast ran to the corner he thought was safe, and pulled out a row of small purple balls. Then it came over and pulled Fengmi Yiming's trouser legs and walked to the corner. Fengmi Yiming saw this row of small purple metal balls, only to remember that the system seemed to say that this guy has the ability to condense metal. Then this is what it condensed. A mixture of mine ore and iron ore. After thinking of this, Fengmi Yiming picked it up and found that every small bead was quite heavy. Ding! It is detected that the host has obtained advanced materials, and the summoning beast tempering system is activated. In the future, host can rely on the materials produced by the gold-swallowing beast to transform and upgrade its weapons. This operation is a bit cool. Fengmi Yiming almost laughed after hearing the news. Chapter 153. The transformation system appears. Lei Jia casts the divine sword. For this transformation and upgrading, it is enough to submit the materials to the system. Fengmi Yiming didn't know the materials that this golden swallowing beast condensed and piled up into a hill. If combined with Zanpakuto, what can be forged? Because Fengmi Yiming now has the benefits of Swordsman Supreme and can play sword weapons 50% more effectively than usual, so this time Fengmi Yiming wants to make a sword. Taking out Zanpakuto, Fengmi Yiming put it together with the materials condensed by the golden swallowing beast, meditating in his heart, and then the system took them all away. At this time, the horizon also began to produce anomalies. Dark clouds covered the entire Konoha, and the lightning in the sky continued to impact the ground. Fengmi Yiming flew into the sky, looked up, and found that his Zanpakuto had been transformed and upgraded by an inexplicable force, and the surface had undergone a different change. At this time, a sky thunder slammed on him, almost letting him he fell from a high altitude. Aware of the danger, Fengmi Yiming can only go home and wait for the completion of this transformation, not knowing what kind of sword the system can give him. While waiting, Fengmi Yiming counted the dividends Sarutobi Hiruzen gave to himself, which was almost more than 3 million yuan. Last time I ate a luxurious barbecue, it only cost 50,000 yuan, which is enough for Fengmi Yiming to eat dozens of meals. In just a few days, Fengmi Yiming went from a poor boy with empty pockets to a big tyrant in Konoha village. Life is really amazing. Sprinkling money directly into the air, Fengmi Yiming lay inside the banknotes, feeling the feeling of a rich person for the first time. Change to a large refrigerator at home in a while, so that you can put more drinks. After the money was counted, the last thunder in the sky fell, and the thick clouds began to burst, revealing a burst of sunshine. But Fengmi Yiming's place is not very sunny, because the tempered sword rushed towards Fengmi Yiming's room with the skyfire directly from the sky, and the ceiling was also smashed into a big hole. What is it? You are only responsible for training the system, so don't you pay attention to the delivery attitude. Advertisement. Fengmi Yiming cursed at the system in his heart, but unfortunately there was no response. Fortunately, I made money in the past 2 days. Otherwise, I don't know how much it will cost to repair such a big hole. Standing up, Fengmi Yiming began to observe his new weapon. It was a black to purple long sword. It was a very ordinary style, and it didn't seem to be powerful. However, Fengmi Yiming, who was extremely observant, found some differences from it. On this sword, there was a small electric arc flashing unexpectedly, pulling it out of the floor, and it felt a tingling sensation as soon as it started. At this time, the voice of the system came from Fengmi Yiming's mind. Legendary weapon, Heaven Tribulation. Xing Tian, when attacking, it can use the power of the sky thunder to disperse the evil spirits. The power of thunder. This is definitely stronger than the Zanpakuto before Fengmi Yiming, because the power of the sky thunder is the force of nature, and Zanpakuto is only for the improvement of his physical attributes, and the two are judged against each other. Unbearable joy, Fengmi Yiming ran to a deserted place in the back mountain. Xing Tianjin swung his sword directly. With the special effects of Swordsman Supreme, the sharp sword aura engulfed the power of thunder and lightning. It stopped after directly cutting dozens of trees. Moreover, where Fengmi Yiming cuts down, the openings of the trees are all charred and smoked. With such a powerful thunder force, if you were fighting people, wouldn't it directly give people anesthesia? Good weapon, Fengmi Yiming nodded and gave a very satisfactory evaluation. Putting it on his back, Feng Yiming cleaned up the scene, and then went home to buy a refrigerator. It was a quiet time again. After Madara was repelled by Feng Yiming, it is estimated that there will be no more movements for a long time. Time passed quickly, and Feng Yiming also got a leisurely gap. However, compared with the leisure of Konoha, the country of thunder is not so good. The veins of thunder ore have been looted, and their economic lifeline is equivalent to a straight cut. At this time, the people under his team said that it was the people of Kawa no Kuni who did it on them. This directly ignited the fuse of Thunder Country's anger. Even if Feng Yiming and Madara bullied them, now the weak Kawa country has also acted on them. Advertisement directly looting a mineral vein, you really have it. Hokage is very angry, and the consequences are serious. He directly sent dozens of teams to attack the country of Sichuan day and night, forcing them to surrender all mines. This is not enough. Hokage thinks that they should have some special mining skills, otherwise it is impossible for all mines to disappear within a day, so they also coerce them to hand over their own mining secrets, otherwise they must be let go. The country destroys the country. Sanjiao Yubanzo is also very wrong here. After being injured by Feng Yiming, the people from Thunder Country came back to the door before returning. Wasn't he still an ally of Jinjian before? Why is it suddenly turning back now, and using such a lame excuse to make them pay for something? What they didn't do at all, how can they be compensated? When they thought of this, they all felt very angry, since they are going to fight, then go to war, don't always have them. Thus, the battle between the country of Sichuan and the country of Thunder began again. This has brought a longer peace to the people of Konoha. The Iron Kingdom saw that this group of people was fighting again, and it no longer controlled it, because the gap between the Kingdom of Kawa and the Kingdom of Thunder is still quite large. It mediates such wars. It makes no sense at all. At the same time, they have also expanded the sales of Konoha top coke, and now major countries have begun to sell the coke in Feng Yiming's hands. Because of this, Feng Yiming's wallet has swelled up day by day. As for Feng Yiming, the creator of all this, he chats with Kushina Mikoto every day, and takes out some of his own dividends to take the two little beauties to eat and sunbathe, not to mention how beautiful they are. After he heard about the Leijiguo, he just smiled knowingly. This was the price for him to take the blame. Seeing the battle between them, Feng Yiming couldn't mention how happy it was. Time passed quietly like this. Feng Yiming relied on the ancient Qi training technique to practice automatically. Although every day is leisurely, his strength has been advancing all the way. Even during the recent period, he also noticed some changes in his Dantian, and it seemed that his internal strength had undergone some wonderful changes. Chapter 154. Internal Force Upgrade, Ghetto Statue. After drinking a lot of soda, Feng Yiming found that the internal force in his Dantian turned into substance. At the beginning, I thought that I had drunk too much and there would be water in my stomach, and then I was so frightened that I didn't dare to drink any more for several days. But then Feng Yiming discovered something wrong. It turned out that this thing was a manifestation of his energy qualitative change. Now if Feng Yiming is judged according to the standards of cultivating immortals, it should be regarded as entering the peak of innate early stage. According to this world, it can be considered to have entered the peak cage level. After taking the Heaven Punishment Sword, everything has changed, and his strength has suddenly become a super cage level, which can be regarded as a very powerful level. You should know that Feng Yiming's strength has just reached cage level some time ago. After drinking the top coke, he was able to stabilize at the peak cage level. This speed is definitely the same as riding a rocket. If an ordinary ninja has no adventures, it is actually possible to stay in place throughout his life. But Feng Yiming is different. As long as he can drink a drink, his strength growth is unlimited. During this very peaceful time, Feng Yiming also discovered a very interesting situation one day, that is, his internal strength was able to refine Nine Tails chakra after the breakthrough. The chakras of several tail beasts previously absorbed can be refined, but the other efficiency is very low, only Nine Tails is very suitable. So Feng Yiming knocked on Kushina's door. After explaining the situation with Kushina, Feng Yiming directly began to practice with Kushina every day, automatically learning chakra from Nine Tails. Nine Tails. I want you to help me practice. At the beginning, Nine Tails definitely disagreed, but Feng Yiming's methods are so powerful that it can't be chosen. Originally, its body was as big as a hill, but after Feng Yiming absorbed chakra, its body slowly got smaller and smaller, and finally Feng Yiming simply let it out. Advertisement. The reason for this is because in the end this guy turned into a pet fox-like little beast. Several times he tried to escape, but was taken by Feng Yiming. Later, Feng Yiming saw that the golden swallowing beast at home had nothing to do, so he discussed with this very intelligent little guy and asked it to look at Nine Tails and not let it escape. The fighting power of the golden swallowing beast is extremely powerful, and Nine Tails can be used as its playmate. So the top tail beast Nine Tails played with it all day, and the two little beasts were chasing you and me in the big house of the Uzumaki clan all day. Feng Yiming tendon absorbed the chakra of Nine Tails and transformed it into its own internal power, causing its power to fail to recover every day, so every time it was completely abused by the golden swallowing beast. He was taken back by the golden swallowing beast just after escaping a few steps. Feng Yiming bought a lot of iron ore from Konoha's warehouse at a low price, as the daily needs of the gold swallowing beast, and gave it to Kushina to feed it on weekdays. In the process of increasing internal power, Feng Yiming also thought of a very powerful thing, because now his power has been upgraded, so internal power can be transformed into the chakra of the tail beast. In this case, it is time to make a ghetto statue. But now there is a problem, that is, Feng Yiming doesn't know how to make it, and it is estimated that the materials will be very difficult to collect. System. Search the shop for how to make ghetto statue. Because Feng Mei Yiming has been drinking drinks before, now Feng Mei Yiming has accumulated a lot of purchase points. This time, it cost him nearly 1,000 points to buy the method of making ghetto statue, and by the way, he also bought various clays and materials containing chakra. I want to make something. After you and Nine Tails merge in 2 days, come with me. Okay. Kushina was very well behaved in front of Feng Mei Yiming. After hearing his invitation, she agreed without thinking. Now Feng Mei Yiming has weakened the power of Nine Tails to the point where she can be a master. After fusing with Nine Tails, her combat effectiveness can also be increased by 100%. Feng Mei Yiming has never done a ghetto statue. I don't know if this thing is well controlled after it is made, so I called Kushina to protect the law, so as to be sure of everything. Advertisement by the way, Makoto, who has the limit of blood inheritance, is also called. Her eyes can actually control the ghetto statue to a certain extent, because the blood wheel eyes and Rinnegan should be regarded as the same root. However, in terms of current Makoto, it is still not enough to provide any help to Feng Mei Yiming. Under the protection of Feng Mei Yiming, Makoto has not experienced too many dangers, and Konoha in the recent period is also extremely peaceful. There should be nothing to stimulate her in the short term. The eyes of the Uchiha clan, who have not experienced the stimulation of great joy and compassion, are unlikely to open their eyes. So Feng Mei Yiming has been thinking about how to upgrade her eyes recently. Such a combination that provides control and protection by force can ensure that when the ghetto statue is born, it will not cause harm to the surroundings. After making up his mind, Feng Mei Yiming slapped his head and came up with a solution. You will play with Nine Tails again these 2 days. I will go home and prepare. What makes Feng Mei Yiming feel very surprised is that Nine Tails is still so resistant to him. After getting smaller, she likes to snuggle on Kushina very much. After seeing that she can't run away, it can only accept reality, lie flat and get beaten. Now it followed Kushina like a small classmate all day, and listened to Kushina's words very much, so Feng Mei Yiming was more relieved, leaving the golden swallowing beast here, and then left directly. On the way home, Feng Mei Yiming bought several calming herbs from the pharmacy. This is for Makoto. The purpose of Feng Mei Yiming's purchase of this medicinal material is already obvious. The method he came up with to help Makoto's eyes is very simple. Use Distinguished Heavenly Gods. Distinguished Heavenly Gods is a top-level illusion. Feng Mei Yiming thought that Tsukuyomi would be better, but after thinking about it, he was afraid that the effect was not enough. So he went straight to the strongest illusion and prepared to let Makoto experience great joy and great compassion in the illusion. If you want to open the Mangekyo blood wheel eye, you don't need a transplantation method, then you can only have a strong dose of medicine. Normally, if you want to open the Mangekyo blood wheel eye, you must transplant someone else's eye. But Feng Mei Yiming, who owns Rinnegan, knows that this is just not enough stimulation. If the stimulation is enough, it can successfully open the strongest eyes of the Uchiha clan. Chapter 155 Mangekyo Transformation, Ghetto Statue Completion. These herbs were bought to ensure that Makoto wouldn't collapse after undergoing the tempering of this illusion. After all, Tsukuyomi can make the top John collapse, and the intensity of the Distinguished Heavenly Gods technique will only be stronger. If you can't bear it, you will become a lunatic or a vegetable, and you will lose your consciousness. Feng Mei Yiming didn't dare to let her take this risk. After thinking about it, he bought another concentration pill from the system store. The effect of this pill is to protect the human spirit. With this insurance, add some calming herbs and let Makoto drink it to perform the operation. Feng Mei Yiming prepared these herbs for a few days before getting them together. On this day, Feng Mei Yiming, who was well packed, knocked on the door of Makoto's house. After the door was opened, Makoto saw Feng Mei Yiming as a surprise. Yiming-kun, why are you here? Come in and sit down. Feng Mei Yiming walked in and told Makoto about the future. Really can. Mangekyo blood wheel eyes are what everyone in the Uchiha clan wants for strength. Kushina is also very excited to hear that Feng Mei Yiming can successfully upgrade this eye through transformation. Of course you can, but there are some risks in this. I came here to ask for your opinion. If you want, I can help you break through this eye. After Feng Mei Yiming told her the pros and cons, the girl was also lost in thought. After thinking for a while, she nodded seriously and said, I'm willing to accept it. Only when I become stronger can I protect my family and loved ones. After speaking, she also glanced at Feng Mei Yiming secretly, her cheeks flushed. Feng Mei Yiming didn't react to Makoto's intention. Now that she has agreed, Feng Mei Yiming is ready to start today's action. Feng Mei Yiming reminded Kushina again after taking the concentration pill and the potion she made. Remember that you must experience these illusions with your heart, so that your emotions can be mobilized, and it is more convenient for the blood wheel eyes to open. After your eyes reach the level of the Mangekyo blood wheel eyes, you will naturally know the way to escape from the illusion. Are you ready? Well, I'm ready. After the words fell, Feng Mei Yiming's eyes directly turned into Mangekyo blood wheel eyes, and the Distinguished Heavenly Gods technique was activated, dragging Makoto's consciousness into the illusion. Advertisement in Makoto's expression changed from clear to sluggish. Feng Mei Yiming's heart raised his throat and began to wait in place. This time, Feng Mei Yiming adjusted the time rate to be thousands of times different from the real world. A second outside is equivalent to a few hours inside. The big beads of sweat rolled down from Makoto's forehead. At the beginning, Feng Mei Yiming even felt that the girl couldn't hold it anymore. If this method is not feasible, then Feng Mei Yiming will directly dispel the illusion. Unlike the illusion in Namikaze Minato last time, this time Feng Mei Yiming is the caster, so he can perform some control. Soon Makoto's eyes opened. Feng Mei Yiming saw that Makoto's eyes had an extra tomo. She used to be 2 buyu, but now she has become 3. The temperament of the whole person has also undergone a very powerful change. If she was Xiaojiabiu before, her temperament now is as calm as water, with a hint of killing. But even at this level, this girl still can't escape Feng Yiming's illusion unless she evolves Mangekyo Sharingan. This can be considered as a chance for her. If the Mangekyo Bloodwheel Eye is normally awakened, it will not bring distinguished heavenly gods technique by itself. After waiting for nearly 2 hours, suddenly Makoto's body began to twitch, and then a trace of blood and tears dripped from his eyes. When he looked into her eyes again, Feng Yiming saw the state of Mangekyo's Bloodwheel Eyes, but it disappeared quickly. And Makoto also spouted a mouthful of blood and slowly woke up. Can you control it? It will take a while. Makoto's eyes have reached the level of Mangekyo Sharingan, but it will take some time to adapt to this power. Then you can rest here for a while, and I will come to you after 2 days. Feng Yiming didn't think that his idea was realized so easily, and Kushina also opened Mangekyo Sharingan so quickly. A little agitated, which shows that he is on the right path. A few days later, Feng Yiming and Kushina Makoto stood at the entrance of the village and set off toward a distant mountain. Advertisement: their destination this time is a very remote mountain. There shouldn't be any major problems if the Gedo statue is made here. Just here. Feng Yiming took out all the contents of his backpack and started making it. The production this time is actually relatively simple, because after Feng Yiming bought the production method in the system store, as long as he provides the materials, the system can help him complete the remaining steps. Putting all these things in front of him, Feng Yiming directly gave instructions to the system. Let's start making. Receive the host request, start production. The entire sky was overcast with clouds, and it seemed that some invisible things were drawn to Feng Yiming. Feng Yiming has practiced chi refining technique, so he can clearly feel that this is the energy production between heaven and earth. Gedo statue requires not only extremely high strength materials, but also extremely deep heaven and earth energy. The 2 women standing behind Feng Yiming also felt inexplicable pressure. They didn't know where it came from, but they could understand that this might be caused by Feng Yiming, so they both held their breath and waited. The wind is violent, the lightning is thundering. 10 feet away in front of Feng Yiming, these materials began to automatically combine, and absorb the endless energy of heaven and earth, slowly turning into a human form. At the same time, Feng Yiming also began to continuously simulate his own internal force, which became the chakra of various tail beasts, and every time it was transmitted, the humanoid monster would become bigger by 1 point. In a short while, a monster several hundred feet tall appeared in front of the 3 of them. Feng Yiming also kept typing chakra into it, without stopping for a moment. The endless dust fell, and the Gedo statue began to move. Feng Yiming stretched out his hand and raised a gust of wind to protect himself and the 2 girls beside him. Now, it is the most critical moment. You only need to control the Gedo statue, and then Feng Yiming will have one more powerful killer. The newly born Gedo statue, because Feng Yiming did not restrict it, it also produced some spiritual wisdom. Looking at Feng Yiming, who was trying to control himself, he stepped on it with 1 foot. Chapter 156. Recovering 10 tails, specially appointed teacher. This foot was so heavy, it was like a hill was pressing over it. Even Feng Yiming couldn't resist it, so he could only step away and leave. This guy is already 10 tails from a certain perspective. Tailed beast bomb continuously fired from his mouth, blasting violently at the Feng Yiming trio. It seemed that he couldn't dodge. Feng Yiming directly showed 9 tails chakra after thinking about it, and then he also condensed a few tailed beast bombs and violently confronted him. 10 tails roar intensified and his eyes opened. Its eyes were a combination of Bloodwheel Eyes and Rinnegan. Such powerful eyes already represent the strength of this Gedo statue. Makoto and Kushina next to them are constantly helping Feng Yiming resist the monster's attack, but their strength is in vain. After possessing such a huge chakra and his own fierce power, this guy also showed a strong fighting ability. With a roar, hail fell in the sky. This is a large-scale attack by low-level ninjutsu. It is estimated that there are only such monsters in the entire ninja world, who can perform so many attacks in an instant. Feng Yiming, who was enveloped, did not dodge. He directly took out the Xingtian sword. The dark and sharp Xingtian sword, with the sky thunder like a god or devil, directly inserted into the forehead of the Gedo statue. Ninja technique can't touch him. It doesn't mean Feng Yiming's internal strength, and this Xingtian sword, which represents the energy of the tribulation, cannot cause harm to him. The effect was very good. When one sword went down, this guy who looked like a big tree was directly blackened by lightning on the surface, and a huge hole appeared on his body, which was torn apart by Feng Yiming. This was the first cut, which severely wounded the Gedo statue, and the next cut was a fatal attack. With a wailing sound, the tree knew the gap between itself and Feng Yiming, and also slowly stopped the attack, and lay down on the ground recognizing its fate. Follow me and I will give you stronger strength. Feng Yiming stepped forward and concluded a summoning beast contract with Gedo statue. As the smoke dissipated, the Gedo statue was put away by Feng Yiming. Advertisement: if the real Gedo statue comes, maybe you can fight Feng Yiming, but now this guy still relies on Feng Yiming's internal strength to give birth to a weakened version, although this is already very strong, but for Feng Yiming it's not that powerful. With the Gedo statue, Feng Yiming can consume a little bit of internal force every day and convert it into the energy input of the tail beast. The longer the time, the stronger the strength of this guy. It is estimated that Uchiha Madara never thought that Feng Yiming made the Gedo statue first, and now he is probably still searching for the tail beasts all over the world. But this has nothing to do with Feng Yiming. Even if he finds 8 tails, he will still be sad at 9 tails. You know, Feng Mei Yiming is guarding Konoha. After taking the two of them back to the village, Feng Mei Yiming also knew how to go after all kinds of practice and experimentation over the past few months. Ninjas are not the same as some ordinary children. They develop relatively early and have good physical fitness. After some ninja-related transformations when they were young, they will grow very fast. Time flies quickly. In a flash, several years have passed. Feng Mei Yiming slowly began to accumulate strength in Konoha. After these years, Feng Mei Yiming has gradually grown into a big young man. Yan value is the first in the village. Both Makoto and Kushina have reached the age of marriage, but there is still no news. Some people come to propose marriage, and neither of them agrees. During this period, Konoha's later generations also grew up. Kakashi, Guy, Shisui and others also grew up. Feng Mei Yiming has had a very leisurely life over the years. Every day, he absorbs some chakra from 9 tails and participates in the dividend meeting of the Coke factory. Because of the dividends from the Coke factory, Feng Mei Yiming has been very moisturized in recent years. There are some difficult tasks. Sarutobi Hiruzen will let Feng Mei Yiming go, and Feng Mei Yiming's current strength is already very powerful in the entire ninja world, so most of the tasks can be easily solved. But at this time Feng Mei Yiming has always had a doubt, that is why Uchiha Madara does not act. After so many years, the other party seems to have endured and did not do anything. This obviously conflicts with his style. However, Feng Mei Yiming held all these in his mind for a while and didn't bring it up, because the current peaceful situation is good if it can continue, and there is no need to look for trouble. One sunny morning, Feng Mei Yiming wore a Chunin uniform and walked into a classroom. Advertisement, Asuma, I have a hand that fell from the sky, and I will teach it to you today. Famous teachers have produced high apprentices. In one afternoon, this group of little guys have already mastered most of the number, and they have some insights after their own practice. This is the precipitation that Feng Mei Yiming has made through guidance. Study, I will. The children in the class all dragged their voices and replied loudly. Shisui, look at my distinguished heavenly gods, do you want to learn it? The reason why I came here is because Feng Mei Yiming received Sarutobi Hiruzen's commission and told him to teach here, because if the whole village is said to have the most master ninjutsu, it would be Feng Mei Yiming. I got it. Teacher, Guy, did your dad teach you 8 inner gates? It's not easy to learn, let me give you some tips. Bringing dozens of students to a clearing, Feng Mei Yiming directly demonstrated his various abilities, and then differentiated dozens of shadow clone, one-on-one teaching. Many ninjutsu are not secrets, and will only be taught to their close disciples from generation to generation. This is why there are many clans in Konoha. Kakashi, come here, I will teach you a trick rakery. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Today I want to tell you some real ninjutsu. Have you learned all the clone techniques given to you before? This situation has caused them not to learn too many powerful skills. Most of the ninjutsu that can be learned in school is very basic, but Feng Mei Yiming does not want to do this. The teacher is really too strong. Ms. Yiming is really good at making it all. He wants to pass on all the things he knows. Hearing Feng Mei Yiming said to teach himself ninjutsu, all the little guys were very happy. Chapter 157 Chunin's examination is obstructed, fire guns strengthen defense. During the recent period of time, the new Chunin exam is about to start. Feng Mei Yiming wants to improve their strength during this period of time. These guys are 2 or 3 years younger, and they might suffer a bit to take this exam, but Feng Mei Yiming still wants them to go. I'm going to register for the Chunin exam in 2 days. Do you have any comments? You can tell me in advance if you don't want to go. No, yes, a group of children responded to Feng Mei Yiming in unison. After studying for such a long time under Feng Mei Yiming, they were not afraid of any exams at all. Although this exam was conducted in conjunction with several other major countries, their overall quality is definitely not as high as the students taught by Feng Mei Yiming. In any respect, Feng Mei Yiming is confident to see them pass the exam. But at this time, a few Anbu ninjas walked up to Feng Mei Yiming and said, Master 3rd generation, let us call you over. Feng Mei Yiming asked these students to stand in place to practice on their own. He turned out dozens of shadow clones to guide them, and the ontology went to Sarutobi Hiruzen's office. Feng Mei Yiming already knew what Sarutobi Hiruzen was going to talk about, and then he said directly as soon as he pushed the door. 3rd generation, I promise you this will happen. Impossible. You let such a small group of children take the Chunin exam. If they fail, what if they are injured? Don't you know that other villages won't keep their hands on the exam? How could Feng Mei Yiming not know such a thing? Ninjas must have experienced some fights if they want to grow up. My students are not afraid. Why are they afraid of your old man again? They are ignorant, and they are certainly not afraid. Are you ignorant? No matter how much Feng Mei Yiming said, Sarutobi Hiruzen rejected Feng Mei Yiming because he felt that such a thing was very dangerous. Since this is the case, I will provide you with a better plan. I recently developed a weapon. If you want, I can push it into the guards. When that happens, whoever will directly hit with anesthesia bombs they will do it. While talking, Feng Mei Yiming took out a firecracker from behind him, and took out a needle tube to connect it to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Advertisement with the sound of Feng Mei Yiming's trigger, the needle was directly inserted into the wall, 3 points into the wall. Feng Mei Yiming did not expect to be able to make such a thing before. Because the output of the gold-swallowing beast is too much, the quality of the refined iron that is usually condensed after swallowing the iron body is still super high, so a few days ago Feng Mei Yiming also came up with a firecracker. Seeing Feng Mei Yiming's operation, Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback, because he had never seen such a thing. What? What did you take? I call it fire gun. After putting some sharp objects in, it can be ejected by special means. The attack speed is very fast and the damage is high. It was just made yesterday, and it can solve the security problem of the Chunin exam. What do you think? If an anesthetic is added, anyone who wants to violently injure someone can just shoot him down. Genius. This is definitely a genius design. It can even be used in warfare. Then, I agree. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was still being hit by Fengmi Yiming's design, murmured. Now that this matter is confirmed, Fengmi Yiming is ready to give the drawing to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Fengmi Yiming bought this drawing from the system store, but this thing is very cheap. Basically it is some basic firearm principle. Understand you can do it. With the firecrackers, it is estimated that the battle of the ninja will be more intense in the future. Before Chunin's exam, Fengmi Yiming prepared to do some more preparations. He called Kakashi and Shisui to his place to help them improve their strength. Teacher, why do you call us to come here? Fengmi Yiming asked when the two people arrived. I teach you a move called Chidori. This move is a bit easier to use than Reikiri. It can make some changes and attach it to the ninja. Fengmi Yiming explained to Kakashi the usage of Chidori in detail, and then supervised him to practice Ji-In's gestures until they were fully released within 2 seconds before letting him go home. Advertisement on Shisui's side, Fengmi Yiming was going to help him directly upgrade and evolve, just like he did with Makoto. He just stunned him with Tsukuyomi. After seeing all the people who were there, Sarutobi Hiruzen also stood up and started to preside over this exam. Then everyone played together and the lottery began. Konoha sent 2 teams. The first team consisted of some students in normal grades, and the second team consisted of dozens of children who were obviously much younger. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. They are my students and they are very effective. If you don't believe it, you can let them play. At Rain Shinobi Village, Yagura looked at Fengmi Yiming with a gloomy look, with unbearable anger in his eyes, because he still remembers Fengmi Yiming pressing his head into the swamp. His students, hearing Fengmi Yiming's speech, everyone was silent, because if he spoke, there was really no way for people to refute him. After all, no one in the room could beat Fengmi Yiming. Among them, Fengmi Yiming also saw Reikage, who was injured by himself before, but now this guy seems to be exhausted, and the whole person looks like a dry old man. Everyone needs to be acquaintances. I won't talk about the rules here. We will draw lots and then compete. You guy, are you kidding us? A new generation of Chunin exams is coming soon. This time, the people who came are many young ninjas from the 5 great nations, as well as other 4 shadows. After busy working all night, Fengmi Yiming sent the 2 back home, but he lay on the bed and started to fall asleep. And Yi Yu-ha next to him, slowly became more and more of admiral, and it seemed that he should be the next generation's successor. On the Iwagakure and Sanagakure side, Onoki and 3rd Kazekage. After seeing a few children at such a young age, everyone was angry and accused Konoha of not paying attention to this exam. Fengmi Yiming had anticipated this situation a long time ago, so he walked out and said lightly. The reason why distinguished heavenly gods is not used is because Fengmi Yiming feels that there is no need to upgrade him to Mangekyo Bloodwheel Eyes. He only needs to improve slightly, which is enough to deal with this exam. Subsequently, he also opened the 3 Go Jade Bloodwheel Eyes. Now he has become Mizukage, and it seems that he has grown a lot in recent years. Chapter 158 The student wins, the teacher takes the stage. If there are no objections, the exam will begin. After everyone was silent for a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand to let his men go and ring the exam bell. I announce that this Chunin exam has officially started. Many previous students have come here early to take some written tests, but now there are only tests for combat effectiveness. The entire arena is divided into dozens of areas. In each area, there are 2 teams of people fighting with each other. They need to compete to enter the next round of places. Kakashi's Reikiri used it very skillfully. Even before he even took out the Chidori, he knocked back many of the people present and successfully entered the next few rounds. Shisui was even more mysterious. Standing on the spot, Sanguyu's Bloodwheel Eyes appeared, and the opponent looked at him and fell directly to the ground. This kind of eyes also shocked the audience. Everyone present could not have imagined that such a young child would have a Sharingan with 3 gouaches. But the fact is that this is the case. He not only has such eyes, but also can master it skillfully. As for why, the credit for all this is naturally placed on Fengmi Yiming. In the end, it was Guy. Chakra was extremely thin. He was considered by everyone to be the tail of a crane and felt that he should go back to set up a stall and should not continue to be a ninja, but his performance this time shocked everyone. With physical skill alone, he directly hit the top 50 ranks. There are 25 ninja admissions this time, and each of these 3 people has entered. In addition to them, Asuma, Anko and others have also entered the top 50 ranks. Before, Sarutobi Hiruzen was worried that these little guys would be hurt. I really think too much. Thank God for not hurting others. At the same time, Konoha's eyes on Fengmi Yiming have also changed from surprise to respect. After Fengmi Yiming entered the school, he was able to make these students directly undergo a qualitative change at such a young age and enter the level of intermediate ninja. I have to say that Fengmi Yiming is really a genius. Fengmi Yiming is also very confident in these little guys. After all, they're the students brought out by him, so it's okay to see them directly get the qualifications of Chunin. The day's competition soon ended. After such a competition, many people were surprised to find that Konoha's ninja earned more than 60% of the title of Chunin, and the other 40% were lost. The other ninja villages were divided equally. Advertisement. Thank you very much for your support today, but it's not over yet. I want to add one more item. Originally, the exam was over here, but what Sarutobi Hiruzen said now attracted everyone's attention, because they seemed to have guessed something, and they all stared intently at Sarutobi Hiruzen standing in the center of the venue. It's probably him. Although Third Raikage had become a skinny old man, he still looked very unconvinced at the figure in the stands who had been drinking with a drink. What are you doing? I'm going back after the exam. This guy is wasting time here. As a newly appointed Mizukage, Yagura is obviously lacking in patience. On Onoki's side, his brows were frowned. Does he want to give him that title? While everyone was in doubt, Sarutobi Hiruzen said loudly to the people in the court. There is a rule for the Chunin exam. If there are some ninjas in the country who can make a great contribution and are strong enough to be up to the level of Jonin, they can be appointed again later. In recent years, Fengmi Yiming has made an indelible contribution to Konoha, enabling Konoha's people to live and work in peace and contentment, and the economic development is getting better and better, so today I am going to give Fengmi Yiming a new title. At this time, all the eyes of everyone present were on the figure lying on the chair drinking soda. I announce that Fengmi Yiming has been promoted to Konoha Village Super Ninja. What? Raikage had always thought that Fengmi Yiming would get the title of Jonin, but things completely exceeded his expectations. Sarutobi Hiruzen actually gave Fengmi Yiming the title of Super Ninja. Ignoring everyone's doubts, Sarutobi Hiruzen directly invited Fengmi Yiming to come forward, and handed Fengmi Yiming a gold medal with the Konoha pattern engraved on it. Up to now, no such ninja has appeared in the 5 great ninja villages. Advertisement moreover, it is this kind of title that exists in the legend when it is shot. Fengmi Yiming will never accept it if it is placed before it, because this kind of thing is simply uncontrollable for him, and it will make many people jealous. But today Fengmi Yiming is destined to be noticed. The Super Ninja is a name that exists in the legend, and only those who have made great contributions to the village are eligible to get it. Amidst the cheers and crowds of everyone, Fengmi Yiming was a little embarrassed, and after bowing, said some words of thanks, and left the venue. After seeing Fengmi Yiming's departure, many children present silently regarded Fengmi Yiming as a chase target, because they knew that the man in front of him was probably the god of ninjas in the entire ninja world. Third generation, this is a bit too much, right? So Fengmi Yiming will definitely be recorded in the annals of history, and shine in the entire ninja world. For the compliments of these people, as well as all kinds of very envious eyes, Fengmi Yiming thought about how he prevented the ninja wars over the years, guarded the tail beast, taught the next generation, and gave Konoha some cola and fire guns. On the contrary, I feel that I deserve the benefits. The reason why it has become so small is that Fengmi Yiming sealed its chakra with wood style. You deserve it, take it. Fengmi Yiming himself did not expect that there would be a reward for himself in this exam. But now it's different. Fengmi Yiming can control this title. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. You can feel it again to see if there are any traces of your kind. Finding an empty place, Fengmi Yiming summoned a reduced version of the ghetto statue. In Konoha's stand, Kushina and Mikoto took the lead to stand up and applaud Fengmi Yiming, because these two girls know how much Fengmi Yiming has done in recent years. It's not that he has been idle for so long, every day he will call out the ghetto statue to input internal force to make it stronger. Actually Fengmi Yiming didn't know that after today, his title of Konoha's first person has been confirmed. Chapter 159. The great powers seek help to become the richest man in Konoha. In fact, Fengmi Yiming had already strengthened the ghetto statue to be second only to 10 tails, but higher than the 9 tails level, so there has been no trouble finding Madara, because the track of this guy is unknown. The most important point is that the ghetto statue can't even feel the aura of its own kind. Logically speaking, if another ghetto statue appears, it will definitely be discovered. So at this time, it is best to resonate with the power of these ghetto statues in your hand, so that you can find Madara's traces. But unfortunately, there is nothing unusual now. But at this time, Jiraiya sent back some news, saying that the recent major countries are often attacked by tail beasts, and it seems that it should be Madara. Fengmi Yiming didn't intend to take care of these things, but he didn't expect the representatives of the various villages to find Konoha. On this day, Fengmi Yiming was originally going to take a look at the status of 9 tails and by the way, harvest a wave of top-quality iron condensed by the golden swallowing beasts. But what people didn't expect was that Danzo of Anbu ran over directly while walking on the road and asked Fengmi Yiming to go to the 3rd generation project quickly. Danzo is very important to Konoha and the head of Anbu. Such people have come to invite Fengmi Yiming, which shows that this matter is of great significance. Not dare to delay, Fengmi Yiming went directly to the 3rd generation project. I saw a few acquaintances as soon as I came here. Yi Yu-ha, Terumi Mei, and even Iwagaku's Tsuchikage Onoki personally rushed over. The people you were waiting for are here. As soon as he walked in, Sarutobi Hiruzen said to the group. What are you looking for me? After seeing a group of people here, Fengmi Yiming was full of question marks. Now the whole ninja world is so peaceful, what does it mean that a group of them came here to find themselves? Advertisement. We heard about the wonders of your wood-style seal. Now 9 tails has even been fully controlled, so now we want you to help us control the tail beast. There is another subtext. They didn't say that, in fact, they had been attacked by tail beasts before. If it hadn't been for the lesson of 8 tails beforehand, their methods had been done. But even so, Madara still did not give up, adopting a small number of times principle, every time they go to steal their tail beast chakra. Fengmi Yiming knew that the ghetto statue of the other party was not a fake like himself, but a real one. So you only need to reach a certain number of the tail beast chakra to be able to activate it. It is precisely because of this that he will adopt this method to plunder. Now they saw that they had no way to control the tail beast, so they found Feng Mei Yiming, hoping that he could use the wood-style seal that is now well known in the world. It's definitely not enough to go for nothing. If I go, you will loosen the import restrictions on Super Coke. Feng Mei Yiming is also very direct, because in this period of time, he received a message that people in these countries have restricted their sales because Konoha's Coke is selling well. This situation has been going on for some time. Although it is not a big problem for Feng Mei Yiming, it is a bit annoying. It happens to take this opportunity to let them lift the restrictions so that they can better expand their routes. Okay, we promise. Several representatives all made a decision. After all, they are now in great need of Feng Mei Yiming's sealing techniques. After returning to his house to clean up, Feng Mei Yiming was ready to set off. Feng Mei Yiming now lives in a very good place, because he made a lot of money before. He later bought a big house directly in the capital of the fire country, which is Konoha, a place with a lot of money. After making a plan, Feng Mei Yiming went to the simplest sand country first. The one tail here was directly sealed by Feng Mei Yiming. By the way, Feng Mei Yiming also directly removed 2/3 of the tail beast chakra. This absorption efficiency is not known how many times higher than Madara. The tail beasts of several other big countries have also successfully absorbed a large part of chakra by Feng Mei Yiming. Advertisement: after absorbing these chakras, Feng Mei Yiming's ghetto statue has grown to be no weaker than 10 tails. Of course, even if it reaches this state, it still listens to Feng Mei Yiming's words, because Feng Mei Yiming told it at the beginning, as long as you follow yourself, it will keep getting stronger. Now Feng Mei Yiming also I realized what I said. Back in the village, Feng Mei Yiming found that the whole street was beaming. After Feng Mei Yiming put forward the request, Konoha's exports have increased a lot. Now Coke is their pillar industry. After being released, sales have soared, directly driving the development of Konoha's economy. Therefore, Konoha's people even set up a special Coke festival in order to express their respect for Feng Mei Yiming and express their joy in Konoha's development. Feng Mei Yiming now has quietly become Konoha's richest man. Had it not been for Sarutobi Hiruzen to tell him when he went to collect the dividend today, he still didn't know. If that's the case, then invest all your money in the firecrackers. Feng Mei Yiming and Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed their thoughts. After taking out the firecrackers before, Feng Mei Yiming actually has another idea, which is to transform some artillery on the basis of firecrackers so that it can produce very good effect. You must know that in the era before Feng Mei Yiming crossed over, guns were actually not too powerful anymore. What was really powerful was all kinds of artillery. Although the refined iron condensed by the golden swallowing beast can make firecrackers because the material itself is not good, when the artillery is made, some barrels will bend after it is fired. Now that he has money, Feng Mei Yiming is going to add some meals to the golden swallowing beast and produce some high-grade metal materials. When the time comes, he can try to make artillery again. Thinking of this, Feng Mei Yiming can't help but sigh that the metallurgical technology of this world is really not that good. Although Feng Mei Yiming had the idea to help them develop the metallurgical industry before, it was a big project anyway. Now that there are gold swallowing beasts on hand, and if you want to stay close, it is a problem with your head. So he started the action. As Konoha's richest man, he bought all kinds of metal ores piled up in mountains for a little bit of money. This time, Feng Mei Yiming is ready to go for a big fight. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. 5DC Chapter 160 Fireworks Display, Makoto's Private Chat. As the saying goes, everything is difficult at the beginning, but for Feng Mei Yiming, everything starts well. The key is how to proceed. After thinking about it, Feng Mei Yiming is going to try some materials first to see how it works well, and it's also cheap. Although this is to enhance Konoha's strength, Konoha's richest man still has to pay for the expenses of these cannons before things are fully studied. After experimenting for a long time, Feng Mei Yiming already has several models of turrets. The production of these things is much more difficult than Feng Mei Yiming thought at the beginning, but fortunately, they did it in the end. Today Feng Mei Yiming is preparing to hold a firework party. The fireworks have already existed, and the fort is now also there. It is time for the full effect, so that Sarutobi Hiruzen can also grant the money to be a cannon. Feng Mei Yiming has a hunch, as long as these artillery are made, then all kinds of boats and bicycles can be made at that time. Maybe he can be a Poseidon or something. Of course, it's too early to think about something. Madara hasn't started yet, and her own strength has not reached the level that can control the entire ninja world. If she is floating now, it is estimated that some people from the Otsutsuki clan will be hanged and hammered by others. The start of the fireworks display is tonight. Feng Mei Yiming has called Kushina and Makoto before, and plans to set off some fireworks on the top of the mountain tonight to introduce the products that attract Sarutobi Hiruzen's investment, and they can also earn a wave of villagers' favorability. The three quickly got together, and Feng Mei Yiming also called Minato, Might Dai, Tsunade, Orochimaru and so on. Today they are blessed to be bathed directly in fireworks. What is this? Now that Sarutobi Hiruzen hasn't come yet, Feng Mei Yiming didn't show his invention, but said that it was a firework launcher. Several people were very surprised after listening to it. Before the fireworks display, I will show you how powerful this ninja is. For today, Feng Mei Yiming specially prepared some special materials, as fireworks production products, which Feng Mei Yiming bought from the system store. I don't know if it's because of the improved level. Feng Mei Yiming recently discovered that there has been a little bit of change in the system store. Simply put, it is a promotion. Every day there will be a bit of a spike item on the list. You can buy it at a dozen or 20 purchase points. When Feng Yiming is okay, he will go up and look at it. By the way, buy some at a very low price that looks fun, but it's useless. Things, now he has a lot of miscellaneous things. Advertisement: this pyrotechnics event was created by Feng Yiming after he grabbed a batch of saltpeter and sulfur inside. Of course, many of the purchase points he saved have been upgraded by his own beverage space. Now the beverage space has also entered the advanced stage. The space inside has nearly 500 square meters of space, and it also has its own cooling. After kicking for a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen also arrived here when the sky was getting dark. You kid, what novelty have you come up with? Just look at it. In the eyes of everyone's expectation, Feng Yiming fired a shot, and fierce flames poured out directly from the barrel, and the mountain behind them was blown into a big hole. Nani? Seeing such a powerful power, everyone is not calm. When Feng Yiming researched the firecrackers, many low-level ninjas were already in distress, because the effect of the firecrackers was equivalent to the sea-level ninjutsu. But now, the power of this artillery researched by Feng Yiming is close to A-level ninjutsu. If this thing is promoted, won't the other ninjas be laid off? After thinking of this, everyone except Sarutobi Hiruzen began to pray to Feng Yiming not to invent new things. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, because after seeing Feng Yiming's stuff, the whole person was scared, so he never expressed his opinion. After a daze, he finally reacted, "You brat, didn't you call me to see the fireworks?" Feng Yiming scratched his head a little embarrassedly and said shyly, "Isn't this a new thing has been researched recently? I want to ask if you want it, and how about some funding if you want it? If I continue to study this thing by myself, I will definitely go bankrupt." He's right. Recently, due to Feng Yiming's experiment, the various metal ores consumed by golden swallowing beasts are measured in tons per day, NS. After possessing such a strong power, he became the richest man in Konoha. If someone knew that he could not pay off his mortgage, he would probably be laughed out of it. So Feng Yiming wanted to understand that if the wool comes out of the sheep, he must find Sarutobi Hiruzen for funding. Can your ninja be widely promoted? Advertisement? It's definitely okay, you believe me and it's over. As usual, Feng Yiming patted his chest loudly, assuring Sarutobi Hiruzen. That can provide you with funding, and then you can put it into mass production. Konoha, another big step forward. After responding to Feng Yiming, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed in his heart. The fireworks display went smoothly. Everyone had a picnic while watching the fireworks. At this time, Makoto suddenly sat beside Feng Yiming and exhaled. "Yiming-kun, can you come here? I want to talk to you for a while." Seeing the people of Konoha and the people of Konoha under the mountain were plunged into an atmosphere of joy, Feng Yiming also felt very happy. Hearing Makoto's words, he immediately followed. The two of them marched to a small forest. Feng Yiming suddenly reacted at this time, and the atmosphere now seemed a bit wrong. "Makoto, what are you looking for? What are you doing?" "Yiming-kun, in recent years, people have been asking me to propose marriage, but I refuse." Raising his head and approaching Feng Yiming, Makoto spoke very shyly. "Something is wrong, the rhythm is a bit off." Feng Yiming likes Makoto very much, but if she wants to speak so directly, then Feng Yiming can't stand it. Before Feng Yiming could speak, Makoto continued. "I'm doing everything for a reason. I already belong to it, actually." Bang! There was a loud explosion. Makoto's words were drowned in a huge wave of air. Feng Yiming looked back, which was the direction of their picnic. "I'll talk about something later, let's go back and see the situation." Chapter 161. Uchiha Madara's dedication, Kushina missing. When the voice fell, Feng Yiming hurried to the picnic area. Although Makoto was 100% unwilling in her heart, after seeing the sparkling fire in the distance, there was no reason to continue speaking. She stood still and stomped her feet, and she reluctantly followed. The two were extremely fast and arrived at the scene within a few minutes. It was a mess. Feng Yiming thought that the artillery exploded, but the artillery was not damaged. Instead, Konoha was lying on the ground. Among them, the injuries of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Minato were particularly serious. What happened? Kushina. Kushina was taken away by Uchiha Madara. Might Dai, who had a broken leg bone, lay on the ground, pointing in a direction and shouting to Feng Yiming. "Makoto, take care of them here first, I'll go after them." The body flicker technique unfolded, and Feng Yiming's figure disappeared between the mountains and forests in an instant. He should have thought of it. Uchiha Madara hasn't done anything for so long, isn't it time for them to relax their vigilance? Even so, he held a fireworks display and even left Kushina and Makoto for so long. All this can only be blamed on Feng Yiming's naivety. In order to make up for all this guilt, now he must catch up with Uchiha Madara. This guy was playing with fire, and now that he met him, Feng Yiming is confident to defeat him, but if Uchiha Madara is allowed to merge into a real Geto statue, then it is impossible to say. However, everything in the world may not be able to follow people's predetermined trajectory. Feng Yiming did not even find the trace of Uchiha Madara after searching for a day and night. This reminded him of a person, the black-white Zetsu. This guy doesn't know how long he has lived. In the current era, the only certain information is that he first met Uchiha Madara and became an ally. If he had this guy's concealment technique, he just hid in the soil and traveled 30,000 miles a day on the soil, then Feng Yiming would really not be able to find him. At this time, a very fast ninja dog also chased up from a distance and handed Feng Yiming a document. After opening the document, Feng Yiming couldn't help but frown again. Advertisement, it seems. Really ran away. This information says that Feng Yiming will quickly return to Konoha and everyone will get together. Because, after these few years of peace, a new ninja war broke out. It says that a person with 9 tails chakra appeared in each major village to attack and snatch the tail beast. As we all know, Fengmi Yiming owns 9 tails chakra. At this time, many people who originally had grievances against Konoha made a comeback. For example, Iwagakure, Cloud Shinobi Village, and even Sanagakure have to do it. If Konoha does not lose the tail beast this time, he will definitely be hit hard by the ninja army of the 4 countries. Thinking of this matter, Fengmi Yiming has a terrible headache. As expected of Uchiha Madara, the choice of time is really good. Now they are internally and externally troubled. If they can't get rid of it, they will fall into the quagmire. At that time, let alone rescue Kushina, it is a matter of whether Konoha can continue to exist. Back in the village, Fengmi Yiming found Danzo and was going to ask about the situation. He was from Anbu, so he should be better at intelligence. Who are all here now? Yun Yin and Iwagakure. Danzo had predicted that Fengmi Yiming would come to him, and when Fengmi Yiming first arrived, he directly told him the news in his hand. After hearing this news, Fengmi Yiming was also a little surprised. It seems that the battle between Cloud Shinobi Village and Kawa no Kuni over the past few years has made them unable to make ends meet. If there is no fighting, then their country will not be able to sustain it. In terms of Iwagakure, Onoki was hit hard by Fengmi Yiming during the Second Ninja World War, and he also held a grudge. Their tail beasts have been madly attacked during the recent period of time, and they were finally taken away. Iwagakure people have already fallen into madness. Now that they have some imaginary evidence, they would rather kill the wrong one and want to attack Konoha and Fengmi Yiming. As for Yagura of Rain Shinobi Village, there is even more reason to look for Fengmi Yiming. The hatred of the swamps that year was still unforgettable after he became Mizukage. He couldn't fight himself, but he couldn't fight if he called his allies. Thinking of this, he also sent troops directly to attack Fengmi Yiming. As for the Sanagakure people, they followed suit. After understanding the relationship between these people, Fengmi Yiming went directly to the battlefield of Iwagakure. Advertisement: he is the most annoying of being wronged. Since everyone is indiscriminate, Fengmi Yiming will not hide it. After solving them first, he will rescue Kushina. Now depending on the situation, Madara should be collecting the last tail beasts. These things are in order. Fengmi Yiming can only hope that he has not yet reached the end. The battlefield of Iwagakure is here soon, and the current Onoki is much better than Fengmi Yiming thought. Although Konoha has a great advantage on the front battlefield because of the firecrackers and the first batch of Fengmi Yiming's several artillery pieces, he still needs people to come for top combat power. When Fengmi Yiming came, they had already fought in a dense forest. Fengmi Yiming, hurry up and hand over the tail beast, don't you still want to be 1,000? The top ninja can indeed count against 100 enemies, but one counts as 1,000. Even people who see the ninja coalition are not afraid of them. Apart from the Otsutsuki clan, that is, 10 Tails Madara has been created. Obviously, they still think Fengmi Yiming is a normal person. I don't want to talk nonsense with you, your tail beast, I still disdain to steal. When the voice fell, the ghetto statue was completely liberated, and the huge body directly blocked the sunlight from the entire forest. How could Onoki not recognize this legendary god of the origin of ninja chakra when he appeared? Stop. His voice directly penetrated the battlefield, and everyone was stunned at this moment. Didn't you make a lot of noise just now? We were wrong in this battle, and we will immediately withdraw our troops. Just kidding, now that Fengmi Yiming has summoned the ghetto statue, there is really no possibility of stealing their tail beast, and the ghetto statue has come out, who can beat it? Driving early is the right way. Now Onoki is still very smooth. To be a Tsuchikage person is to be able to bend and stretch. When he walked in front of Fengmi Yiming, he bowed and apologized without saying, and then quickly withdrew with someone. In the forest below the valley, Fengmi Yiming looked at this self-deprecating guy and left here without much nonsense. He didn't know that after the ghetto statue was revealed today, other people in Ninja Village were a little bit rattled after receiving the news. Chapter 162. Overwhelming the ninja allied forces, retreat from 4 to 3. In recent years, Fengmi Yiming, because of drinking beverages and not sluggish in his usual practice, the level of Kendo Supreme has reached LV60, and the increase in combat power can reach 600%. It is said that the full level is LV99. When it reaches the top level, it can produce some changes. But the system didn't elaborate on how these changes would happen, so Fengmi Yiming didn't think much about it and continued to practice sword upgrades every day. One sword broke through the wind, and Fengmi Yiming continued to shuttle through the air, rushing to the Cloud Shinobi Village battlefield, which was the most difficult to control in this war. Cloud Shinobi Village has 8 tails. Although they have not been robbed yet, they still attack Konoha for some very bad reasons. Faced with these people, Fengmi Yiming can only ask them to be obedient. Yi Ui is now the main force of Cloud Shinobi Village. This time they and Yagura, who came from Rain Shinobi Village, formed an alliance. Killer Bee and Yagura Jinchuriki swept the battlefield and achieved extremely powerful results. Minato and Might Dai and Shuamao stayed here. Shumao and some old ninjas had already fought with 3rd Raikage before, and they knew very well about their fighting methods. At this time, but unexpectedly, they had grown up in recent years. Not only Yi Yuha, but also there's Killer Bee. Upon contact, Killer Bee directly defeated Tsukumo and Might Dai, and the battle between Yagura and Minato also firmly prevailed. Accept defeat, and then accept our terms. Yi Yume looked at the people on the battlefield who were still struggling to resist with the firecrackers, and the corner of her mouth couldn't help raising a victor's smile. In the ninja world, it really depends on whose fist is hard. In the past few years, they have been developing their own strengths, and let Killer Bee and Eight Tails run in together. Now the harvest is really great. If it weren't for Killer Bee, maybe they wouldn't dare to do it now. After thinking of this, he was also a little unacceptable. Their losses in recent years have been too great. One of the veins has been broken, and no one has been found yet. The resistance of Kawa no Kuni was extremely strong, and Third Raikage spent a lot of effort, and now the body was damaged so severely that it was irreversible to kill the Sancho fish in half. And he, because of his injuries, has been deteriorating in recent years, which is why Feng Yiming saw that Third Raikage would become a thin old man. A column of water directly impacted on Minato's body, and now his whole body was covered with red coral. His vitality was being lost at a rapid rate. Boom! A heavy voice came, and Namikaze Minato, the strongest among the group, was also defeated. Advertisement with a wry smile, he stood up with his shaky body, Minato murmured. Human power, after all, can't match the tail beast? That's not necessarily true. Today I will teach you a trick, the Topper Sengon. Look good, I will only show it once. A big powerful hand supported Minato from behind, and then a gentle voice came. It's Feng Yiming here. Hearing his voice, all the severely injured people present suddenly felt relieved. At this stage, if anyone can control the entire battlefield, there is no one other than Feng Yiming. Hurricane Water Vortex Technique. Yagura is crazy, but Feng Yiming is even more crazy than him. This time he will use his best water-style attack to completely defeat this guy. Of course, what Feng Yiming used this time is not only water-style, but also wind-style, which is equivalent to blood inheritance. The high-temperature water vapor in the sky was swept up by the turbulence, and a cloud of dust was lifted, almost sending Yagura away. A ninjutsu hit Yagura directly on the ground and kept kicking his legs. Feng Yiming didn't even use weapons. Turning his head to look at Yi Yu Ha, before Feng Yiming could speak, the opponent attacked. Lei Plow Hot Knife. The Yaoi brothers are unambiguous. Killer Bee and Yaoi I combined to directly use the classic combination skill of Thunder Plow Hot Knife. The two of them were strong, and the damage they caused was outrageous. But Feng Yiming did not dodge, but drew out his Xingtian sword. The increase of Swordsman Supreme was immediately unfolded as soon as he held the sword in his hand, and a terrifying aura spread. Standing behind Feng Yiming is the Gedo statue 100 feet tall. With a sword cut down, the brothers Yi Yu Ha and Killer Bee directly stagnated and collapsed on the ground. Where the sword slashes the body, the divine sword slashes the soul. This is the insight that the skill of Kendo Supreme brought to Feng Yiming. Advertisement Feng Yiming's sword is already somewhat similar to the magic weapon of a cultivator, and it was their soul that was injured by a sword swing. One sword blocked the 10,000 masters. Seeing such a sword, the ninja armies of the two countries had all stopped. They had already understood that they would never be able to fight Feng Yiming. At this point, Feng Yiming rubbed the third of the 4 ninja villages who had become hardened. As for the last Sanagakure, there is nothing to say. After they received the news, if they dared to come and be beaten, it would only show that there was a problem with Third Kage's head. Now, can we speak well? Feng Yiming looked at the few people sitting on the ground and briefly told them the truth. You mean, Gedo statue will come to the world, and then we will all die? To be precise, those of you who are inadequate are all fish on the chopping board. Naturally, they were very aware of the pros and cons, so after hearing Feng Yiming's words, they were all silent, and after thinking about it for a while, Yi Yu Ha took the lead to speak. Then we were wrong in this matter, and we are willing to assist you in defeating Uchiha Madara. Although Yagura was very reluctant, he nodded along, because he understood that if what Feng Yiming said is true, once the real Gedo statue in Uchiha Madara's hand comes down, it is estimated that their Rain Shinobi village will be unstoppable. In that case, you should rest here first, and I will let you know if there is a situation. This war ended very quickly. In the final analysis, Feng Yiming's own strength was too strong. After years of precipitation, Feng Yiming can now influence the entire battlefield by himself. He has also reached the realm of Madara, or has surpassed Madara. After solving this kind of thing, Feng Yiming left here, ready to take a look at the current situation, because Feng Yiming can use the Gedo statue to feel similar power, so Feng Yiming has been letting this guy search all the way. Now, the Gedo statue in Feng Yiming's hands has already felt an extremely majestic force. The source of this power lies in the country of Sichuan. Feng Yiming is now on the battlefield of Cloud Shinobi Village, very close to the country of Sichuan, and arrived here in just a few hours. At this time, Feng Yiming saw a figure with a very domineering aura. Uchiha Madara. Chapter 163. The Golden Pill Phantom comes out, one sword breaks the old law. After solving this kind of thing, Feng Yiming left here, ready to take a look at the current situation, because Feng Yiming can use the Gedo statue to feel similar power, so Feng Yiming has been letting this guy search all the way. Now, the Gedo statue in Feng Yiming's hands has already felt an extremely majestic force. The source of this power lies in the country of Sichuan. Feng Yiming is now on the battlefield of Cloud Shinobi Village, very close to the distance he had worn, and arrived here in just a few hours. And Madara's figure was also cleaned up here. Feng Yiming saw a man with extremely domineering aura. Uchiha Madara. And his hand is holding Kushina, which has been placed inside the Gedo statue. The expression on Kushina's face is extremely painful now, and it seems that she is in the process of being drained of chakra. Uchiha Madara, it's time to liquidate everything today. After seeing Feng Yiming coming, Uchiha Madara was not surprised. He seemed to be waiting for Feng Yiming to come and show his breath. Young man, it's not good to be so anxious. Absolutely, you can fight him for a while. Hearing the sound appeared Black White Zetsu. This guy is very difficult to deal with. White Zetsu is Kaguya's army. One person can split countless clones. Black Zetsu is Kaguya's will, and his mental abilities are beyond strength. Today, no one can come. The 8 inner gates technique consumes internal energy instead of vitality, and expands to the 8th gate. Xing Tianjin cooperates with the Kendo Supreme Talent, and Feng Mi Yiming's pure internal power complements each other. No matter how many such guys there are, blocking Feng Mi Yiming will not have any effect at all, because for Feng Mi Yiming, the number has no meaning. The blade of light flew like grass. Feng Mi Yiming walked into the central area of the enemy army, and walked slowly towards Uchiha Madara step by step, without stopping at all. Spiral Universal Pull. Wind style superimposed on the power of 6 paths, and it just pulled Kushina out of the real Gedo statue. Holding Kushina, Feng Mi Yiming summoned a large ninja dog and told him to take Kushina away from the battlefield. Advertisement Uchiha Madara smiled and was not surprised, because he knew that as long as Feng Mi Yiming came over, he would definitely not be able to keep Kushina, but it didn't mean that he didn't have enough chakra from 9 tails. Yes, you are really strong, but it's a pity that my Gedo statue is over. Soon, people in the world can get real happiness in the eyes of the moon. Uchiha Madara has completely fallen into madness. His Gedo statue is a real thing. As long as he draws enough chakra, he can activate it. Just like now, he has achieved his goal. The endless world energy began to condense on the Gedo statue behind him. 6 paths 10 tails Ju Yin. I absorbed 10 tails into his body and merged with him. Now Uchiha Madara's whole person became white, and the 6 paths stick appeared in front of him. Holding the 6 paths Zen stick with one hand, several iron rods appeared behind him, and several iron rods appeared directly, which were directly inserted into his lute bone. But the blood did not flow out. Instead, the endless world energy turned into chakra, flowing into his body along these iron rods. Interesting. Regarding the changes in his body, Feng Mi Yiming, who practiced ancient Qi training techniques, has already seen through the changes in the vitality of heaven and earth. 9 round black truth-seeking balls slowly rose from behind him. I have now evolved into a perfect body, really true, a perfect body in an absolute sense. He clenched his fists, his body suddenly became violent, and the 9 truth-seeking balls rushed towards Feng Mi Yiming like bullets, seeming to directly shoot Feng Mi Yiming through. The flying truth-seeking ball is difficult for anyone to avoid. Feng Mi Yiming naturally knows this truth. Raise your hand and swing your sword. A beautiful arc was drawn, and 9 truth-seeking balls were directly knocked into the air by Feng Mi Yiming. It is really difficult to hurt Feng Mi Yiming with this small method. Wai Dao technique still fell behind. After Feng Mi Yiming said a little, he actually laughed. Afterwards, the Feng Mi Yiming version of the Gedo statue rose from behind, and the endless vitality of the world was directly divided, and most of it was directly rushed towards Feng Mi Yiming. Gedo statue, Feng Mi Yiming also. Madara is a little unacceptable. For so many years, he has not tried to control the Gedo statue. Naturally, he can't feel the breath of Feng Mi Yiming's Gedo statue through his Gedo statue. He doesn't know it is normal. Advertisement, today I will teach you how to use Gedo statue. Endless heaven and earth vitality poured in from the top of Feng Mi Yiming's head, and a dragon chant appeared in Feng Mi Yiming's pubic area. The phantom of a golden pill turned out of Feng Mi Yiming's body. Madara, who was paralyzed on the ground, surrounded Feng Mi Yiming with countless 10 tails chakra, but could not get a step closer to him. Puff. With a glance, Feng Mi Yiming understood what the truth-seeking ball is made of by this guy, cut it out with one sword, and the 9 truth-seeking balls exploded in unison. They are always afraid of you veterans of the origin of the ninja world. In fact, apart from being older, are you really good? I don't think so. A mouthful of old blood spurted out of Uchiha Madara's mouth instantly. Compared to the physical damage, he was more shocked by Feng Mi Yiming's methods. He can't accept why he has worked hard for so many years and still can't compare with Feng Mi Yiming. 10 Tails is one of the god tiers of ninja that originated in the legendary ninja world. Step by step, Feng Mi Yiming slowly walked into Uchiha Madara's side. This sword directly cut off his soul. That is definitely not the case. Just like Feng Mi Yiming has developed firearms, vehicles, and even better drinking cola, the ninjutsu of the ninja world has also been studied more deeply by future generations, not just for combat. It can also be used in many places. It turns out that even without Madara's project Tsuki no Mi forcibly helping them realize their dreams, they can still live well. For these old top ninjas, Feng Mi Yiming has never caught a cold, saying that they are the gods of the ninja world, but after them, can the ninjas of the ninja world not develop themselves? We can live happily without your moon eye. You only have a long time. The current era is not yours anymore. You should take your outdated dreams into the grave. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Feng Mi Yiming, who was in the foundation building period, was able to fight the Uchiha Madara, who was fused with 10 tails, without any pressure. Now that he has reached the pseudo-Jinden period, he can directly hang him on the ground. With the last sword swung, Feng Mi Yiming's golden core phantom has dissipated, and Uchiha Madara's eyebrows, a long and narrow line of blood emerge. Feng Mi Yiming, a young man who has grown up in later generations, how can you reach the level of killing God? This is a very basic external technique. Through the infusion of a huge amount of vitality from the world, Feng Mi Yiming's realm can reach the point of golden core from the foundation stage. Chapter 164. Black White Zetsu's Escape, The Truth. Today is destined to be a day to be recorded in history. the Konoha generation ninja god who was as famous as Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, the patriarch of the Uchiha family, is dead. Fengmi Yiming did not feel sorry for his death, because this was the result of his wrong path, and no one could complain. If you do it again, Fengmi Yiming estimates that he will stop him. After tidying up the things on the ground, Fengmi Yiming was about to leave here, but before leaving, Fengmi Yiming found out that he had killed the real Gedo statue. There was a small round ball inside, which looked soft and panic, with golden light. Is this its inner alchemy? Fengmi Yiming picked it up, scanned it with the system, and got a series of introductions. The core of the Gedo statue combines all the power of the tail beast, the core of chakra origin. This is a treasure. You must know that after you have this thing, there may be some other effects in the future. Fengmi Yiming thinks about it and plans to go back to the village to study this thing for himself. The battlefield should be over soon. This battle was terminated early due to Fengmi Yiming's strong strength. Fengmi Yiming was quite happy to see that they did not have too many casualties. But at this time he needs to face an enemy first. This person is absolute. This guy is really difficult to deal with. If it were not for his concealment skills and the power to walk through the soil, maybe Uchiha Madara would not be able to escape Fengmi Yiming these years. The investigation has long since been caught. Are you going to escape? Or are you fighting me here? Fengmi Yiming knew that even if he wanted to catch him, he didn't have much strength anymore, because the phantom of the golden core was shattered, and he was also exhausted. Now he is fighting against this black-white Zetsu who can transform thousands of troops. He definitely can't ask for a bargain. And the most important point is that this guy may not be weaker than Uchiha Madara. You are very interesting, but my master will definitely be resurrected, and the ninja world will have a huge transformation, but it will not be led by a mortal like you. After saying this, the thousands of white Zetsu that had blocked Fengmi Yiming on the battlefield disappeared, and the black-white Zetsu merged again, sinking into the mud, without a trace. Otsutsuki Kaguya. Advertisement. Whether in his own memory or in the information of the current master, Fengmi Yiming has relatively little knowledge of this ethnic group, only a few members of them, but now they even want to resurrect Otsutsuki Kaguya. In this case, it will be a little troublesome. What are they going to do? Now there is no one Rinnegan. Do not. There is another person who has all these conditions. Fengmi Yiming suddenly remembered whom black-white Zetsu would look for, and this person is now in Konoha. I wonder if he was sent to the battlefield? Uzumaki Nagato. This child Fengmi Yiming has been teaching for many years. If he is caught now, it would be a big trouble. Now it is just during Konoha's crisis. Jiraiya is out, and Kushina has just been rescued after being caught, and there is no one to look after Nagato. Sure enough, he was the promoter of the ninja conspiracy, and everything he did was linked together. Although Fengmi Yiming has been careful to teach Nagato for so many years, and has spent a lot of energy on him, how can the changes in people's hearts be predicted? So now Fengmi Yiming can't see him for a moment, and feels like he can't settle down for a moment. Rinnegan started, the gravitational field expanded, Fengmi Yiming's figure began to move in the sky at a very fast speed, must catch up. If there is a problem again this time, at least half of the hard work for so many years will be lost. Madara, dead, will leave him with a huge thunder. On the return trip, Fengmi Yiming saw that no one on the battlefield had left, but instead was fighting White Zetsu. It seems that he is trying to contain these Konoha main forces so that he can more easily take Nagato away. He also played a trick. Fengmi Yiming himself definitely couldn't run away from this dungeon monster. After thinking about it, he could only take out his flare. This flare was snatched from the daily specials in the system store. Fengmi Yiming had discussed with Sarutobi Hiruzen before. If there is a crisis, he will directly fire the flare. Advertisement. The red flame pierced into the sky. Fengmi Yiming didn't know if Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was far away, could see it, but now he can only expect him to notice the news. Konoha village, the residence of the Uzumaki family. Nagato has lived here for several years. When he was studying with Fengmi Yiming before, he also entered the ninja school and became Chunin. Now he is a teenager, looks very mature, and there seems to be a change of stars in his eyes. This is how his Rinnegan talent was developed. Over the years, Fengmi Yiming has given him a lot of things, and now he has been able to evolve 6 paths just by relying on a few wooden puppets. Tonight, he is practicing the power of manipulating the outer Tao alone, standing on a barren mountain in the middle of the moon, black and wind, and constantly experiencing the changes in the power of 6 paths. He has matured to control these things, but he feels that there is a barrier now, which seems to be preventing him from continuing to work hard. It seems that this is the boundary of Rinnegan, as Fengmi Yiming said. Fengmi Yiming once let him look into the eyes of Gedo statue before, which is a fusion product of Rinnegan and Bloodwheel eyes. According to Fengmi Yiming, he should now be moving in the direction of fusion with the Bloodwheel eye, because no matter what kind of eyes, they are actually common. But it's a pity that he hasn't touched the doorways so far, and today he is going to try it again. Do you want to phantom the eyes of a fairy? Just as he was sinking, a voice suddenly turned in his ear, and Nagato shivered and stood up directly, and 6 paths instantly lined up to his side to protect him. Who are you? The person talking to him was Black Zetsu, and as soon as he came up, he reported to his family and said, I am someone who can help you pursue stronger power. Come, let me show you who was the culprit that caused the collapse of your home. Then, the eyes of the two crossed, and the sky turned around. Nagato saw the scene where Fengmi Yiming beheaded everyone in Kirigakure during the Second Ninja World War, and Fengmi Yiming severely injured the Sanjiao fish. Chapter 165. Nagato defected, looking for 6 paths chakra. When Fengmi Yiming hurried back to the village, he went straight into the house of the Uzumaki clan. Only the golden swallowing beast was waiting here, and all the others were gone. It's still a step too late. However, Feng Yiming also left a hand. When Feng Yiming gave the way of hell to Nagato, he already marked it. In this way, even if he leaves here, we can also master his movements. Now is the time for this method to work. Feng Yiming released his internal force and began to feel the vitality flow between heaven and earth, ready to find some traces. However, Nagato is much smarter than Feng Yiming imagined. When Feng Yiming wanted to summon the way of hell, it walked directly out of the bushes. It seems that when he left, he had anticipated that Feng Yiming would contact him in this way, so he left here alone. Feng Yiming rubbed his sore temples, and couldn't help sighing that this guy was really taught by himself. He was a bit too smart. It seems that there is another strong enemy. This guy has learned his previous skills, and now he is definitely more difficult than Madara. With the help of White Zetsu and Black Zetsu, he should be the back wave of the Yangtze River and the front wave. Thinking of this, Feng Yiming felt like he had put a weight in his heart, and he sighed, really afraid of something. In this case, he can only face the next challenge. Now the Gedo statue has been crushed and the Ninja World War is over. If he wants to do it, he is probably looking for the remaining Sage of Six Paths in the world. A kind of chakra. There is a legend about Sage of Six Paths. It is said that he and his brother jointly sealed his mother, that is, the body of Otsutsuki Kaguya and the body of Gedo statue, protecting the peace of the world. As the one who unraveled chakra's profound meaning, there is still a very powerful chakra, wandering somewhere in the world, and has been guarding the whole world. The descendants of Sage of Six Paths are Ashura and Indra. Converted to now are the Uchiha and Uzumaki clan. Feng Yiming thinks that they will look for this chakra, because in this way, Otsutsuki Kaguya can be resurrected without the chakra provided by the Gedo statue. Advertisement, but their search speed is definitely not faster than Feng Yiming's search speed, because Feng Yiming now has two trump cards in his hand. Kushina and Mikoto, these two people are descendants of this generation of Ashura and Indra. If you can find a way to activate the power of blood in their bodies, then you can feel the chakra of Sage of Six Paths, and this conspiracy can naturally be stopped at that time. But to find these chakras, there is a big trouble. That is how Feng Yiming should activate the family blood of these two people. If it is said that they can activate their bloodlines by enhancing their abilities, Feng Yiming has already achieved ultimate, because he has helped Mikoto open the Mangekyo Bloodwheel Eye, and also helped Kushina raise her strength to the level of the Konoha Elite Jonin. There is no way. Feng Yiming plans to find these two people first and then check the situation. The war soon ended. Feng Yiming also saw Kushina and Mikoto who had returned to the village. After explaining the situation to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Feng Yiming was approved. Commodore Kushina and Mikoto gathered together. I need a drop of blood from each of you. Feng Yiming put the blood of the two in front of him, and then invaded in with internal force, preparing to find some blood power left in it. After searching for a long time, Feng Yiming really found something. It was a trace of golden blood that was extremely difficult to detect. If it weren't for Feng Yiming's meticulous control, it might not have been felt. But now if you can feel these things, it will be useful. After Feng Yiming extracted these two blood vessels, the core of the Gedo statue on his body began to tremble rapidly. Taking out this restless thing, he began to observe the situation above. This was also a surprise. Feng Yiming discovered that this thing was only encountered, and the blood of Uchiha and Uzumaki would change afterwards. This time, Feng Yiming has set his sights overseas. He is going to go to the country of Iron first, from the port here to the country of Vortex, to see if he can find some traces on the sea. Even if this is not the case, you can find some clues based on some news that Kushina told him. Advertisement Nagato's current state. I don't know how, I don't know why he was deceived to leave. If he can explain, Feng Yiming will certainly look good. This time, it is estimated that it will take some time. Feng Yiming is not worried, because now he has guidance, but Nagato does not have guidance, so it must take longer than himself. After Feng Yiming got on the boat, he set sail on his own, and drove a flatboat to the country of the Vortex. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Looking at the strongest man in the ninja world, Mifune was also a little emotional. When we met that year, I knew Feng Yiming was very strong, and now he is so strong. Yes, it's better not to delay time. Their plan must be shattered this time. Kaguya has been dead for so many years, and there are still people who want to bring her back to life. If you encounter it well, chakra of Sage of Six Paths should not be found on this continent now, otherwise it would have been discovered long ago, so Feng Yiming believes that the sea is very likely. The boat is ready. Will you set off right now? The Sage of Six Paths back then sealed the Gedo statue, and now the core of the Gedo statue feels the blood of the two brothers descended from Sage of Six Paths, which is normal. Within a day of marching, Feng Yiming arrived in this long-lost country of iron. Mifune had received news from Sarutobi Hiruzen a long time ago, and was here early to wait for Feng Yiming's arrival. Feng Yiming is totally incomprehensible to such thankless things. It is estimated that this is their belief. Anyway, if this woman is resurrected, the previous efforts of Sage of Six Paths will be wasted. Thinking of this, Feng Yiming couldn't help but look forward to it. As long as you can find the power of Sage of Six Paths, and then merge it with Kushina and Mikoto, will the god of ninja be artificial? Bringing the golden swallowing beast, Feng Yiming, Kushina, and Mikoto said goodbye, went to Sarutobi Hiruzen's office to report, and then embarked on the journey. Having settled his attention, Feng Yiming took the core of 10 tails and prepared to find the wandering chakra of Sage of Six Paths. Chapter 166 The homeland of Uzumaki, the mysterious mask appears. Uzumaki is the seat of the Uzumaki clan, the Grandmaster Seal technique of this clan. It stands to reason that they are living in such a biased way, and there are no tail beasts, and sealing techniques are useless. So Fengmei Yiming can only think that this group of people seems to be guarding the chakra of Sage of Six Paths, and only in this way can their sealing technique be effective. Yi Bianzhou quickly reached the country of the vortex. When Fengmei Yiming arrived here, he found that there were only ruined walls. Recalling the event that the country of the vortex was destroyed in the past, all the trance happened yesterday, Fengmei Yiming walked on this small island, ready to explore the secrets of the country of the vortex. The chakras of the Uzumaki clan are all very large. The corresponding result is that they have very good physical fitness and longevity. After the village was destroyed, all their clan members moved to other ninja villages. Just like Kushina, the main character of the Uzumaki clan, they ran to Konoha, but many people died on the road, and Kushina was left when they got there. Uzumaki is also an independent country, but in fact it is not a big country. After Fengmei Yiming walked along the coast of the Uzumaki kingdom for a while, he found a place of worship. There are rumors that the first reason why people of this group live longer is because they have a huge amount of chakra, and the second reason is because these people have a magic weapon in their hands. The name of this magic weapon is Shinigami Mask. This is a treasure handed down from Sage of Six Paths. It contains the power of their ancestors and has the effect of fighting death. Therefore, everyone in the country of the vortex has an extremely long life. Fengmei Yiming speculated that this should be some kind of treasure that can provide energy to people. People need energy to live. If they can communicate with the endless power left by Sage of Six Paths through some means, they can achieve the effect of extending life. Just at this altar, Fengmei Yiming walked up to take a look. The style of this altar is very simple, and the dusty tabletop looks like no one has been here for a long time. Since it is the power of Sage of Six Paths, it should be unlocked by the blood of his descendants. After thinking of this, Fengmei Yiming will take the pure blood drawn from Kushina and Makoto before leaving the village, came out. A few drops of dark golden blood were suspended in the two small bottles. After dropping them in the center of the altar, Fengmei Yiming waited for changes to happen. Advertisement sure enough, within a short while, this place began to faintly tremble. Then, a gap was split on the ground, a stone platform rose from the gap, and a black ninja mask was placed on it quietly. Is this the secret of the Uzumaki clan? Kushina left the country of Uzumaki and came to Konoha when she was a child. I don't know much about these things. At that time, the Uzumaki clan suffered huge trauma and did not even wear this sacrificial mask when escaping. Picking it up and looking closely, Fengmei Yiming didn't use it as a simple sacrificial prop, because he could feel a strange wave of fluctuations just by holding it in his hand. Who are you? In the ordinary mask, there was a wave of mental power. If it hadn't been for Fengmei Yiming's practice of ancient Qi training, which would increase the spirit, I would not be able to feel it. I'm here to find Sage of Six Paths chakra. Using the same mental frequency band, Fengmei Yiming passed on what he wanted to express, and then the mask fell into silence. After waiting for a while, it finally responded to Fengmei Yiming. Is she going to be resurrected? Kaguya's will has been hidden in the shadows, waiting for the chance to resurrect. Now Rinnegan has been found. You only need to find the chakra of Sage of Six Paths to bring him back to life. After Fengmei Yiming briefly explained the situation, the mask became a little anxious. If you want to find my father chakra, you can go to the Valley of the End to see. This should be the end and start of everything. Then what do? Put on a mask here. The thing is not here, isn't it just a waste of time? Fengmei Yiming asked a little annoyed. I am the will left by Ashura. I am here to guide the Uzumaki clan. Although you came here in vain, I can pass on the strength of the Ashura clan to you. Please find me when you run out. The descendants of the clan give it to them. Can. Advertisement obviously, someone has already done it in advance. Quickly rushing in, Fengmei Yiming saw Nagato standing with a few people in white robes. The person standing next to him was the black-white Zetsu. The current Uchiha clan and Uzumaki clan are the families that inherited the blood of these two Six Paths descendants in later generations. Is this their power? They have reached the Golden Core realm, no wonder they have such a powerful power. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. This investigation in the country of the vortex was not without gain. Fengmei Yiming did not expect that he actually got a fake pill, which was Ashura, the son of Sage of Six Paths. But now is obviously not the time to be happy. When Fengmei Yiming felt the Valley of the End, he found that the fluctuations of the heaven and earth's vitality here were already extremely disordered. The pure power in the mask rushed straight into the body, and Fengmei Yiming realized that there was a purple golden pill in his body at this time. Kaguya's resurrection is so troublesome, it can still attract ninjas of this level. Putting the mask into his arms, Fengmei Yiming immediately left here, ready to go to the Valley of End. In fact, they didn't realize that the power of Sage of Six Paths had affected the two of them a long time ago. Although the two of them have been fighting, they have also stabilized the balance of the entire ninja world. The first two were the final battle in the Valley of the End. After this battle, Senju Hashirama surrendered his life. Uchiha Madara hid in the dark and began to prepare for his own project Tsuki no Mi. This is indeed where it all started. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were the successors of Indra and Ashura. In this way, his combat effectiveness can reach a higher level. Fengmei Yiming suddenly wakes up at this time. These guys are actually the Otsutsuki clan? He had seen this situation. It was when the Madara tail beast pulled away from Chakra and the tail beast fought fiercely. For the shame of our family, we still have to fight these small beings. This has tarnished my glory. It was time when a few people looked at Fengmei Yiming, and their attitude was extremely relaxed, and they didn't seem to take Fengmei Yiming seriously. Chapter 167. The Valley of End, the Otsutsuki clan appears. Fengmei Yiming of these three people also had the impression that they had read some of their information in the previous life. They are members of the Otsutsuki clan, and they are called Peach Style, Gold Style, and Ura Style. These people are very powerful. They are the same family of Otsutsuki Kaguya. At the beginning, many people thought that such people should be regarded as saving Kaguya, but in fact they are here to replant the sacred tree. Only in this way can the power of their ethnic group be spread here. After Kaguya arrived here that year, not only did the sacred tree fail to be planted, but he also took his own life here, so this group of people actually look down on Kaguya very much. Even if they do not have the sacred tree that symbolizes their status among the Otsutsuki clan, they now have a chance. As long as they can plant the sacred tree, they will have a chance for promotion. At that time, they will be able to reach the level of Kaguya, so now they are very disrespectful to Kaguya. Fengmei Yiming suddenly thought of the monster inner alchemy he had picked up on the ground after defeating the ghetto statue. The soft texture seemed to be the seed of their race. Should have thought of it long ago. Nagato, why go with them? Looking at the figure of Nagato in the crowd, Fengmei Yiming felt a little bit cold. This guy who has taught him for so many years now has to fight against himself. Ask the people of Kirigakure who were killed by you. That's a war, don't you know the rule that you die or I die in a war? After a long sigh, Fengmei Yiming asked Nagato. Nagato is obviously still in the rebellious period. He has no sympathy for Fengmei Yiming's words. On the contrary, he feels that since he killed someone, he must pay a price. I don't care, anyway, if I kill someone, I already want you to pay the price, because you caused us to live in Kirigakure, and we will have our family ruined. He has put all the blame on Fengmei Yiming. After all, in the war that year, Fengmei Yiming's performance was the most eye-catching. Fengmei Yiming also contributed the most to Kirigakure's resistance. In fact, it makes sense to think this way. Since he did his own hands during the war, Fengmei Yiming was already prepared to bear the hatred. But I didn't expect that after operating for so many years, Nagato finally defected. Advertisement, don't you know their plan? If you do this, then the whole world will be plunged into darkness. Kaguya's sacred tree is not a sacred tree, but a magic tree. What does it have to do with me? As long as the few of us can survive, it is enough for the destruction of the Uzumaki clan and the killing of Kirigakure. Except for you, other villages are responsible. Nagato has fallen into madness. For him, revenge is now the only thing he wants to do. Fengmei Yiming can no longer hear a word. In this case, let's see the real chapter under your hand. At the first meeting, Fengmei Yiming felt that he needed to test the strength of the Otsutsuki clan. If each of them had the strength of the golden elixir, it is estimated that even Fengmei Yiming would have to run quickly. It is a good thing to save the world, but if he loses his life when saving the world, it will be more troublesome. The spiral shuriken came out directly, and now Fengmei Yiming can release this S-level ninjutsu by raising his hand. There is a Rinnegan on each of Daoshi's hands, and Fengmei Yiming's ninjutsu is directly absorbed as soon as he raises his hand. Inferior creatures, stop struggling, you are absolutely impossible to defeat us, I smell the smell of the seed on you, hand it over. As long as they get the seed in Fengmei Yiming's hands, they can have 2 promotion opportunities, Master and 2 Ghetto statues. But how could Fengmei Yiming give it to them? Seeing his method, Fengmei Yiming couldn't help but smile. Inferior creatures, these guys who call themselves superior creatures are actually just grabbers of planetary civilizations. In this way, they squeeze the planet's resources to develop Ghetto statues and increase their strength. This is definitely the evil spirit outside. The Heaven Punishment sword drew out of the void, and slashed it directly into his hand, staggering it. The violent thunder power was a few levels higher than Chakra's energy. Take another breath and show it to me? Fengmei Yiming's offensive continued unabated, and even these knives were smashed into Daoshi's hand, directly smashing a Rinnegan in his hand. His skills are really easy to use, but that is for ninjas. But Fengmei Yiming is not a ninja, but a trainer who looks like a ninja. At the same time, the Otsutsuki Gold Style also shot, condensing his chakra into a giant axe, slashing towards Fengmei Yiming. This is his ability. His ability is to visualize chakra and directly transform it into a weapon. Advertisement from this perspective, his chakra strength is very high. The Heaven Punishment sword abruptly blocked one of his attacks. Fengmei Yiming did not expect that this guy's fighting ability was still a bit powerful. It is said that his fighting ability should be comparable to that of Sasuke, the peak of the later generations. You actually have a sacred tree? No, you can imitate the sacred tree? This is a ninjutsu that is better than Kakashi's Blood Wheel Eyes, because the simulated ninjutsu he released is several times more powerful than normal. The hardness of this giant axe is even almost catching up with the Heaven's Punishment sword, and Fengmei Yiming's resistance is not very good. Fengmei Yiming must be caught, and this counterfeit technology must also be obtained. But Fengmei Yiming keenly noticed that this guy's eyes are not ordinary Rinnegan, but a combination of Byakugan and Rinnegan. The last one who attacked was Pushi. This guy was the lowest profile among the 3, and he had been following Daoshi's orders all the time. Moreover, his battle is completely dependent on physical skills, and I have to say that he is really of a certain level. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but become enthusiastic. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The methods Fengmei Yiming showed directly shocked this group of people. They never thought that the sacred tree could be imitated. If you know this technology, then their family will be glorious again. Ghetto statue. Fengmi Yiming directly summoned his Gedo statue. This body is a golem of the Otsutsuki family's sacred tree, which resisted all attacks in an instant. Tensu Wave Meteor Fate. Standing in the corner, Pu Shi drew a fishing rod from behind. As long as this attack is hit, Fengmi Yiming's chakra will be taken away by him a lot and stored in his fish basket. The next time Fengmi Yiming releases any technique, he will be able to completely simulate it. The fishing rod carried countless red lights and turned into tens of thousands to attack Fengmi Yiming. At this time, Fengmi Yiming was unavoidable. This is definitely a high-level blood inheritance limit. Under normal circumstances, people from the Otsutsuki clan can never reach this level. Chapter 168. The end of the valley is destroyed, the Six Paths chakra escapes. Knowing the importance of Fengmi Yiming, the Taoshi people must catch him. As long as they can catch Fengmi Yiming, they will not only have their own 10 tails, but they will also be able to make a great achievement in the family. After thinking of this, the attack on their hands became even more ruthless. From the Otsutsuki family, anyone who was picked out at random was already at the level of Madara. Even if Fengmi Yiming has inherited the power of Ashura and possesses a fake pill, he is not yet a gas trainer in the golden pill stage, so it is still a bit difficult to really want to fight with them. What's more, it's a 1-on-3 situation. With a wave of his hand, the Heaven Punishment Sword flew in midair on its own as if it had life, and Fengmi Yiming squeezed the thunder, and a Valkyrie attached to it, directly activating the magical power of the entire sword. The jet black iron sword flashed instantly, and Fengmi Yiming's second sword was also inserted into Otsutsuki's other hand. Can't suck it up, right? Fengmi Yiming had already anticipated such a thing. Judging from the attributes, the members of the Otsutsuki family are all wooden attributes. Mu Yulei started a fire, and Fengmi Yiming controlled who the fire burned. At this time, apart from the Otsutsuki Pu style, the Peach style and the Gold style are all helpless Fengmi Yiming. After the two Rinegons in Peach style were stabbed blind, the energy to absorb everything in their hands was long gone. You will pay a heavy price, he yelled. Jin Shi immediately understood what he meant, and the two quickly got close to each other. At the moment of contact, the figures of the two directly overlapped. After a burst of smoke dispersed, only Dao Shi was standing in place, and Jin Shi was gone. This is an extremely powerful fusion technique in their family. After fusion, Rinnegan's open hands have turned golden. And on his forehead, a very dazzling golden Rinnegan appeared. If Pu Shi was Fengmi Yiming's most worried enemy before, then Dao Shi now poses a threat to Fengmi Yiming dozens of times greater than before. The roots of the hairs are standing upside down. This is Fengmi Yiming's ability to perceive danger that has been tempered after experiencing countless battlefields. Advertisement. A strange light gleamed in the golden Rinnegan, and Fengmi Yiming, who sensed the danger, swung it straight out, raising a cloud of smoke. After the smoke dissipated, his figure was gone. The Six Paths chakra in the Valley of End is really important, but life is more important. These guys are a little outrageous. Just fighting them, Fengmi Yiming already needs to rely on the special material of his heavenly punishment sword. If it hadn't been for the master to restrain them by the power of thunder, then Fengmi Yiming might have been captured long ago. Leaving here, Fengmi Yiming quickly thought about the countermeasures. Now that the other party has discovered his abilities, he will never let him go. The situation of endless death has been formed, and after that, only soldiers can come to stop it and the water will be covered. They are all so strong. Let them get the Six Paths chakra today, and then Kaguya must be resurrected by that time. In that case, don't take it together. After being far away, Fengmi Yiming's hand condensed into a pitch black-tailed beast bomb, and it blasted straight towards them. The last one has not been bombed yet another tailed beast bomb has also been condensed. One by one, they were thrown by Fengmi Yiming. Since you can't beat them, it's okay to be a little nauseous. Fengmi Yiming now holds this kind of thinking. The power of Six Paths may be attached to this place. As long as the place is blown up, the power of Six Paths will definitely dissipate no matter how strong it is. The smoke dissipated, and a few people with gray heads walked out of the ruins. Otsutsuki Peach style and Urashi style, as well as Black-White Zetsu and Nagato, are now extremely angry. They just prepared to extract the chakra from here, but I didn't expect Fengmi Yiming to escape and it doesn't count. He turned his head back and blew it flat. A good valley has now directly changed into two small soil slopes. It's amazing. I've been on various planets for so many years, and it's the first time I have met such an interesting guy. Momoji admires Fengmi Yiming's methods very much, because this is one of the few guys who can escape from his hands. But this does not mean that he is not angry and jumped directly from the ground, he said to Nagato and Black Zetsu. Since the power of Six Paths is no longer there, let's just grab him directly. Advertisement. Fengmi Yiming has the Gedo statue and the seeds of the Gedo statue, just what they need right now. The Gedo statue in his hand is a fake. It is not strong. If you want to resurrect Otsutsuki Kaguya, there is actually an easier way. Nagato was aside, and suddenly interjected. Hearing what he said, Momoshi also found out that the Gedo statue in Fengmi Yiming's hands seemed not as strong as they thought. In that case, let's start collecting tail beasts. You have tried your best to summon the people of our clan, hoping that the answer will not disappoint us. That is natural, but we are going to find Madara. Finding tail beasts is Madara's old line. If anyone can quickly find tail beasts in the entire world, then there is probably no one besides Madara. Yes, but do you know where his body is? Momoshiki naturally knows what he thinks, and what Nagato has to do now is to use Rinnegan's power to resurrect Madara. Whether it's in pure world reincarnation or using the power of 6 paths, as long as Madara's body is not damaged, it must be easily resurrected. Of course, Dao Shi can't waste Rinnegan's power to do this kind of thing. The only thing to do is let Nagato do it. The country of the river, Madara died there. After Nagato's cold voice came out, he flew directly to the sky, and several people flew towards Kirigakure extremely quickly, without wasting a bit of time. On Feng Yiming's side, after releasing Tailed Beast Bomb and leaving here, he has begun to think about his own strength. The current Pu Shi and Dao Shi are both extremely powerful. If you go head to head, you will suffer a lot. Coupled with their blood wheel eyes, Rinnegan and Byakugan's mixed golden eyes, then their odds of winning will be extremely low. So now it's best to find an opportunity to improve. After thinking about their eyes, Feng Yiming also understands where he should work hard. No matter what kind of eyes, to put it bluntly, it is the limit of blood. As long as it is the blood succession boundary, it will definitely be able to be simulated, regardless of whether Feng Yiming has the bloodline power or not. Chapter 169 The Fusion of the Three Pupillism, the Eye of the Ancestor appears. He now wants to integrate the Blood Wheel Eye and Rinnegan. Of course, this requires the power of an immortal, and Feng Yiming now has the power of Ashura. Motivated by the power left by Ashura in his body, Feng Yiming tried to put the power of the Blood Wheel Eyes and Rinnegan on his eyeballs. The Jin Dan trembled, and Feng Yiming realized that Ashura had left a part of the power left to him, and he began to protect his eyeballs. But even so, the stinging sensation continued to come from the eyes, drop after drop of blood from the corner of Feng Yiming's eye. Sitting in a deep mountain, Feng Yiming constantly tried to fuse the eyes of the fairy. After hard attempts, the blood in his eyes almost drained clean. At noon the next day, Feng Yiming's eyes finally opened. At this time, his eyes already had Guyu with blood wheel eyes and Rinnegan's pattern in his eyes. Incidentally, when his fairy eyes are opened, they will also make the whole person's eyes become golden. This is the power of immortals, and only the inheritors of the power of the Otsutsuki family can be the master's blood inheritance limit, but for Feng Yiming, who can analyze various powers with his own internal power and simulate it, this is not a difficult task. In an instant, the surrounding world changed and even the space was distorted by Feng Yiming's eyes. Several gravels on the ground, after the power in Feng Yiming's eyes were exposed, directly turned into dust. This is a force that is stronger than the force of space, the force of time and space. However, this is not enough, because Feng Yiming saw Pu Shi's eyes, which are the product of the combination of Byakugan and Rinnegan. It seems that there are two kinds of fairy eyes. In this case, what kind of power will the three kinds of pupil techniques be combined? Now Feng Yiming doesn't know much about Byakugan, just knows that Kaguya gave his two children two kinds of eyes. One is Rinnegan, and the other is Byakugan. Byakugan is given to the younger brother of Sage of 6 Paths, and Sage of 6 Paths is given to Rinnegan. It can also be inferred from this that the strength of Pu style and Kaguya should be the same, but Dao style does not know it. The matter of Byakugan needs to be discussed in the long term. Feng Yiming has now obtained the eyes of the immortals. The next step is to investigate their movements and go to pursue them. This group of guys, without the power of 6 paths, want to resurrect Kaguya. They can only search for the tail beasts again. This time the battle is estimated to be very tragic, because these tail beasts are already part of the chakra that has been taken away, NS. If you want to recast the ghetto statue again, you can only succeed by killing the tail beasts and seizing all of their chakra. Advertisement in other words, this time Jinchuriki from several major countries will definitely die after being caught. Life is a matter of life. Feng Yiming is going to go back to the village first and find Sarutobi Hiruzen to send messages to other big countries. With the power of the Otsutsuki clan, it is absolutely terrifying to pull out anyone. Not dare to delay, Feng Yiming spent half a day rushing back to the village. Now that the village has just experienced a battle, most of them are still in a very alert state. Sarutobi Hiruzen has always been checking news from various places in the office. Now White Zetsu's clone army has been cleaned up, and the ninja troops from all over the world are also on their way home. Third generation, the people of the Otsutsuki clan are here. After entering Sarutobi Hiruzen's office, Feng Yiming explained the specific situation. Sarutobi Hiruzen also frowned. I will immediately send the news to people in other major countries, so that they will be optimistic about their tail beasts. That's not enough, it's better to let their Jinchuriki rush here, I can protect their thoroughness. Feng Yiming doesn't believe in their own power at all. They can't stop a Feng Yiming, let alone two people from the Otsutsuki family and the product of Kaguya's will. Black White Zetsu and Nagato, who studied under Feng Yiming. These people randomly pulled out one, all of whom were at the level of gods. Let me try. Leaving here, Feng Yiming went to the Hyuga family. Can you show me how your Byakugan is activated? When facing them, Feng Yiming made this request. After seeing Feng Yiming, the Hyuga family respected Feng Yiming and showed Feng Yiming the activation and stagnation state of Byakugan. After watching for a long time, Feng Yiming understood how their Byakugan was activated, so he left. When he reached the corner of the street, Feng Yiming closed his eyes, and when he opened it again, the pupils of the same person in his eyes had all turned white. Advertisement Byakugan was actually his master. The reason for finding a place with no one is because Feng Yiming fears that others will be frightened when they see it. The next step was fusion. After returning to his own small yard, Feng Yiming drank a can of drink and started searching for various props in the system store. Wei Pupil Pill, restore the pupil power that has been permanently consumed by the use of pupil surgery. After finding this thing, Feng Yiming bought it directly. The performance of the pupil technique is not sustainable, just like the people of the Uchiha clan need to change their eyes frequently, otherwise the pupils will be exhausted by the high-intensity battle. Not only the vision will be reduced, but the more serious people will also be permanently blind. With the supplement of elixir, Fengmei Yiming will be more secure to develop his pupil skills. When he came back before, he was already a bit unable to see things with his eyes. The fusion of the eyes of the immortal makes Fengmei Yiming, who has the Ashura heritage, a bit overwhelming. The price of this pill is not expensive, you can buy one at 300 purchase points. Fengmei Yiming has thousands of purchase points in his hand. After buying about 10, he started today's fusion. A few days later, the young man sitting on the ground stood up, stretched, and opened his eyes. A pair of white fairy eyes were exposed to the air, looking extremely strange. Now Fengmei Yiming has mastered the three most powerful pupil techniques, Rinnegan, Bloodwheel Eye, and Byakugan. After fusion, his eyes have completely transcended the scope of the fairy eye. Fengmei Yiming refers to this pupil technique as the Eye of the Ancestor. Because Fengmei Yiming understood the secrets of the Otsutsuki clan after the master performed this pupil technique. This group of guys, the purpose of planting the sacred tree is not just to plunder, but to complete their own evolution. The perfect evolution is the combination of the three pupil techniques. They worked so hard for this pair of legendary eyes. Chapter 170. Madara's Resurrection, Jinchuriki's Fall. Of course, they probably wouldn't know. In fact, no matter what pupil technique is, there are similarities. It is like Fengmei Yiming, who can grasp the tricks and integrate them. At this point, the highest level of evolution that the Otsutsuki family wanted to achieve was actually achieved by Fengmei Yiming. In fact, at the beginning, Fengmei Yiming did not expect that he would be able to integrate this kind of thing. However, coincidences can only be achieved through continuous accumulation. Now that they have reached a higher level than them, now is the time to smash their conspiracy. This fellow Nagato is still obsessed with it. In this case, it is necessary to give him his iron fist. Thinking of this, Fengmei Yiming once again released the Gedo statue and began to feel the breath of the Otsutsuki family. The feedback from Gedo statue to Fengmei Yiming was in the north. The north is the territory of the kingdom of Sichuan. Frowning, Fengmei Yiming seems to understand who these guys are looking for first. This is their base camp in the country of Kawamura. Madara started the ninja war here in the past, and also looked for opportunities here to search for information on the tail beasts to collect the tail beasts. The country of the river, Kirigakure. Nagato and his party have already arrived here. White Zetsu took them to the place where Madara was hidden before. This is a small mound. After hollowing out the middle, White Zetsu placed Madara here. Do it. Even when Momoji faces Nagato, who also owns Rinnegan, his attitude is like treating ants, because he feels that people like Nagato are just tools for his own use. Even if he owns Rinnegan, he still belongs to humans. Nagato stood in front of Madara, and several steel pipes were inserted into him and Madara. The chakra of his Uzumaki clan can provide strong chakra support for Uchiha Madara. The rest is to use external power. Rinnegan unfolded, mysterious power began to descend, the revolving heaven technique was activated, and the power of 6 paths poured into Madara's body. The entire procedure was extremely fast. After the endless power poured in, Madara slowly sat up from the ground. You really didn't disappoint me. After seeing Nagato in front of her, Madara nodded in satisfaction. Advertisement Nagato is a chess piece he put in Konoha early. Fengmei Yiming originally wanted to teach him, but it is a pity that Madara is still a good master of people's hearts. Who are these few? Inferior creatures, we are members of the Otsutsuki clan. Next, you will lead us to find the tail beasts and see your performance. I can give you a chance to enter the Otsutsuki clan. The attitude of the peach-like speech is very arrogant. Madara has never encountered this kind of attitude of the boss and the second child, especially in front of herself. Inferior creatures. Boom. With fists and feet intersecting, the huge force directly smashed the cave, and everyone was plunged into the dust. A fierce explosion sounded, and the Tao-like figure flew upside down from the endless loess. With a whistling sound, Uchiha Madara followed him flying out at an extremely fast speed, grabbed his head with a palm, and pressed it to the ground. I think you may have some misunderstandings about our relationship. I will help you gather the tail beasts, but after the tail beasts are gathered, the ownership depends on whose fist is hardened. Madara, who has undergone transformation with the power of 6 paths, is no longer in the same strength. He gave his Rinnegan to Nagato before. Now after being resurrected by Nagato, he also has the power of Nagato. It reached the absolute pinnacle. So he is not afraid of the two people of the Otsutsuki clan at all. He took 10 tails to cast Project Tsuki no Mi, and the Otsutsuki clan used the sacred tree to suck up the planet. Except for Nagato's hope that everything will be destroyed, everyone in this team has their own goals. Puff. After spitting out the blood in her mouth, Momoko grinned. I take back what I said before, you are indeed not an inferior creature, or that you have evolved from your human category to another level. Yes, I hope we can cooperate happily. Waved and cut off the steel pipe on her body, Madara directly cut off Nagato's control. He is now reborn in a real sense. Advertisement, since you want to take it, let's start with the nearest one. After this time has lasted for nearly half a month, most of the tail beasts have been captured in order. Recently, I arranged a residence for you. This is a residence I constructed with Flying Thunder God technique, which can move you to a safe place when danger comes. Now these people who have given up fighting are waiting for new news every day. Every time a tailed beast Jinchuriki is caught, their hearts will feel a little heavier. This thought even infected many people, and they all began to lie down and beaten like walking dead. Subsequently, several tail beasts in the Kingdom of Wind, the Kingdom of Earth, and the surrounding small countries were all snatched away by thunder. The thing that Feng Yiming gave is very useful, he bought it at a big price. This remote flying thunder god technique can directly transmit Feng Yiming to Kushina when he is in danger. The people who came were several people who could fly in the sky. After opening their eyes, the sky and the earth broke apart, and the whole village was almost destroyed by them. People in the entire ninja world are panicking now, and a very weird remark has even been produced in many villages. On Konoha's side, Feng Yiming found Kushina directly after spotting their trail. Of course, there are a group of people who did not give in at all, but these people were wiped out when they first met the Otsutsuki clan and Uchiha Madara. Within a few days, the two countries of Water Country and Thunder Country sent news that their Jinchuriki had been taken away. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. After receiving the news, many countries are a little worried because they don't know how this group of legendary gods will attack themselves. They said that they only need to surrender to the people of these Protoss to avoid disaster and seek perfection. And now, there is only one country left, and it is also the strongest country. Feng Yiming needs to do some other preparations. They and the indispensable one is Nine Tails, so they will definitely come to Feng Yiming in the end. At the entrance of Konoha's village, Feng Yiming picked up Xing Tianjin, moved a chair, and sat here for a few days. Madara looked in the direction of Thunder Country and walked over with everyone. Chapter 171. A strong enemy strikes, with one enemy 3. Konoha and Shangxia are all in panic now, but the appearance of Feng Yiming gives them a sense of security. Seeing the figure sitting at the entrance of Konoha village, everyone couldn't guess what Feng Yiming was going to do, but they trusted him inexplicably. Because at this time, apart from Kushina's Jinchuriki, who can surpass cage level strength, no one can actually go with Feng Yiming to meet the invading enemy. And Kushina can't go. Their goal is Kushina. After thinking of this, a group of people fell into silence. In the face of these extremely powerful people, can he successfully solve them? All these doubts are about to unfold today. Feng Yiming, sitting on a bench, was holding a black long sword guarding here at noon on this day. But suddenly he raised his head and looked at the distance, sky. The long sword was unsheathed, and Feng Yiming slowly flew into the sky. Uchiha Madara came with Otsutsuki Momoshiki and Nagato. Neither Urashiki nor Black-White Zetsu were accompanying them. They should be watching the tail beast. After the Otsutsuki clan guided Nagato to collect the tail beasts, they also resurrected Madara. This Feng Yiming's extremely troublesome enemy, after being cut off by Feng Yiming, reshaped his body and abilities, and has now reached an unfathomable realm. I didn't expect we could meet again so soon. As soon as he came up, Feng Yiming greeted Uchiha Madara. Since I have come to see you again, it means I am absolutely sure to take Nine Tails. You are a respectable opponent. I don't want you to die under our siege. Uchiha Madara looked at Feng Yiming and said seriously. Not always. Feng Yiming threw out his Xingtian sword with a big laugh, and thunder rose in the day. The sword came out like a dragon, and it pierced straight at these guys floating in the air. Sage Art Lan Dun Guangfeng. An aurora shot from Madara's mouth, and when it intersected Feng Yiming's long sword, the huge impact almost made Xing Tianjin get rid of it. The power of Sage Art level is stronger than Forbidden Technique and some S-level ninjutsu, and any one of them can destroy the world. When the light fell, Feng Yiming's eyes closed and opened, revealing the ancestor's eyes. Seeing his eyes, even Momoshiki, who had always been very arrogant before, opened his eyes wide. Advertisement, you are a fully evolved entity? This kind of eyes is a perfect evolutionary level that their clan has not reached after thousands of years of effort. Now as long as they can kill Feng Yiming and then transplant their eyes to their body, the Peach style will definitely become the first person in the Otsutsuki family. His eyes are red. Feng Yiming must be killed. Dog feeding is healthy. The big multi-headed snake covered the sky and hid in the sun, and appeared directly on the ground, then rolled up its big mouth full of blood and directly attacked Feng Yiming. 6 paths 10 tails Ju Yin. Feng Yiming had a lesson. After fighting Madara last time, he also mastered his skills, and Gedo statue was instantly summoned to merge with him. Another illusory golden pill appeared in Feng Yiming's Dantian, and merged with the power that Ashura left to Feng Yiming. This is Feng Yiming's strongest state. He is now infinitely close to the golden core stage. Seeing that the situation was not right, Rinnegan on Otsutsuki's peach-style hands spread out, and the golden eyes on his forehead also opened, directly suspending Feng Yiming's time. If the normal eyes of the Otsutsuki family of gods can manipulate time and space changes, then now the eyes of Feng Yiming's ancestors can manipulate cause and effect. Swinging a sword lightly, Feng Yiming cut off the control of time. Incidentally, a bloodstain appeared on Dao Shi in the distance. The pupil power was consumed rapidly. Feng Yiming took a pill, and then with a big wave of his hand, the gravity on the ground was directly changed. The farthest Nagato also wanted to do it, but after a glance with Feng Yiming, he fell directly into infinite Tsukuyomi. Among those present, his combat effectiveness is the weakest. What Feng Yiming wants to solve is Dao Shi and Uchiha Madara. Unexpectedly, just after such a short period of time, your combat effectiveness has become so much stronger. The moment Madara and Feng Yiming contacted, the power of 6 paths was activated, but when placed in front of Feng Yiming, no power was produced. In fact, since Feng Yiming exposed the ancestor's eye, he has already been sentenced to death. Yes, I wanted to show you a little stronger power, but I guess you didn't die. The power of 6 paths flows. Fengmei Yiming has already felt the spells displayed by Nagato. Although all of this was cut off by Uchiha Madara, the reason why he survived is ultimately the support of the power of 6 paths. Advertisement, goodbye, you shouldn't have lived until now. With a wave of his hand, 2 lines of bright blood flowed from the corner of Fengmei Yiming's eyes, which reversed the power of 6 paths and lifted Uchiha Madara's 6 paths technique. Then he slumped feebly on the ground, and there was only one peach pose left on the field. The arrogance in his eyes can no longer be maintained, because he found that Fengmei Yiming has brought various excitement to himself again and again. Moreover, his power is higher than he thought. I don't know how much. 3 huge beasts instantly fell to the ground. The hideous peach style took out a few crimson pill from his arms. This is a special product of their Otsutsuki clan. It is a pill that is condensed after plundering other people's chakra. After eating it, it can gain extremely powerful power, recover from injury. Reincarnation technique solution. His summoning technique was immediately dismantled after Fengmei Yiming observed the master. My peach-style lord, it is impossible for you to be planted here. Dog feeding, pheasant hunting, monkey rock, the multi-headed giant snake, the flaming bird, the lava giant, each summon can destroy the world. Fengmei Yiming can even use his fist to compete against a lava giant that is hundreds of feet tall. With a sword through the chest, Dao Shi was nailed to the ground by Fengmei Yiming. One of the benefits of this extremely powerful eye of the ancestor to Fengmei Yiming is that it can reverse the techniques of others. Fengmei Yiming's eyes seem to have the change of stars, using his unique skills, energy absorption, reversing the power, and bombarding him, flying Dao Shi for hundreds of meters. Absorb, reverse. Crimson spiral. After consuming dozens of pills in one breath, his body suddenly swelled, and the 3-headed ninja beast condensed by chakra appeared all over his body. The huge red Rasengan took it out of his hand. This is the strongest technique that Momoji can perform after improving his power here. But in front of Fengmei Yiming, it was useless. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. But at the same time, where Fengmei Yiming hadn't noticed, a black shadow entered Konoha at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 172. Otsutsuki arrives, Konoha is attacked. Otsutsuki Urashiki has been waiting for a long time. He is not like a peach style. He always wears a gold style wherever he goes all day long, but he still needs 2 people to blend in 2-on-1. There is a big difference between his faction in the clan and Momo style. They follow the path of Byakugan plus Rinnegan, so the fighting style is also very different from Momo style. In terms of identities, the 2 are of the same level, so he doesn't need to listen to Peach like dispatch. It's just because the 2 of them have to plant trees together to complete the task, so they got together. The sacred tree of the Otsutsuki family must be planted by 2 people together. One of them enters the deep tree as the backbone, and the other is the guardian outside the sacred tree. Waiting for the year to be enough, the sacred tree blossoms and bears fruit, the people inside the sacred tree come out, and the 2 together bring back the fruit that has absorbed the vitality of the entire planet to the clan. In addition to the Fengmei Yiming I encountered before, the mission this time went smoothly, and now only 1 9-tails is missing. These tail beasts are all the power of the sacred tree, and can also be regarded as differentiated from the sacred tree. As the leader of the Otsutsuki clan, they can easily master the whereabouts of various tail beasts. Their plan today is also very simple, that is, the snipe and the clam compete for the profit of the fishermen. After Dao Shi and Uchiha Madara resolve Fengmei Yiming, they are waiting for the opportunity to enter the village to find 9 tails. It seems that the results are still good. After tens of kilometers away from the Konoha area, Urashiki passed by Kugan's all-round perspective and observed a peculiar chakra in Konoha village. This chakra is crimson and scorching, and the quantity is huge. It is undoubtedly 9 tails. With the help of Black Zetsu, he successfully sneaked into Konoha, and now he is standing in the residence that Fengmei Yiming had arranged for Kushina. As 9 tails Jinchuriki, Kushina is also one of the top combatants in the entire village. She felt the strong pressure from the Otsutsuki family early, and walked out in advance to wait here. You seem to be called Jinchuriki, right? There was a golden light reflected in Pushiji's eyes, as if he wanted to look at Kushina thoroughly. From this girl, Pushi actually felt a trace of pressure. It seems that the people who host the power of the sacred tree are not simple. The tail beast is absolutely impossible for you, don't be whimsical. Even in the face of such a powerful enemy, Kushina still has no fear, because she knows that the man is still fighting in front of Konoha's gate. Advertisement, then I definitely can't shame him. Thinking of this, Kushina's small fist also clenched. It's not what you said. Pushi's mentality is very good, especially when facing these inferior creatures in their eyes, the pressure is even less. Since you have such a fighting spirit, let you see what is called the huge difference in strength. Blood succession above the limit is blood succession elimination, but there is a stronger level above this, and the name of this thing is blood succession snare. This is a method that many people have not seen before, because only the Otsutsuki family has such a move. Close your eyes, open your eyes. 6 rounds of Guyu appeared in his golden eyes. This is his secret. In fact, some of the top talents in the Otsutsuki family have evolved to the top level. If Fengmei Yiming were here, it would be a bit of a surprise. When Fengmei Yiming evolved this ancestor's eye, he did not expect that someone could reach the same level as himself at such a young age. Of course, it is not always possible to guess the true age of the Otsutsuki people by looking at their faces. They may have lived for hundreds of thousands of years, and it is not known how many sacred tree fruits were eaten during the period. The chakra, the 7 attributes of fire, wind, Thunder, wood, soil, water, yin and yang, directly merged, and a strange wave appeared in the void, and then a gate exuding horror appeared in the sky above Konoha. Get ready for the ultimate horror. Pooh-style screams echoed throughout the village. Their clan had no concept of art, but only the strength of ability. The stronger the eyes, the stronger the ability naturally. It's like the strength he showed, which is unimaginable to many people, the power to reverse yin and yang's life and death. This is the strongest power he has realized after fusing time and cause and effect. Even in the peach pose, it is impossible to escape from it. The reason for not showing it is because he wants to maintain his current identity, because after showing this identity, his status will be improved, so that he can't steal the fruit of the sacred tree to be handed in when going out to do tasks. In fact, the reason why his strength has improved so fast in recent years is because there are so many stealing foods. Advertisement at this time, everyone noticed the vision in the sky. Minato and Shumao were already standing on the roof of Kushina. They were the first group of people who discovered the vision and came soon. Looking at the Pushi in the sky, the two directly signaled Kushina without even thinking about it. For a while, Minato's Rasengan, Shumo's long sword, and Kushina's sealing techniques all attacked. Pushi laughed, not afraid that no one would attack him. As long as they still use ninjutsu, they are still at the restricted level of the technique. Since it is a technique, it is easy to break. Absorb. Rinnegan formed a wonderful vortex, absorbing all the attacks from midair and even swallowing Shumao's long sword directly. Freed. A long knife condensed by chakra was wrapped in a chaotic air current like Rasengan, condensed by several chain-like seals, and it was directly cut back in the blink of an eye. The three of them quickly jumped to the distance, but no matter how fast they reacted, Shuamao was still injured, and a pneumatic shani knife made a big cut in his abdomen. As soon as he softened, Shuamao fell directly to the ground. At the same time, feeling the Pushi after Fengmi Yiming reversed Uchiha Madara's technique, he immediately activated Rinnegan and prevented Fengmi Yiming's technique from being lifted. A puff of smoke passed by, and Uchiha Madara appeared beside him again. You should thank me for not saving you but choosing to save you. Looking at Uchiha Madara who was slightly puzzled, Urashiki said lightly. Is this the final form of Rinnegan? He can even possess the ability of reversal technique. After hearing his words, Uchiha Madara ignored him, but his eyes flickered, as if he understood something. At the same time, Fengmi Yiming in the distance also saw the chaos in the distance and felt that his technique was reversed. He instantly understood what had happened. I don't have time to play with you. I didn't expect you to be the real little character. Chapter 173. Back to Konoha, turning the tide the peach style that had been dragged to the sky before was very confusing. Fengmi Yiming always thought he was the leader of this small team, but now it seems obviously not the case. In fact, Pushi concealed a lot of things from him. Who do you think is a small character? Hearing Fengmi Yiming say that, Dao Shi feels that the whole person is not good. Among the weak and small races that he has always looked down on, now there are people who can look at himself on the contrary. This kind of humiliation is simply unacceptable to him. It may not be acceptable to him, and what Fengmi Yiming said is indeed true. Compared with Pushi, who has complete body pupil technique, Dao Shi did not achieve the expected effect even if it was integrated with his own gold style, and was even slammed by Fengmi Yiming. I said you, go back and practice for a few years. With a flash, Fengmi Yiming got close to the peach style nailed to the ground, and stretched out his hand to press on his head. Wood style seal. Countless vitality came. Fengmi Yiming directly drained the power of the vegetation in this place to seal him. The chakra of the Otsutsuki family is also of wood, and Fengmi Yiming's seal is constantly draining his body. In less than a moment, his body was already like a wood, and even Fengmi Yiming didn't recognize him at a glance. After the seal was down, Fengmi Yiming left here and went to Konoha to meet Uchiha Madara and Urashiki. Fengmi Yiming who was present saw the mess and Shumao sitting on the ground, as well as the Konoha people struggling to resist. Minato saw Fengmi Yiming come over and directly pushed Kushina to Fengmi Yiming. Protect her, here is our queen, you run quickly. They have underestimated the gap between themselves and the Otsutsuki clan. With such a tough guy, coupled with Uchiha Madara who knows Konoha very well, Konoha's odds of winning are basically zero. At this time, if they are forced to fight, then only defeat awaits them. So Minato also made a decision, that is to sacrifice his own people and let Fengmi Yiming quickly take Kushina out. Advertisement only in this way can Nine Tails be protected from their hands. This is also a very righteous choice. Sacrificing oneself can save the world. No, their tracking methods are much better than you think. Although Fengmi Yiming has controlled the power of Nine Tails very well, he still can't escape the chase of the Big Head Wood Clan, because they are naturally sensitive to the God Tree. It is basically impossible to take Nine Tails away from them. What I can do now is to fight hard. In fact, Fengmi Yiming was prepared early. He also thought about a lot of ways before, but unfortunately, no good way was figured out. Fengmi Yiming understood after fighting with them. You are an odd number among inferior creatures like humans. I think you have the hope of entering our Otsutsuki clan. Belong to us. I can give you a name. From then on, being my subordinate is better than you in this broken village. Good. At that time, you can also eat the fruits of the sacred tree, so that you can have the opportunity to enter a higher realm. Urashiki gave extremely tempting conditions, because joining the Otsutsuki family can indeed produce a large span of strength improvement. But at this time there is a problem, that is, Fengmi Yiming needs to surrender. It's a pity, I've never been a dogleg. Fengmi Yiming refused without even thinking about it. Looking at the huge door in the sky exuding horror, He jumped hundreds of feet on the spot and rushed straight up. How can it be compared with me by relying on your broken fruit eyes? His figure quickly passed Pu Shi, and two of them looked at each other, and Feng Mei Yiming's figure disappeared directly into the clouds. The sky gate full of reincarnation power in the clouds, followed by a flame of light rushed to the sky, and was directly pierced by Feng Mei Yiming, who had drawn a sword in midair. This blow almost drained the fake pill from Feng Mei Yiming's body. This is a move that Feng Mei Yiming's Kendo Supreme skill gained after reaching the LV99 level. He has been tempering his skills over the years. After experiencing the previous battles, he finally upgraded the Kendo Supreme skill to the top level. After reaching the top level, the system finally gave the final gift package to Feng Mei Yiming. This final spree has only one move, and it is the strongest one. The name is Dao Sheng Yijin. Advertisement: this trick needs to be displayed after the Qi cultivation base reaches the Golden Core stage, and it is no longer a power that can be achieved in the ninja world. Far beyond the level of art, this is a power that condenses the might of heaven and earth. But Feng Mei Yiming has not seen him for a few days, and he has realized the end of pupil technique and can still exert such great power. Falling rapidly from the sky, a comet landed in front of Pu Shi, and Feng Mei Yiming, whose 8 inner gates fully opened, showed countless flames and red blood, making it hard to tell whether it was blood or flame. But the limit is very large, because Feng Mei Yiming's cultivation has not reached the Golden Core stage. Now, relying on the false pill phantom condensed by his ghetto statue and the power left by Ashura, he barely used this sword. This kind of power is not too much to say that it can cross the whole world. People in the ninja world didn't just kneel on the ground in fright when they saw it. But Feng Mei Yiming not only plucked the tiger's face, but also broke through the sky with a sword, smashing his blood trap. He knew that Feng Mei Yiming was strong, but he didn't know how strong it was. Seeing Feng Mei Yiming's power, Pu Shi couldn't believe it at all, because he had never encountered such a freak. Then why are they working hard for thousands of years? To obtain this kind of power, it is necessary to sacrifice the vitality of several planets to condense such a large number of fruits of the sacred tree. After thinking of this, his whole person is not good. The members of the Otsutsuki family have launched a ruthless attack. As long as they want to escape, it will be difficult to catch them. Impossible. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Namikaze Minato only discovered his elder brother Feng Mei Yiming at this time. He turned out to be much stronger than he had predicted. You know, this is the ancestor of the legendary Chunin world god. But this is not over yet. Feng Mei Yiming still has a back move, because he has already decided to awaken today, and Pu Shi must be eliminated here. His blood following the snare is the power that members of the Otsutsuki family can only gain when they have awakened the top eye after swallowing hundreds of the fruits of the sacred tree. Chapter 174. Solving Pu style and devouring the core. Since the normal technique in front of them doesn't work well, they don't need the technique simply, and just fight directly. 8 Inner Gates Ultimate Upanishad Haruto. Falling from the sky, Feng Mei Yiming kicked the Pu style suspended in midair from the sky to the ground. This was not over yet. Feng Mei Yiming's power did not show signs of decline, kicking Pu Shi into the center of the earth. The smoke dissipated, and a big crater appeared on the ground, as if it had been hit by a comet. Even Kushina, who had a tail beast on her body, couldn't help but open her mouth wide and watch this scene in surprise. This is no longer human power. If you find a way to describe it, it is the power of the gods. What is Amaterasu god tier living? This is it. Feeling the power in the space, Feng Mei Yiming used the spatial power of the blood wheel eyes to release the Pu-style power, and release the Jinchuriki of several big countries that had been caught and locked in the Rinnegan space. After Killer Bee walked out in confusion, she and Mizuka Jugura looked at each other and instantly understood what was going on here. Seeing Feng Mei Yiming, Killer Bee scratched his head and said, "Brother Yiming, have you killed the Otsutsuki clan?" Feng Mei Yiming shook his head and said, "Not yet, but after he was seriously injured, it is still okay for me to release you from his pupil space." Hearing this sentence, everyone sweats behind their backs. According to Feng Mei Yiming, this guy hasn't been killed yet. It was kicked into the ground. Can anyone really survive? At the same time, Uchiha Madara also saw Feng Mei Yiming's abilities. After Feng Mei Yiming had just reversed his technique, he was now worried that he would be defeated by Feng Mei Yiming again and stop fighting, so he just chose to run away. At Konoha village, taking advantage of Feng Mei Yiming's fight with Pu Shi, he quickly passed by, carrying Nagato, who was defeated by Feng Mei Yiming, and left here. Advertisement: he has a bit of sentiment. This sentiment only needs to be combined with the infinite recovery ability of the power of 6 paths. Maybe he can spend more money to try the matching of pupils. If Uchiha Madara has this kind of eye of the ancestor, then all the problem can be solved easily. After thinking of this, his whole person became extremely passionate. Ignoring the escaped Uchiha Madara, Feng Mei Yiming looked at the big hole in the ground, and after a while, Pu Shi walked out of it. Now his eyes are bleeding, and his pupil technique has been cracked by Feng Mei Yiming 7 or 88. The power he had accumulated over the years, at the moment Feng Mei Yiming pierced the heavenly gate he had summoned, Pu Shi's eyes were almost blinded. You are a very strong person, but I can tell you accurately that the enemies you will encounter in the future are definitely stronger than me. The people of our Otsutsuki clan who come out to plant the sacred tree are usually in pairs. One enters the sacred tree, and one person takes care of it. Since Kaguya is the caretaker, then guess where the other person is. At this point, Pu Shi laughed crazily, as if death was insignificant to him. The two of them are of a higher level than me, and they have completed more tasks than me. They are strong. I don't know what will happen to you after meeting them. I will leave behind a chakra, and when any of them appear in this world, they will be able to absorb me completely, and it will be your end. After laughing, his voice gradually became smaller, and then he fell to the ground slumped. Before he started to release chakra, Fengmei Yiming seemed to remember something suddenly. Are you talking about this? He took out the core of the sacred tree, which is the seed of the sacred tree and the essence of the previous Gedo statue. If the Kaguya partner mentioned by Pushi really exists, it is probably hidden in this core. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Advertisement. It seems that they are improving their strength through this kind of thing. In fact, this is also a kind of alchemy, but it needs to absorb a lot of ninja chakra, which is more bloody. In this battle, he suffered heavy losses. Fortunately, these Otsutsuki family's pill supplements were supplemented. By the way, Fengmei Yiming also learned the secret of the seed of the sacred tree and absorbed it. This kind of thread seems to be a nightmare to others, but Fengmei Yiming no longer feels itching after hearing it. Anyway, 3 people from the Otsutsuki clan came, and he also chopped 3 of them. Enmity is not a bad one. The power of the Gedo statue is the collection of endless chakra. Fengmei Yiming wants to try after absorbing so many things, whether he can successfully upgrade the internal force in his hand. You will definitely suffer eternal revenge from the Otsutsuki clan. The endless chakra pouring out like a flood, Fengmei Yiming is shrouded in it, feeling the purest power. The ancient chi training automatically unfolds, the whole person starts to draw it into his body like Uzumaki. When he walked in front of Pushi who was killed, Fengmei Yiming was about to turn over what was on his body. It is said that their clan had something called Dan, which was refined with chakra. After eating it, it can be strengthened. Strength. The several Jinchuriki in the distance are all very powerful, but in front of Fengmei Yiming, they can only be checked obediently. After a careful search, Fengmei Yiming turned over from him to a small medicine bottle, which contained hundreds of pills, each of which was filled with blood red. But these are not what Fengmei Yiming did. Killing Pushi Fengmei Yiming is considered revenge for those who were killed innocently, so now it is not a bad thing for him to use it. Look, it's gone now. Fengmei Yiming took out a seed and shook it in his hand. In front of Pushi, Fengmei Yiming directly crushed this soft seed. Now that there is just enough time, Fengmei Yiming is going to go back and take a break to see what level of internal strength he has reached after absorbing the power of this tail beast. After retiring this battlefield with earth style and wood style, Fengmei Yiming left here to go home. Seeing that the seeds of his family's sacred tree were crushed directly by Fengmei Yiming, Pushi spit out a few mouthfuls of blood with his last breath, and finally died completely. By the way, Fengmei Yiming's Gedo statue was also summoned by Fengmei Yiming, as if he had launched a pump. Originally, this extremely low absorption method was not left by Fengmei Yiming. Kushina, take the injured to the medical class for treatment. I'll deal with the battlefield here. By the way, these Jinchuriki will also be sent for inspection. Chapter 175. Uchiha Madara breaks through, a new weapon is born. After returning to the residence, Fengmei Yiming looked at the devastated village after the war, and made up his mind secretly, thinking that he needed more power from the master so that he could solve these problems. Looking inside, Fengmei Yiming found that the power of Ashura in his body was extremely thin, and it seemed that it would dissipate directly after a long time. But the internal force has almost become the essence, and it seems that it has reached the peak of the foundation building period. Now Fengmei Yiming's strength is rated by the combat power in Hokage, and it is estimated that it can no longer be evaluated. He could feel the majestic power in his body. After absorbing the power of the Gedo statue, the power he could control was stronger. However, this kind of power is still developing horizontally, and it has not gone deep. Now it still needs an opportunity. Only with an opportunity can a breakthrough be achieved. Thinking of this, Fengmei Yiming took out the medicinal medicine he had searched before, and tried to try this special product of the Otsutsuki clan. How does it taste? As soon as the scarlet medicine was taken in, it turned into a warm current and entered Fengmei Yiming's body, which also increased his internal strength by the way. The effect is not bad. This should be the pill practice method of outsiders. When Fengmei Yiming cultivates the inner strength of the ancient chi practice, the effect that can be achieved is absolutely very good when combined with this pill. In addition, there is a very good point, that is, this pill will not produce any side effects. It is indeed a treasure. After thinking of this, Fengmei Yiming can't help but look forward to it. I don't know if any other Otsutsuki clan will come again, and they will be able to seize a little more at that time. Of course, he also knew that this idea was unrealistic. The 3 missions that came here already caused Fengmei Yiming to have such a headache. If there were any more powerful guys in the future, then this planet would not dare to ask for it. While Fengmei Yiming improved his strength and quietly waited for Konoha to rebuild, he did not stop alone. He is Uchiha Madara. After he rescued Nagato, Uchiha Madara looked for a place to start using the recovery ability that Nagato's huge chakra could bring to him, and tried to integrate the 3 pupil arts. Advertisement. He discovered that these people from the Otsutsuki family may not be so powerful, but only because of such extremely powerful eyes can they display their immense strength. It is precisely because of this that he is extremely looking forward to this kind of eyes. Like Fengmei Yiming, Uchiha Madara is also a very talented genius. As long as he has a stable pupil power supplement, he may be able to crack the pupil after a few more attempts. The mystery of art. Nagato was just able to provide him with this kind of protection. Using the power of Hell Dao and the 6 paths technique, it could completely recover the consumption of Uchiha Madara in trying various techniques. Now, the 2 of them are in a cave, ready to start Uchiha Madara's plan. What we are going to do now is very simple. I guess you know it. help me complete the integration of the Otsutsuki clan's supreme eye, and then I will help you get revenge. He is the person who knows Nagato's mind best, and he is also a genius who plays with people's hearts. Nagato can't refuse the request at all. After thinking of the misery of his own people, Nagato nodded silently. Then let's start. A slightly excited Uchiha Madara sat cross-legged and began to perform various combinations of pupil techniques, hoping to integrate the three pupil techniques of Byakugan, Blood Wheel Eye and Rinnegan. After going through such a big battle, his sentiment has reached a point where he is only close to the door. Full of hatred for Fengmi Yiming, red blood is constantly flowing out of his eyes, and then he gradually recovers. All this makes he felt very happy. I didn't know that after a few days, he finally stood up from the cave, and when he opened his eyes again, the situation was the same as Fengmi Yiming. He also accomplished the supreme pupil technique of the Otsutsuki clan Eye of the Ancestor. Okay, prepare to resurrect Kaguya. This time we must give them the final blow. Project Tsuki no Mi, it must be realized. Waved to Nagato, who was silently waiting to protect himself in the cave, the two figures drifted away. On Fengmi Yiming's side, because the previous artillery was not able to threaten some powerful guys like the Otsutsuki family, he was going to improve it so that he could use the props he researched. In order to make these firearms effective in this more extreme battle, Fengmi Yiming plans to use the barrel to fire bullets. Advertisement. This sounds like an impossible thing, because no matter whether this idea can be realized or not, it is impossible for a bullet that can bear such a huge pressure in the first place. But this kind of idea can still be considered in Fengmi Yiming's mind. After all, he has a gold-swallowing beast in his hands. It must be impossible to use materials from the ninja world. After looking through the system store for a long time, Fengmi Yiming saw a thing called Sage Alloy, which was worth 5,000 purchase points per pound. After this alloy is made into a weapon, it will have amazing energy. When made into a bullet, it can also cause an explosion that exceeds the damage of a normal weapon by 100 times. After sitting in the same place and drinking more than 300 bottles of drinks a day, Fengmi Yiming finally bought a caddy. A pound of sage alloy is only a small piece, and it may feel that it is a little expensive to sell. The system also comes with a special effect, that is, it can help Fengmi Yiming do what he wants for free. After Fengmi Yiming threw the alloy and some high-grade materials to the golden swallowing beast, only a small alloy was born, which looked only about 500 grams of alloy. It was handed over to the system, and only 7 bullets were made. After remodeling the end of a cannon, Fengmi Yiming condensed all the impact to the opening. Seeing that everything is ready to be completed, Fengmi Yiming also stopped with satisfaction. Now only the final test is left. You only need to use the power of the artillery to shoot the bullet made of this sage alloy, and then it will be Otsutsuki. Fengmi Yiming can easily cope with the arrival of a family of people. Today is the day of Fengmi Yiming's test. He called Sarutobi Hiruzen over early. The reason why he called the third generation item every time was because the weapon test in the village required his elder's approval. Next, you will see explosions that are hundreds of times stronger than artillery. After Fengmi Yiming talked to Sarutobi Hiruzen mysteriously, he raised his hand and led the artillery in front of him, and shot it at the barren mountain in front of them. Afterwards, an arc of fire meteor from the barrel of the gun at an astonishing speed, set off a strong wind on the ground, and flew towards the barren mountain in the distance. With the sound of an explosion that shook the mountain, the barren mountain on the opposite side exploded directly. Chapter 176. The guns are born, the blood follows the trap to transplant. The ability of this artillery is really strong. To be precise, it should be called an artillery gun. Because this thing was fired with a cannon, Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned in the scene where the barren mountain in front of him exploded. He had never seen such a power before. This is already equivalent to the effect that planetary devastation can have on the ground after landing from the outside of the atmosphere. But one thing that cannot be ignored is that this thing is point-to-point, unlike planetary devastation, which is a large-scale blow. Therefore, the damage that the sage metal bullet can cause is several levels higher than that of the planetary devastation. With this kind of bullet, you can send a shot to a strong enemy in a sudden, and it can definitely kill directly. Let's use this as Konoha's strategic weapon. When someone comes to snatch 9 tails, let him eat it hard. It is estimated that this kind of gun shot on a person can definitely directly scum the person. Wizard, you are really a wizard. Third generation, who was stunned by the power of the cannon, finally recovered and praised Fengmi Yiming. Fengmi Yiming doesn't feel much, because this thing can be made only if the materials meet the standards, but the materials require a lot of points of purchase. It seems that we have to step up to drink drinks and increase purchase points. This super weapon was handed over to third generation, and he was informed of the method used, and then Fengmi Yiming left. Speaking of pupil technique, Fengmi Yiming remembered that he hadn't seen Mikoto in these days, and he had broken through Mangekyo Blood Wheel Eyes before, but it was not able to play a role in this kind of advanced battle. Then help her get some more upgrades. This time Fengmi Yiming is going to snare the blood to her. As for how to give it, naturally, it is to transplant the eyes of Otsutsuki Poo style. Now Fengmi Yiming's own internal powers can simulate and split many of the formations of blood inheritance boundaries, so as to master these powers. Mikoto still uses chakra, and does not have the strong comprehension of Madara, so he can't complete this stage of leap by himself. The various relics of Poo Shi and his powerful pupil technique Fengmi Yiming have all been preserved. Advertisement. After opening a bottle of soda, Fengmi Yiming walked towards the Uchiha clan in the distance. Hello teacher. On the way, Fengmi Yiming suddenly saw Kakashi, who was performing a task. This guy is now Chunin, but usually helps others to find some kittens and puppies. This kind of task is quite common in Konoha. After seeing him, Feng Mei Yiming thought of whom to give the blood wheel eyes replaced by Mikoto, so he took Kakashi and went to the Uchiha clan together. During this battle, Mikoto was also injured and lying at home to recuperate. Feng Mei Yiming was not greeted when he came over. But because he often comes here, he is very familiar with the people here, so he just came in. After seeing Feng Mei Yiming coming, Mikoto sat up from the bed and asked very happily. Why are you here? Didn't you say that you need to fix it after the war? The two of them have not seen each other for many days. Mikoto was very excited when they met, because every time she flew over like this, she could bring some surprises to her. This time Feng Mei Yiming came here to help her evolve her abilities. After telling the story, Mikoto looked incredulous, because she felt that this kind of power may not be controlled by normal people. After all, this is the power of the Otsutsuki clan. If you eat the fruit of the sacred tree, you may be able to detect and use this power, but now her chakra is not enough to release a serious blood follower snare. I shouldn't be able to, even if I get this kind of eyes, I can't release real power. Feng Mei Yiming laughed, took a few pills from his arms and handed them to Mikoto. This is the pill of the Otsutsuki clan. After taking it, it can increase chakra and strengthen one's own strength. Although it is not up to the level of the fruit of the sacred tree, eating a few more can make your chakra as vigorous as the Uzumaki clan. What is this? Seeing the little red pill in his hand, Mikoto asked in a puzzled manner. This is a drug that can increase your chakra. Don't tell others that this thing is limited. Carrying a crime, something like this can increase the amount of chakra, which is very precious to any ninja. Advertisement. Feng Mei Yiming started the transplant after letting Mikoto take the medicine. Because of the medicine's effect, the recovery ability was improved, so the transplantation was very fast and safe. After doing this, Feng Mei Yiming kept Kakashi on an installed Sharingan. His blood wheel eye is Mikoto's, not a low-level blood wheel eye, but Mangekyo blood wheel eye. In order to enable young Kakashi to adapt to this eye better, Feng Mei Yiming gave him the pill again. After taking this medicine, Kakashi accepted the transplant with ease. In the end, Kakashi got the Uchiha clan's blood succession boundary, and Mikoto got the Otsutsuki clan's top pupil technique, which opened the blood succession net. You try it. Good. Standing on the side, Mikoto unfolded the pupil technique and directly fabricated a real illusion, covering everything. This also makes Feng Mei Yiming find it very interesting. It seems that the blood of the Uchiha clan, when they get the eye of the ancestor, the effect they can produce will be increased. The illusion surrounding them changed from mountains to creeks and then to hills. Even without looking at her eyes, Feng Mei Yiming can feel all the changes. This effect is really good. The most important thing is that Feng Mei Yiming did not look at Mikoto's eyes at all, and they were already forced into the illusion. It has to be said that this method is really very powerful. After getting this opportunity, Feng Mei Yiming clearly found a problem. That is, the power that Mikoto can use is more powerful than Pushi. This is understandable, because every time an eye is transplanted and placed on the body of the Uchiha clan, it can be purified once, for example, from the 3-go jade to the blood wheel eye. Now that this eye is transplanted to Mikoto's body, it can also produce such a change. Feng Mei Yiming smiled as he touched the lush trees and soil around him because of the illusion. It seemed that his ideas were getting more and more genius. I saw it. There seems to be an incomplete Ashura chakra on you. After receiving the illusion, Mikoto looked at Feng Mei Yiming and said with some confusion. No, Ashura's power should be all on me. Chapter 177. Chakra is incomplete, the secret of the Vortex country. When I went to the country of the Vortex, the power attached to the mask told Feng Mei Yiming that he would give the chakra left by Ashura to Feng Mei Yiming, and let Feng Mei Yiming take care of the Otsutsuki clan. After returning, Feng Mei Yiming also gave the mask to Kushina, and then there was no more information. But now Uchiha Mikoto, who has top-level pupil skills, even said that his chakra is incomplete, which shouldn't be. If the Ashura power in you is complete, you can recover yourself after you use it, but you are almost using it up now, isn't it? Mikoto got in front of Feng Mei Yiming, listened to Feng Mei Yiming's heartbeat and felt his chakra, and said very seriously. Okay, I see, I'll go find someone to ask. Feng Mei Yiming asked calmly about the fragrance of the tip of his nose. The descendants of the Ashura clan are the Uzumaki clan, and the descendants of Indra are the Uchiha clan. As a descendant of Indra, Mikoto can naturally feel the difference between these two very similar bloodlines. Now that Mikoto has said everything, Feng Mei Yiming needs to ask Kushina. Are you there? He knocked on the door of Kushina's house and Feng Mei Yiming walked in. Kushina wore casual clothes today. In the last war, most people surrounded her for protection, so she didn't suffer much damage. Fortunately you came last time, otherwise I don't know what to do. After seeing Feng Mei Yiming coming, Kushina's face was flushed and thanked Feng Mei Yiming. Seeing this man who was like a god at the time, Kushina felt one of the few senses of security in life. In the ninja world, except for killing, it is loneliness, but Feng Mei Yiming is different. Everyone who is close to him can feel warm and dependent. I came here today to ask you something. Is your mask still there? Feng Mei Yiming refers to the mask used for sacrifice by the Uzumaki clan. Yes, what's the matter? Advertisement. Kushina took out the mask. Feng Mei Yiming saw it and used his pupil technique to communicate the will left in it. But now the remaining will inside has completely dissipated and the power inside no longer exists. At this time, Feng Mei Yiming realized that after imparting the residual power of Ashura to him, this mask has become a mortal thing. The reason for giving this thing to Kushina is because it is a sacrifice of their family and has a special meaning to them. Do you know where Ashura's power seal is? Feng Yiming now dare not let some very powerful chakra between heaven and earth be found by Nagato and others, because if they find it, they might be able to open the Moon Eye plan again. There is a CI in our group. People often go in and they won't come out again. If there is a real possibility that there is the power you said, maybe it will be here. This is a very dangerous place. After hearing Kushina's description, Feng Yiming also understands why no one has gotten the news for so many years, mainly because of his lack of ability to cope with such a dangerous situation. So Feng Yiming was going to go here to see, if there is the remaining Ashura power, then he can be more refined, maybe he can still be upgraded to the Golden Core stage. After waiting for the news, Feng Yiming was ready to dispatch again. This time he found the task himself. He was thinking about how Nagato and the others would counterattack, and now he also knows their destination. It is estimated that this group of people can only go here, so if that's the case, let's catch them all this time. After finalizing the plan, Feng Yiming left the village and prepared to go to the country of Vortex. At the same time, Nagato, Uchiha Madara, and Black-White Zetsu are standing here at the seaside of Uchiha no Kuni. There is a simple boat in front of them, and they seem to have arrived here through this boat. Do you know the coordinates of the place you mentioned? No, this is a forbidden place for our clan. Anyone who walks in will never return. When he talked about this, his eyes were already emitting light, because if they could find this place, they could get very powerful power. In that case, let's go. After imagining a few shadow clones, Uchiha Madara controlled the clones and started rowing, leading them to this CI in a flat boat. Advertisement. Seeing that the situation is critical, Uchiha Madara directly used his own space power to collect the two corpses into the space, and then flew up with the two of them at great speed. After they came in, they found a very strong and heavy protective layer, which seemed to be made of water style and earth style. Finally, the protective cover outside was opened, and they also saw what was inside the cave, which turned out to be two corpses. Hurry up, I may not be able to last too long, I guess it will be 5 minutes at most. They have sunk several hundred meters to the sea level. Now if the state of the entire Uzumaki changes, the water pressure alone can cause them to be directly pressed into meatloaf. I can't hold it anymore. The well-informed Uchiha Madara recognized the two bodies at a glance. The power Nagato displayed had reached its limit, and seawater was constantly seeping in from the surroundings, and it seemed that they were about to be submerged soon. Uchiha Madara manipulated gravity to attack this protective layer, while Nagato helped him watch the surroundings and prevent the influx of water. This place is said to be a small Uzumaki. When they got here, the closer they got, the faster they got. This seems to be the corpse of Sage of Six Paths and his brother Otsutsuki Hamura. Just do it. As soon as they got here, they found some opportunities and prepared to get in from one of the gaps. When they flew to the coast, the three people began to take the two bodies out for study. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. At this time, Nagato directly used his own Rinnegan and withstood the tremendous pressure. Speaking of it, this is a Uzumaki, but there is no water in the center of Uzumaki. Instead, it is an air column, which seems to invite people to jump down. It's just that the depth of the Uzumaki cave is unknown, and there is not much hesitation. The mermaid jumped in. But since such a protective layer was set up, they would definitely not be allowed to invade so quickly. Soon, after they smashed a corner, the surrounding sea water poured in, and the entire Uzumaki state also took place. Big change. Chapter 178 Draining Six Paths Brothers, Airborne Healing. The people of their clan are indeed very powerful. Even after so many years of death, they can still form a peerless landscape with the overflowing power. The Uzumaki clan is actually guarding the bodies of the two of them. What are we going to do? They are dead now, and they are not in a state that can impart strength to us. Nagato was also a little frustrated after seeing his situation. His revenge plan was repeatedly blocked because of Feng Yiming. Now I ran to this deserted island. Even if I found the body of Sage of Six Paths, it was useless. At this time Uchiha Madara spoke. We can resurrect them, and then go like this. Chakra pulls away like a tail beast, so that we can absorb their power. On the contrary, his tone was relaxed, because after seeing these two people, he knew what he should do. His experience is very rich, and he is still a reborn person, so the analysis of strength and the master are very in place. It is estimated that no one would have thought that after so many years after the death of the god of Ninja World, there would be people who would covet their bodies. After so many years of death, he has to be dug out and drained of chakra. It is estimated that only Uchiha Madara can do such a thing. After hearing his suggestion, Nagato was obviously a little unacceptable, because it was their ancestor anyway. Do you still want revenge? Uchiha Madara knew his goal, so he reminded him again. After hearing his revenge goal, Nagato's hesitant expression became firm, and he made up his mind to absorb it. I am now in a rebirth state and cannot control the power of Six Paths. I still need you to come. Nodded, Nagato Jin started a new reincarnation technique. According to the usual situation, if it is to cast a new rebirth technique, then the technique that Nagato casts on Uchiha Madara will conflict. But now Uchiha Madara has awakened the strongest pupil technique, so even after it is removed, he can reverse the technique and renew his life. Advertisement. After seeing today's situation, Black-White Zetsu was also a little excited, because this was the first time he saw such two legends. After being resurrected, the two of them woke up directly after a brief period of confusion. Rebirth technique? Unexpectedly, someone in the later lives actually developed such a technique. After being resurrected, Sage of Six Paths and his younger brother Hamura saw the three Uchiha Madara standing in front of them. Feel your power, it will be used by us later. When the voice fell, Uchiha Madara began to use his eyes to manipulate the power of the outside world and absorb their power. The two people were directly treated like this when they were resurrected. At this time, they had no way to resist, first of all because they were restrained by the power of the outside world, and they didn't know how this rebirth technique should be reversed. Secondly, they were really weak when they were resurrected. Although they have their own origins, they can slowly recover here, but it also takes time, but now Uchiha Madara doesn't give them time at all. Uchiha Madara and Nagato quickly sucked up the two of them, and from this moment on, these two people were truly infinitely close to death, because their origins have been dissipated, or Uchiha Madara. The person is incorporated into the body. There was a loud thunder in the sky, and it seemed that the heavens were feeling injustice over the death of these two gods of the ninja world, but this has nothing to do with Uchiha Madara. Clenching his fists, Uchiha Madara felt the powerful strength in him, and realized that he seemed to be invincible in the world. Now his abilities are much better than the Uchiha of the Otsutsuki clan at that time. What he absorbed was the power of Sage of Six Paths, and the power of Otsutsuki Hamura was given to Nagato. Now the two of them are definitely the best combat power in the world. Together, even if Fengmei Yiming comes to Uchiha Madara, he is confident, can beat him. Let's go. Uchiha Madara spoke lightly. Where to go? First return to Konoha to avenge, and then we can implement our plan. Except for Konoha, all the people in these big countries will have to pay the price. At this time, Black-White Zetsu also laughed. Since you all have the power, then remember to help me resurrect my master when the time comes. Advertisement. The realization of that plan naturally depends on her strength. Don't worry, I will never regret what I promised you. Uchiha Madara also laughed. After a few people quickly returned to the land, within 2 days Fengmei Yiming's figure also appeared in the Vortex Kingdom. A step late. Seeing the flat boat floating in the sea, Fengmei Yiming knew that this group of people had probably been here after all. But now Fengmei Yiming can't estimate what kind of power they get here, after all, Ashura's power has been passed to him before. It seems that there should be no more special things. After thinking about it, Fengmei Yiming was ready to return to the village, but at this time he saw a magical scene. Some time ago, Fengmei Yiming bought a picture-in-picture mirror that could remotely observe the village in the system store at a spike price. Before leaving, he took a look. At this time, he discovered that Uchiha Madara appeared in the village. People. This time they really showed the strength that surprised Fengmei Yiming. It seems that the fighting ability is even better than the Otsutsuki or Ashiki they encountered before. What kind of power did they get? Anxiously, Fengmei Yiming began to search along the beach, and walked to a coast not far away. At this time, Fengmei Yiming found 2 corpses. He went closer and looked at their clothes. Fengmei Yiming immediately understood that these 2 people were. Who? Hey, I'm going to waste my pill again. These 2 people are already alike, and they seem to have been drained of all chakra origins. Even trying to save them is very troublesome now, but Fengmei Yiming respects these 2 pioneers of the ninja world, so he also took out the unique chakra dan of their clan, and gave them dozens of them with heartache. You are? After the treatment of this god-level pill, the 2 brothers of 6 paths were also relieved from the state of dying. If it were not for Fengmei Yiming, it is estimated that these 2 men would definitely not survive tonight. My name is Fengmei Yiming and I am here to investigate the situation. What happened to you? Chapter 179 6 Paths teaches the law. Konoha is attacked. Feeling the powerful power in Fengmei Yiming's body, Sage of 6 Paths Otsutsuki Hagoromo and his younger brother Hagoromo couldn't help but sigh that Fengmei Yiming appeared in later generations. If it were him, he might be able to deal with the 2 guys who had absorbed his power before. After a short pause, Yuya also spoke, and began to talk to Fengmei Yiming about the situation the 2 of them encountered 2 days ago. In fact, it's useless if you save us now. Our lives have been ended and we have lost the origin of our lives. But if you want to stop them, the 2 of us can give you a chance. What? Fengmei Yiming felt a bit desolate after hearing their last words. People in the ninja world know that these 2 brothers can be said to have created this era, but in the end they will die lonely next to this island. The 2 of us can tell you the ultimate meaning of ninjutsu, and it depends on your good fortune how much you can understand. How many days will it take? Fengmei Yiming is now a little worried about his time. If he goes back late, Konoha will not be able to keep it. Once they break through, it will definitely cause a lot of turmoil. If Uchiha Madara's plan can be implemented, the entire ninja world will be in crisis. It will take about 2 days. I still recommend that you leave after the final lesson of the profound meaning, otherwise it will be impossible to defeat the 2. Sage of 6 Paths Yuya speaks very sincerely, and his words are good when he is about to die. This person has always been thinking about humanity, and the things he has done are also very commendable. If such a person teaches himself, he will definitely get a lot of things. After all, he can create a ninjutsu that has been passed down for generations, and naturally he can easily pass on what he has learned throughout his life to Fengmei Yiming. There is such a legendary person who taught him for 2 days, maybe his strength can be improved. After thinking about it, Fengmei Yiming agreed to him. Okay, let's get started. Picking up a few branches, Hamura and Hai began to tell Fengmei Yiming their lifelong learning. Advertisement Fengmei Yiming also fell into the comprehension. His understanding is extremely high, and it is estimated that he can learn a lot in these 2 days. With the help of Black Zetsu, the group of Uchiha Madara rushed to Konoha quickly, and now they feel very happy. After reaching Konoha, they were quickly discovered, and the first one to come out was Minato. Why do you dare to come here? Are you not afraid of death? Seeing Uchiha Madara being beaten back again and again, Minato feels that this person is really the Shaoqiang of immune to death. He has been coming here for such a long time to attack them. This time, he is obviously well prepared and wanted to find they got revenge. This time you will not be able to escape the entire village. Prepare for the final judgment. After I kill you, I will let all mankind enter an eternal dream. Now Uchiha Madara is completely physical, not only has the strongest pupil technique, but also the strongest chakra. The power on his body is no longer the same. If Fengmi Yiming could still control him at that time, then now it's completely impossible. Unless he can use that sword. But unfortunately, the last time I saw him use it, I was completely exhausted. Now Uchiha Madara can completely prevent that blow. Don't dream anymore. When Minato was talking, the Konoha people behind him also rushed here. Since you are obsessed with understanding, don't blame me for being cruel. This village I once established, now seems to be destroyed by my own hands. A huge black hole appeared in front of people and swallowed all the sunlight. When they first saw the black ball, everyone felt something was wrong, and then a huge attraction came from it. Universal pull the end. All kinds of vegetation were swept in by the huge suction, and then they were torn into pieces. Everyone can't help but think. Advertisement. Although he couldn't use wood style, he only got Fengmi Yiming's wood style seal, and he pondered it for a long time and made some progress. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. We can only die and the net is broken, you hold him back. Makoto, who stood aside to help them fight, stepped up to support him at this time, so that he would not fall to the ground. Now that he sees this very powerful guy again, he is also a little scared, but as Hokage, no matter how strong his opponent is, he can't stop his determination to protect the village and the inheritance of the will of fire. The seal technique that can be used now is not only very effective, but the loss of vitality has also been reduced to 2/3. Although the use of this technique requires a great price, the village is now in crisis. As Hokage, if you don't take any action, you will only have to wait for your younger generation to be slaughtered clean, and the entire village will be in extreme danger. A huge energy layer extends outwards, covering the sky very quickly, covering the entire village like a huge egg. One kicked Minato several tens of feet away. At this time, Minato, who withstood his first attack, fainted due to rupture of internal organs. At this time, third generation walked out and looked at the mess everywhere. He was also very distressed because he had seen the power of Uchiha Madara when he was a child. That is the power that destroys the world. The ghouls are all sealed and chained. Countless ninjas can only wrap chakra around their feet to strengthen the adhesion between their bodies and the ground to resist. At this time, they will definitely be involved with just a little movement. It seems that Konoha has encountered an insurmountable catastrophe today. Uchiha Madara realized that something was wrong from a distance and then hurriedly backed out. People all know that Uchiha Madara is very strong, but they don't know that Uchiha Madara is already so strong, because now his power is completely beyond their imagination. They compromised the important combat power of Minato. After showing the Vientiane technique on his hand, Uchiha Madara began a crazy harvest. Everyone was covered by this gray layer of energy and protected. But when he wanted to come in again, he found that the outside could no longer enter here, and after releasing the seal, Sarutobi Hiruzen also quickly aged. He had consumed 60% of his vitality and reached oil. At least until Fengmi Yiming rushes to the edge of the dead lamp. Chapter 180 Firearm Sealing. This is the defense I used after Fengmi Yiming's ninjutsu improvement. It should be able to withstand him for a few days. If Fengmi Yiming has not returned, then we will end here. Sarutobi Hiruzen, with white hair and wrinkles, seemed to have lost his vitality, and there was not much time left. After he sighed, he said to the people around him. He will definitely come back, Kushina and Makoto said in unison. They all trust Fengmi Yiming, and only he can contend with enemies of Madara's level. But counting the time now, Fengmi Yiming wants to get back from the Vortex country, at least a few days away, and he may not know the current situation. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen took his men back to Hokage's office. There was a protrusion on one side of the wall. After photographing it, a door appeared on the side of the office. The door opened, and a cannon suddenly appeared in front of people. At this time, everyone discovered that the structure of this thing was a little different from the normal state. Master Hokage, what is this? The top opening of the artillery was tightened, and there was only a small neutral position to release the cannonball. Seeing this design, everyone felt a little incomprehensible. Although the things Fengmi Yiming made before were already very incomprehensible, after the emergence of this artillery, it became even more unacceptable. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen opened Shikai and explained, this is the latest thing invented by Fengmi Yiming. Now if you want to delay, you can only use it. Makoto, you come and aim this weapon at Madara outside the door. Makoto is a member of the Uchiha clan. After possessing the top pupil technique, the accuracy has reached the pinnacle. Therefore, it is most suitable for Fengmi Yiming to leave the things left by her to control. Sarutobi Hiruzen took out 3 thick bullets from the cabinet with the code, and he gave them to Makoto. After taking out such a thing, everyone's eyes were on it. It seemed that this ordinary weapon would not have such a great effect. After all, the enemy is Uchiha Madara, who has experienced several rebirths and finally reached the realm of the unity of nature and man. Advertisement: if such a simple firearm can destroy it, then their ninjutsu practice can be done directly by the whole village to study firearms. Before, they also used the firearms provided by Fengmi Yiming in the war. The effect is obvious, but the damage of these firearms can only reach the damage range of some C and B level ninjutsu. Even the artillery that was later researched is only a level that can be achieved by some higher damage A level ninjutsu. But now that this cannon is taken out again, it is said to be able to defeat Uchiha Madara? If such an operation can really appear in the world, it can only show one thing. That is, in addition to being a genius of ninjutsu, Feng Mei Yiming is also a genius of mechanics. Of course, it's just that they don't have enough knowledge now, and they can only classify Feng Mei Yiming's power as an organ technique. In fact, this kind of weapon is modified based on the principle of firearms. Feng Mei Yiming only talked about these principles with the people in the Konoha factory, but didn't talk about them in detail. Because it is very difficult just to explain this principle to the people in these factories. The basic manufacturing ideas in their era limit them, and they simply can't understand it. After expending a lot of effort to explain to them, Feng Mei Yiming no longer had any ideas about popular science with others. You only need to make it according to this drawing. It doesn't matter if you don't understand the principle. This is the most basic requirement that Feng Mei Yiming now gives them. Can this bullet cause harm to Uchiha Madara? Even Makoto, who trusted Feng Mei Yiming so much, didn't believe it after hearing what third generation said from his mouth. But then, what Sarutobi Hiruzen said almost scared everyone. If he didn't pay attention to being hit, he might be able to kill him. Kill him? Everyone is a little unbelievable. They have not seen Madara's strength. Although he can't attack now, he has already defeated the extremely powerful Minato and others at the moment of contact with everyone. Can such a top figure be defeated with simple firearms? I can't explain this, you just need to trust Feng Mei Yiming, he is the strongest genius among us Konoha. Hearing these words, Makoto also became firm, and the two of them worked with Kushina to aim the barrel at the outside world. Advertisement, fire. Kushina opened the fire behind, and Makoto pointed the barrel at Feng Mei Yiming, who was frantically attacking them outside the barrier. They found that they really underestimated the thing that Feng Mei Yiming had made. A heavy bullet seemed to be popular on a moonlit night, and the carrier's tongue of flames rushed towards Uchiha Madara. Although Feng Mei Yiming is not here now, all of them respect him even more. No wonder the third generation adults have to put it aside and set aside a place to save it. What Feng Mei Yiming didn't tell them was that if they wanted to make such a thing, they could be mass-produced. Uchiha Madara was still using his endless power to attack Konoha village's defenses, but he didn't expect that the other party would dare to resist. At the moment of contact, the sage metal bullet with blocked kinetic energy directly produced a very strong change and exploded. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. I am afraid that the beverage factory in Konoha village will not be able to bear it. At this time, Konoha's talents suddenly recovered from this century's explosion, and some of them even had tinnitus. A very splendid explosion occurred directly in the air, and the resulting aftermath even caused a wave of fluctuations in the entire Konoha barrier. After a deep exclamation, everyone raised their heads and began to pay attention to the situation in the sky. Hit. Feng Mei Yiming, really a powerful person, bang. Now, no one dared to question Feng Mei Yiming's power anymore. With such intensity and power, this bullet is definitely a top strategic weapon. One didn't pay attention, and the bullet hit him directly. Such a powerful explosion happened at close range directly next to Uchiha Madara, and it was a surprise. Chapter 181 The preaching is completed, the death of 6 paths. If they can completely defeat Uchiha Madara this time, they will definitely make a lot of money. But it is a pity that their ideas will not be realized so easily. After all, what they are facing is the current god of the ninja world Uchiha Madara. Taken together, his power has almost surpassed Sage of 6 Paths, reaching an unprecedented realm. In addition to him, there is also Nagato, who is also a headache opponent. These two walked out randomly, and now it was difficult for Konoha's people to resist. When the smoke dissipated, everyone found that Uchiha Madara, who was blown up, had been pulled back by Nagato, and he was restored with hell. Recovering such a powerful Uchiha Madara, even if it was Nagato's power, was a little strenuous. After using this power, his face was pale and he seemed to be in a state of weakness. Is this a weapon made by that guy? I didn't expect it to be quite powerful. One accidentally almost died here just now. Uchiha Madara, who was in a state of excitement, finally calmed down at this time. He found that Feng Mei Yiming's comprehension and growth were all above him. In the last battle, he had not taken out this weapon, but after fighting with Urashiki, he appeared to be able to cope within a few days. They are weapons of this strength. I have to say, this is really surprising. Feng Mei Yiming, how many secrets do you have? Let me uncover them one by one. Uchiha Madara clenched his fists and turned to Nagato. Since this cannot be broken, no time is wasted. Let them wait for that person and start planning. After Nagato heard Uchiha Madara's instructions, his whole body was shaken and he fell into a frenzy. He has been working hard for Uchiha Madara for this moment. Now, it's time for those who caused Kirigakure to pay the price. Advertisement on Feng Mei Yiming's side. I have listened to Yui and Yumura for a whole day. The gain this time is tremendous. The two brothers Yui are powerful, and it doesn't matter if they don't sleep for a few days. Of course, Feng Mei Yiming is not to mention that the three of them continue to teach. What Hagoromo taught to Feng Mei Yiming was mainly about the relationship between the blood succession limits and the blood succession snare. Sage of 6 Paths Otsutsuki Hagoromo taught Feng Mei Yiming the origin of the ninjutsu he studied. In fact, many people don't know that the current era is already the top form that Sage of 6 Paths envisioned. In fact, even Sage of 6 Paths did not expect Feng Mei Yiming to advance the age of ninja to this point. Pushing further down, in fact, this civilization will evolve to another level, such as the age of electricity, the age of science and technology, and so on. Of course, all this is not what Feng Mei Yiming needs to consider. After listening to Sage of 6 Paths linking the use of chakra technique with the times, Feng Mei Yiming also saw the depth of this wise man's thoughts, and he seemed to be a very powerful person. After the whole person was completely immersed in this preaching, Feng Yiming even forgot the passage of time. Let's stop here, your savvy is very high, the two of us have nothing to teach you. Feng Yiming, who came back to his senses, found that his body had transformed chakras of various attributes. These chakras were like nebulae in the universe, surrounding him. These chakra energies with different attributes are constantly evolving and seem to contain endless philosophies. This is what Feng Yiming has achieved after his understanding of chakra has reached the top level. Thank you all. Feng Yiming, who came back to his senses, stood up and thanked the brothers 6 paths in front of him. You are polite. After we see you, we also want to plant a seed to see how far you can push the current ninja world after the master has acquired all our knowledge. Then I will leave. Feng Yiming bowed deeply to the 2 old men with gray hair, Yui and Yumura. This is what he should do. Accepting their inheritance means that the 2 of them are their own teachers. Come on, in the future, I will have the opportunity to research out a technique that can reverse the origin, resurrect our 2 old guys, and let us see the new era. It can be seen that Sage of 6 Paths Otsutsuki Hagoromo is very nostalgic for the current era, and I want to take a look. Advertisement, but his time is running out. Feng Yiming thought of this, and couldn't help feeling a little sad, patted his chest and assured him. Must. Then he turned and left here. But after Feng Yiming left here, the 2 brothers Ha Yi and Ha Village smiled at each other and sat quietly on the beach of Uzumaki Kingdom, watching the sunset in the distance, preparing to welcome the final end of their lives. For them, all of this has already been a certainty, and it is an individual that will die. So now they are very indifferent when facing death. After all, it is a very wonderful experience to be able to live again. Before long, the last trace of chakra from the 2 of them was also consumed, then turned into dust, and drifted into the sea with the wind. Feng Yiming, who was flying in the sky, couldn't help but release his mind after leaving a long way to pay attention to the 2. Who knows that no miracle happened in the end, and the 2 brothers left. Taking out the mother in picture mirror, Feng Yiming began to observe the condition of Konoha and found that there was no major problem, but now the entire village was covered by a huge black energy shield. This enchantment should be released by someone in order to protect everyone here. Feng Yiming thought of Sarutobi Hiruzen. It is very likely that Vice Admiral's sealing skills in the confrontation with Uchiha Madara have been fully used. This kind of thing is also a bit unacceptable. Before, he had consulted Feng Yiming about the combination of the ghoul seal and the wood-style seal. After thinking about it for a few days, Feng Yiming told him an improved version of the ghoul, who knew he was actually using it this time. Think about it and understand that the 3rd generation project is probably the kind of person who wants to protect the village more than anyone, but at the cost of losing 2/3 of his life. Even Feng Yiming is a little moved. Even Feng Yiming does not make sure that he will give up his vitality to protect Konoha in a critical moment. So when he saw this protective enchantment, Feng Yiming also gave birth to a sense of respect. Regardless of much, he immediately put away the mirror and headed towards Konoha. Chapter 182. Tsukuyomi is coming, the world is in crisis. Nagato and Uchiha Madara both ran into a cave early. This is the cave they used to repair their injuries when they fled Konoha. Project Tsuki no Mi is difficult to say, but it is actually very simple. It is to wait until the night of the full moon to increase the Tsukuyomi of the blood wheel eye and project it onto the moon, and cast illusion to all those who see it. Once someone gets their illusion, Uchiha Madara and Nagato can control it, which is why even Feng Yiming is very afraid of this technique. Of course, Feng Yiming himself will not be affected. Only the ninjas with lower strength and ordinary people who have seen the moon will be affected. If the moon eye state can continue, then all people in the world will be trapped in illusion. If they are confined to the environment, their consciousness will be controlled. Feng Yiming is now worried about this problem, so he hastened his pace. However, he did not expect that the 2 of them had already started this plan. Originally, the amount of chakra for the 2 of them was not enough to implement this technology, but now it is different. Not only did they absorb the power of 6 paths and his younger brother, their own chakra and pupil skills were very powerful, and it was very easy to show the eye of the moon, and now it is the 2 of them working together, which is naturally easier. In a short while, a new moon rose into the sky, but this moon was not as bright as people imagined. This is a full moon, but blood-red brilliance appeared on this full moon, and several gold jade with blood-round eyes appeared on it, which looked very coquettish. This is the final illusion that they can render. If people see this kind of moon, they will fall into the environment. Most people have very low resistance to the environment. Especially some low-level ninjas. Feng Yiming also saw the moon in the sky during the process of returning, and his hair fell on his back. It seems that their plan has been more than half successful, and it is now at the stage of closing the net. Project Tsuki no Mi, for most people, there is no way to defend it. After receiving such a moonlight, all the countries on the continent have fallen into the environment. Uchiha Madara controlled them to carry out the siege of Konoha at first, because with their power, these ninjas can kill Konoha very quickly. Before they started fighting when they first returned to Konoha, yes. In order to get revenge faster, now it is using more manic means. Soon all the ninja armies of major countries began to march towards Konoha, and Feng Yiming also stepped up his pace at this time. In less than a day, all the great nations fell, and even the very powerful new generation of Reikage Yuha was caught in the illusion. Advertisement: there is no way to resist this, because most of the highest level pupil skills are difficult to control, and at the same time, Konoha also has problems. Although the external enemies did not attack, but because many people inside them fell into the illusion, they all obeyed Uchiha Madara's orders, and some even wanted to break the barrier. What should we do? Wearing a cloak to cover the sky above his eyes, Konoha urgently formed a team to save these people, but unfortunately what happened this time was too sudden, and as long as you look up, the skies will fall into the illusion, so most people fall. Of course, there are also people who are resistant to the environment, who are still struggling to support them. These people are the Uchiha clan. Their power is very powerful, and with their own pupil skills, they also resisted this extreme illusion. But they can resist, others may not. After seeing that people are in crisis, he stands up every day, hoping to prevent this catastrophe through his own power. Because Fengmi Yiming gave him a very strong eye before, now he wants to try if he can fight Uchiha Madara. Where are most of the people affected now? Makoto calmed down and asked the people around him. Now they are all gathered at the entrance of the village. It seems that the seal is about to be cracked from the inside. Before Makoto, after accepting Pushi's eyes, he awakened a very strong blood-following snare, which was an illusion-related ability. It just happens to come in handy now. After thinking of this, Makoto opened the door and walked away alone. Makoto, what are you going to do? Controlling the maddened people on the street, the Uchiha clan objected to Makoto going to Konoha's defensive border. It's okay, only I can do this now. Advertisement. Looking at the sky in the distance, Makoto missed Fengmi Yiming a little. If he were here, maybe Konoha would not be caught in turmoil. Even if Uchiha Madara is here, Fengmi Yiming can beat him. But before Fengmi Yiming returns, she still needs her strength. At the entrance of Konoha village, hundreds of people gathered here, and all kinds of ninjutsu bombarded the barrier of the village like no money. Some people run out of chakra and start bombarding them with fists and feet. Some people's fists were bleeding and their physical strength was exhausted, but they still didn't give up, and slammed their heads heavily on the black barrier shell. Makoto has no way to describe this group of people. The only thing that can be sure is that this group of people was controlled by Uchiha Madara, otherwise it would not be so crazy. Going to the front of the crowd, Makoto closed his eyes. When I opened it again, all three pupil techniques appeared. Blood following the snare. The illusion technique displayed by the top eyes controls the entire illusion like an arm. After experiencing her illusion technique, all the people around the entrance of the village fell into a coma. Are you okay? Kushina received the news before, so she hurried over, and when she came over, she saw Makoto who was using the snatch. After displaying his power, Makoto collapsed. This is the state caused by the violent consumption of chakra. Although Fengmi Yiming had given her a lot of pill that was unique to the Otsutsuki clan, Makoto's chakra volume has been increased, but even so, there is still no way to pull her chakra volume to the level of the real Otsutsuki clan. Now that she has encountered such a large-scale illusion use, her chakra volume is naturally stretched. Chapter 183 The Return of Fengmi Yiming. It's okay. You can deal with the wounded first. Now I just used illusion to create a second layer of illusion for them to restrict their actions. To solve their illusion, it is necessary to solve Uchiha Madara and Nagato. Kushina hurriedly took Kushina back after hearing it, and then nodded and said, I'll go right away, you can rest here for a while. They thought they could breathe a sigh of relief. After they sent these people to the wounded treatment center, they suddenly heard another news that all the surrounding countries had attacked. Not only the surrounding big countries, but also some effects are abundant. It seems to be the rhythm of annexing Konoha. Looking at the crumbling enchantment, even if it was third generation, the drum was in his heart. He didn't know when Fengmi Yiming would return. But before Fengmi Yiming came back, these people had already arrived here. They traveled day and night without knowing that they were tired. After being manipulated by Uchiha Madara, they rushed here at an extremely fast speed. Although there are still some subsequent countries farther away that have not kept up, it is estimated that it will only take a day and a half to get here. Third generation, the people in the land of thunder and sand are approaching. At this time, Uchiha Madara also brought Nagato here. A group of them looked aggressive, and no one had ever seen such an army. We must know that gathering all the countries on the entire continent to attack Konoha, this situation may be rare in a century. After seeing this black army, the remains of Konoha that had not been eroded by the moon eye, and found it difficult to resist. There are so many of them, even if they put a ninjutsu on one person, they can be completely overwhelmed. The crumbling enchantment can no longer resist, and people have already discovered it at this time. It seems that they are inevitable today. After this happened, another person also came out of the army. He was Uchiha Madara. Advertisement. The pupil technique in his eyes kept changing, and with a big wave of his hand, he shattered the last barrier here. Now he has completed his plan, and behind him is an army composed of white Zetsu, and together with the ninja army of several other countries, marching towards the village. And instead of entering the village, he used the sealing techniques to seal all the people inside to prevent them from escaping. It seems that he is going to slaughter all the people in this village. The failures he has tried here are already very many. This village is regarded as a shame in his life. Even if he can control the whole world in the future, it is estimated that he will feel scared and worried when he thinks of the battle with Fengmi Yiming during this period of time. Therefore, he must sever this route. Sometimes he had some problems and troubles in the beginning process, but the final result is still his victory, because he is the only one who has reached the end, and now Fengmi Yiming does not know where he is. Even if Fengmi Yiming came here, he might not find a chance to defeat him. He is now fully self-contained. After manipulating the power of the moon, his ninjutsu has been increased by a similar magnitude, and now just looking at a person can make him fall into a painful situation. The ninja army who entered the village continued to destroy the buildings in the village. Among these buildings was a beautifully decorated hut, which was only left to Kushina by Fengmi Yiming. The last time they encountered an attack, Feng Mei Yiming spent a lot of effort here to set up a technique to hide Kushina in. As long as this hut was attacked, Feng Mei Yiming would be able to get here. And now a group of people just stepped into the hut and released a water style in an attempt to destroy the building. A burst of golden light turned up on the building as soon as he touched it, and Feng Mei Yiming, who was still thousands of kilometers away, was directly transferred back to Konoha by the technique he had set at this time. He wanted to pass his information over to Kushina by some means, but unfortunately, because it is thousands of miles away and Feng Mei Yiming can only observe the situation of the whole village through a mirror, he has been unable to do so. But now after these people entered the village and destroyed the building, Feng Mei Yiming was finally able to initiate the technique and teleport him directly back to Konoha from thousands of miles away. Advertisement: The Silent Ninja Coalition continued to destroy Konoha. After destroying the building, the group wanted to leave, but a burst of golden light suddenly radiated from the ruins. With a bang, Feng Mei Yiming used the 18 palms of Zhonglong to push open the entire ruins, and the surrounding members of the ninja army who had fallen into madness were like seeing prey, completely disregarding Feng Mei Yiming's strength, and directly charge. Come up, ready to kill Feng Mei Yiming. Seeing these people attacking Konoha, Feng Mei Yiming didn't give them a chance, but shot them all flying with a palm. At this time, no one knew the news that he had returned, because the path he took this time was not a normal path, but was sent back. The best thing now is to rebuild a high wall. After you think about it, Feng Mei Yiming flew directly into the sky, and then looked at Uchiha Madara in the distance, and both of them were speechless. Then Feng Mei Yiming raised his hand and walked away with all the power of the plants and trees. The pure wood-style seal unfolded, and a green light directly enveloped the entire village. By the way, Feng Mei Yiming also lowered the vitality and rescued many of Konoha's injuries. Reverse Tsukuyomi. The pupil technique unfolded, and Feng Mei Yiming's power has now reached the level of transformation. After his voice came out, all the ninjas in the village woke up from the environment. After some confused memories, they finally understood what they were doing. They have always blamed and regretted very much, because they not only destroyed their homes, but also destroyed Konoha. But now their spearheads are unanimous, and now that the technique has been lifted, they can resist Uchiha Madara. Seeing that the situation stabilized, Feng Mei Yiming consolidated the enchantment again, and then prepared to go to the third generation office to inquire about the current situation. At this time, everyone saw the green wood-style light appearing in the sky, and they were all ecstatic. There is only one person who can use this technique. It's him. That man is back. Chapter 184. Madara's word spirit, strong contrast. The sturdy wooden dragon rises up from the ground with the sky, and this attack is unbearable for anyone. This can be said to be one of the top ninjutsu, Mulong Wandao. After such an attack was displayed, everyone's eyes were full of expectations, because the intensity of such an attack was definitely enough to contend with Madara. The previous attacks by Uchiha Madara were of this magnitude. Feng Mei Yiming's technique now looks even more powerful, and it must be able to crush it. But this idea was quickly overthrown. In Uchiha Madara's eyes, the roulette made up of countless jewels and stripes spun, and gently opened his mouth to spit out an obscure syllable. Everyone heard this sound, but no one could imitate it. What is it? Yan Ling. Feng Mei Yiming saw the ability displayed by Uchiha Madara, and seemed a little surprised. The power of every ancestor's eye was very powerful. When they are produced, they can give birth to some different abilities, and these abilities can bring unexpected power to people. For example, Uchiha Makoto's awakening is the ability to use illusion. When her illusion reaches a very high level, even people of the level of 5 shadows cannot resist it. But what Uchiha Madara awakens here is another skill, which even Feng Mei Yiming has never seen. After seeing Feng Mei Yiming using his power, Uchiha Madara also showed his true strength. At this time, people discovered that he used to play with their mentality when fighting them before. Maybe he didn't even play out this 10th. After integrating Sage of 6 Paths, his power is so terrifying. Of course, the horror is only relative. Now he needs to be very afraid even if he is fighting Feng Mei Yiming, because Feng Mei Yiming was just a test just now, and he did not expect to force one of his great skills. Thinking of this, Feng Mei Yiming also raised the corners of his mouth. It seems that this guy is not particularly good. In this case, let's try what he has in the end, and see if Feng Mei Yiming learns from the Hakata Hamura brothers in the end, or if he is better than Uchiha Madara. Advertisement: Now they are equivalent to one person inheriting the chakra of Sage of 6 Paths, and one person inheriting the essence of the Sage of 6 Paths brothers. As the saying goes, it is better to teach people how to fish than to teach people how to fish. Feng Mei Yiming is confident that he will not be weaker than him after obtaining these inheritances, and it is even okay to hit him on the ground. Seeing that the opponent easily blocked his own blow, Feng Mei Yiming flew into the sky and began to confront Uchiha Madara. Do you know, I have waited for this moment for too long? Uchiha Madara's plan has always been blocked by Feng Mei Yiming, because he doesn't know why. Feng Mei Yiming has always been able to understand his plan and also know his purpose. It stands to reason that he hid it so deeply that no one would find it until the end. Faced with this man who seems to be able to read minds, Uchiha Madara has always been scared. And the most important thing is that he has also tried many failures on Feng Mei Yiming's hands. These failures are like deep scars, which will leave a scar on his body after he is well. This is a feeling of humiliation. The invincible Uchiha Madara has never experienced it, but he has been experiencing it in Feng Mei Yiming's hands for more than 10 years. Waiting for so long is a waste of time. Today I am going to crush your full moon. Feng Mei Yiming never paid attention to Madara's arrogance. After all, he is a systematic person, and from a certain point of view, he can be regarded as the protagonist. And Uchiha Madara looks like a big villain, and it is enough to compete with him at this stage. In fact, I am giving Feng Mei Yiming some time. Feng Mei Yiming is fully capable of surpassing him, but the barriers of the golden elixir have not been broken yet. If it was a short kick before, it is now one finger away. Feng Mei Yiming can push the door with only one finger, but Feng Mei Yiming can't stretch it out. This may be the so-called bottleneck. Feng Mei Yiming is not so eager now, because Feng Mei Yiming wants to increase combat effectiveness until now. In fact, it does not necessarily require vertical development, but also horizontal development. Anyway, it has its own opportunities. Advertisement. It's like this time he has a very thorough understanding of the origin of ninjutsu after accepting the inheritance of the Hokage brothers. Some time ago, his awakened eyes could possess the ability to reverse other people's skills. Now Feng Mei Yiming's ability has increased a bit. The wooden dragons in the sky quickly withered and disappeared with the voice of Uchiha Madara. This voice is still reverberating between heaven and earth. When crossing the forest, the entire forest turned into dead wood, and when crossing the river, these rivers all dried up. This is a kind of power that is close to death. Maybe this guy understands the power of annihilation. Wei Zhuang Suzano. This is the ninjutsu used by Uchiha Madara when fighting the first generation. A huge armor surrounds him, and the endless fairy magic chakra covers his armor. Just looking at this kind of aura is already swallowing mountains and rivers. It is difficult to imagine what kind of damage this kind of force will cause when it bombards normal people. It is estimated that some low-level ninjas will definitely turn into flying ashes after being attacked by this form. Feng Mei Yiming didn't feel much, because he wanted to summon such a behemoth, and he could summon dozens of them at will. The main reason was the intensity. If the intensity is not enough, it won't come in handy. The old and cunning Uchiha Madara, who took out a figurative chakra coat, definitely had a plan. Sure enough, the huge armor he displayed had eyes. This eye is the top eye of the ancestor, and it is also the combination of the strongest pupil technique. It seems that he is going to use this eye to deal with Feng Mei Yiming. Sharingan Guyu turned around, and the purple aura burst out all over his body. Feng Mei Yiming, who has experienced a lot of battles, perceives the danger in an instant, and then combined with pupil surgery, and in an instant he opened his mouth and said a series of syllables. Unlike Uchiha Madara, what Feng Mei Yiming said is a whole string, but all Uchiha Madara can say is a pronunciation. Chapter 185 10,000 Realms Technique, Top Prison. At the beginning, Feng Mei Yiming thought that what he had understood was wrong, but after he said these syllables, the magical power was revealed. The whole land quickly regained its vitality, the river began to flow, and the grass and trees began to show vitality. Even the barrier of Konoha village has been reinforced. Feng Mei Yiming can now not only see through the techniques of others, but also easily imitate these things and innovate them. This is the unique power born after the master has learned the origin of ninjutsu. Said it is power, but it is not so rigorous, because everything Feng Mei Yiming has learned is the essence of ninjutsu. This is the way to use power. Sometimes this is the case. If a person can use his own strength skillfully, the fighting power that erupts will definitely be very strong. The most important thing is that Feng Mei Yiming is not the kind of small power type. His internal power is extremely strong, and also integrates all the power of the tail beast. If it is purely the intensity of the competition, it is estimated that even if the Otsutsuki clan comes, it may not be comparable to Feng Mei Yiming. What? Why are you two? Uchiha Madara was so surprised that he could not add anything. After seeing Feng Mei Yiming's power, the whole person was not good, because he didn't understand why Feng Mei Yiming was able to display these abilities so easily. With the help of Nagato, this is the top pupil technique that he finally researched after numerous setbacks and exhausted chakra. This includes his will and his determination, but now it seems that his determination is completely insufficient, because Feng Mei Yiming only needs to look at it to reproduce the technique that contains all of his will. Genius, absolutely genius. Although I don't want to admit it, Uchiha Madara has to admit that Feng Mei Yiming is indeed much better than he thought, but this does not mean that he will be afraid of Feng Mei Yiming. Now his chakra is extremely powerful. This has achieved the effect of qualitative change through quantitative change. He may not be able to compete with Feng Mei Yiming in all aspects at the beginning, but now he also has some advantages of his own. Especially after absorbing chakra from Sage of Six Paths. The purple long knife waved from the sky, like a boiling cloud, swallowing the sun from the horizon, covering Feng Mei Yiming, who was covered in golden light. Advertisement. All the people watching below were sweating in their hands. After seeing the true strength of Uchiha Madara, everyone did not dare to pack their votes in their hearts and say that Feng Mei Yiming would definitely win. But if Feng Mei Yiming does not win this battle, what they will encounter afterwards will be more troublesome than they are now. Not only will they be controlled by Uchiha Madara, the whole world will also be in crisis. Although they doubted Feng Mei Yiming's ability to compete with Uchiha Madara, they were full of hope that Feng Mei Yiming would win and save Konoha village. Feng Mei Yiming became the only hope of Konoha village. The purple air flow crazily entangled Feng Mei Yiming's body, but was swallowed by the 18 wooden dragons surrounding Feng Mei Yiming. This is Feng Mei Yiming's famed stunt, surrendering the dragon with 18 palms. Feng Mei Yiming thought of a problem before, and that is that with his own control. Although he can visualize his internal strength into golden dragons, he always has problems when he fights with some top ninjas. Simply speaking, it is not strong enough. I thought that this should have been classified as a tasteless skill, but after listening to the sermons of the Yu brothers, Feng Mei Yiming understood that he seemed to have another choice. That is to improve the 18 palms of Zhonglong. Obviously Feng Mei Yiming has done it now. Wood style has the ability to swallow most of the chakra, and its own strength is also very high. When Feng Mei Yiming slaps every palm, Wood style combined with this traditional kung fu, the effect that can be achieved is absolutely unexpected. In the past, Feng Mei Yiming's attacks may have dual strengths, because Feng Mei Yiming's strength is a mixture of chakra and internal forces. But now it's different. Feng Mei Yiming can produce the combined strength of 2 overlaps with every attack. The last blow of Zhonglong's 18 palms was the gathering of 18 powers. This kind of power is like a turbulent rush, and no one can stop it. At this time, Feng Mei Yiming discovered that his most basic skills were his true treasure trove. Now he has basically given up all kinds of ninjutsu, and still adopted the simplest physical combat, coupled with some of his own internal strength and basic traditional martial arts. Advertisement: the effect this can play is definitely a geometric multiplication. At a very fast speed, Feng Mei Yiming used his 18 palms to disperse Uchiha Madara's attack. Very well, you really have the power to surprise me. I really didn't come to you in vain. In Uchiha Madara's life is actually very lonely, because most people today are not Uchiha Madara's opponents, and Uchiha Madara has no way to communicate with them most of the time. This is how lonely the so-called invincibility is. But the appearance of Feng Mei Yiming gave him a chance and made him understand that he still seems to have the value of fighting others. In fact, his plan has long since been stranded, and now he wants to fight even more. He wants to defeat Feng Mei Yiming so that he can truly prove his worth. As for his project Tsuki no Mi, in fact, he still has to wait for Feng Mei Yiming to be defeated before he can practice it, otherwise it is absolutely impossible to put it on the agenda. The reason why he showed up so quickly now is to be able to attract Feng Mei Yiming out. Obviously his goal has been achieved. 10,000 Realms technique. Seeing that Feng Mei Yiming is so powerful, he no longer retains it, and directly took out his strongest moves. The moment his voice reached Feng Mei Yiming's ears, the cage formed by the truth-seeking ball trapped Feng Mei Yiming in it. The spiral truth-seeking ball blocked all the humiliation of YOFC and began to cut it wildly. This is a taboo technique. As long as you use it, you will definitely see blood. Now Feng Mei Yiming is already trapped in the truth-seeking ball cage. If you want to get out as soon as possible, you can only forcefully break through these truth-seeking balls. However, how can such a tough truth-seeking ball form a tight cage that can be broken in such a simple way? Chapter 186. Accommodating all Dharma, Handblade Uchiha Madara. However, what Feng Mei Yiming learned from the Hamura brothers is not just the origin of ninjutsu. In fact, the origin of various abilities and the origin of ninjutsu are similar. In particular, Feng Mei Yiming learned that there is not much difference between the fairy's chakra and his own chakra. This is the result of matching chakras with different attributes. After trying these differences, I discovered that, in fact, there are ninjas. A lot of room for improvement. It should be noted that here is the overall ninja, there is a lot of room for improvement. This is also the meaning of all the essence of ninjutsu taught to him by the sage of Six Paths brothers, that is, to promote the realm of the entire ninja world. As long as the realm is raised, they can resist the threat of stronger enemies. Six Paths technique reverse cycle. Now Feng Mei Yiming will use the most powerful trick he has learned to deal with Uchiha Madara, which can be regarded as a kind of respect for this enemy who has been fighting for many years. The speed is very fast, all the ninjutsu imposed on Feng Mei Yiming's body has been disintegrated, and his chakra has also begun to dissolve. This is Feng Mei Yiming's own charm, which is equivalent to confronting Uchiha Madara. This is a way of hurting the enemy by 1,800. And this trick is the strongest one taught to Feng Mei Yiming by Sage of Six Paths. After all, the chakra in the ninja is the energy between heaven and earth, it is only temporarily stored in people's bodies, so Feng Mei Yiming is now like using bones and palms, combining the strength of the other party with his own. Later, some natural energy will be displayed, and the corresponding energy will be used for pulling, so that all these techniques will dissipate between the heaven and the earth. The final result is naturally very good. Impossible, this is my strongest ninjutsu. Uchiha Madara couldn't help being surprised. People who stood among Konoha watching Feng Mei Yiming's battle were also stunned, because the ability Feng Mei Yiming showed was simply incredible. Why? The impenetrable cage was disintegrated in an instant, and it was as if it had never existed. On the contrary, there were waves of fluctuations in the sky, and it seemed that the forces between the sky and the earth were all affected by Feng Mei Yiming's actions. Now even Uchiha Madara can't understand what kind of method Feng Mei Yiming uses. Be surprised, this is the real power of heaven and earth. No matter from any point of view, the power of a ninja actually comes from between heaven and earth, so Feng Mei Yiming's ability to use the power of heaven and earth to dissolve the opponent's power is absolutely extremely powerful, and there is no way to resist it. Advertisement, now it's time for me to shoot. I saw that he turned passive to active and took the lead in counterattack Uchiha Madara. Daoshange Sword. This is Feng Mei Yiming's strongest attack mode, and it is also the perfect sword that can be used with the thousands of % increase brought by the Kendo Supreme Skill LV99. The chakra consumption of this sword is as huge as mountains and seas. A sword light swept across like a silver dragon, and the space seemed to be torn apart into a gap. Feng Mei Yiming could not fully use such a sword before, but now since his cultivation level has improved, Feng Mei Yiming has a more thorough understanding of the entire world, so the power that can be used is different. With a swish, Uchiha Madara's right hand was directly cut off by Feng Mei Yiming. The offensive continued, Feng Mei Yiming pierced his chest along the way. There seems to be endless power in his body that is constantly raging. Uchiha Madara, who was able to repair his body through the power of his own six paths, now has no way to repair his injury. Why can you be so strong? Up to now, he couldn't believe that his strongest technique could be broken by Feng Mei Yiming. Study hard and play less conspiracy, then you will know why, but you probably won't have the chance now. Now Feng Mei Yiming's internal strength is enough to release another sword, but at this time a very dangerous breath has locked Feng Mei Yiming, and he turned out to be Nagato. Do you still help him now? Don't you see the disaster that Project Tsuki no Mi has brought to people? There is a saying in Buddhism that it is good, when is the time to repay the injustice, why can't you be more mature? Feng Mei Yiming is angry and hateful of Nagato. At any rate, they are also considered masters and apprentices, and they have also taught the ninjutsu for several years. Most of the ninjutsu was taught to him before. But I didn't expect this Byakugan wolf to choose this path even now. I have to say that sometimes people's temperament is really very difficult to control, and things like people's hearts change very quickly. Advertisements sometimes it happens suddenly, perhaps inadvertently. Some people who are not good in nature will have extreme thoughts. If you compare it to Uchiha Madara, Feng Mei Yiming will definitely lose. But now Feng Mei Yiming has no complaints. If Nagato wants to stop him, there will only be a fight to the death. I said, I will definitely repay these hatreds. Then look at the following Kirigakure people who are suffering with you. Are they not your family members? There are now a large number of people standing in the dark in Konoha, all of whom are ninjas in the various villages of Tsukuyomi who were relieved by Feng Mei Yiming. Among them is Kirigakure. Looking in the direction pointed by Feng Mei Yiming, they saw Yahiko, Konan and others, all lying on the ground with serious injuries. None of these people died because of Feng Mei Yiming's existence, but Nagato alone took the wrong path. When he left that year, he took his two good friends away from here and sent them back to Kirigakure. Maybe he also has something in his heart that he wants to protect, but now it seems that the path he chose is wrong. You go to heal first and let me fight him. Shaking his head, Nagato threw out his immature thoughts and started the final battle, because he knew he had to stop Feng Mei Yiming here, and it could even be said that now is the best time to defeat Feng Mei Yiming. After the battle with Uchiha Madara, Feng Mei Yiming has no strength anymore. Even if he uses the sword that shocked the sky just now, Nagato can withstand it. In this case, don't blame me for being cruel. You are one of my apprentices. I really don't want us to meet each other. Good. After the voice fell, Feng Mei Yiming didn't give him time to react, so he rushed over and punched him on the forehead. Beautiful things are to be said, but the first opportunity in the battle must also be seized. Although it is a bit embarrassing for the master to be surprised when he beats his apprentice, Feng Mei Yiming knows that his situation is no longer optimistic, and there is only one sword left in his chakra. In this case, he must save. Chapter 187. Nagato explodes, the power of death. Obviously, Feng Mei Yiming's attack with this punch worked. The unexpected attack caused Nagato to be slammed straight to the ground without responding. The roar sounded, and it took a long time to gradually return to calm. The vegetation on the ground is gone, replaced by a large circular hole with no bottom. Such attack power is an unbearable weight in life for anyone. Feng Mei Yiming did not stop, and continued to throw out countless spiral shurikens. Even if he doesn't have much internal strength, he can still use this kind of low-level ninjutsu. How big the effect can be depends on the situation. Nagato inherited the power of Sage of Six Paths' younger brother, Otsutsuki Hamura. From a certain perspective, Hamura's power is actually more powerful than Otsutsuki Hagoromo. But it depends on who is used. Nagato is Feng Mei Yiming's apprentice, and everything he learned was taught by Feng Mei Yiming. That being the case, Feng Mei Yiming, who now knows the origin of ninjutsu, is a high mountain for him. My hatred. How can you understand, how can I let it go? Nagato's voice was very penetrating, and the smoke dissipated, and he stood still and roared. After seeing such things, people also felt his emotions, which was a taste of anger mixed with grievances. As the saying goes, don't persuade others to be kind. Feng Mei Yiming didn't realize this at first, but when he returned to the Uzumaki kingdom, he saw the broken country in the heyday of the Uzumaki clan. In fact, he could feel a little bit of Nagato's grievances. Advertisement but grievance is never a reason for killing. Every life is an independent individual. It is absolutely wrong to pass on the resentment of the previous generation to the next generation. That's why Feng Mei Yiming wants him to turn back. If he refuses, then use his fist to force him to turn back. Hold it, this is a ninja. With another punch on his forehead, Feng Mei Yiming opened the 8 inner gates, emitting the brilliance of flames towards the peacock in the sun. This is the flame created by the friction between the fist and the air at high speed. The storm-like attacks poured on him like summer rain. Six Paths technique. Hell Road forcibly swallowed both of them, and Nagato wanted to heal himself. But his method is too tender. This level of treatment is like a child putting a band-aid on his own in Feng Mei Yiming's eyes. Feng Mei Yiming's attack speed is getting faster and faster, and the effect of physical skills is huge. At this time, Nagato seems to be unable to hold it. Since you don't want to look back, then I will help you. Feng Mei Yiming was able to put it into the ground with every punch, and in the end, it didn't take long for Nagato to bear it. Now, with the help of Uchiha Madara, Nagato's eyes have been upgraded to the top eyes of the fusion of the 3 pupil techniques. He couldn't match Feng Mei Yiming. His eyes widened suddenly, and even a trace of blood flowed out. He finally displayed it. Own technique. After the appearance of each top eye, a series of pupil skills will be produced, and an ultimate skill will be born, but things will always be a little unexpected. In fact, Nagato didn't gain the ability when he awakened his eyes before, mainly because his own comprehension was not enough, and he himself hadn't experienced too many things. The first time he gained such a powerful power, he couldn't control it at all. But this time, under Feng Mei Yiming's pressure, he finally awakened and showed the ultimate meaning in his eyes. It seems that you have also grown a lot. Feng Mei Yiming stopped, ready to take a look at what this ability Nagato uses. In fact, as a master, he also expects what this guy can use. This is an arm protruding from a black hole. What Nagato displays is the ability of the combination of 3 pupil techniques. This arm was full of rotten aura, and it seemed that there was the power of death on it, although at the beginning Feng Mei Yiming did not understand what it was all about. Advertisement. When the arm was grabbing towards Feng Mei Yiming, an instinctive feeling of danger came to my heart, and Feng Mei Yiming reflexively jumped out of the big hole. The big hand grabbed the bird's egg and squeezed it casually. This golden-winged rock just lost its life. I want to thank you. If it weren't for the pressure you gave me, I wouldn't have grown to where I am now. You never knew it. The first person I wanted to kill was actually you. Thinking of this, Feng Mei Yiming also knows what method to use to deal with Nagato. Being able to reach this level, Feng Mei Yiming has never worried that he will be harmed by others, because at present, most of the people are children playing house for Feng Mei Yiming. This power is quite good, even stronger than Uchiha Madara's power. But a very strange scene happened. When the Dapong bird rushed to the side of his hand, its size quickly shrank, and it turned into a bird egg in the end. It is the first time that Feng Mei Yiming has felt the danger brought by the summoning beast. It has to be said that there are many things Feng Mei Yiming did not understand in this world. When the big hand reached out, the golden wing rock rushed directly, preparing to use his own strength to block the blow for Feng Mei Yiming. Nagato finally opened his heart at this time and told Feng Mei Yiming his own thoughts. But everything is different now, because the hand that Nagato displayed should be regarded as a summoning beast. Summoned a golden winged rock. After learning the summoning technique, Feng Mei Yiming summoned a small bird casually. The strength is also very powerful. It only broke out now, indicating that he has been planning for this day for a long time. In fact, it is normal to think about it. The first time I saw Nagato, I already felt the hatred of this little guy, but only now did he say such a thing, which is obviously hidden for a long time. After avoiding his attack, Feng Mei Yiming began to think about how to deal with it. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. At this time, Feng Mei Yiming realized that the master of this guy is not the power of death, but the power of reincarnation. Obviously, the power he just used was reincarnation. Can reverse the lives of all things. Feng Mei Yiming has a hunch that if he is caught by this arm, he is likely to be injured, which is extremely serious. Chapter 188. Rage Hammer Nagato, hunting down Uchiha Madara. In fact, at the beginning, Feng Mei Yiming didn't understand what this guy meant, and then Nagato continued. When I first came, I wanted to take revenge on Konoha, but after seeing Konoha with a strong you, I knew that there was no hope for revenge, so I would always follow you to learn. But I have studied for so many years, but found that I can't even see your back. Having said that, his expression became more and more ferocious. But it's different now. I already have the strength to compete with you. Everything in this world will be buried for my family. It turned out that he had always thought this way. Feng Mei Yiming was a little moved when he heard this, because he hadn't seen Nagato's thoughts even for so many years. This is an obvious antisocial personality. I would have killed him as soon as I saw the first face. Thinking of this, Feng Mei Yiming couldn't help sighing. Now that he has been his own student for so many years, he is indeed a bit reluctant to be a killer, but since he has said this, then he can't continue to do harm to the world. The huge palm covered the sky and struck towards Feng Mei Yiming. Feng Mei Yiming casually spit out the syllable that Uchiha Madara just uttered. A vitality surged up out of thin air, and even swallowed this big hand. Then Feng Mei Yiming followed the vitality that he drew, and actually walked to the big hand that Nagato had summoned, and reached out to high-five. Like a wisp of blue smoke passing by, this hand disappeared in an instant. Nagato's face changed in an instant. He didn't expect Feng Mei Yiming to be able to crack the strongest spell he had created in an instant. Actually, I had some expectations for you, but I didn't expect that you still chose to inherit his power. Feng Mei Yiming originally thought he could see Nagato show something different, but this time he was disappointed. Obviously, he is a good student, but he has no creative power. In fact, when Feng Mei Yiming and his younger brother preached to him before, they knew the abilities that their chakras could bring. Sage of Six Paths Yui's ability is life and death, and Himura's ability is reincarnation. But in any case, this is not their own ability. Uchiha Madara has already shown his ability before. This is a new ability, annihilation above death. But when I arrived at Nagato, everything changed. Advertisement, Uzumaki Nagato, you always live in another layer of shadow. Feng Mei Yiming knew that after experiencing the shadow of childhood, Nagato actually had a chance to come out. He closed his heart and gave up the strong power in his heart. Hatred gradually replaced his reason, and finally became like this. Halmor had told me the secret of his reincarnation technique. If you regard this kind of thing as your ultimate strength now, in front of me, it is equivalent to a paper tiger. These things Feng Mei Yiming said directly broke Nagato's heart. He did not expect that he had spent such a great effort to comprehend the power of chakra, the strongest trick that has been passed down. Feng Mei Yiming has been completely comprehended. I didn't tell me about the form of release when Hamura said before, but after seeing your moves just now, I understood. A big hand rose from heaven and earth out of thin air again. This time the big hand is more powerful than imagined, because this time the technique was performed by Feng Mei Yiming. Sage art cause and effect rotation. Next, let me teach you what is the true power of reincarnation. The wind on the battlefield suddenly stopped, and everything seemed to have produced some different changes. The wind that was blowing from south to north actually reversed and began to blow backwards. The golden-winged rock that Feng Yiming summoned before has become extremely powerful because of its own strength. This kind of thing is very scary for anyone, because it reverses cause and effect. Feng Yiming's ancestor's eye, after awakening, the master's power is cause and effect. Now that he saw the top power left by Hamura, he also understood another technique. With the power of cause and effect, combined with the power of reincarnation, it is the top sage art mastered by Feng Yiming. After everything reversed, Nagato sat on the ground slumped, his body's chakra pouring out like a flood that opened the gate. This is after Feng Yiming defeated him, his mentality changed drastically, so chakra, which had just been absorbed, all escaped. Without suspense, Nagato was defeated. Advertisement. The difference between power and power lies in whether it is the real master. Uchiha Madara is able to control such a powerful force because he was originally a top genius in the world, and he has also been infinitely close to the level of Sage of Six Paths. But Nagato has become so strong, it is purely to promote, it is difficult to control. Although Nagato itself has a very strong strength, but the two aspects of mentality and perception simply cannot reach this point. After all, he is just a teenager who is less than 20 years old. With a sigh, Feng Yiming knocked him unconscious with a hand knife. Looking at the full moon in the sky, Feng Yiming also sighed for a long time. It was obvious that this time the matter had to be finished well. Uchiha Madara is seriously injured now, it's time to make up the knife. If it weren't for him, this black hand in the ninja world might not have happened so much. Those who have died have been alarmed by him too much. After thinking of this, Feng Yiming directly poured out the power in his hand. At this time, Uchiha Madara was far away from the battlefield, hiding in the place where he had steadied the eye of the ancestor to heal his injuries. He had already thought about it, and recovered in a while, directly controlling the entire world to attack Feng Yiming. Feng Yiming can kill him, but can Feng Yiming have the heart to use his power on normal people? Thinking of this, Uchiha Madara's mouth couldn't help but smile. But before doing this, he needs to do a piece of insurance. He bit the tip of his tongue and spit out a mouthful of original blood. This blood is actually very important to many people, because one drop less will hurt your muscles and bones. But for him now, it doesn't really matter. Picking up the blood, he applied it to his eyes. It is not correct to say that it was painted on the eyes, because his behavior is more like drawing runes. The whole scene looks very weird. Chapter 189. Binding the Lives of All Beings. When Feng Yiming arrived here, Uchiha Madara had basically recovered. Now he is standing between the valleys, looking at the scarlet moon in the sky. The appearance of the entire moon changed with the changes in his eyes. Obviously he was adjusting the illusion. It's a pity that you are here, it's late. After recovering, Uchiha Madara, after watching Feng Yiming run over, seemed to be in a very relaxed state. It didn't seem like there was any problem at all. What are you doing? Feng Yiming, who has studied pupils, does not have too much power in illusion. Distinguished heavenly gods is the top illusion of his master, but it is obviously insufficient to use this power to launch Project Tsuki no Mi, of. Now Uchiha Madara's illusion skills in order to carry out this plan are far beyond Feng Yiming's imagination. And the most important point is that if they want to solve all the things in their hands, they shouldn't complete this ninjutsu now. Feng Yiming knows that to complete this technique, a very powerful chakra is needed. The current Uchiha Madara, although chakra is strong enough, after the fight with Feng Yiming just now, the whole person has fallen into a very tired and weak state. In this state, even to forcefully deploy this technique, there is definitely a plan. Sure enough, after a pause, Uchiha Madara stated his purpose. Do you know why I said you're late? Feel the connection between this illusion and me. Don't you like to see the composition of the technique the most? Take a good look. Pointing at Feng Yiming, Uchiha Madara said with a laugh. Feng Yiming's ancestor's eye unfolded, covering the power of cause and effect on the surrounding things, and finally discovered why this guy can laugh so happily. This guy turned out to have merged the power of himself and Moon Eye. Simply put, the power generated by the moon can greatly increase him. But these increases are not enough for him to defeat Feng Yiming. What can make him invincible is something outside of his power. Now he, after merging with Scarlet Moon, the lives of all people in the world are within his thoughts. Advertisement. In the previous process of manipulating the Ninja Coalition forces, a problem was discovered. The power of the moonlight projected on the ground by the moon cannot precisely control everyone, but can only give them a command. But now it's different. At the moment when the two are merged, he can do whatever he wants. This is absolutely very important to him. Now, kill me. After you kill me, everyone will die in the illusion. It turned out that he, who was struggling to escape here, thought so in his heart. Uchiha Madara, a generation of heroes, now has to rely on disdainful means to survive. After Feng Yiming thought about this, he couldn't help but sneered. Uchiha Madara, have you fallen to this point? It's a man who will fight me upright and threaten me with someone else's life. I can't kill you, but you won't be able to fight me anymore. For the lives of people in the world, Feng Yiming really cannot kill him. Moreover, this person's spirit and spirit are all gone. He who considered himself invincible at the time, now has to rely on this kind of bad trick to survive. You can do it yourself. I will crack this illusion within 3 days. Feng Yiming easily said the last words to his old opponent and then left here. Now the two of them have reached the final stage of the game. See who can solve Project Tsuki no Mi. If Feng Yiming can solve this worldwide illusion, then Uchiha Madara will lose. And it was all set. But if Feng Yiming has been unable to solve Project Tsuki no Mi in the entire world, it would be equivalent to Uchiha Madara's final victory. After all, for Uchiha Madara, people who can actually control the entire world, let them it is enough to fall asleep. Back in the village, people were surprised when they saw Fengme Yiming who had not suffered any damage, but then they were relieved. You should know that Fengme Yiming's strength in this battle is unfathomable. Even when Nagato showed a greater power than Uchiha Madara in the end, it did not have any impact on Fengme Yiming. Advertisement, now he and Moon Eye are linked. As long as you kill him, all the people in the world who have illusions will be destroyed. Fengme Yiming told third generation about what he had learned, and the other party found it very troublesome after listening. Can you understand what technique he used in this illusion? Yes, but the method of cracking may need to be discussed. Fengme Yiming has already understood the technique of this illusion, but if you want to solve these things now, it is very likely that some people will be sacrificed. However, Fengme Yiming is somewhat unwilling to sacrifice the lives of others. Although he is not a virgin, the lives of ordinary innocent people still need to be taken seriously. I'll bring a few famous illusion masters in the country, and you will start researching with them to see if they can reverse the illusion in a short period of time. After thinking about it, the third generation project gave a solution. Now there is no other way. Only after discussing and studying together, we can find a way to restrain this technique. Nodded, Fengme Yiming turned and left here, ready to go back and clean up first. When the matter came to an end, the sky in front of everyone was cast with a red shadow. This kind of shadow is like a haze in the heart, which is not easy to get rid of. Fengme Yiming knew the psychology of the people in the village, so he stepped up. Yiming-kun, can we help? At this time, both Kushina and Makoto also came over, hoping to share the worries for Fengme Yiming. Okay, I happen to be a little hungry, please help me cook something. Now Fengme Yiming has almost entered the Bigu stage since his strength has almost reached the Golden Core stage. But this is almost too. I have gone through a few days of preaching before, and have gone through the rushback in 2 battles. Now even Fengme Yiming is a bit hungry. Okay, let's go get some supplies first, then go to your room. Seeing that they could help Fengme Yiming, Kushina and Makoto were very happy and jogged together to get the ingredients. Chapter 190 The Undercurrent Surging, Kushina's Tips. To be honest, this project Tsuki no Mi is actually an enlarged version of Tsukuyomi. If a single person comes here, Fengme Yiming can definitely help them solve this Tsukuyomi technique. But there are so many people in the whole world, Fengme Yiming can't take care of everyone. What a person can do for the entire human group is very small, no matter how strong he is, he cannot reach the level of blessing all beings. This is the sorrow of a powerful person. Fengme Yiming also believes that it is not advisable to save people one by one. But in the recent period of time, no way has been found. I told Uchiha Madara before that these problems will be resolved within 3 days, but after releasing such words, 2 days have passed, and everyone has no idea. When going to the water country, Fengme Yiming and Minato met Uchiha Madara, and Uchiha Madara also let Minato bear the distinguished heavenly god's technique. Struggling in this technique for 3 days, Minato seems to have gone through hundreds of years. Fortunately, he was saved, otherwise he would definitely have a nervous breakdown. At that time, Minato's experience only lasted 2 or 3 days. Fengme Yiming didn't know how long some ordinary people could bear. After comparing Minato, he limited his period to 3 days. Only when things are resolved within these 3 days can people in the world survive unharmed. Of course, there is another option, that is, Fengme Yiming goes to some major places, rescues people in some big cities, and then directly kills Uchiha Madara. This is equivalent to directly retaining the vitality, and human beings will not all fall into the nightmare. Although this is what Fengme Yiming said, Fengme Yiming couldn't make it. He is not qualified to determine the life and death of others, and no one is qualified. He is not a guy like Uchiha Madara. He wants everything in the world to follow his own ideas. He is just a person who wants to become Hokage and make the people in the village happy. After thinking about it for a while, Fengme Yiming found the last way. Advertisement. Only in this way can I be promoted to the Golden Elixir stage, and there will be a good medicine for the reversal of the situation. But how can Jin Dan stage break through so simply? In the current era, there are very few people who can put pressure on Fengme Yiming. If there is a hearty battle, maybe the threshold of the Golden Core period can be crossed. There has been no sunlight in the sky for 3 days, and the scarlet moon, exuding terrible blood, is like a stone pressing in people's hearts. I feel that I haven't seen the sun for a long time. Although the eye of the moon has only been activated for a few days, because of the absence of the alternation of day and night, everyone's sense of time has produced serious errors. Fengme Yiming also relies on clocks to confirm the current time. This sentence was said by Kushina next to Fengme Yiming. Fengme Yiming, who was still thinking quickly, suddenly understood something after being interrupted by Kushina. Is there no light? Is there no light? Now Fengme Yiming has finally figured out a way to deal with Uchiha Madara. This person who binds his life and his life together, actually thinks very simple from the beginning. Both the sun and the moon can shine in their eyes, which is why Project Tsuki no Mi was created. However, Fengme Yiming, who is familiar with physics and chemistry, has learned the light of the moon in his last life. It is not what he possesses, but borrowed from the sun. Now they are not thinking about how to crack the eye of the moon, but how to cut the connection between Uchiha Madara and sentient beings. It is enough to cut off the light. If the sun can be blocked, the moon eye will no longer shine, and the connection between Uchiha Madara and sentient beings will naturally be cut off. You really are a genius. Excited Fengme Yiming hugged Kushina, kissed him, and left here swaggeringly. Kushina, who stayed in place, had a blushing face. She didn't know what was going on. Her heart felt as if thousands of fawns were bumping into each other with excitement. When he came to a barren mountain, Feng Miyiming looked at the heart of the huge mountain and had an idea. Advertisement Uchiha Madara, he probably never thought that Feng Miyiming would use such a trick to block all his contacts. He is indeed a smart person and he will find the time to finally realize his plan, but these things can be reversed artificially. After breaking out of the scope of ninjutsu, Feng Miyiming is ready to use the most direct method to let him experience the power of knowledge. Rise. Universal pull technique is launched. The entire mountain breeze has been moved. This is Feng Miyiming's top gravitational technique after using all his strength. All night after this, Feng Miyiming used gravity to control the mountains and rocks to gather here. The people in the village were a little panicked. They didn't understand what Feng Miyiming's purpose was. They also don't know what Feng Miyiming did in the past few days, and why he disappeared even on the last day. At the same time, on the other side, Uchiha Madara started a new action here. Through special means, he has begun to spread his illusion throughout the world. Now the people in the whole world are basically under his control, and as long as he thinks, the people in the whole world will die, but his ideal is not like this. His ideal is to be able to make everyone happy in the environment, which is why he has never done anything. Now he is lingering, and there is not much chakra left in his body. Unless he is recuperating for a few years, it is impossible to return to his peak state. He also knew that he had no chance of winning the battle with Feng Miyiming, so he put all his hopes into Project Tasuki no Mi. As long as this plan can continue, then he will be the eternal god and the ultimate power that controls the life and death of people in the entire world. So he is not afraid now. For him, Uchiha Madara, most people are his ships. His dream is to make these ships better, but in fact it is for himself. In fact, Feng Miyiming had already understood it a long time ago. His thoughts also felt that he was an exquisite egoist. The reason why he had been fighting with him over the years was because he did not want him to become unscrupulous and madly control the world after he gained power. Chapter 191. The pill is exhausted, and the third generation is restored. At the same time, Feng Miyiming ran to the place where Nagato was detained before, and was going to see how this guy was going for a while. At that time, Feng Miyiming slapped him and fainted and then imprisoned him in Konoha's Anbu, where there were many prisoners, but Feng Miyiming imprisoned him in the deepest S-level dungeon. Feng Miyiming knew that even this dungeon would not be able to control him if he recovered with his abilities, so after suddenly remembering it today, he hurried over to take a look at the situation. Nagato in the dungeon is now skinny. Because he has overdrawn his strength in the battle with Feng Miyiming, the state of the whole person is not very good now, and the amount of chakra has never recovered. I want to kill you. I want to kill you. Now his spirit is a little abnormal. When Feng Miyiming first came over, he heard his groan from a distance. It seems that his hatred for this world is stronger than anyone else. Thinking of this, Feng Miyiming also regretted. Over the years, he didn't do some psychological construction for him. He just gave him various ninjutsu and didn't correct his mentality. As a result, he added an opponent to himself. In fact, Feng Miyiming has always hoped that he can feel the beauty of the world and the care of others in the process of learning, and then change his mind and mentality, but unfortunately he failed in the end, and hatred took his heart. After taking a look at his state, it was determined that he had no ability to threaten the world anymore. Feng Miyiming did not continue to care about him. Instead, he went to the barren mountain where he had gone before. This barren mountain has now been completely leveled by Feng Miyiming. A huge earth ball condensed on the flat ground. This is the product of Feng Miyiming. He plans to pass this huge planetary devastation to prevent this catastrophe from happening. Today is the last night. If Uchiha Madara has follow-up methods, it is estimated that they will all be revealed today. If there is any problem at that time, Feng Miyiming will definitely do it on him. Acting on him meant sacrificing other lives in the world that were not saved by Feng Miyiming. But even this is better than dying all, because Feng Miyiming knows that after the illusion is suddenly lifted, there are some determined people who can survive and regain their sanity. However, these people must have a firm mind and a very good mental state to be able to reach this level. Advertisement. As for most other ordinary people in the world, because of the dissolution of the illusion and some commands of Uchiha Madara, they will be greatly corroded and will lose their lives. Just like Uchiha Madara, if you directly change your environment to a horror type, then you may be scared to death, or even scared to death. Uchiha Madara, let me see your last resort. I hope you don't let me down. Feng Miyiming looked at the sky without speaking for a long time, and now only hopes that his plan can be carried out smoothly. As for the ninjas of the major countries in Konoha village, they all dare not walk out of Konoha, because they are afraid that after walking out of Konoha's barrier, the blood moon in the sky will directly hypnosis themselves. At that time, it became a walking dead existence, which was unwilling to anyone. At this point in time, there are still a lot of people controlled by Uchiha Madara, all kinds of people he dragged into the illusion to attack Konoha, but now these attacks are like drizzle. The ninja coalition of the five powers has reached Konoha, and the main forces that attacked Feng Miyiming have all been disintegrated, and they have been included in Konoha's command. Now if some other people want to attack again, they basically have no chance of winning against the ninja coalition forces of the five major powers. Coupled with the wood-style enchantment that Feng Miyiming took out before, it can be said to be foolproof. After almost everything was set up, Feng Miyiming suddenly remembered Sarutobi Hiruzen. Before, in order to protect the entire Konoha, the use of Ghoul Seal consumed 2/3 of his life force. Now he has lost more than half of his chakra origin. If he doesn't replenish it in time, he will age rapidly in a few years. Feng Miyiming didn't explain where the pill came from. He just put the medicine here and then left. Feng Miyiming took the pill in his hand and walked into the office of third generation Sarutobi Hiruzen. Now his body can be said to be broken. It was supposed to be the most severe time in middle age, but now he has gone downhill or even reached a low point. Advertisement. These things deprived him of his sense of existence. This time he was able to consume his own life, break a world for these juniors, and forcibly hold on to Feng Yiming's return. In fact, he was very happy in his heart. All this was brought by the third generation master. Seeing that he was still holding on, Feng Yiming couldn't help but smile and handed out a pack of pills. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. His smile was very bitter, and although his words were calm, Feng Yiming knew that he was very weak now. It's okay. Tsunade found me before and gave me some prescriptions. I'm taking it these few days. It might just be enough to replenish my vitality. This is the pill that I personally researched. You can eat it in a while. Remember to take one every day for about 2 weeks. It should help you recover almost. I looked at the Otsutsuki family's pill in my arms. There were only a dozen pills left, and he felt a little bit painful. Lord Third Generation, how is your body these 2 days? He also hoped that he was that very invincible Lord Hokage. Feng Yiming has always respected him very much. Although his strength is not strong, he has been constantly dealing with the 5 major countries through his brain and wisdom over the years. The reason why he can say these things so easily to Feng Yiming is because he does not want Feng Yiming and these juniors to worry. After all, the first generation and the second generation are very powerful, but in his generation, many things have changed. The rise of Feng Yiming, and the descendants of Konoha are getting stronger and stronger. Up to now, Konoha's development has turned out to be more prosperous than it was during the first generation and second generation goals, and the future generations are growing faster and faster. After so many years, he finally had a chance to protect these juniors behind him. However, the man who made the penultimate contribution to Konoha was indeed suitable for eating these things. After making up his mind, he strode towards Hokage's office. Chapter 192. The power of knowledge even for the well-informed third generation project. At first glance, I didn't see how this pill was made. Seeing that Feng Yiming was so caring, he did not refuse, and directly included it in his pocket. Taking one out and swallowing it with water, he instantly felt a very powerful vitality energy, bursting from his body, and the chakra origin that he had consumed was even recondensed. What kind of magic pill is this? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. This is a gift from Feng Yiming and some of the last pills on Feng Yiming's body. Having lost the third generation of chakra origin, what is needed most now is this kind of pill that expands chakra power and replenishes vitality. This time Feng Yiming didn't keep any of them, and all of them were handed over to him. He can restore his vitality, and Feng Yiming is also very happy. After all, such a big Konoha village still needs him to take care of it. Unknowingly, the time has reached 8 o'clock in the evening. Under normal circumstances, the sky has completely fallen into darkness during this time period. But because they are all under the shroud of the blood moon now, they can't distinguish the passage of time. In the crimson moonlight, Uchiha Madara appeared in Konoha again. This time he came here very calmly. He didn't even reveal a trace of murderous aura. He seemed to just take a look. After seeing his figure, the instinctive fear made everyone retreat. Feng Yiming rushed over after hearing the news and walked out of the village to negotiate with Uchiha Madara for the last step. I don't know what you think, but my path will definitely be implemented. This is my forbearance. For so many years, Uchiha Madara still insisted on his own ideas, and he did not hesitate to fight Feng Yiming. I said, nothing will succeed for you. Advertisement. It may be so, but now I have realized the way to win. All of you people will fall into illusion, even you are no exception. It seems that he has made adequate preparations, but Feng Yiming is not afraid, because every time he makes adequate preparations, he will be defeated one by one. In such a backward but magical world, Feng Yiming is the one, the real strong. As for why I say this, it is purely because Feng Yiming has a ninja heart. Only those who are not afraid of difficulties and future changes can truly adapt to the current ninja era. But Uchiha Madara is different. He not only has to stop these changes, but also the entire time and society will stop here forever, and all enter the world of illusion with him. How can such a person be accepted? Thinking of this, Feng Yiming couldn't help laughing. What are you laughing at? Feeling like he was being insulted, Uchiha Madara glared, staring at Feng Yiming, and yelled and asked. I'm just thinking, you didn't realize what exactly this world is made of. Some of your current thoughts are all based on your personal cognition. Maybe God has given you great strength, but you use these gifts from God to realize your sad little ideal. Feng Yiming's words were shocking, and Uchiha Madara was speechless. All this is really just his personal ideals, but the longer he lives, the more crazy he will become, and he hopes morbidly that he can impose these things on others. It's too late to say everything. I want you to know the ultimate power of Tsukuyomi. The roaring Uchiha Madara stared at Feng Yiming with red eyes, and laughed at Feng Yiming after seeing that Feng Yiming did not move at all. The scarlet moon in the sky began to change, and the Go Jade on it began to merge, and finally formed a mark like a Tai Chi rune. From the fusion of dozens of Go Jade to 2 Go Jade with 1 yin and 1 yang, the light of the whole world also began to change during this period. Because the earth was all illuminated by this shocking covenant before, most of the ground is now glowing red, but after this round of Tai Chi Go Jade appeared, the whole world fell into a state of crimson, bloody even more. Very. At this time, the people in Konoha village also began to gradually change. Some people sat on the ground in pain, just glanced at the changes of the moon in the sky, and they were already caught in illusion. Advertisement. Some people even lowered their heads and hid in the corner of the box as soon as the moonlight came on. But even so, they still haven't escaped the envelope of illusion. This is an indiscriminate and inescapable attack. After enhancing the power of the Scarlet Moon, the current Uchiha Madara is truly complete. He has passed his own efforts and successfully realized the true Tsukuyomi technique. Everything in this world, as long as it is irradiated by the light of this starry night, will fall into illusion. Even Fengmei Yiming's mood has undergone some changes. It seems that he wants to sleep forever and never go again. Pay attention to the disputes in this world. In the village, Makoto was resisting vigorously, creating an environment through his pupil technique, hoping to bring these people back. But only with this girl, her own strength can be successful. Kushina also stepped up at this time and gave her chakra mixed with Nine Tails chakra over to Makoto. The two girls passed the augmentation effect of the tail beast and successfully expanded the coverage. Through this method, they barely stopped the catastrophe, but their strength could not last long. If there is no strong means to completely resolve this crisis, it is estimated that after tonight, Konoha will eventually fall. Uchiha Madara deserves to be a genius of their family. After first encountering this world-class ninjutsu, he was able to further strengthen it within a few days. After taking control of this unprecedented power, and quickly comprehending the changes and tricks, I have to say that he is really admirable. This may be why Fengmei Yiming has always felt that he is worthy of being his enemy. Is it the ultimate power? Then I want to tell you today, I stand in front of you to crush your fantasy. Looking at Uchiha Madara with his face full of arrogance and the corners of his mouth raised, Fengmei Yiming stretched out his hands as if touching the sky. Do you know what the power of knowledge is? Fengmei Yiming, who was standing opposite Uchiha Madara, suddenly said something like this, and Uchiha Madara almost didn't react. Chapter 193. Tell you a secret, the moon does not shine. Suddenly, what does this mean? Uchiha Madara's brows furrowed tightly, as if he did not understand Fengmei Yiming's statement. But years of combat experience let him know that the unknown is often the most terrifying. Human beings are like this, they feel terrible when they face the unknown, but after they understand it, they don't think so. What are you talking about? Don't play mystery anymore, and use any means as soon as possible, you can't beat me. Now all the people in the entire Konoha village are in despair, because they see the people around them fall one by one, and then all stand up straight again. This kind of scene is almost like the end of the day. Under the crimson light, everyone seemed to be panicked. Even the third generation could hardly resist after seeing this title. Fortunately, Makoto and Kushina specially pulled the old man over and guarded him before, otherwise, with his remaining vitality, he might not be able to support even an hour in the illusion. You may not understand what I said, but I want to tell you that the moon does not shine. Fengmei Yiming's smile was brilliant, it fell into Uchiha Madara's eyes, and it all turned into panic. Because he also discovered a problem during the recent period of time, that is, the light on the moon is always flickering and dimming. Whenever it is night, the light above will appear very bright, but when it is daytime, the light above will dim. This shouldn't be Uchiha Madara's problem, the problem should be somewhere else. Now after Fengmei Yiming finished speaking, he finally woke up from his dream. Then, where did the light of the moon come from? Naturally it is the sun. With Fengmei Yiming's hand vigorously waved towards the sky, a huge flat-shaped mudstone-like piece of soil was directly lifted into the sky. This is the maximum strength universal pull that Fengmei Yiming can use with the strength of milking. The entire hill is flattened by Fengmei Yiming, like a huge plate, creating an extremely wide covered area. Advertisement. This millstone rose to the heights of the sky, then pierced through the clouds, like a peerless spectacle. The people of Konoha also stopped and began to see this huge black shadow. After rushing into the sky, Fengmei Yiming controlled the huge grinding wheel to resist the light alternating between the sun and the moon. The entire sky was completely gloomy, and only the little lights in Konoha village were dangling in the silent night. The darkness of the whole world and the lights of Konoha village are in sharp contrast, making people feel like they are in a dream. The scarlet moon in the sky, because there was no reflection of the sun, the whole was dimmed. With Fengmei Yiming's final roar, he finally pushed the grinding disc to the corresponding orbit and began to revolve around the earth. Fengmei Yiming's strength is now nearly exhausted, and he forcibly took out a few more ration pills from Kabuto and eaten his stomach. Fengmei Yiming recovered 30% of his strength. You lose. At this moment, Fengmei Yiming's final victory. If it were not for Kushina told Fengmei Yiming that he had not seen the sun for several days, Fengmei Yiming would not have thought of blocking the light between the sun and the moon to resist this battle. No, I don't believe it, why doesn't the moon shine? What Fengmei Yiming said completely broke through Uchiha Madara's cognition. Now Uchiha Madara started to roar like a capital of trapped beasts. He could not accept his final defeat at all. Obviously, he has finished the last step, why Fengmei Yiming was able to stop him, and also brought out such a set of theories. The most irritating thing is that Fengmei Yiming's statement is completely correct. Even Uchiha Madara did not expect that the plan he created would have such a big omission. Why? Why can the light from the sun shine on the moon? Why doesn't the moon shine? I just told you that this is the power of knowledge. In fact, you can't be blamed for this failure, but if you are the winner, you should accept death with peace of mind. Fengmei Yiming doesn't have the strength to explain more to him, although only 30% of his strength is left, but one Uchiha Madara is still enough. With a punch, Fengmei Yiming directly destroyed all the power of Sage of Six Paths in his body. At this time, he also fell from the altar, and the whole person's moon eye technique was also cracked. Without the power of Sage of Six Paths, Uchiha Madara is no longer Fengmei Yiming's opponent. Advertisement, it's all old friends. I will send you on the road today, so let's be more formal. Feng Mei Yiming drew out his Xingtian sword, and the beating arc on it seemed to herald the end of Uchiha Madara's era. Come on, since it has failed, there is nothing to say. At the end of his life, Uchiha Madara turned out to be indifferent, because he found that he seemed to have been fighting against heaven and human, and he had never paid attention to what he wanted. He just set a nihilistic goal and allowed himself to continue to work hard. After so many years of hard work, at the moment when his dream was crushed, he realized that he was no longer himself. Farewell, Uchiha Madara. A sword swung out Feng Mei Yiming's sword light carrying the power of heaven and calamity, which seemed to be beating the wind and clouds of the whole world, and the whole sky exuded a very terrifying aura. This sword directly cut off Uchiha Madara's last vitality. Now he is on the verge of dying, and there is no possibility of salvation. Feng Mei Yiming left his name for various reasons before, but this time he will never again. Moreover, he has been resurrected for such a long time, and the soul of the rebirth itself is riddled with holes, and now there is no possibility of surviving. At this time, everything finally settled, and Feng Mei Yiming's sword light was cut off, and he put it into space with the universal pull, blocking the huge grinding disk from the sun. A beam of moonlight came through the sky. Push away the clouds and see the sky. In the clear sky, a bright moon quietly walked out of the clouds, while the previous scarlet moon had disappeared with the death of Uchiha Madara. Moonlight, long time no see. After Feng Mei Yiming sighed lightly, he threw Uchiha Madara, who was gradually losing his vitality, and then turned around and returned to Konoha. Under the cold moonlight, Feng Mei Yiming's figure appeared extremely determined, and it also revealed a touch of melancholy. At this point, Project Tasuki no Mi was completely cracked by Feng Mei Yiming. The nightmare that had been shrouded in the ninja world for many years also disappeared. Chapter 194 Repair after the war. Visit Nagato. After the moonlight came out, the people in the village saw Feng Mei Yiming's victory, opened the barrier, walked out of it, and people from several major countries also showed a smile. After defeating the existence that brought countless crises to the ninja world, they finally restored peace. Thank you. At this time, Yi Yu Ha of Cloud Shinobi Village, and a few people around him, all joined together, ready to thank Feng Mei Yiming. If it weren't for the appearance of Feng Mei Yiming, they would not have survived this catastrophe. Having said this, they should all be grateful to Feng Mei Yiming. Nodded, Feng Mei Yiming also thanked them, because Feng Mei Yiming really deserved it. After the people of Cloud Shinobi Village expressed their opinions, the heads of the surrounding Rain Shinobi Village and Iwagakure Sanagakure also got together. Although they had a lot of contradictions before, it must be said that Feng Mei Yiming saved them now. These people have a clear love and hate. At least this time most of the credit should be Feng Mei Yiming. And some of the other credits belong to the Konoha people. If they hadn't been here, maybe these ninja coalition forces would have been swallowed by Project Tasuki no Mi long ago. It's hard to say a few will wake up by then. Farewell to them. Feng Mei Yiming was going to Makoto and Kushina to take a look. Just now, after the final stage of Project Tasuki no Mi, the two of them took an active confrontation. The power of Kushina's 9 tails is combined with Makoto's top pupil technique. Both of them are very expensive in any way, so Feng Mei Yiming was going to take a look at the situation first, but when he arrived in the medical room, he found that the two girls were chatting, and they didn't seem to be too big. Hinder. How are you two? Is there anything else? We're all right. After you were fighting with him at the time, I think your chakra seems to have been exhausted. It should be time to rest now. Makoto has the strongest pupil technique here, so Feng Mei Yiming's physical weakness can be seen at a glance. It's okay, I don't have any major problems, just drink more soda. Advertisement. After speaking, Feng Mei Yiming took out a can of Coke, sat on the bed of the two of them, and started drinking. It's not because Feng Mei Yiming selfishly didn't want to give the two girls a drink, but the two girls didn't want to drink it because the two of them often clamored to lose weight. Feng Mei Yiming gave them a drink before, but was rejected every time. Feng Mei Yiming doesn't understand how girls' figure management is so troublesome. Fortunately, he has a system to drink Tenten, and he is not afraid of gaining weight. No, how did you recover so fast? After sitting on the bed and drinking a few cans, Makoto sensed the rapid changes in Feng Mei Yiming's body. Not only did the chakra volume rise rapidly, but the breath of the whole person became stable. After experiencing the war just now, Feng Mei Yiming was originally in a very vain state, but now everything has recovered. Haha, this is the effect of drinking Coke. Do you drink a little? Feng Mei Yiming couldn't help it and once again started his own Coke with the 2 Amway. I do not. Kushina and Makoto both rejected Feng Mei Yiming unanimously and put on a quilt to rest. Leaving the medical room, Feng Mei Yiming is going to take a look at Nagato. Now that Uchiha Madara is dead, there is no need to kill Nagato. Feng Mei Yiming knows that this kid is still very powerful and has a high comprehension, and now he has mastered the strongest pupil technique. If he can continue to survive in the village, he will probably become the pillar of the whole village in the future. How about these 2 days? Opening the door from the outside, Feng Mei Yiming was planning to greet Nagato, but after opening the door, he found that the weak Nagato had fallen to the ground, and all the shackles had been cut off. This situation is a bit incomprehensible. It is reasonable to say that he should have left here after breaking free, but he has not left here, or that he has no strength to leave here. What happened? This was his student anyway. Seeing that his student had become such a miserable situation, Feng Mei Yiming hurried forward to check, but just touched their body. Feng Mei Yiming discovered a very strange thing. Advertisement. Thank you. What does he smoke your chakra for? Black-white Zetsu. After gaining strength before, hatred took over his heart, and the whole person's hatred of the whole world was very deep. Now he can finally communicate with Feng Mei Yiming normally. Oh, let him go first. The most important thing is that I treat you first. Nagato, who was weak, realized now that he and Uchiha Madara and others have never been allies. After taking out a few special effects bolus pills, Feng Mei Yiming gave Nagato a meal, and then his complexion recovered a little. After seeing that his breath stabilized, Feng Mei Yiming asked him what happened and why. At this time, the young man finally knew that Feng Mei Yiming, his teacher, was good to him. After sighing, Feng Mei Yiming helped Nagato up and started medication for him. After losing the battle, he was quickly given up, and the black-white Zetsu sneaked in for Earth style, drained his chakra, and threw it in the dungeon like waste. Uchiha Madara is dead, and now there is nothing that can threaten Feng Mei Yiming, so Feng Mei Yiming's thinking has become dull. Feng Mei Yiming was planning to find an opportunity to do psychological construction for this guy, so that he would not be so extreme. Now that he has the opportunity, and the other party's attitude has also eased. The chakra content in this guy's body has shrunk by more than 60%. After the treatment was completed, Nagato's attitude finally gradually changed. The amount of chakra he was taken away this time was relatively large, and he also directly stripped chakra from Otsutsuki Hamura, so he would not be able to regain his vitality for a while. It is estimated that he will have to rest for a while. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. He wants to resurrect Kaguya. We have already said it on the way here, but now Uchiha Madara is dead, and only my chakra is not enough. I don't know why. He has to take my chakra. Take it away. Actually, I know why you hate me so much during this time. I can show you the real scene of the year. Chapter 195. Distinguished Heavenly Gods creates an illusion. Nagato shed tears in repentance. His resentment was so deep, in fact, it was because of the Ninja World War that year. However, the situation back then was really impossible. If you didn't kill others at that time, Feng Mei Yiming would also die. It was impossible to obediently give his life to others. In fact, at the beginning, Feng Mei Yiming was prepared to solve these problems first. But because it took too long, this guy had a hard knot, and now it's just time to untie it. Distinguished Heavenly Gods. This is the top illusion that Feng Mei Yiming can use. After using this illusion with the eyes of his ancestor, Nagato also fell into the illusion constructed by Feng Mei Yiming and restored the truth of the year to Nagato. This is what I experienced back then, and now I bring your consciousness into it, and then you will make your own choice. All of this can only be understood by this guy after he has experienced it. After nearly 2 hours, Feng Mei Yiming's memory finally passed like a revolving lantern, and Nagato also experienced all the things Feng Mei Yiming encountered. Now he finally understood what the real war of ninja was, but it was a war provoked by Madara's conspiracy. In fact, it was impossible to understand the sword and shadow of the sword by Feng Mei Yiming's narrative. Now Feng Mei Yiming has given him a chance to understand and judge for himself whether the hatred should continue at this time. Nagato experienced only 2 hours in Feng Mei Yiming's illusion, but it was like a lifetime. When he recovered, he was sweating profusely and his eyes were lost. In fact, every war is like hell. It is something that no one wants to recall. Feng Mei Yiming has not mentioned it to him for so many years, because he wants him to live in a healthy growth state. But he has always regarded this war as obsession. In the end, only let him understand the war, and only after experiencing it personally, can he understand the value of peace. Comparing his experiences over the years, he should actually feel happy. Advertisement. The reason why there is no such feeling of happiness is because there is no comparison. The happiness of most people can only be obtained after comparison. For example, the difference between eating a piece of steamed bread and eating a piece of meat is very big, but if Tenten eats meat, the difference will not be felt. Experience such a cycle. Nagato finally woke up. Now he was silent for a long time without speaking, because he didn't know how to describe his thoughts. Maybe he was too naive before, because he never thought that he would feel compassion for people in this kind of war. Many people in it are actually innocent, and even if most of them participated in the battle, they didn't really want to hurt others. Now he finally understands his obsession over the years, but in fact, he has narrowed his mind. If he could see the cruelty of this world or the beauty of this world a little bit, then he would not have such extreme thoughts, nor would he want to destroy the entire world. Now Feng Mei Yiming has brought him new feelings and rekindled his hope in life. In the hollow pupils, the look gradually glowed. A line of tears flowed from his eyes. Sorry, I was wrong. If you know your mistakes and you can correct them, you don't need to say more. Seeing that he had repented, Feng Mei Yiming comforted. There is a saying in Buddhism that even if the crime is serious, 2 lines of tears of repentance are enough to wash away all karma. He knows that since this guy has experienced so many things now, he should think carefully about how he should go in the future, and he doesn't need to say too many sorry words to himself. When anyone hasn't been stuck on the wrong side, knowing his mistakes can improve greatly. Now the village reconstruction activities have to raise the schedule again, and Feng Mei Yiming is also in a busy schedule. In the past few days, Feng Mei Yiming feels that the old guy 3rd generation looks a bit wrong when he sees him. Advertisement. His eyes are very enthusiastic, like seeing a beautiful woman. Every time he sees Feng Mei Yiming, he has to pull Feng Mei Yiming to work. Feng Mei Yiming can't figure out what happened, but since he can make a contribution to the village, he should make a contribution. In the past few years, Feng Mei Yiming has accumulated a lot of wealth. This time he also set up a special foundation to help repair the entire village. However, in this era, many people actually don't know what a foundation is. Feng Mei Yiming has only spent a lot of effort to popularize the concept of a foundation. In fact, Feng Mei Yiming feels strange to think about it. There are still many banks and money houses on such a large continent, but why doesn't anyone want to become a foundation? After thinking about it, he understood. In fact, although there are many such institutions in this era, it is probably because the general economic development level is not that good, so this kind of thing has not appeared. If Feng Mei Yiming mentions it, maybe it will be tens or even hundreds of years before they can realize this kind of gameplay. Finally, Feng Mei Yiming's foundation was successfully implemented, and many people spontaneously donated some funds to Feng Mei Yiming's foundation. This can be regarded as providing a new force for Konoha's development in the future. Anyway, the wealth that Feng Mei Yiming has accumulated in the past few years will not be squandered. Time passed quietly like this. Everything seemed to go well, but one thing was not so cool, that is, more and more things were entrusted to Feng Mei Yiming by the third generation, and I was sitting back on Wu Yu. Feng Mei Yiming also specifically found Sarutobi Hiruzen on this day, and was going to ask him what happened. This old man had already taken the medicine he gave. It stands to reason that he could fight for decades, but now he doesn't want to deal with it anymore. Its thoughts, is something wrong? Thinking of this, Feng Mei Yiming ran to Hokage's office to confront him. After opening a can of soda, Feng Mei Yiming wandered over to Sarutobi Hiruzen, ready to see what the third generation project was doing right now. As soon as he came in, he found that this old guy was reading another indescribable comic book. You are really good. Throw me over to work, but you are secretly watching this kind of comics here. Feng Mei Yiming was so angry that he pointed to the old guy's nose and started cursing. Chapter 196. Youth, do you want to be Hokage? I was exhausted every day, but I didn't expect that in exchange for this old man was sunbathing in the office, holding soda in one hand, and reading comics in the other. Seeing Feng Mei Yiming running in, Sarutobi Hiruzen was also clever, and quickly put the manga in the drawer, and then said with some embarrassment. Oh, this has just been working all morning, and I caught it for you when I was ready to relax, or just took a few minutes of rest. The work intensity is too high, you have to be considerate of the elderly. Seeing this guy with a thick skin like a city wall, Feng Mei Yiming didn't know what to say, so he asked him directly. Why have so many tasks been assigned to me in the recent period? Even to go to the construction site to supervise, I need me to look at them, and just find someone else? Many of the recent tasks are very outrageous. Feng Mei Yiming only performed some of the most difficult tasks in the past, and can also be completed easily, but now many large and small things in Konoha are all controlled by Feng Mei Yiming. In other words, it was forcibly stuffed into Feng Mei Yiming's arms. What is overkill? This is overkill. I saw Feng Mei Yiming very dissatisfied. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally raised his head and gave Feng Mei Yiming's explanation. Don't you realize that you are looking after Konoha from top to bottom now? What's the meaning? Feng Mei Yiming suddenly had a very bad premonition. Is this old guy going to be a shopkeeper? I am now in my 50s and I don't have much time left, so I am planning to find a successor. The retirement policy you told me before is pretty good. I am going to implement it. Start on yourself. This cheeky Sarutobi Hiruzen now has a showdown with Feng Mei Yiming. The meaning is very simple, I don't want to do it. Feng Mei Yiming is so young, it is time to give him space to play. What do you think Hokage does? Suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly asked Feng Mei Yiming. Advertisement. This problem is difficult for Feng Mei Yiming. Before Feng Mei Yiming's goal was to be Hokage, but to be Hokage, first of all, he must be able to pass the test, so Feng Mei Yiming has been practicing till now. After all, it was great, but Konoha had become riddled with holes, and it took a lot of energy to repair it. So until now, Feng Mei Yiming has not thought about what he will do after becoming Hokage and what Hokage is. So after being asked this question, Feng Mei Yiming fell into thinking and spoke after a long silence. I think Hokage is the person who protects the safety of one party. It's similar to a security guard, but it just needs to take care of a little bit more. Feng Mei Yiming's answer directly amused Sarutobi Hiruzen. After laughing heartily for a while, he finally stopped, wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes and said, Sure enough, I have always felt that there is a kind of magic in you, that is, it can simplify many complicated things. This is a power I have never seen in other people. Moreover, you have some special thoughts that always make me feel amazing. Konoha's development over the years has been because of you, and it should be that you are now at the helm. After speaking, he stopped and started looking at Feng Mei Yiming, wanting to make him express his opinion. Old stuff, you won't let me be Hokage? Of course, do you want to accept it? Feng Mei Yiming finally understood what this guy meant. It seemed that he had already meant to abdicate and let him be virtuous. Now Feng Mei Yiming has come to him, just to explain this to Feng Mei Yiming. Although Feng Mei Yiming has always used Hokage as his goal over the years, in fact, he was actually allowed to sit in this position directly, but some were unacceptable because Feng Mei Yiming was not ready to accept this position now. He couldn't imagine himself. If he stood in this position, he would bear much responsibility. Feng Mei Yiming was just a young man in his 20s. It is a bit early to do this kind of thing now, and there has never been such a young Hokage in Konoha. If Feng Mei Yiming becomes Hokage, there will definitely be many people who oppose it. The most important thing is that the entire Konoha construction has not been carried out yet. By then sitting in this position, it means that he not only has to watch these problems, but also manage the village. Advertisement. If it reaches this point, even if Feng Mei Yiming uses multiple shadow clone techniques, it is estimated that it will be difficult to control the entire situation. Being a Hokage means giving up your freedom and devoting yourself to the whole village. If Feng Mei Yiming is wrong, he will give up one of his goals. In this case, Feng Mei Yiming is a little unacceptable in his heart. The back wave of the Yangtze River pushes the front wave. I hope you can quickly understand, and then I can retire. Feng Mei Yiming originally came to ask the teacher for the crime, but after such a thing was disturbed, he also forgot the original purpose, and left the place directly after opening the door. Just like Uchiha Madara back then, it was because I didn't want to manage these trivial matters, so I gave everything to Senju Hashirama. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. So now Fengmei Yiming is a bit tangled, wondering if he should take this position. It can be said that this position is extremely attractive to them. If you give up at this time, you will have to wait for many years to get this position. But the temptation of this position is too great. You must know that most of the ninjas actually wanted to be Hokage at the beginning. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not force Fengmei Yiming to make a choice now, because this kind of thing also depends on personal ambitions, and some people really don't like being a Hokage. Looking at Fengmei Yiming who had gone down from the window, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed silently in his heart. After thinking about it, Fengmei Yiming did not give an exact answer. And Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was sitting in the office, continued to pick up his manga and beer, and watched it while basking in the sun. Even if he is a super genius Fengmei Yiming, his goal is to be Hokage. Can you give me a few days to think about it? The retirement system is really good. People get tired sometimes when they get older. It's better to go out early to raise flowers and walk the birds. This matter is really important, because if you accept this position, Fengmei Yiming's life may change, and the previous leisure time will directly become the intense and exciting Hokage life. Okay, if you don't think about it right now, you can go back and think about it for a few days, and wait until the end of this month to give me a reply. 6 DC Chapter 197. Truth-Seeking Ball Production Plan, Nine Tails is fully integrated. Leaving Hokage's office, Fengmei Yiming has been thinking about the relationship between himself and Hokage's position along the way. I knew I wouldn't tell him about the pension system. I want to rest so soon. It's the third generation. Fengmei Yiming has imagined the happy time this guy will have after retirement. Think about it, sometimes is a good thing to be idle, but for Sarutobi Hiruzen, that's not the case. Shaking his head, Fengmei Yiming stopped his thoughts and prepared to go to the construction site to take a look. Ninja coalition forces from several other major countries ran here to make chaos, so the damage here was extremely serious. It's affirmative that the construction is done in large-scale civil engineering, but the construction also needs to be efficient. Fengmei Yiming recently thought of a very powerful construction method. Isn't Konoha not resistant to beating? Then build a little bit of resistance to beating. For this reason, Fengmei Yiming specially bought architectural drawings from the department store of the system, and through the connection between points and surfaces, the stability of the house was greatly enhanced. Of course, the structure is great, and some materials are needed. For this reason, Fengmei Yiming sat quietly all night, thinking about the alternatives to cement and steel. Finally, Fengmei Yiming thought of Truth-Seeking Ball, which was very hard. When Uchiha Madara hit Fengmei Yiming with Truth-Seeking Ball as a stick, it still hurt. You know that Fengmei Yiming's current state is no longer comparable to that of normal people. Even he feels pain. How high is the intensity? Don't forget that the stick formed by the Truth-Seeking Ball can even be hammered against Fengmei Yiming's Xingtian sword. The hardness has reached a level that makes Fengmei Yiming a little unacceptable. Thinking of this, Fengmei Yiming couldn't help but was ready to try this material. Now there is only one problem in front of Fengmei Yiming. How to mass-produce Truth-Seeking Ball. I have seen how Uchiha Madara created the Truth-Seeking Ball before. After Fengmei Yiming's ancestor Ai has mastered the knowledge of the source of ninjutsu, he can disassemble it and learn it. For one night, Fengmei Yiming has been looking for a way to mass-produce this kind of thing. Advertisement early in the morning, all things woke up from their deep sleep, and a burst of vitality overflowed. Looking at the vitality in front of him, Fengmei Yiming patted his forehead and knew what to do. Truth-Seeking Ball is also ninjutsu. If you want mass production, you can do it directly with a huge amount of chakra. Thinking of this, Fengmei Yiming walked out the door happily and went to the wards of Makoto and Kushina. Two big beauties, come with me. The two girls are almost recovered now. Upon hearing Fengmei Yiming's invitation, their faces flushed and thought they were going out on a date. But after walking for a while, their faces turned black. What are we doing here? Kushina looked at the mountain peaks in the wilderness and asked Fengmei Yiming with a small mouth. Nine Tails chakra has been consumed a lot before, I'll help you recover it. Now it only needs a huge movable chakra source and a person who can control the power of 6 paths to create a truth-seeking ball. The power of 9 tails on Kushina can provide huge chakra. If the power of 6 paths is used, either Nagato or Makoto can be used. Now 9 tails has only 30% of its power left. Feeling the power of 9 tails in the body, Kushina reported her state to Fengmei Yiming. Then if I help you restore it to 10% strength, can you suppress it now? Kushina's strength has improved very quickly, and now she has found a chance to hold her power master. However, because Fengmei Yiming drew half of the original power of 9 tails before, the current power is not yet Kushina's greatest power. Hearing what he said, Kushina thought about it for a while, then nodded vigorously. It should be possible. Now that the sealing techniques of our Uzumaki clan has been completely completed by my master, it has also become docile. Remembering the little 9 tails who had been chased by the golden swallowing beast before, Fengmei Yiming also nodded. After being defeated by Fengmei Yiming, 9 tails began to stick to Kushina because it found that it was safer to stay with Kushina. After so long, the relationship between one person and one pet has become better and better. The ancestor's eye blooms like a delicate flower in the sun. Advertisement. Fengmei Yiming reversed the obscure syllable previously pronounced by Uchiha Madara, and read a large section, and the force of life poured in. Help me watch the intensity of the input energy. At this time, Feng Mei Yiming said to Makoto, who was standing on one side. Okay. The vegetation all over the mountain has withered. Feng Mei Yiming touched Nine Tails' head, then frightened. The energy among all things is conserved. If you want master energy, you must replace it with another energy. After Feng Mei Yiming finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and opened a hole in Kushina's seal. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Now Kushina says that she can control her stomach well, and it was Feng Mei Yiming that helped Nine Tails gather chakra again. The chakras of these tail beasts can all condense, but because it takes a long time to recover this high-intensity energy by themselves, it is very difficult for them to recover most of the time. However, Feng Mei Yiming still has a sense of measure. This time, he did not make all his power super clean, but left a piece of life to this barren mountain. Various vegetation should grow again next year. After an afternoon, Feng Mei Yiming almost drained the vitality of this mountain, and finally supplemented Nine Tails' chakra. The last little Nine Tails fox came out. Let me check. But now it's different. After Feng Mei Yiming takes control of this power, he can help his surroundings recover his chakra. Follow your sister Kushina. If you have other ideas, I will definitely send you to the golden swallowing beast. When others look at it, they may think this is a terrible situation. At this time, Kushina's strength has completely recovered. Feng Mei Yiming nodded with satisfaction after looking at the strength of Kushina's body. The current situation is similar to what he expected. Just like now, Feng Mei Yiming has transformed the vitality of vegetation into the extremely strong Nine Tails chakra. It stands to reason that the current body shape should have become very large, but for the convenience of observation Feng Mei Yiming still reduced it. In fact, Feng Mei Yiming didn't want to give all these powers to Nine Tails before, because after giving them all to this little guy, Feng Mei Yiming worried that he would make trouble again. Advertisement Chapter 198, The Strongest Contractor in History. After being frightened, the little Nine Tails quickly squeaked a few times, indicating that he was harmless to humans and animals. The time when he was chased by the gold-swallowing beast, for this guy, was simply a shadow of the fox. That said, he was unwilling to go back to the golden swallowing beast again. Although its power is very strong now, the shadow it created before cannot be filled by power. Besides, Feng Mei Yiming can still take away his power again, so now the surroundings are also very obedient and cooperative. By the way, why did you suddenly remember to give Kushina a boost? Makoto, who was on the side, suddenly remembered this question and then asked. If I want to ask you too, I will teach you an outside technique later. You can summon a truth-seeking ball, and then you go to the construction site to use this kind of thing as a steel bar for them to make it. The two girls were all dumbfounded, and Feng Mei Yiming asked them to do this for a long time? I will be with you. My output alone is too low. Only relying on the two of you can increase output. It is not easy for this kind of thing to be mass-produced, so Feng Mei Yiming can only use external forces to let Makoto and Kushina help him together. The three quickly returned to the village. After trying a few times, Makoto was able to use the outer technique to condense the truth-seeking ball. We now have steel bars. What do we do with the rest? Until now, no one can guess what Feng Mei Yiming is going to do. What kind of materials should be used with the steel bars made of truth-seeking ball to make a house? Look at me. After kneading the truth-seeking ball into a steel bar shape, Feng Mei Yiming began to use wood style. It took less than 5 minutes to build a house. Advertisement. Kind of fast. All the people present were stunned. Minato replaced Feng Mei Yiming in supervising the work here for an afternoon before only building half a floor. But through Feng Mei Yiming's idea, the house was built so easily. This is definitely a genius idea, and only Feng Mei Yiming can integrate ninjutsu and architecture. With this method, it didn't take long for Feng Mei Yiming to have completed Konoha. It is estimated that no one would have thought that in such an era, there would be people who could build houses so quickly. After finding such free and convenient materials and simple construction techniques, Feng Mei Yiming began to expand to various other places in Konoha. Due to material and fixation issues, most of the houses in the wood industry were 1 to 2 stories. Now after using Feng Mei Yiming's truth-seeking ball, everything has changed, and the house can even be built to about 4 or 5 floors. Of course, you can continue to build up, but Feng Mei Yiming feels that in this era, if it is time to go out of a skyscraper, it always feels a bit abrupt, so he gave up. Although life has returned to plainness again, Feng Mei Yiming has always had a problem in his heart, which is the news he heard from Nagato last time. Why is there not enough chakra? But the black-white Zetsu still took away Nagato's chakra. After consulting many classics, Feng Mei Yiming did not find a way to resurrect Kaguya other than using the huge chakra as a sacrifice. In this case, is it true that the black-white Zetsu doesn't know the way to resurrect his master, but first draws away Nagato's chakra to prepare? No matter what, he couldn't let his plan succeed. In these days, Feng Mei Yiming continuously sent out the ninja dogs in his hands to investigate intelligence, but after returning, he didn't get anything useful. It was basically a small matter between the major countries. Now other countries are all calmed down, because they know the existence of Feng Mei Yiming, so they are not willing to have contradictions and conflicts. As for why, first of all, they are worried that Feng Mei Yiming will do something against them, so they have been accumulating strength. Advertisement secondly, it is because they feel that if they conflict with other countries and get caught up in disputes at that time, it is likely that the wood industry will be reaping the benefits of the fishermen. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. His name is Danzo, and now he has established an organization called Anbu. With such considerations, these people stopped fighting and started to develop the economy, but their thinking is still limited, unlike Feng Yiming's thinking, which is very broad and advanced. This organization is authorized by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Third, it is the strongest organization in the entire village, because this organization will recruit people from major families, as well as existences like Minato. Basically, all the elite forces are in his hands. In this case, it can produce rain at the right time, and let the rain temporarily slow down at the unsuitable time. It was a matter of sending Rasengan towards the sky. Seeing that the end of the month is approaching, Feng Yiming also needs to give Sarutobi Hiruzen a final answer, but at this time an interesting person has come out to compete with Feng Yiming for the position of Hokage. It is precisely because of this that some people consider this guy while supporting Feng Yiming, hoping that he can become Hokage and share the worries for everyone. In addition, the output of some of Konoha's crops has also increased year by year. He was able to compete with Sarutobi Hiruzen for Hokage back then, but because his personality was not very good and very radical, he finally failed. Because Feng Yiming recently thought of the previous Mao Shan Daoist methods, and later he ran to the top of the clouds and stirred up the situation. At this time, Feng Yiming found that he seemed to be able to control the rain. If such a guy is in the position, it will definitely cause a lot of turmoil and some changes. Then Feng Yiming doesn't know whether the change is good or bad, and whether it will bleed. In recent years, Feng Yiming has sold his coke to any corner of the entire continent. However, Feng Yiming knows him. Danzo is very extreme. His idea is to achieve Konoha's stability only after occupying all other countries. However, although Feng Yiming thinks these things are very simple, they are different when placed among the people of Konoha village. Many people think that Feng Yiming is now Konoha's patron saint, and they also hope that he can be Hokage. After controlling such a powerful force, it is normal for him to want to run for Hokage again. After all, these forces in his hand are considered to be very powerful. Now it happens that Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to retreat, so he wants to go up. It just happens that his age is not too old, so he can replace this position, because he has a lot of right to speak and has a lot of combat power in his hands, so people who support him also quite a few. Chapter 199 The Hokage Controversy, Danzo's Little Trick. When the two of them were arguing, many people also started to propose and prepare to vote. The choice people can consider based on the voting and some comprehensive factors. In this way, you can choose Feng Yiming and Danzo, who should wait for Hokage. There are actually only two questions surrounding them. The first one is the question of qualifications. Feng Yiming's qualifications are definitely not comparable to Danzo. But Danzo's strength is not as high as Feng Yiming's, and most of what Danzo does is to expand the power of the village, and it has little to do with people's lives, so there are still many people who support Feng Yiming. But on this recent day, Feng Yiming went out to perform official duties, and then went back to the village, and found that his residence was surrounded by people. These people seemed to be very excited and hostile. They respected Feng Yiming very much before, but why did they suddenly surround Feng Yiming so eagerly? What happened? After returning, Feng Yiming opened the door of his house, and people blocked it directly to prevent him from entering. In desperation, Feng Yiming could only ask them what happened, but the answer was a little surprising. Is your coke mixed with other drugs? Why do you become so addicted after drinking it? Danzo told us that you do nothing to make money. This method is quite classic. In order to be able to take the lead, it directly discredited Feng Yiming's reputation. Danzo is still from Feng Yiming's village, so Feng Yiming can't do anything with him. If he doesn't handle it well, he will suffer a dumb loss this time. I have to say that his abacus is really good. If Feng Yiming is that kind of novice, he might really be fooled. However, Feng Yiming is not such a person, and the power of the master is also very large. If he speaks with facts, Feng Yiming can also cure him. Even if he does not use facts and adopts the method of public opinion, Feng Yiming can still make him die. It's ugly. Looking at this group of restless people, Feng Yiming waved his hand, stopped their atrocities, and then opened Shikai and let go. If my coke becomes addictive after drinking, why is it so complicated and difficult to promote it in other countries? If my coke is addictive, then why do I need to build various sales channels? Think about why my recent coke was rumored. After Feng Yiming's statement was posted, everyone suddenly understood what it meant. Recently, the competition between Feng Yiming and Danzo has become more and more fierce, and the people in the whole village have also divided into two factions. Advertisement in this case, it is very likely that Feng Yiming was framed by Danzo. In fact, Feng Yiming didn't understand why he did so many things to the village, but this guy still didn't know good or bad and wanted to frame himself. I also used such a crappy reason. Danzo is already in his 40s or 50s, so it stands to reason that he shouldn't be so naive. This method is indeed a bit low-end, but for Feng Yiming, there is no big problem. Just a little explanation is enough. The biggest possibility for the other party is to engage in Feng Yiming's mentality. Feng Yiming felt a little upset when he thought of this. After returning home and putting down his luggage, Feng Yiming ran directly to Konoha's Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen is still Hokage, so talking to him can also work. Old man, I don't want to be you Hokage, and I don't want Danzo to be. After going through these things, Feng Yiming also understood that if he wants to become Hokage, he must go through a lot of hardships and pay some price. Even if you get to this position, you need to deal with all kinds of relationships. This kind of thing is too troublesome for Feng Yiming. But if Danzo is allowed to take this position, then it will definitely be very troublesome. After all, this guy wanted to unify several other countries. If he started a war right after he was in charge, it would definitely make Konoha's reputation plummet. Considering this kind of danger, Feng Yiming dared not let him do anything, nor did he dare to let him take the lead, as this guy was definitely a hidden danger. Maybe it will explode someday, and no one can bear it. Moreover, Feng Yiming also needs to follow Hokage's dispatch from the standpoint of identity. If such a person is allowed to direct himself, Feng Yiming must be uncomfortable in his heart. So after thinking about it, Feng Yiming felt that he could choose another candidate now. If you don't want to choose him, who should you choose? Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't understand Feng Yiming's choice, because most people actually want to be Hokage, but many people don't have the chance. Advertisement: if he comes to this position, it is okay, and his ability to do things is better than Feng Yiming. Namikaze Minato. Feng Yiming's ability to do things is reflected in creativity at most, but Minato is a rare talent for being able to coordinate the overall situation. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen also understood what Feng Yiming meant. In fact, some young people should be selected to manage the entire village. Since you said that again, then I will give him a chance. It's not terrible for a person to confront you outright. The key is to be afraid that they will do some small actions behind your back. This will make people feel very annoyed. Feng Yiming also hopes that this choice he made can be truly realized. After all, Danzo has made too many small moves recently. Just like now Danzo is like this. He constantly makes his cadres make small moves behind, which makes Feng Yiming very annoying. Feng Yiming now has this opportunity, and Sarutobi Hiruzen will fully support him, but now Feng Yiming wants to give up this position. I thought about it a long time ago. I guess you know this person, and he is a well-known genius in Konoha. Although he is far behind Feng Yiming in terms of contribution, since Feng Yiming recommended him now, Sarutobi Hiruzen is not easy to refuse. After thinking about it, she finally nodded. If Feng Yiming is removed, then the most experienced, smartest and most beloved person in the whole village is Namikaze Minato. After the matter was discussed, Feng Yiming left here, and now the candidate he gave is the best choice. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Who is it? It turned out to be him. It was a pity. After sighing, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked Feng Yiming who he was in Feng Yiming's heart. Okay, it will be troublesome for the third generation project. Chapter 200 Hokage Conference. Everyone is here. In the past 2 days, there have been more and more news about Anbu. When Feng Yiming was at home, Makoto and Kushina often came to Feng Yiming to tell him that Anbu's people were dispatched again, which seemed to be lobbying various forces. There are many families in the entire Konoha village. These families all have a great say in the masters. If they can make sense of them, they can get a lot of support. Although there are not so many reasons for Danzo to force himself to the position, if he can get the support of others, then the upper position will be able to manage the entire village in the future. I have to say that he has completely become a politician now. I don't know if he learned from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Feng Yiming doesn't like it anyway. In Feng Yiming's eyes, managing the village means managing the village. There is no personal emotion mixed in it, but if this guy did this, he would be in the middle of the road. I have to say that this person is really good at camping. It didn't take long for many big families in Konoha to change the wind direction, especially the Uchiha family. The last time Makoto ran over to Feng Yiming crying and said that the people in her family disagreed, but Feng Yiming, even if Makoto said that she was thin, there was no way to save them. In fact, Feng Yiming also knows that this family and Anbu are mutually beneficial, so there is no way for them to support Danzo. On this day, Feng Yiming called Minato over to talk to him about the Hokage problem. After making a pot of good tea at home, Feng Yiming began to wait. After a while, Minato pushed in and sat beside Feng Yiming. In Minato's eyes, Feng Yiming has always been his big brother and helped him a lot, just like his Rasengan technique, which Feng Yiming helped him improve and enhance. Now Feng Yiming is calling him over, probably to talk about Hokage, so he directly asked Feng Yiming. Yiming, you came to me because of the Hokage election, right? I have heard about it. What do you think of this matter? Danzo did too much. I feel that if you want to fight for this position, you will be sure of it, but now he wants to do it again. It's really a bit. Minato's meaning has been very obvious. He obviously wants to support Feng Yiming. It's just that the investigation of the Anbu people in the recent period has made it difficult for many people to speak up, so I came to Feng Yiming and said what I was saying. Advertisement: have you ever thought about being a Hokage? If the fourth generation item follows the normal historical trajectory, it should be Minato's, so Feng Yiming will also say this at this time. He hopes that Minato can nod his head. After all, his responsibility and sense of responsibility are enough to make him sit in this position. I have thought about it. Minato is a very honest person. Even if he faced someone like Feng Yiming who was about to become Hokage, he didn't evade his own thoughts, so he said it directly. Then what if you are a Hokage? Me, I have confidence. Feng Yiming likes a straightforward person like him, because Minato is very serious about everything. Although he is a civilian and there is no support behind him, he can successfully reach this point, which has already demonstrated his strength. Such a person can weigh the various forces and has a very clear mind. After becoming a Hokage, a smart person can definitely manage the entire village better with his own strength. In this way, Feng Yiming can also act as a shopkeeper. After all, Feng Yiming really doesn't care about these trivial matters. I also think you are very good. I have to come on in the future. What? Feng Yiming's words made Minato feel a little incomprehensible for some reason, but he still didn't pursue it. After talking with Feng Yiming for a while, the two people said goodbye to each other and left. In a blink of an eye, when they voted this time, people from all major families ran over, and the person who presided over this meeting was the third generation. Since everyone is here, then our meeting will begin. Everyone knows what we are going to do this time. It is to select a wave of my successors to manage this level. Now there are two candidates. The first is Feng Yiming and the second is Danzo. Do you have anything to say? In addition, Feng Yiming's strength is indeed outrageous. If you don't support it, you can't justify it. If you are targeted by such a strong person later, then these families will not make sense. Advertisement Sarutobi Hiruzen, his tiger wolf heart, knew it for a long time, so he didn't give him any chance to directly let everyone start voting. When voting, Feng Yiming was curious, so he took a look directly with the eyes of the ancestor. Basically, all the major families in Konoha voted for him. At this time, Danzo's face was also gloomy. He felt that he might lose today. In fact, Feng Yiming did not tell him that the final result was indeed like this. Seeing that the situation was different from what I had imagined, Sarutobi Hiruzen stopped everyone and started his own story. I think it's necessary for me to be this Hokage. Some hairy boys don't even know how many tablespoons of salt are used for cooking at home, so they won't use it for clamoring. Needless to say, then we will start voting. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. I also think this is the case. If I want to choose, I am inclined to Feng Yiming in my heart, but reason tells me that it is better to choose Danzo. Feng Yiming's contributions to our village over the years should be understood by everyone. Without Feng Yiming, we would not have escaped from Project Tasuki no Mi last time, so I still hope to have a strong presence. Guard Konoha. I support Danzo. The Anbu in his hand has helped our village complete a lot of tasks, and he is also very old. He is much better than Feng Yiming's qualifications. Why can an unqualified person be a Hokage? The request from his mouth must have more weight than Danzo. These people stepped on and held them together, setting off the gap between the identities of Feng Yiming and Danzo. This is equivalent to expressing his attitude. After hearing her words, everyone began to change one after another, because it was the third generation item anyway. Everyone should listen to me. What he said innuendo seemed to be ignorant. Everyone knew that he meant that Feng Yiming was so young that he would definitely not be qualified for this position. After a while, most of the people present began to support Danzo. At this time, Danzo also discovered this problem. The more he took the initiative to stand up. Chapter 201 Be a Hokage today. This time Feng Yiming still has a lot of resources. With the support of others, he can successfully become Hokage. But after the voting was over, the voting session started, and after a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen took out all the votes in his hand. According to statistics, Feng Yiming got 31 votes and Danzo got 10 votes. I announced that Feng Yiming will be Hokage from today. After acquiring all this, Feng Yiming felt a little unreal, because this was his dream all the time, but he didn't expect it to be realized in such a dreamy way today. Actually, when Sarutobi Hiruzen talked to Feng Yiming last time, Feng Yiming felt a little incomprehensible. After all, if he becomes Hokage now, it will definitely arouse dissatisfaction among many people, and he may not be able to handle the problems in the village well. But now it is different. Now Feng Yiming has come up with a complete countermeasure. Even if he becomes Hokage, he is confident that he can handle the problems in the village. So now he has a clear conscience for this title, and he also hopes that he can hurry up. After all, this is his dream. After reaching such a position, it was naturally a speech session. Feng Yiming walked in front of people at this time and began to talk about some of his feelings about becoming a Hokage. Feng Yiming coughed and got ready to get into the topic after having spoken the flat and straight talk of the car. I don't have enough qualifications, and my management skills may not meet everyone's requirements. I know this, but now because of my reputation, someone will choose me. In order to make up for these shortcomings, I hope able to set up a deputy. What Feng Yiming said directly shocked everyone. This is their tradition passed down from top to bottom. If Feng Yiming changes their system here, then Hokage will also be held by two people in the future. Isn't it a mess? After thinking of this, someone immediately stood up to refute Feng Yiming. I don't agree. Such a choice is definitely not acceptable. Hokage is our representative and our spiritual totem. How can there be two people to serve? I don't agree. We have maintained this system for so many years, why should we suddenly change it? Unexpectedly, Danzo stood up at this time. He very much agreed with Feng Yiming's statement because he felt that after supporting her Feng Yiming, he might get a piece of the pie. Advertisement even if he is a deputy, he must get this position. After all, he has coveted this position for so many years. Although his heart for the village is not bad, the way he wants to achieve the prosperity of the village is very cruel. It is achieved at the expense of the prosperity of several other countries. I agree with this statement. After Danzo stood up, he said categorically to everyone. After his words came out, everyone present was silent, but there were still a few very tenacious conservatives who insisted on their opinions. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen also came out. I think now is the time to hone newcomers. If Feng Yiming has a deputy, his work will be easier and he will learn faster in the future. Do you think this is the case? The two biggest people here in Konoha village have all come out, so basically no one dares to refute it anymore. In desperation, people can only nod their heads. Who do you choose to be your deputy? At this time, several people began to learn about Feng Yiming, and now a few eyes have been fixed on Danzo, because many people think Danzo should be Feng Yiming's deputy. After all, no matter how you choose it, it is the most suitable qualifications and experience. Coupled with the things like Anbu in hand, even if Feng Yiming doesn't choose him, others will choose it. But at this time Feng Yiming looked far away. There was a person standing in the distance. This person was Minato. Feng Yiming notified him in advance to let him come here. My choice is Minato. Then the people present took a sip of water. This guy doesn't play cards according to the routine at all. The Anbu leader who is so powerful is still sitting here. You choose a young man in his 20s to manage the village with you. Haha, it works, the old man is hopeful. Danzo was very angry at this time and dropped the teacup on his hand to the ground. Naturally, he left such a sentence to Feng Mei Yiming when he left. Although some of the others here do not understand, they still want to understand why Feng Mei Yiming did this. Advertisement, since everyone doesn't have any opinions, it's settled like this. Oh, I'm still young, I didn't expect to go to the ocean of documents. Everyone knows that Konoha village has changed to Hokage, and the new Hokage is Feng Mei Yiming, who had saved people from fire and water before. A few days later, when Feng Mei Yiming and Minato were chatting in the office, Minato mentioned the conversation he had with Feng Mei Yiming the other day. I may go out for a while, you can help me see the village first here. Unexpectedly, Feng Mei Yiming suddenly said something like this to Minato. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. At the end of this meeting, Feng Mei Yiming's name quickly spread throughout the continent. In terms of ability, Minato can definitely be in this position, and his personal charm is also very strong, all things can be handled very well in his hands. Seeing his appearance, Feng Mei Yiming also nodded. As expected, he did not choose the wrong person. This guy's sense of responsibility and loyalty are all things that Feng Mei Yiming values. After a long sigh, Minato smiled bitterly happily. With him to guard this village, Feng Mei Yiming is really relieved. However, it is worth mentioning that this time the publicity also includes another person, that is Namikaze Minato, who, as Feng Mei Yiming's deputy, is equivalent to becoming Hokage. It turns out that Feng Mei Yiming didn't want to be this Hokage and he recommended it. Minato was able to make him a successful upper siege, so he could be a hand-shoulder by himself. Yeah, I thought you already figured it out at the time. This is indeed the realization of his dream, although it was realized in another way, but now that he is in the position of Hokage, he will definitely work hard to protect the village. So that's what you ask me to mean. This is what everyone expects, because most people think of Feng Mei Yiming first after hearing the news of Konoha village's substitution, because apart from Feng Mei Yiming, no one can manage this position. Chapter 202. Going to the North Pole. Where are you going? I have had some personal affairs during this period of time, and I will come back after I have dealt with it. Feng Mei Yiming now has more and more doubts in his heart. During the recent period of time, Chakra, whose Nagato was taken away, has not been searched by himself in any area in the world, and the golden core in his body seems to be condensed. At this time, Feng Mei Yiming was going to find a secluded place to practice for a period of time, to see when his golden core could condense, and by the way, he would also follow the traces of Nagato Chakra. Black-White Zetsu is a natural hidden master. He really hid in a certain mountain. Feng Mei Yiming couldn't find it even if he wanted to find it. However, this does not mean that Feng Mei Yiming will give up on hunting him. After all, there is such a time bombing order, which may be detonated one day, and another Operation Eye of the Moon will be given to everyone, and then it will be troublesome. Thinking of this, Feng Mei Yiming said goodbye directly to Minato, and planned to go outside to take a look. He was a little tired of staying in the village during the recent period. But before leaving, I still need to talk to Makoto and Kushina. Especially on Kushina's side, because the power of 9 tails has been liberated, Feng Mei Yiming must beat this guy before leaving. If he has 2 hearts, he must be cured by the gold-swallowing beast. I went to Makoto's house first. Feng Mei Yiming and Makoto talked about some precautions. Now Makoto is considered the top combat power in the entire village. If there is something wrong in the village, it is safer for Lu to see. In addition, it is Kushina's side. After Feng Mei Yiming arrived, Kushina's side saw him teasing 9 tails in the yard. In the corner of the yard, the golden swallowing beast, which had grown up, was lying on the spot, with a pile of iron body in front of it, slowly eating. Seeing that the situation was almost the same, Feng Mei Yiming ran to 9 tails and attacked it again. Feng Mei Yiming didn't stop until Kushina ran over and hugged him in her arms. After that, Feng Mei Yiming also confessed to Kushina a few words and then Feng Mei Yiming left the village. This time Feng Mei Yiming didn't know where he was going. If he insisted on saying a goal, Feng Mei Yiming thought it should be the polar region. Advertisement because in a normal country, if Feng Mei Yiming experienced the cohesion of the golden core, it would definitely cause a catastrophe. Then the catastrophe might break some small countries directly. In order not to affect others, Feng Mei Yiming went directly to the North Pole area. The current violent snowstorm is not a big problem for Feng Mei Yiming. As long as he wants to hold it, he can hold it. After a short half-month trek, Feng Mei Yiming came to the North Pole. There were a lot of severe storms here. Even Feng Mei Yiming felt a little bit cold when he arrived here. After he built a small igloo, Feng Mei Yiming started to practice. Because he had obtained the ancient chi refining technique before, Feng Mei Yiming has never practiced his own concentration, all relying on automatic cultivation to accumulate internal strength. Now that Feng Mei Yiming has deliberately practiced, the entire practice process has been accelerated. One day can be equivalent to the efficiency of normal automatic training for 3 days. With such efficiency, Feng Mei Yiming feels that he has hope to break through the golden period in the next few months. However, the catastrophe brought about by breaking through the golden core period is likely to cause disorder in the ecological circle here. In order not to affect the creatures here, Feng Mei Yiming specifically disperses all the birds and beasts. The waiting time was not too long. After more than a month, Feng Mei Yiming's body changed. There was a very strong force in the entire Dantian, which was so strong that it was almost substantive. The last lightning thunder struck Feng Mei Yiming's body through the sky, directly condensing this energy. Then Feng Mei Yiming had a soft golden core in his body, which did not seem to have any luster. After opening his eyes, Feng Mei Yiming felt that the process of condensing golden core seemed to be something wrong. It stands to reason that heaven's tribulation shouldn't be just a thunder. After thinking of this, Feng Mei Yiming picked up his Xingtian sword just to steady it, but at this time Feng Mei Yiming had not touched the sword with his hand, and a thunderbolt fell from the sky again. The strength this time was several times greater than the previous one, and Feng Mei Yiming was almost knocked and squatted on the ground. Shakingly picked up his own Xingtian sword. This big iron sword was like an introduction, and attracted another heavenly tribulation to Feng Mei Yiming's body, and this sword also experienced a heavenly tribulation tempering. Seeing that there are such benefits, Feng Mei Yiming directly picked up the sword and walked to a more open place, ready to welcome more catastrophes. God seemed to have noticed Feng Mei Yiming's provocative behavior, and the dark clouds in the sky seemed to be thicker. Advertisement. After a while, a red thunder descended directly. This thunder is very unbearable for anyone. It is a thunder with the thickness of a bucket. For most people, it is very difficult to accept such an attack, not to mention that Feng Mei Yiming is taking it physically. Feng Mei Yiming, an upgraded thunderbolt, has never tried it. Whether it is great or not, it is estimated that no one will be able to answer this question. It is estimated that no one in the current ninja world can withstand this kind of attack. But now that Feng Mei Yiming has chosen to practice Qishu, Feng Mei Yiming will not be afraid of these problems. This red thunder was directly submerged in Feng Mei Yiming's body, and it seemed that there was no change in the slightest, but in fact Feng Mei Yiming's body had been battered by countless tiny electric arcs. These red thunders are not very masculine, but are constantly destroying various organs in Feng Mei Yiming's body with feminine power. Seeing that his body was about to be unbearable, Feng Mei Yiming quickly took out a can of Coke and was ready to drink it, but at this time Feng Mei Yiming found that his Coke was almost freezing as soon as he took it out. In desperation, Feng Mei Yiming hurriedly opened the upper packaging and took a few mouthfuls, so that the internal strength in the body barely recovered. Wrapped his internal organs, welcoming thunder's temper. At the same time, Feng Mei Yiming's Xingtian sword was baptized once because of this red thunder, and the whole sword began to turn dark red. In Feng Mei Yiming's body, the density of the golden core that was condensed before has become larger and larger, and the irregular shape before it has become smoother and smoother. Feng Mei Yiming, who thought it would be over, suddenly raised his head, but found that the dark clouds in the sky hadn't even disappeared. Is this trying to kill me? An orange thunder was condensed on the sky now. After seeing this color, Feng Mei Yiming was all over his hair and counted down, because the pressure on this thunder was greater than the red thunder gave Feng Mei Yiming just now. Chapter 203 Jin Dan takes shape, powerful enemies show up. This thunder is the real punishment. When it landed on Feng Mei Yiming's head, the orange light gleamed. The whole thunder penetrated Yiming's body as if it had an entity. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, but even so, after the orange thunder and the red thunder got together, it caused him a lot of damage. Faced with this kind of attack, it is estimated that people on the entire continent will slap their tongues. However, he survived, and has experienced the tempering of thunder, and his golden core has also become stronger. Now in Yiming's body, the condensed golden core has gradually become mellow, and its strength is much higher than before. The power of thunder has tempered Yiming's body to a super strong level. Now he can open 8 inner gates at will without worrying about whether it will be consumed. Because in his body, there is a very strong vitality now. Only with this vitality can the 8 inner gates be unconditionally released. Before Yiming used the 8 inner gates, the internal force in the body would be rapidly consumed. This can replace blood, so now he can keep the 8 inner gates open just by relying on his vigorous vitality. Sitting cross-legged, Yiming began to observe the golden core in his body. This was the first time Yiming realized that he had a golden core. Before, the power of Ashura created a fake pill in his body, but that was not Yiming's own power after all, and it was completely exhausted after using it a few times. It's not the same now. Not only can Yiming be able to easily direct the strength of his hand like an arm, but Yiming's strength has also increased several times. At this time, he finally dared to say that he was the first person in this world, and now he is even a little proud. Of course, Yiming doesn't know what people outside of the world look like. After calming down, Yiming told herself not to be too mad. If you are too mad, you might be taken care of by aliens. Like people in the Otsutsuki family, it is likely to have an impact on Yiming. By the way, the Otsutsuki family. After thinking of this family, Yiming was ready to explore the location of this family. After all, they were considered a hidden threat. After entering the Golden Core realm, Yiming found that his perception became more acute, and all the changes in the entire continent were clear to his mind. The most important thing is that Yiming can now lock some people's movements even if they are thousands of miles apart. Advertisement. Of course, this requires knowing the taste of their chakra. Some are like ninja dogs, but this skill is much stronger than them. Thinking of this, Yiming released his perception, and then began to explore the chakra of the Otsutsuki clan. At this time, a young man on a planet suddenly felt a trace of power that was very annoying for him to skip. The Guyu in his eyes instantly changed, and a mysterious power was born immediately. With a cold snort, he raised his hand and directly shook Yiming's mind. Because it was too long to release his spiritual thoughts, Yiming was not easy to manipulate, but he could feel that there was a force that blocked part of his spiritual thoughts. It's interesting, it turns out that there are other places with living people besides this continent. Unwilling to give up, Yiming began to concentrate and explore the past towards the fog. Flickering towards the stars in the sky, Yiming has been wandering in this mysterious feeling. But what he didn't expect was that this will was totally unwilling to communicate with him, even full of hostility. Insect. Who gave you the guts to come and approach me? At this time, a sound came directly into Yiming's mind, and the power in Yiming's body was almost dissipated. The golden core inside his body spun frantically, exuding bursts of internal force to protect Yiming's spiritual thoughts. Insect? Are you also a member of the Otsutsuki family? Hearing what he called himself, Yiming suddenly understood who this guy was. That's how the Otsutsuki Peach style was called humans. Obviously, this guy should also belong to the Otsutsuki clan. He knows the existence of human beings, and he also knows the existence of this planet. After the other party's voice was silent for a while, it finally made a sound. Oh, that's the case. You killed my brother Momoshi, right? So what? Advertisement. After hearing his words, Yiming finally confirmed his identity, Otsutsuki's older brother, Otsutsuki Chrysanthemum. The strength of this guy is a bit strong. Even Yiming, who has grown to this state, can be blocked by him when he releases his divine mind. Then you are ready to lose your life. The civilization built by this wicked animal, Yuya, is really not worth mentioning. Unexpectedly, I would be able to meet this kind of guy if I just explored it casually. A white light appeared in Yiming's consciousness, directly causing Yiming's headache. The strength of the people of the Otsutsuki family started in the Golden Era. Before Yiming was able to kill them, he relied on his ability to fight across borders. Under this cultivation level, there is a small difference, and the span of strength is very large. This is why the Chrysanthemum can directly crush Yiming after a distance of thousands of miles. After entering the Golden Core stage, Yiming understood that the few people who fought with him before were actually only the strength of the Golden Core in the early stage. To be honest, the combat effectiveness is not too strong. So strong. In fact, Yiming should have discovered a long time ago. How could it be possible that such a god-level family had the strength of the Golden Core from the beginning? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. But after Yiming used his strength, he found that he couldn't find the other party. But the Chrysanthemum style is not the same. This guy is not an ordinary Jinden stage existence. According to the strength of the division, it is likely to rise in the middle of the Jinden stage. Hokage is what people in the ninja world call Sage of Six Paths, but it is clear that Chrysanthemum does not have a good impression of Sage of Six Paths. You are the stronger one among the bugs. Peach-style death is not a loss in your hands, but it doesn't mean you can be presumptuous in front of me. Holding the sword in both hands, Yiming slashed straight in the direction of the Chrysanthemum that separated the galaxy. Although they are far apart, Yiming relies on his powerful spiritual power to directly turn into a sharp blade, ready to fight him on a spiritual level. Yiming didn't want to care about the problems between them, just wanted to kill this guy. After speaking, Yiming picked up the big black iron sword, which was the Xingtian sword after being tempered just now. A bug? Then let you taste the wrath of human beings? Chapter 204. The first encounter to build an enchantment. Daoshang's sword. This is the strongest power Yiming can display. Now Yiming, as long as he wields this sword, Urashiki and Momoshi and others he encountered before can be killed directly. This sword can cut through the void, contains extremely powerful elemental power, and is much easier to use than ninjutsu of various attributes. Before reaching the Golden Core stage, Yiming didn't dare to use this sword much. He was afraid of the power he needed to drain himself directly. Now it's different. After reaching the Golden Core stage, with the blessing of LV99's Kendo Supreme skill, Yiming's overall state has not only been greatly increased, but the consumption of Daoshang's sword has also been reduced. In the void, a purple crack was like a line of sky, cutting the entire sky into a bright light. Yiming's sword shadow was also hidden in the air. After recollecting the shock in his hand, Yiming knew that he had cut it. This guy claims to be a god, and he doesn't feel like a human being after being chopped off. As long as there is flesh and blood, then he is not considered a god, just a god stick. Civilization can develop on its own, and it is not something that guys like them can manipulate to profit for themselves. Ho! You successfully angered me. I wanted to wait until the matter at hand was resolved before I came to you. Now I can't wait. Chrysanthemum is a little laborious to speak now, and Yiming's sword is effective. Although it was laborious to speak, the feeling of anger in his words was not false, but rather terrifying. I have been out for more than 800 years, and I have not been injured. You are very good. I hope you can make me have a good time in these long years. Shrugging, Yiming puts on a sentence before taking back his spirit. Happy to accompany you. The first contact between the two is over. Now that he knows that he is about to come to this continent, Yiming must prepare for it. During the contact just now, Yiming got a lot of important news. Advertisement, for example, he is a peach-like elder brother, and his power has at least reached the middle stage of the Golden Core, etc. These are all feeling a little scary. You must know that the longer they live, the more terrifying they are. If they are given a chance, then this continent will become a mess again. I just experienced Project Tasuki no Mi, but I didn't expect to welcome the arrival of Chrysanthemum again. To be honest, Yiming really didn't want to fight with him, and even wanted to hide this continent so that they could not find him. But this is like an ostrich. Yiming understands that if you want to become a strong one, you can't avoid fighting. So now he is ready to fight, to see if the power in his hand can truly shake up with the senior members of the family. There might be some bosses in this whole family of Jin Dan stage fighting power. Thinking of this, Yiming is even more looking forward to the future. If he is really invincible afterwards, it would be really boring. After a little exploration today, I found this guy, and the reward was really great. After the battle with him was over, Yiming sat in place to recover from his injuries for a few days, and was about to start searching for the black-white Zetsu. As for why he has always been concerned about him, it is mainly because this guy is a more vicious person than Madara. For such a guy, Yiming has no good feelings, and he also has a characteristic, that is, he likes to backstab others. This time, Nagato was stabbed in his back and helped them for so long, in the end, chakra was taken away and abandoned. With such a huge chakra, I don't know what he did. Thinking of this, Yiming was ready to search for his breath on this continent. However, after searching for a whole circle, Yiming did not find any trace of him. Instead, he felt a lot of life force. This guy's concealment technique is very powerful. If it is hidden between the mountains and forests, it will not be any different from a plant. How can Yiming find the difference between a plant and a tree in the complete ocean? Thinking of this, Yiming also gave up this search. If this guy dares to show his head, Yiming thinks he will be punished, but now he doesn't show up at all, so he can only respond when he acts again. Advertisement Yiming didn't like this passive feeling very much and was a little upset, but thinking of the chrysanthemum style that was about to come to this continent, he sorted out his emotions, cheered up, and prepared to return to the village. This time, Yiming didn't tell the people in the village. Yiming worried that they would be scared again. When the Otsutsuki clan ran into the village, they had already caused a lot of shadows. Now they are in the stage of reconstruction, so there is no need to talk to them so much. If the opponent comes, then just use soldiers to cover the water and cover. This time after the power breakthrough, Yiming was ready to return to the village and use his own system to upgrade the village's defenses. These upgrades naturally started from the technical aspect. Yiming plans to build this village into a strong fortress ahead of time. In this way, the lives of many people can be protected. Turning on the system, Yiming sat at home and began to flip through various shopping lists, which were specially selected by Yiming before, but because of insufficient purchase points, they never bought them. In the past few days, Yiming basically ran drinks 3 or 4 times a day. The factory wanted to get the drinks and then drink them to accumulate points. Yiming finally accumulated the purchase points after he almost couldn't walk. This time they could easily gather all the materials and build a defensive enchantment in the village. This thing is better than Yiming's wooden seal. Of course, the cost is also huge. Yiming spent more than 3,000 purchase points this time. The coke he drank was even piled up on a hill, and he cleaned it up for nearly 2 days just by looking for someone to clean it up. But who made him the firefly? After handing all the materials to Minato, Yiming began to wait for the enchantment to be completed. After becoming Hokage, Yiming's work efficiency is even higher, because most of the people here now have to listen to his dispatch, and every time he does something, he needs to report to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Now that I can make my own decisions, it is naturally much better. In addition, Minato has been helping Yiming to supplement various details. In the end, they finished all these things in less than a month. On this day, Yiming found an opportunity to try this top-level enchantment he had constructed. In this test, Yiming is ready to use most of his power. Chapter 205 Meteor falls from the sky, descends in chrysanthemum. Now Yiming is showing his strength. No one on this continent can stand it. It just so happens that he can really test the strength of this enchantment. After all, this is the most important measure for their protection. If something goes wrong here, it will definitely be very troublesome afterwards. This is tied to the lives of the people in this village, so Yiming doesn't dare to take it lightly. Standing outside the village, Yiming first contacted Minato and asked him to open the barrier, and then a purple breath surrounded the place. This is something called the purple light enchantment that Yiming specially found. After being displayed, it can achieve very good results. As for how good the effect is, it needs to be verified by Yiming himself. Withdrawing his sword, he stood high in the sky, ready to chop it all over from top to bottom. With a sword swung, Yiming left only a scratch on the barrier, and then the barrier repaired itself very quickly. 30% of the strength can be resisted. With this sword, Yiming did not use all his strength, because this time Yiming was a little afraid that if he used all his strength as soon as he came up, he would break the barrier. But the result was really good, because Yiming felt the strength of this thing after pouring out his strength, and now he has a spectrum in his heart. Then he directly adjusted his strength to 80%, and used the Daosheng sword. The wind and clouds between the sky and the earth changed color, and it seemed that there was something abnormal. No one knew that all of this was caused by Yiming's attack, and the power of his sword immediately hit this enchantment. The result was very gratifying. Not only did this enchantment successfully resist Yiming's attack, it even bounced back some extra energy. Of course, the rebounding force of this late move was also blocked by Yiming. Yiming calculated that it should have blocked most of his own strength and rebounded by 20% of the damage. Not bad. Minato on one side also caught up. He looked at the enchantment very satisfied, and directly praised Yiming. With this thing, Konoha's defenses will be solid in the future. Advertisement Yiming can't help but feel a little proud when he looks at his work. Just as Yiming was about to bring this good news back to the village, a meteor fell in the sky. Falling meteors during the day are actually very difficult to be spotted, the most is to notice some abnormalities in the clouds. But this trend was different. His speed was very fast, and it passed through the sky like a fire snake, causing a roar. The roar was still not attenuated even thousands of miles away, and it reached Yiming, in the ears. Coming. The chrysanthemum that Yiming waited for so long finally came. This guy seems to be ready to run here to make trouble. This time Yiming will not give him any chance to make trouble, because this time Yiming will teach him a real lesson, so that the Otsutsuki clan will not dare to step into this continent again. Minato was on the side and asked with some concern. Is this the guy you mentioned before? Yes, his strength should be stronger than Dao Shi and Pu Shi combined. As a village, Hokage Yiming will definitely not let his subordinates protect the village. He has to be the first to do anything. You look at the village here and wait for me to come back. Yiming has already told Minato about how to use the barriers in the village, so now there is no need to worry, and even if the opponent attacks, everyone can rely on this thing to support it for a few days. Now Yiming only needs to catch the opponent and fight him decisively. I don't know what kind of surprise he will bring to Yiming this time, but Yiming is also a little itchy when he thinks of this. Since the last time Uchiha Madara was killed, Yiming's life has been flat. It's okay to just add some flavoring agent right now. Just after reaching the golden age, Yiming still has no idea of his own strength. Just this time, you can see what level of combat effectiveness can soar after the strength is increased. Advertisement, okay. Be careful all the way, if there is anything, this Thor rune can be directly teleported to you to help you. Minato handed the Thor rune over. Yiming smiled after receiving the talisman he handed over. Although Minato's combat effectiveness is now in the sky and the underground compared to him, now that he is willing to help himself, then Yiming will definitely not refuse his kindness. At the same time, at the place where the meteor fell, a handsome man stood up. He was wearing white clothes and his skin was very fair. With countless Guyu circles like his eyes, it seemed that his strength should be very powerful. This is his landing point, which he calculated specially. His eyes are not Sharingan plus Rinnegan's pupil technique, but Byakugan plus Rinnegan's pupil technique. If compared with his strength, the ninjas on this continent are all ants, not to mention the civilians. But peace is Yiming's pursuit. If anyone dares to destroy the peace here, Yiming will never let him go. You knew I was coming, right? If it wasn't for that guy to bother you, I guess you would send a signal to me too? They need to improve the ability of their eyes in order to improve their strength. After I came here, I saw that the place I chose was really good, and Chrysanthemum also nodded. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Yiming took the talisman he gave himself and left here. After thinking of this, Yiming also understood a little bit why he said that this is a low-level civilization, maybe because the people here are not strong in combat and live too peacefully. In fact, Yiming also has some doubts, that is, why this guy said that this continent is a failed civilization before, leaving it to the construction of immortals here. Is there a connection with their family? Then he said to the ground in front of him, but he is different. There is no such thing as a tie-in with Yiming just by relying on two genres. I have to say that he is indeed a rare person. There is a very big pit in a forest, and the Chrysanthemum woke up from this forest. This place is in the west, uninhabited and inaccessible. In fact, what Yiming didn't know was that this guy, as a peach-like elder brother, had stole a lot of the fruit of the sacred tree when he was performing missions outside these years, and that is why his strength soared to a very terrifying state. Thinking of these problems, Yiming quickened his pace and rushed to the place where the meteor fell. Chapter 206 Yiming arrives, Chrysanthemum approach. After his voice fell, the dust on the ground surged, and then a person emerged from it. The appearance of this person is not surprising, he is the black-white Zetsu. Since the last time Yiming defeated Uchiha Madara, he has disappeared, and before leaving, he also drew Nagato's chakra. This time, when Chrysanthemum arrived on this continent, he approached him directly. The meaning is also very obvious, that is to find the connector. The black-white Zetsu is also considered half of the Otsutsuki family. How my brother was killed, please tell me the details. At that time, we went to fight for the chakra left by Sage of Six Paths. After a long while, black-white Zetsu explained everything to the Chrysanthemum. Chrysanthemum was also a little surprised when he heard these things. After listening to the black and white, I felt that Yiming should not have been so strong in combat before, but why is it improving so fast now? I even marked myself last time. It was because of that injury that Chrysanthemum was able to rush over after recovering from the injury for nearly a month. After the last shocking sword, Chrysanthemum found that Yiming's strength should not be underestimated. He didn't think about why a person like Yiming is so strong. Obviously, his cultivation strength is not as good as his own, but it is definitely a problem to be able to burst out such strength at a critical moment. If the root cause of Yiming's becoming stronger can be found, then Daisy will be able to become stronger smoothly. After coming to this continent, Chrysanthemum discovered that a genius like Yiming will never be born here. Even if a genius like Yiming was born, there would be no resources to support him to become so strong. You must know that his Chrysanthemum style has swallowed the fruits of several planets to reach this level. But Yiming didn't do anything. Just growing naturally here can reach this state, which is definitely not acceptable to normal people. Thinking of this, his hands tightened. You said to resurrect your master, does your master still have a chance to be resurrected? Advertisement, of course, there is still a lack of chakra. If Yiming can be killed, then we can resurrect my master. At this time, black-white Zetsu finally revealed his purpose. It turns out that his purpose has always been to capture chakra from Yiming. Through the chakra on Yiming and the looted from Nagato, the problem can be solved smoothly. Well, now that our goals are the same, I am responsible for killing him, and you are responsible for rescuing your master. This time Chrysanthemum came here with complete preparations. He had already imagined Yiming being cut by his own hands. The man who killed his brother must confess his life here today. This is his ultimate destination. Although Yiming is already the strongest person on this planet, he has never seen the power of the Jushi family, so he is so arrogant. Shall we go to Konoha now? No, he is rushing over. Black-white Zetsu's ability can't feel Yiming, only can hide himself well. But Chrysanthemum is different. He can lock Yiming's position through his own strength, and his strength is much stronger than Yiming. Once he arrives on this continent, he can naturally feel Yiming's traces. In the entire world, there is only one breath that can compete with him. For many years, I finally met a worthy opponent, Jushi said proudly. There was a sound of friction from the air in the sky. This was the air wave produced by Yiming after breaking through the speed of sound. These waves continued to overlap, and then began to vibrate, producing bursts of roars. At the same time, Yiming's whole body began to gradually burst into flames. This is because of the effect of too fast speed. After standing there and waiting for less than half an hour, Yiming walked across the whole continent to the front of Chrysanthemum. I didn't expect you to actually come. I thought you would be scared. Joke, when will our people be afraid of lil bugs like you? The other person opened his mouth and shut his mouth and they were all bugs, and he didn't put the entire human race in his eyes, which made Yiming feel very uncomfortable. Advertisement: this kind of self-esteem person has been killed by Yiming before, and that is his companion and his younger brother Taoshi. Now there is no more than one more, and no more than one less. It just happens that after he is killed, he can attract more powerful people. I'm not going to fight you first. I want you to experience the pain of the destruction of civilization first, and watch your lover and friends die step by step. What will you do? Taking him as the center of the circle began to spread a corrupting force toward the surroundings. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. It was like a final judgment on this continent. After saying these words, the vegetation around Chrysanthemum began to wither. Even with the vitality that I had previously understood, there is no way to reverse this power. UB***************. D. Stop it. Now they can cross various planets and continents to collect and plant sacred trees. Obviously, even if I see the power of Yiming now, Chrysanthemum still has a very low evaluation of this continent. Yiming's yelling was useless. This corrosive force began to spread at an extremely fast speed, and the entire continent seemed to be affected. If you don't guess wrong, are you also humans, but the survival time is slightly longer than normal humans? In that case, what qualifications do you have to say that we are bugs? Yiming discovered this problem a long time ago. The people of the Otsutsuki clan are actually human in nature, but they have mastered the method of planting the sacred tree in advance, and modified their bodies, and finally developed more and more. This force is stronger than Yiming imagined. After seeing this power spread out, Yiming found that there was no way to stop it. So what, at least now we have planned to reach a level close to perfection, but you can only continue to linger in this barren continent. This is a gap in the understanding of the world's energy. At this time Yiming finally understood the horror of Chrysanthemum. I said a long time ago that your continent has been biased by Yuya's waste. It is impossible for a civilization like yours that has failed to give birth to any strong people. Only destruction is the ultimate way. Since it can't reverse the ability it releases, it can only kill him, and only after killing him, the withering will stop. Chapter 207. The Spread of Extinction, Konoha Crisis. It's useless. No matter how hard you try, my extinction technique will still be effective. Standing in place, Chrysanthemum didn't even pay attention to Yiming's roar. His power spread out at an extremely fast speed and began to sweep the entire continent. After being skipped by this force, the gravel in the entire desert collapsed directly into dust. Yiming can't understand this kind of ability, because among the enemies Yiming has encountered, this guy is considered the strongest. Jushi's master of pupil power and his level of comprehension are much higher than Yiming. You will see your relatives and friends all gone in pain immediately, and I hope you can laugh like last time by then. Seeing all that he had caused, Jushi's eyes were full of cruel and bloodthirsty colors, and he seemed to have anticipated what this continent would become afterwards. Just like what he has done for so many years, releasing this power is as simple as eating and drinking. For him, as long as he can turn these places into purgatory on Earth and destroy this civilization, he can avenge his brother. As for Yiming, it was his final dish. I will kill you at the end. When you don't have a race on this Earth, your ability will be maximized at that moment. I have seen that your potential is endless. Then let me witness your potential. Finally, I will tell you that there is no way to crack my extinction technique. Daisy is in a very good mood now, because since the last time Yiming suffered a loss, he has been very upset. The Chrysanthemum style belongs to the person who must report to Jacques. This time I came here to make Yiming miserable. But to his surprise, after he finished speaking these words, it did not cause any pressure on Yiming. Turning his head, Yiming calmly looked at him and said, "No, I still have a way to crack your extinction technique. Everything has flaws, there is no perfect ninjutsu, and there is no perfect person." Yiming has always believed in this advertisement. So now she is ready to destroy from the source of the caster. Shang Tianjin was drawn out of the void by Yiming. Yiming, holding the sword, swooped down from a high place, and thundered on Chrysanthemum's body. The sword in his hand pierced straight, and the coercion carried on it had already made the black-white Zetsu standing aside feel pressure. "I go first." Seeing that this battle was not something he could participate in, black-white Zetsu went straight into the ground without even thinking about it, launched his own escape technique and escaped. For his actions, Chrysanthemum has no restrictions, because he knows that his identity is actually similar to Kaguya. But there is a very big difference between the two of them, that is, their bloodlines are different. There are two veins in their clan. The first is the combination of Rinnegan and the Bloodwheel Eye, and the second is the combination of Rinnegan and Byakugan. Normally, they just don't offend the river, and they can do tasks together, but there are still a lot of open and secret fights. So after coming here, he also regarded Black White Zetsu as his ally, not as his subordinate, in order not to cross the boundary. With a bang, Yiming's sword was actually caught by Chrysanthemum with 2 fingers. Seeing this situation, even Yiming found it amazing. This was the first time Yiming was completely led by the nose during a battle. The strength of Chrysanthemum's style can be seen in Madara. Whether it's the extinction power he released just now, or resisting Yiming's attack now, it is very rhythmic, and the timing is also very good. Such an enemy is an extremely powerful existence that Yiming has seen. Even if Yiming's strength has been improved now, it may not be able to be defeated. However, Yiming has not fully displayed his strength yet, so it is still unknown who will be the winner. After getting close to him, Yiming quickly opened the 8 inner gates, the lightning-style armor attached, and the 9 tails chakra united suit. Swinging a sword with all his strength. With this sword swung, hundreds of millions of gravel in the desert began to vibrate, and a deep chasm appeared on the ground, which was then covered by countless quicksands. Advertisement: the moment Yiming attacked the chrysanthemum, his body fell apart and quickly gathered on the other side. After calming down, Yiming began to fly quickly in the sky, ready to see what kind of harm the chrysanthemum technique would cause to the mainland. In the battle between Yiming and Chrysanthemum, the Black-White Zetsu must not be able to get involved. At this time, he also has to play his role, so he chose to come to the village to make trouble. In this case, even Yiming frowned secretly. He realized that this guy was really a difficult opponent. With a frantic smile, after Ju Shi said such a sentence to Yiming, he disappeared directly, and when he reappeared, he was already hundreds of meters away. You don't have to waste time with me anymore. Go back to your village and have a look. Maybe you can see your friend and your favorite one last time, ha 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 ha. At the same time, there was a battle in Konoha village where Yiming didn't know. This was the Black-White Zetsu. In fact, when you see this place, you should also understand that this guy can travel between galaxies. If there is no special means of driving, it is impossible to get to Yiming so quickly. But it is a pity that he was already on his guard against Yiming at the beginning, and he has grown up since he suffered a loss last time. But fortunately he left here, otherwise Yiming would not be able to calm down and think about how to deal with the withering and annihilation caused by these extinctions. At this time, Chrysanthemum began to laugh wildly. In his eyes, Yiming was still the existence that could not do any harm to himself, unless he used mental power to attack himself by surprise. Coupled with that extinction technique that plunges people into terror. Yiming couldn't understand it, but when he saw him go, Yiming couldn't catch up because his speed was much faster than Yiming imagined. How should such a person be killed? This is the power brought by his eyes, and everything within a few hundred feet is under his control. Although this is not the same as his and Chrysanthemum's goals, after several failures, Black-White Zetsu has a terrible resentment towards Yiming. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. This is another technique of mine. Byakugan allows me to find hundreds of meters to control any changes in the entire area. It's like now, even if I was cut to pieces by you, I can quickly regroup, because everything is connected with my spirit. You can't kill me. Chapter 208. 1,000 People's Battle, the Golden Swallowing Beast reveals Kamui. And now he finds that the best way to relieve his resentment is to destroy Konoha village. It happened that Ju Shi told him that he could do something here, because Ju Shi wanted to see Yiming's desperate look. So he also came here, and White Zetsu transformed an army of thousands of people, each with Shunen's strength. On the other hand, Black Zetsu displayed all kinds of ninjutsu that can control the ground to escort them. After such an army approached Konoha, it naturally attracted Minato's attention. Everyone enters a state of emergency alert, open the barrier. Very calm, Minato chose to adopt a defensive strategy at the beginning. He knew that these guys could not be killed. Before, he had already seen relevant reports in other battlefields. In the last Ninja World War, this group of guys caused a great obstruction to them. The army illusioned by Black and White Zetsu is not actually a real entity, they are all made up of chakra. After everyone is killed, those chakras will return to White Zetsu. Unless his body can be killed, otherwise fighting with these miscellaneous soldiers is meaningless, and will consume their manpower. But the possibility of trying to find a real body from thousands of people is extremely low. Not only does it take a lot of time, but it also causes meaningless consumption. So he is not ready to attack at this time, just pay attention to the defense. But it is clear that the Black-White Zetsu will not give them such an opportunity. A large number of White Zetsu troops have poured into the village just before the barrier was opened. Fortunately, both Kushina and Makoto are in the village at this time. After Yiming's strengthening, these two men can be regarded as the top combat power in the whole village. After seeing the enemy coming, both of them quickly ran out of the house and started fighting. This time Yiming estimated that it would take a long time to come back. The two girls also have a certain understanding of their own strengths and think they can deal with the Black-White Zetsu. The fact is indeed the case. After walking out, the two girls quickly solved the enemy in front of them. Now the power of these two girls is very powerful, just like Kushina can be summoned to fight for a long time. The power of 9 tails is several times stronger than normal tail beasts and beasts of the same age. But today everyone saw a different scene, that is, a summoning beast resembling a puppy, riding 9 tails in the battlefield. Now 9 tails has been able to break away from Kushina's control and fight outside the body. Advertisement: this is what Yiming can achieve after his power is fully restored. After a tailed beast has recovered all its strength, its combat power can jump directly to the ceiling of the ninja world. You must know that Uchiha Madara back then could only guide 9 tails first, and then gradually control it. What level of strength can the tail beast that Madara can't defeat? Having this kind of combat power is enough to show his strength. But this time things were shocking. This extremely powerful Nine Tails was willing to be ridden by a puppy to fight. What combination and configuration is this? Are you kidding me? Everyone can't believe this picture, it's Nine Tails. Did you see it? What is that guy? I seem to have the impression that Master Yiming came back with a puppy in his arms. You said it was the puppy. Oh yes, this is a little older. They may not know when Nine Tails was ravaged by gold-swallowing beasts in the stockade of the Uzumaki clan. With shadows for so many years, Nine Tails now recognizes the golden-swallowing beast as the big brother. If the eldest brother wants to ride on himself to fight, he certainly dare not refuse. In the eyes of everyone's astonishment, the gold-swallowing beast grew up in the wind, its body expanded several times, and it became almost the same size as the full body of Nine Tails. The gold-swallowing beast is very powerful, and his strength is so strong that it can tear metal. The mouth can tear countless metals, ignoring any hardness. This kind of ability is already amazing, because sometimes the hardness of some metals is so hard that ordinary people can't split it with ninjutsu. This guy can bite directly with his teeth. If he bites on someone, he can't even think about it. The only flaw is that this puppy does not have too much chakra. Now when it is paired with Nine Tails, its chakra is close to infinite. Advertisement in this way, he can continue to fight, and with the speed of Nine Tails, the combat effectiveness is even stronger. He swallowed hundreds of white Zetsu, who destroyed the barrier on this battlefield. His ability is to tear, and all the chakra after being torn will dissipate between the heavens and the earth, and will not return to White Zetsu's body. After he played, the entire White Zetsu army outside Konoha's barrier was cut by more than half. Unexpectedly, the pets left by Master Yiming are so powerful. I heard at the time that the pet of Master Yiming is very fierce. I didn't expect it to be so fierce because of his strength. As expected of Master Yiming's pet, seeing the fighting power of the golden swallowing beast was so strong, everyone was relieved. However, at this time, a very strange force moved from far to near. At this time, everyone felt a smell of corruption, and heaven and earth seemed to be separated by a line. There is corruption on the side of the line, and now there is vitality on this side. In the eyes of everyone on the watchtower, the place of corruption continues to expand and extends to them. Soon they will be enveloped in it, and this time even the extremely calm Minato was a little panicked. He didn't know what this was, but he guessed that this should be the method used by the enemy Yiming faced. Don't panic, everyone, go back to your home first. Arrange for the people to take the people in the village back home. Minato is going to increase the power of the enchantment. The enchantment left by Yiming is very magical. Maybe it can resist this kind of attack. If they can't resist it, they will have to resign. After all, this power has surpassed Minato's cognitive scope, and he has never seen such a power that can swallow the vitality of all things in the world. Coming. At this time, Makoto, who was patrolling in the air, said to Kushina and others standing below. Immediately after her voice fell, a very magical energy struck the barrier of Konoha village. Fortunately, the life force blessed by Yiming was enough to resist the erosion of this force and help them build a very stable umbrella. Chapter 209. Building an Enchantment, Yiming's Discovery. The force of extinction crossed the barrier of Konoha village, swallowed all the surrounding vegetation and creatures, and continued to move forward. This power is more magical than imagined. Although Konoha cannot be captured, this power can surround Konoha, and everyone dare not go out. This situation is almost the same as when I met Uchiha Madara, but this time the situation was even more tragic. There were no living creatures around them. At this time, even if it wants to pass the information, it is impossible. Originally, at the beginning, Minato still wanted to send messages to the surrounding major countries so that they could prepare in advance. You must know that they have enchantment guardianship, but the other big nations don't. But during this period of time, ninja dogs and other summoning beasts couldn't even get out of the village. The issue of sending information has become nonsense. A sword light roared from the sky, and it was Yiming who flew over from a distance. Are there casualties? Now Yiming is Hokage. The responsibilities and burdens of the whole village are all on Yiming's body. If there are casualties at this time, it will definitely make him sad. Minato walked up and talked to Yiming about the current situation. The purple enchantment is very useful, without any casualties, and your gold-swallowing beast also displayed Kamui and defeated many white Zetsu incarnations. Yiming was relieved when he heard this. Before he came back, he was very heavy and worried about the people in the village. Looking at the surrounding environment that had lost its vitality in the Grey World, Yiming frowned. Now the situation is very critical. He not only wants to protect Konoha, but also prepares to protect the people on this continent. The current situation is indeed very rapid, and several other countries on the entire continent have all fallen into this extinction. Yiming has an enchantment here, which can resist for a long time. But other countries are different. They don't have any defensive means. If the force of extinction spreads to them, then they will definitely be corpses everywhere. You guys wait here for a while, I'll go take a look at other places. After receiving the news that Konoha was okay, Yiming left here, ready to go to other countries to help them build a barrier. Advertisement at least resist this period of time. On the way back, Yiming had already thought about how to construct a simple purple enchantment, and it would be no problem for them to use it for a few days. Shadow clone technique. Dozens of avatars appeared beside Yiming, and each of them flew in different directions. If there are people in this world who can resist extinction, there will be no one else except Yiming, so now it is the best choice to let Yiming send the letter. After dispatching his clone, Yiming is going to see how this technique works. Following the force of extinction, Yiming began to use various methods to stop the surge of this force. After absorbing countless vitality, this force has become extremely fast and powerful, and its advancing speed is also very fast, and it has swallowed the swallowed continent in less than a day. The land became scorched, and the vegetation on it had been completely covered by believers. It looked like a battlefield, but this battlefield was several times more tragic than a normal battlefield. Under such circumstances, even Yiming is difficult to control, but Yiming is still trying to prevent the intrusion of this force. Is this Byakugan's ability or Rinnegan's ability? Yiming has not been able to judge the nature of this energy. But what is certain is that if you want to control this energy, you must block the connection between them. Again, there are loopholes in everything, but Yiming has not discovered the loopholes in this technique. This time Yiming's body went to Cloud Shinobi Village, which is about the same size as Konoha. Enchantment construction here may be a bit complicated, so Yiming went here by himself. Along the way, every mountain and forest he passed through withered and annihilated, and even an ant no longer existed. Some small remote villages have disappeared into the world like dead wood after years of tempering. When Yiming passed by, everything was in ruins. When the force of extinction passed, Yiming clearly saw a young man swallowed instantly and turned into a piece of bone. This ability to deprive him of vitality makes Yiming, who has experienced many battles, a chill on his back. Advertisement: the Otsutsuki clan's methods are really inhumane to be able to ignore life and use this power on an entire planet. Yiming even thought of the chrysanthemum, which may have been used in other planets. Sacrificing an entire planet in order to become stronger and ignoring thousands of lives is really unacceptable. Such a guy must be killed. Yiming, with a heavy heart, finally came to the top of Cloud Shinobi Village after a long trek. But after arriving here, Yiming discovered a problem. There were some barren hills on their side, and they were not in any danger at all. Yiming recognized that this was the iron ore field he had plundered. The iron ore plant was deprived of its vitality and extinct. Thinking of the relationship between these things, what does Yiming seem to have in mind? The force of extinction seems to advance through the way of vitality. If there is no vitality swallowed, then they will be difficult to advance. At this time Yiming suddenly understood everything. It turned out that only by finding something inanimate, it could stop the spread of the entire force of extinction. But here is another question. Why was the opponent still able to spread the power of extinction in the desert? At this time Yiming suddenly remembered that there are actually some vegetation in the desert. Except for this iron ore field which is all barren, there is more or less vitality in other places. Yes, it is enough to let their power have nowhere to release. Before, I always thought about things too complicated. When he first saw the power of extinction, Yiming even wanted to reverse it. This is also related to what he recently learned from Sage of Six Paths. He wanted to crack this technique too much, but he didn't think about what it would be like to resist directly. In this case, Yiming knows how to block this power. Following this extinction force, Yiming flew into the sky. Taking out his sword, he drew a line before the power of extinction arrived. Chapter 210. Break the game successfully, the Tree of the World. The whole sky is full of thunder, and it seems that all the power between the sky and the earth has been drawn by Yiming's sword. Yiming walked and chopped. It took nearly 3 days, but he drew a line on this continent, boundary. This line is nearly half a kilometer wide, directly separating the entire continent into 2 halves. Yiming's flying speed is faster than the spread of this force. Before these forces had entered half of the entire continent, he had already ended his blockade. Then a magical scene happened. After the herbs had become withered, the force quickly moved forward to the line drawn by Yiming. There is no trace of life here, and there is no place to draw vitality. When these forces of extinction came here, they quickly dissipated because of the lack of life energy. At this time Yiming finally stopped the crisis. Because the previous force struck from the desert, it was only advancing in sparsely populated places in 1 day. In addition, Yiming sent his own shadow clone to help other villages build defensive barriers, so the casualties this time were not too great. Now is the time to fight back. Yiming is ready to go to Chrysanthemum to have a try. Although he has shown very strong power before, Yiming has already figured out his abilities. His first ability is to be able to manipulate anything within hundreds of feet of his surroundings, and even he can re-splice after being broken up. The second ability is this extinction force. As for other abilities, Yiming doesn't worry about it, because people like their family usually only have 2 eyes. Basically, an eye can only give birth to 1 ability. Other than that, the others are low-level arts, which is not to be feared at all. Knowing these things, Yiming is ready to do it. Although Chrysanthemum had left here before, but in fact, he did not go too far. Moreover, Yiming and him are both the most powerful 2 people on this continent, so they can also feel each other's breath. This time, Yiming won't give him a chance to escape. He has caused such serious damage to this continent and he must pay the price. As for the exuberant chakra on his body, it happens to be used to repair the damage on this continent. The chrysanthemum is indeed very strong, but the calculation method of the abilities of the people in the ninja world is different from the calculation method of Yiming's strength. Advertisement: their abilities are very rigid, or that there will not be too many changes. But Yiming is different. Yiming's fighting style is ever-changing. After figuring out his strength, Yiming is confident to defeat him. Quickly skipping the sky, Yiming already felt the presence of Chrysanthemum. Yiming also guessed the reason why this guy is hiding from himself, but I hope it's not what he thought. The breath Yiming senses is in the ocean. At this time, there is an isolated island in the ocean, and the person standing on this isolated island is a chrysanthemum. He put a small red ball into the soil on the island and began to worship. In a short while, a small sapling grew up, and he was actually planting a tree. It will take hundreds of years for the sacred tree of our clan to bloom and bear fruit, but now with my power of extinction, all this will speed up. He said something like this to the young sapling in front of him, which was actually for Yiming. And at this time Yiming also rushed here, just in time to hear what he said. The worry still happened, this guy really wanted to plant trees here by himself. If Yiming comes here a while later, maybe he has merged with this sacred tree, and then he will become a new ghetto statue, then his strength will be even stronger. After merging with this sacred tree, he can use the power on this planet to protect himself. The people of their clan basically work together in pairs to plant the sacred tree. Under normal circumstances, one of them is responsible for protection, and the other is to merge with the sacred tree to draw nutrients from the entire continent. After the fusion, people have no ability to resist, so they need to be protected. But he is different. Yiming finds that he is only one person, which means that he can protect himself by manipulating the sacred tree. If it really merges, it will be more difficult to kill him at that time, so now is the only chance. Aren't two of your clan planting trees together? Yiming procrastinated for time, and slowly began to accumulate his own strength, ready to give him a fatal blow. Are you procrastinating for time? Advertisement? Seeing Yiming's actions, Chrysanthemum looked forward to it very much. You can't kill me, maybe you have discovered the secret of the power of extinction, but my reincarnation is a magical technique that can never be cracked. Chrysanthemum has absolute self-confidence. Over the years, with his two skills, he can be said to be invincible, and he is also very efficient in completing tasks. The key now is how to create this opportunity. After thinking about it, Yiming rushed forward and started a war with Daisy. The strong is the strong, and a fresh one can eat all over the sky. What might you have misunderstood? I will not kill you, because killing you will only give you unlimited rebirth. Your skill is very easy to use. I envy it, but unfortunately I can't learn it. The Chrysanthemum-style combat ability is very strong, anyone will lose vitality to a great extent when fighting with him. But what he didn't expect was that Yiming was very calm, he didn't even notice a trace of pressure from Yiming's body. However, at this moment, Yiming seemed to have thought of another way. Regarding sealing techniques, Yiming went to the hometown of the Uzumaki clan to accept the inheritance of the Six Paths brothers, and then talked a lot with Kushina, and now he has reached the pinnacle. Fight with me personally, you really can't think about it, let you know the pain of loss of vitality. As he kept planting trees, he also gained a lot of power increase, and now he is one of the strongest young people in the whole family. After watching him quietly, Yiming spoke. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. His master has the power of extinction, so every hit in the battle with Yiming can erode Yiming's vitality. Originally, Yiming drove the 8 inner gates, and now he added these attacks. Naturally, the more the battle became more exhausted. Don't you like to absorb my vitality? Then I will give you in the sacred tree more? But now there is another way, and that is to seal it. After thinking about it, Yiming directly turned the golden core in his body, ready to use his life energy to fight the opponent head-on. Although his strength is not as powerful as other people's, his pupil skills are only a combination of two kinds. What about him? Now only need an opportunity, Yiming can seal it up. This is the exclusive skill he has awakened. There are many changes in pupil skills. Even if Yiming has exhausted his life, he may not be able to explore it all. Chapter 211. The Horror of Chrysanthemum, a person outside the world. Yiming directly clenched Chrysanthemum's fist. At this time, Chrysanthemum was also willing to let Yiming grab her, and directly spurred full power, ready to use her own extinction force to rush into Yiming's body, ready to consume Yiming directly. But when he absorbed it, he found something wrong. Why does Yiming have such an unceasing vitality? The speed at which I can absorb is not as fast as Yiming can do damage to himself with a sword on the other side. This is a bit outrageous. With a fist, he was ready to get rid of Yiming's shackles, but at this time he found that Yiming's vitality had established a stable connection with himself, and now it is impossible to stop even if he wants to. Don't say you have a lot of ideas, but do you think this can trap me? Chrysanthemum directly broke his arm abruptly, and then jumped to another place one by one, and then his arm grew out very quickly. On the other hand, Yiming was clutching a broken arm, and the chrysanthemum-like blood on it kept pouring out. The blood splashed on Yiming's clothes, making him look like Shira. I don't know why, Yiming has a feeling of fear, because this guy doesn't look normal at all. Even the most basic ninja knows that his body must be taken care of. But in his eyes, his body is like a weapon, he doesn't know how to cherish it at all, not to mention it can be cut directly off, and then restored to its original state. This lunatic. People who use this method of fighting are either mad or insane. And such people are generally very powerful, which is what Yiming summed up after experiencing so many battles. Come on, crazy chrysanthemum, constantly Super Yiming attacked. The power of extinction in his body was wrapped around Yiming's body like an unshakable brown candy. If a normal person is entangled by such things, it is estimated that he will die in less than 5 minutes. Advertisement after all, the vitality of human beings is limited. If Yiming had not upgraded to the golden elixir stage and had strong vitality, it might not last long and he would be caught. Seeing him so rampant, even Yiming can only step back. Soon this world tree will be ruled, and when I merge with it, you will see the real fear. It is this familiar feeling again. Chrysanthemum has tasted this feeling countless times. Whenever he wanders in different continents, he will plant this tree at the end. Of course, before planting trees, he must first let these people feel the feeling of despair. Only in this way can he get the greatest satisfaction in his heart. After living alone for so many years, his heart was already lonely and couldn't bear it. But he discovered a way to awaken the manic side of his heart, and that is to taste the pain of others. Only by seeing the suffering of others can he be aware of himself, and only after a contrast is created in the real life can he feel his own happiness. Such a person with such a strong but fragile psychological quality is, to some extent, extremely contradictory. But Chrysanthemum never doesn't care what others think of him, he just needs to make himself feel the value of being alive. Improve your strength, cause suffering to others, and destroy their homes for survival. These are all evidence that can make him feel alive. Now he is working hard to practice his values, and he is even happier after seeing Yiming retreat. The whole person's face seemed to be distorted, but he was actually smiling. I don't know when this smile began to wrap around his face. It may seem to others that he was crying, but no one knew it. He felt extremely joyful in his heart. This kind of joy cannot be tasted by normal people. Chrysanthemum calls these feelings spiritual food. Desperate, I will be happy only if you are desperate. The nutrients of the entire land are quickly absorbed, and the sea level even gradually drops. Although the decline is very slow, Yiming can feel the basic elements that constitute the entire world, and the earth, fire, water and wind are all slowly reduced. Advertisement Chrysanthemum has already begun to absorb energy. The world tree behind him slowly grows from a small branch bud. Several branches are connected to his body, providing it with continuous energy. Did you see? I am stronger now than before. When I met you before, you might still cause damage to me, but now that the value has been generated, even if the world tree and I are not fused, you can't defeat me. Reincarnation technique. The power of the world tree. In his eyes, the face is completely gone. Yiming now can feel all the power in the whole world, and these powers are like being drawn, all rushing towards him. At the same time, the lifespan of the entire world is gradually decreasing. This is their power. This is the power that can directly drain all the resources of an entire planet. There is no way to resist, and there is nowhere to escape. When I drain everything out, you will die too. Do you feel it now? Your strength will gradually lose too. Under the circumstance of declining in ebb and flow, Chrysanthemum thinks that his victory is a certainty. After all, Yiming is also a person in this world. As long as people in this world, from the moment they plant a tree, they can no longer resist, because the roots of the tree have completely linked their destiny to themselves. The countless extinction forces in the sky are drawn into a peculiar force, controlling the entire outer reincarnation, trying to force Yiming to be squeezed to death. The extinction force escaping from the surroundings is very quickly absorbing the internal force in Yiming. Why is your energy so pure? It feels a little different from your chakra. When absorbing Yiming's power, Chrysanthemum also felt something wrong, because Yiming's power was different from what I had imagined. Before coming to this world, he already had a deep understanding of the nature of the energy of chakra, but the energy attribute of Yiming does not belong to any of the earth, fire, water, and wind. Isn't Yiming a person in this world? Thinking of this, Chrysanthemum suddenly appeared on her face as if she had seen a ghost. At this time, Yiming, who was suspended in the air, spoke lightly. You guessed it right, I really am not from this world. When the voice fell, the entire sky was still in vain, the white clouds were dispersed, and the sun shone. Chapter 212 Sacrifice to the World Tree, with a radius of 100 jong. What Yiming said made Chrysanthemum very shocked, because he never thought that Yiming was not a person in this world when he came in. If this is the case, then what are these things he extracted? Even he has never seen the nature of this energy. It can be said that it is an energy beyond chakra. Even the current Chrysanthemum requires chakra to fight. Yiming has long been different. After he condensed the golden core, all the energy in his body has changed. This is an internal force that is almost substantive. It is placed in this world, and it is estimated that not many people can understand it. It is precisely because of this high-level energy that once he entered the body of the Chrysanthemum, it made his whole person very uncomfortable. It can't be broken down. Seeing the strange red light in his eyes, Yiming also laughed. This guy has been absorbing Yiming's energy before. Yiming also tried his best and opened it up to let him suck, not trying to entangle him. This is because Yiming has control over the internal forces in his body and can still be manipulated even if he escapes from the body. At this time, Yiming's internal strength had been accumulated enough, and all of them ran into the world tree. Why? Why can't I absorb your energy? Having lived for so many years, Chrysanthemum has never encountered such a situation. Know that their tree has the highest priority. Chakra of any form can be absorbed into the body and decomposed into its own energy. Only today has a problem. This shouldn't be. I already told you that I don't belong to this world, so you can't decompose the energy that I cultivate. Yiming is not like the protagonist in some film and television works. Before the other party is dying, he will explain all his skills to the other party. With a wave of his hand, Yiming directly detonated all the internal forces he had lost. Detonate. Endless internal force exploded from the world tree and connected to the world tree. Chrysanthemum was also hit hard, and half of his body was blown up. Now only the upper body is left of him, like a half-length ghost crawling out of hell, extremely terrifying. Advertisement. Such a guy looks very calm at all times. He probably never thought that he would be forced to this point by Yiming. You must know that before he came, he had always called Yiming a bug. The smoke dissipated, the Chrysanthemum lying in a big pit, spit out blood, struggling to prop up. You have some tricks. Until now, I don't know your chakra attributes, but do you think you can make up for the power gap with your cleverness? today I want you to taste the real power crush. After speaking, he actually uprooted the world tree directly, and then pulled out the core from the inside, which was the red ball he had buried in the soil before. He picked up this bead, opened his mouth and chrysanthemum and swallowed it into his stomach. After that, a miraculous change occurred, and her body that had been bombed by Yiming slowly healed, and she also grew new legs. This kind of recovery ability is absolutely terrifying. You must know that the damage caused by Yiming's internal force is not so easy to repair. Being able to reach this level only shows that this guy's life recovery ability is absolutely top-notch. Why Dao Technique, by Zhang Tiandi. The current chrysanthemum is so angry that he has broken his teeth. He must kill Yiming, otherwise there will be no way to repay the humiliation he suffered today. This was the most powerful ability he could display. After using this ability, one of his eyes exploded directly. Even if he blows up one eye, he has to use his ability. I'm optimistic that this is my strongest ability, and it is also an advanced technique of my previous ability. Before he was able to control all the space within a few hundred feet around him, but now he has reduced the control range to hundreds of sheets in order to make himself more familiar with this world. Yiming can see what he is doing, but he doesn't understand why his eyes explode. You know that it is the combination of Byakugan and Rinnegan's pupil technique. It is extremely difficult to cultivate. But now he just blows it up without picking it up, and it consumes the power of the world tree. To kill Yiming, he directly surrendered his two whole cards, an eye and the seed of the world tree. There was no way for this eye to restore the world. After he had swallowed the tree's seed, it had completely merged with her. In other words, even he can't plant a sacred tree in this world unless he finds another seed. Advertisement even so, he still wants to kill Yiming. It seems that his hatred has blinded his eyes, and now he thinks he has reached the peak state. But Yiming knows that such a state is definitely not sustainable, and it is like this kind of crazy state. In fact, the fighting power will not increase much. Any battle has tricks and opportunities. Once people fall into madness, then it is very likely. There will be no way to find these offensive and defensive opportunities. Even Yiming dared to work hard, but he did not dare. I like to kill, but are you afraid of being killed? Yiming on one side finally knew his mentality. Yiming gave up the defense. Since he can control the space within 100 feet of his body, Yiming will cut through the space to make a face-to-face collision with him. In terms of mentality, Chrysanthemum style is very weak. The laughter spread, and only then did Yiming realize that Guy was not as strong as he thought. Chrysanthemum also knew that he would be harmed in a violent state, so at this time he spent an eyeball to protect himself. Daoshanei sword. Hearing the word fear, Chrysanthemum jumped up like a cat with its tail stepped on, and shouted and explained. But now that this guy is within 100 feet of him, it has become his absolute domain, and for Yiming, he may not be able to find opportunities. At this time, will Chrysanthemum choose to defend, or will it choose to fight Yiming in a desperate match? What nonsense are you talking about? This lord is the most top-notch species, how can you feel scared? As long as he can expose loopholes, Yiming will definitely give him the heaviest blow. From a certain angle, in fact, he is also very afraid of death. In this case, let's see if you dare to work hard. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Everything is bet on this sword, but he didn't know that sometimes the louder the voice doesn't take up the truth, and sometimes it is an act of concealing inner anxiety. Chapter 213. Earth Vessel Blocked, Desperate Counterattack. This sword is the sum of all Yiming's will, all strength and all fighting intent are condensed on this sword. There are only two options for Daisy, the first is to fight Yiming hard, and the second is passive defense. He can't avoid it now, all he can do is to gather the power in his hands to fight. The game between the two seems to have taken a long time, in reality only 2 or 3 seconds have passed. When the sword light of Yiming came, Chrysanthemum's face changed drastically. Guy, are you crazy? He wanted to attack Yiming, but after feeling the power in Yiming's hand, even he knew that if he didn't defend, he would definitely die. I came to sanction this continent, not to die in vain. Thinking of this, his heart also picked up. Do you want to escape? If he ran away when facing this bug, he would live with this kind of shadow in his entire life. He doesn't want to do this, but if this sword cannot be resisted, it will definitely die. The power on that sword is already enough to cut off his power of regeneration. The hand that was about to be attacked was put down, turned and blocked in front of him, and the power of the entire surrounding sky and earth also gathered to him. He gave up his attack and started to defend. Although it was shameful, he told himself that this was a method that he had to take in order to defeat Yiming later. This was not an escape, but a tactical decision. But the moment he saw his defense, Yiming's mouth raised a faint smile. Daisy will lose today. There is no reason, if you insist, it can only be because he gave up fighting. Sometimes the duel between masters is just a moment. Advertisement: if you make a wrong choice in a moment, you will regret your entire life, and you may even lose your life. It's like a duel between the two of them now. The best thing is to fight to death and break the net. There's a saying that the brave wins when meeting on a narrow road. How can a person who doesn't even have the courage to fight for his life be able to win? Yiming's sword slammed into his arms firmly, and directly chopped off his hands and arms. This time, he lost. Since discovering his regenerative ability, Yiming has stopped attacking him with physical methods. In the move just now, Yiming directly took out the power of Heavenly Tribulation on Xing Tian's sword. This power is extremely destructive and can prevent regeneration to a great extent. Just like now, even if this guy wants to gather the power of regeneration in his hands onto his arms, there is nowhere to use it. Why? The angry chrysanthemum began to scream frantically on the ground. He is completely gone now, and the feeling of drifting on this continent at the beginning, the whole person is like a bereaved dog, which makes people feel pitiful. I've already said, you are a life-saving person, why don't you admit it? If you realize this characteristic of yourself earlier, you won't think of head-to-head with me. After embarking on a head-to-head confrontation with Yiming, he has actually chosen the wrong path. If he can truly realize that he is a person who cherishes his life, he is not so arrogant, and then chooses some roundabout tactics, and fights Yiming with the flashing energy, and consumes Yiming to death. That might be his victory this time. It's a pity that Yiming discovered that in their clan, everyone seems to have a superior temperament. Maybe they are not like this within the scope of their lives, but when they see the civilization they have created after arriving on this continent, they will have an inexplicable upper-level mentality. Always keep this mentality, he will fail in the end. If Yiming encounters such a situation, he will die with the opponent anyway. Even after Yiming loses his life, he can cause a great deal of damage to the opponent. But Daisy will not. Advertisement. Looking at the chrysanthemum that had fallen to the ground, Yiming nodded and was about to kill him, but at this time the change occurred again. I'm not convinced. I want you to die with me, and I want the mainland to bury me too. The chakra in the chrysanthemum body burst out like a flood, and it actually directly linked the earth veins. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The function of this ninjutsu is very simple, that is, to consume one's own chakra to dissolve the opponent's number. But this ninjutsu is a bit very worrying. The power of two people gradually becomes thinner and thinner over time. Even with the blessing of the world tree, the power of chrysanthemum does not necessarily have the power of Yiming, because his world tree is not completely integrated. After drinking a few cans of drinks, Yiming's strength was increased by the system, and the whole person's internal strength rushed out like a violent wave, rushed into the ground veins, and blocked the chrysanthemum technique. At this time, he suddenly remembered something. That was the ninjutsu he had used when defeating Uchiha Madara before. Earth veins are a very important thing in every continent, because after the earth veins are stabilized, the plates of a whole continent can be stabilized. Now chrysanthemum actually wants to cut the ground veins, which is equivalent to cutting the continent to pieces. Then some violent volcanoes and the roaring seawater will inevitably erode the entire continent. After using this tree, Yiming took out several bottles of drinks from his body and poured them into his mouth. Since Yiming broke through, now the drinks have been of little help to him. Fortunately, Yiming has reached the golden core stage now, and the whole person's internal strength is very strong. He wanted to directly cut off the veins of the entire continent, so that the continent's volcanic eruption would flood the land. The ninjutsu that hurts the enemy 1800. That is, if the ninjutsu used by the opponent consumes a huge amount of chakra, then while counteracting the effect of the opponent's ninjutsu, it is likely to drain oneself. Everyone in the Otsutsuki family will become extremely strong because of the precipitation of the years. Yamato is profound, so Yiming is still not sure whether he can hold him down. However, at this time Yiming also discovered an advantage, that is, drinking a few bottles of beverages during the battle has the effect of restoring internal strength. Yiming certainly wouldn't let him do this, but after seeing such a huge chakra, Yiming has no good idea. Now the two sides have become a chakra competition. In the beginning, Yiming never thought that he would use such a method to fight the opponent. 6 Paths Technique Reverse Cycle. Chapter 214. The situation is reversed. Yiming's crisis. The power consumption on both sides is very large, but one very good thing is that Yiming has successfully blocked the Daisy-style power. The disintegration of the earth gradually calmed down. Seeing this situation, Yiming wiped the sweat from his forehead. As soon as he tried hard, he fell to the ground, and now there was only a trace of internal power left in his body, and there was no power to fight anymore. But fortunately, Zhu Shi had already exhausted his strength and sat slumped on the ground. But because of the increase in the world tree, his situation is better than Yiming. He picked up a stone from the ground, and there was no chakra's chrysanthemum and walked towards Yiming. Yiming now has no strength to even move a finger. Chrysanthemum wants to solve him, and it can be achieved through physical methods. Unexpectedly, it was my victory in the end. I don't know exactly how your technique was released, but looking at the two small powers like Yuya and Yumura, I didn't expect you to accept their inheritance. Whether it is the two of them, or their mother Kaguya, it is a shame to my clan. Chrysanthemum's expression is very hideous, because now he has endured too many grievances. Yiming interrupted the plan when he first came to this continent, and his brother died in Yiming's hands. He almost lost to Yiming now. Cannot stand. This is the proud heart of their clan, absolutely cannot bear such humiliation. But now, he seemed to have a chance to reverse. Looking at Yiming, who was motionless on the ground, it was like a flower blooming in his heart. Aren't you going to meet me on a narrow road? Why are you the one who fell in the end? Picking up a piece of gravel, Chrysanthemum slammed on Yiming's body, and said with a big smile. Yiming's body was pierced by the stone, and a hole the size of a bowl appeared, and he began to bleed outward. Then, Chrysanthemum picked up a bigger stone and walked to Yiming's side, preparing to smash Yiming to death. But just after taking 2 steps, Chrysanthemum reacted, and it seemed that he shouldn't have killed him so directly. Advertisement, now it's in my hand. The pain you made me feel before, I want you to repay it 100 times. The Chrysanthemum style of psychological pervert, now looking at Yiming is like finding his spiritual food. As long as Yiming can suffer, the happiness he brings to him will be doubled. After all, getting happiness from the pain of the enemy is something he has been pursuing all his life. Boom. 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 The chrysanthemum beat Yiming's body madly, but Yiming didn't say a word, which made him even more angry. Hurry up and call it out. Let me hear how the failed person calls out. Although he does not have chakra now, his body is still mobile, much stronger than Yiming. The battle between the two of them has evolved from a battle between ninjas to a confrontation between ordinary people. And Yiming is now in a state of paralyzed whole body, and Chrysanthemum can at least move, so his battle with Yiming has become a unilateral ravage. Your behavior makes me feel more and more that you really don't deserve the title of the strong. Jushi sneered while playing. Mouth after mouthful of blood came out of Yiming's mouth, but Yiming never called for mercy from the beginning to the end, and even made a mockery of Chrysanthemum. You are only capable of this. He is trying his best to stabilize his breathing, wanting to adjust his state to restore his internal strength. Don't try to recover chakra anymore. My chakra hasn't recovered until now. Do you think it's possible? Feeling that the situation was not right, Chrysanthemum directly kicked Yiming's dandian one foot after another, blocking Yiming chakra's recovery. After Yiming has no internal power, his whole person has become extremely ordinary. After all, Yiming practices ancient chi refining techniques, and all the skills he understands need to be driven by internal power. Even if his body has been strengthened, but after being severely injured by the chrysanthemum after the battle just now, he can't afford a trace of strength now. Everything seemed to fall into despair. While struggling, Yiming suddenly felt that there seemed to be a hard thing on his chest against his chest. The chrysanthemum is still kicking Yiming's belly, seeming to slowly beat Yiming to death. Advertisement shaking and reaching into his arms, Yiming touched the thing. This is a kunwu, which was given to him by Minato when he left the village. He told Yiming at the time that if he was in danger, he could use this kunai to summon himself. At that time, Yiming smiled and did not reply, because he felt that this thing could only be used as a mascot, and at their level, there would be no room for Minato to intervene. But everything is different now. Both Yiming and Jushi have no energy at all. Even an ordinary ninja can kill them. But here is the problem. They are now in the center of a remote island, so no one can support them anyway. But now with this kunai, the situation has been reversed. What's the matter? What do you take out the weapon for? Do you still have the strength to do something against me? Seeing Yiming's weapon, Chrysanthemum laughed. In his eyes, Yiming's current state cannot be his opponent even if he takes up the weapon. Besides, he was constantly trembling with his weapon hand, and he couldn't straighten up his body. Coupled with the beating of him just now, he had broken 4 or 5 ribs. Now it is a miracle that he can survive. NS. Come on, stand up, you seem to be Hokage. What if people in your village see their Hokage lying on the ground like a dog? I will be disappointed. Ha 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 ha. The harsh laughter pierced Yiming's ears, and Yiming urged the last trace of internal force remaining in his body, and poured it into the karma. A person like you is still a Hokage. Are all the shadows and shadows of your continent all rubbish? No, he is the strongest person in our village, and he is respected by all ninjas. You are not qualified to say that about him. Just as Chrysanthemum became mad, a voice suddenly came from behind him. The two turned their heads and looked over. A blonde young man jumped down from midair and entered the sinkhole. At this time, Chrysanthemum's complexion turned from red to green as if it had eaten a fly. Chapter 215. Injury to the source, the treatment is ineffective. Chrysanthemum didn't even think about it to understand why such a ninja suddenly appeared at this time. If he ambushed himself before, why didn't he come out when Yiming was beaten? After seeing Yiming's hand with Kuwu, his gaze was fixed on the piece of paper with the handle of Kuwu. It turned out to be like this. At this time, the triumphant Chrysanthemum finally realized his problem. When Yiming said before, he didn't care about his arrogance at all. Since he was born, he has never met someone who can truly be his opponent, and in the process of running between various planets, he is the only one who unilaterally slaughter others. But now everything has changed. Because of his rudeness and lack of brains, he has missed the most important information. If Yiming took the kunai directly when he took it out, then none of this would have been possible. It happened again. Chrysanthemum raised his head, looked at Minato in the distance, and felt the power in him. Ninjas of this level usually squeeze a large piece to death with one hand, but now everything has changed. Now he has no power to resist this Minato who can unleash ninjutsu. Kill him. As Yiming's voice fell, Minato appeared next to Chrysanthemum, without any hesitation, and directly inserted into his Tien Ling Gai. Such an extremely powerful genius of the Otsutsuki clan died here today. In fact, Yiming was very scared before that this guy would hold the same peach-like pill, so he would be unlucky today. However, just as Yiming expected, this extremely conceited guy didn't bring any medical supplies at all when he went out, and naturally he would not bring the pills trained by the human chakra. Take some ration pills. Minato couldn't help frowning after seeing Yiming's situation. He couldn't imagine how tragic the battle Yiming experienced here. He had already felt the shock from the south when he was in the village. Everyone on the whole continent was also attracted by the battle between Yiming and the chrysanthemum. Although they couldn't see the situation on the scene, they all guessed that Yiming was fighting with a very powerful person. Advertisement. Fortunately, Yiming won in the end, and all this is also gratifying. After taking a pill, Yiming sat up from the ground supporting his body and began to observe the condition of his body. This time he suffered too much damage. Because of forcibly blocking the chrysanthemum attack, Yiming himself suffered huge damage. Now his bones have all been broken. If it weren't for his own internal strength to hang himself forcibly, maybe Yiming would have died here. Taking out a few bottles of soda from the portable beverage space, Yiming poured it into his mouth frantically, hoping to regain some strength, but now Yiming's internal organs have been severely damaged, even if he drank the drink. The method was successfully restored. The most uncomfortable thing is that Yiming's power recovery rate has become extremely slow now, and the origin of the whole person has been affected. I'll talk to Makoto first and let her take you back. Minato's flying thunder god technique was able to give him an early warning before he left, so he told Makoto in advance that Yiming might be in crisis. Now Makoto is also in the village waiting for the news of Minato, because he can't fly, and the surrounding area is the sea, so Minato can't take Yiming back. Taking out a dagger, Minato drew a simple summoning formation on the ground, wrote a letter, and sent it back to Konoha village. Makoto in the village quickly received the news, and used his ancestor's eyes to quickly break through the space and get here. Because Yiming had told them before that if there is no great danger, everyone, even Makoto, cannot leave the village. So Makoto didn't rush over before. In fact, if Makoto rushed over, maybe Yiming's trauma would be smaller. Of course, this is Yiming's choice. As the space fluctuates, Makoto's figure walks out of the space, followed by Makoto and Kushina. Yiming, how are you? After seeing Yiming's appearance, Makoto and Kushina rushed up very quickly and asked very worried. Kushina exhibited medical ninjutsu and began to treat Yiming, but the effect was not good. Why can't I treat these traumas? Advertisement. This is the extinction power of the Otsutsuki clan. It is estimated that no ninja on the entire continent can heal this kind of injury. Hearing Yiming's words, both Kushina and Makoto had red eyes. They thought Yiming was invincible on the mainland today. I'll take you back first. Makoto and Kushina stood up and left with Yiming and Minato breaking through the space. Can your injury be healed? On the way, Kushina, Makoto and Minato are all very worried about Yiming. Yiming is the biggest fighting force in the village. If Yiming falls, their village will also be greatly threatened. People on the whole continent now respect Yiming. But one thing to understand is that the development of major countries will always be unbalanced. If Yiming can't restore its strength now, then it will definitely encounter many problems later. After all, the interests of countries depend on their strength to speak. If you have strength, you have the right to speak. I don't know, it may be really difficult to recover this time. Yiming has suffered many fatal traumas before, but none of them have been able to reach this level. Now Yiming has damaged his origin, and it is difficult to recover if he wants to recover. Now Yiming is ready to go back again. Try to drink a little drink, accumulate to buy points, and see if he can find a way to restore his strength in the system mall. If he can't find it, he probably needs to practice again. As they walked along the road, the three found that Yiming's hair was slowly turning white. How is this going? Kushina, who was constantly filling Yiming with medical ninjutsu chakra, saw this situation, and tears fell. It's okay, don't cry, this is normal, and it will look like this after the vitality is lost. Yiming's appearance has not changed, but the vitality of the whole person is fading rapidly. This may be a sequelae remaining after fighting against a person with the power of extinction. Chapter 216 Weakness Revolving Heaven, Danzo Shot. Seeing this situation, everyone stopped talking, because they knew that Yiming should be the most painful now. Yiming, who should have been standing on the top of the world, has now lost all his strength and does not know when he can recover. Back in the village, Tsunade, Orochimaru, Jiraiya and others all rushed over. How so? Tsunade's healing after chakra was injected into Yiming's body. It was like a mud cow entering the sea without any effect at all. Might Dai, who is very knowledgeable about the human body, also walked up to investigate the various conditions of Yiming's body in detail. It's amazing. If a normal person has been traumatized like this, he will definitely be dead, but the master has supported it with his will. After he said this, everyone was silent, because they also knew the current situation and might not be able to save Yiming. Don't waste your effort, I know my own physical condition. Might Dai was also a student taught by Yiming. When Yiming taught him the profound meaning of 8 inner gates, he also taught him how to practice the body. His understanding of the body was all learned from Yiming. He came to check Yiming's body. It is better for Yiming to diagnose himself. You all go out, I'll rest for a while. Looking at everyone who was worried, Yiming also felt a little heavy. After all, as Konoha's highest combat power, this situation has appeared now, which is obviously unacceptable to many people. Hearing Yiming's words, everyone was silent and then left here. After everyone left, Jiraiya did not leave, but walked up to Yiming and said, I have a herbal medicine here that works well, leave it for you. Yiming saw that the medicine he was holding seemed to be a faint red flower. What is this? Yiming knows a lot about the medicinal materials in this world, but even in this way, I have never seen this kind of medicinal materials. This thing seems very rare, and Yiming can also feel a very strange life energy from it. Advertisement. This is the last time I found medicinal materials in a gorge. Although it may not cure your injury, it is better than nothing at least. After taking the small box containing the medicinal materials, Yiming thanked Jiraiya and then he also left the room. Lying in the bedroom, Yiming began to feel the various changes in his body with his heart. Now his body is like a mass of paste. Not to mention the broken bones, the inside is also very disordered. Even if he regained some strength, it was a drop in the bucket when compared to his heyday abilities. The important point is that under the current circumstances, if Yiming wants to forcefully repair his body, the extinction force in his body will hinder his recovery with great strength. It is precisely because of such a big block that Yiming can hardly recover. With the recovery speed of Yiming's underwear now, I don't know how long it will be if I want to completely offset this extinction force. For this reason, Yiming drank a lot of the cola they produced, but they had little effect, and even caused a series of physical rejection. At this time, Yiming also understood that in a serious injury state, drinking coke would cause some harm to his body. If it is under normal circumstances, because of the existence of the system, Yiming drinking coke will bring a lot of benefits to the body, but now it doesn't work. There is no way Yiming can only sit in the same place every day and silently repair his injuries, but the situation is not as optimistic as Yiming imagined. Nowadays, many people can't sit still after hearing the news of Yiming's physical injury, especially Danzo. He started spreading news about Yiming's serious injury everywhere in the village, and also specifically announced that Yiming had no strength now. Originally, this matter was considered the highest secret in their village, but under his control, all the news was disseminated. At this time, other neighboring countries can't sit out, because in terms of average strength, some countries are even stronger than the fire country. These people have always been unwilling to succumb to Konoha, but because of the existence of Yiming, they will be allowed to stick to their position and dare not cross the boundary. But now everything is different, only to get the news of Yiming's serious injury, and everyone will be unable to sit still because they find that their chance to turn over is coming. If Yiming can be killed, the mountain that is pressing on them can be moved away directly. Advertisement. It has been so many years, Yiming has been arrogant for so many years, many people actually dislike him very much. So at this time, some people started investigating. Only after the matter of Yiming is confirmed, can Yiming be dealt with. Minato was also under tremendous pressure because after Yiming lost his eyesight, everything fell on his shoulders. On this day, he came specifically to find Yiming and reported some things that had happened in the recent period. Danzo's methods are getting dirty, and he still doesn't admit that he spread the news, but I have found the clues of his spreading the news. The current Minato is very angry because he found that since Yiming was injured, Danzo's methods have been getting worse and worse, and in order to sit in the position of Hokage, he even smeared Yiming in the village. Because Yiming can't go out, so many black pots now are Yiming's back. People in other big countries are also happy to see this situation. People in Thunder Country even came to give Danzo a perjury in order to put the black pot on Yiming's head. They even said that Uchiha Madara was introduced by Yiming, completely denying Yiming's previous achievements in protecting the village. When talking about these things, Minato clenched his fists, as if he was very unwilling in his heart. Now Master's clues to discredit me are useless. After all, I can't act. Keep an eye on him. Hokage's position must not be given to him. Yiming has been constantly recovering his strength these days, but it is a pity that there has been no response until now. The endless force of extinction continues to erode Yiming, and the internal power he recovers can only keep his vitality from losing. Are we going to let him keep discrediting you like this? I can't bear this tone. At this time Minato's violent temper also came up, and after talking to Yiming, he was ready to turn his head and go back to deal with Danzo. Yiming stopped him and said to Minato, "It's okay to deal with him, I have a proposal." Chapter 217. Danzo provokes. The gold-swallowing beast goes out. Do you have a way to deal with him? Faced with this old cunning guy, even Minato felt a headache. Because he has the Master's root organization in his hand, coupled with the fact that he has been working hard to manage his own forces for so many years, there are now many supporters behind Danzo. It is very difficult to move him directly, and it will also affect the balance of power in the entire village. After all, the people of the major families and the most powerful Uchiha family actually support Danzo. Even if the relationship between Mikoto and Yiming is good, it is impossible to go against the choice of his own tribe. So all of this is very troublesome and it is complicated to deal with. It is precisely because of such a complicated relationship that Minato can hardly help Yiming clarify all kinds of slanders. Since he wants to do it, just let him do it. As long as he is allowed to show his feet one day, it will be the time for us to fight back. Hearing what Danzo did, Yiming said indifferently. Are you talking about letting him continue? Obviously Minato didn't agree with Yiming's proposal very much, because now if he is allowed to make trouble, Konoha will be a mess. As long as the situation is within the controllable range. Taking out a bottle of coke, Yiming put in the herb Jiraiya gave him before and started to soak it. This is a health maintenance method developed by Yiming. Although there are very few ways to restore strength, Yiming is also constantly trying. Now that I just got some coke, Yiming is going to use coke and herbs to make some combinations, to see if he can find a way to restore his original strength. Recently, drinking coke still has some effects, and Yiming's ability has also recovered a little, but it is still a drop in the bucket. It is like using a spoon to fill a tank of water to get the ear of the monkey. Well, let's try this method as you said. Anyway, if something goes wrong, I will suppress them forcefully. Minato was so calm and helpless when he heard him say it, but there is nothing better at the moment. Response measures. Well, if you have any problems, tell me in time. I should have regained some strength now. After sending Minato away, Yiming began to observe the condition of his body. After recovering some strength, he can also see the golden core in his dantian. The golden core is now dull and there are countless cracked lines on the surface. Even if it wanted to extract some internal power from it, when it exhausted its strength to manipulate its own golden core, it did not respond. Advertisement. It's almost like a stone. Sitting on the bed, Yiming spit in blood, not knowing whether it was because of anger or because of the exhaustion of manipulating the golden core. Standing up on his back, Yiming was going to see what was going on outside. As soon as he arrived on the street, Yiming saw Danzo, who was constantly promoting on the street. Danzo's recent period of time can be said to be very proud of the spring breeze, because Yiming can't come forward, so he has carried out a lot of self-promotion. After this series of propaganda, he not only built his reputation very well, but also portrayed himself as the great hero who saved Konoha. He discovered Uchiha Madara's attack first, and he discovered the secret of the world tree first. Even the cola that Yiming researched was still the formula he provided. In order to prove that what he said was true, he also showed Yiming's Coke formula to others, and directly leaked all Yiming's Coke formula. With his status, he can see these secrets, so he directly used this method of hurting the enemy by 1000 and harming himself by 800. After Yiming's cola recipe was leaked, everyone knew how to make cola, and other countries have also researched related drinks. This caused Konoha's fiscal revenue to drop by 30%. But even so, Danzo still didn't let go. Instead, he intensified his propaganda in order to break Yiming and get himself the position of Hokage. After seeing Yiming walking on the street, Danzo's expression was obviously a little unnatural, but he still came over with a group of subordinates mightily. "Who is this? Isn't this Konoha's hero? What's wrong? Can you get out of bed?" When Yiming came back from a serious injury, he never came to visit, but now he is taking care of Yiming pretendingly. "It's almost okay, don't let you bother." Yiming didn't want to tell him more and was about to leave, but after hearing Yiming's words, Danzo's face changed instantly. Everything he is doing now is based on Yiming's lost all his strength. If Yiming's strength is restored, then the clown will be himself. The reason why several other big countries support him is that Yiming has no strength now. But if Yiming's strength is restored, then the other major powers will definitely turn their backs. Advertisement after all, everyone knows the strength of Yiming. Even if all the troops on the entire continent are sent over, they may not be able to fight Yiming in its heyday. So now Danzo is very anxious, he doesn't want Yiming's body to recover. Yiming, with silver hair, looked at Danzo who was rolling on the ground and said lightly. Now Yiming is sick. Everyone knows that Yiming is an injured person and does not have much resistance. If Yiming and Danzo are in conflict, it must be Danzo's hand. Following Yiming's shout, a puppy rushed forward and bit Danzo's arm. "What? I didn't do it to you, it was you who wanted to do it to me, I moved you out of self-defense." It seems that his rebellious heart has not concealed it. Now basically everyone knows that Danzo wants to be Hokage, but Yiming has taken this position. Golden Swallowing Beast. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Danzo, with a red face, pointed to Yiming, gritted his teeth and uttered these words, and left here dingy. The bite force of the gold swallowing beast can definitely bite Danzo's arm off at once, but this little guy has a high IQ, knowing that he needs to keep a little bit on his hand, but he let go after a few big blood holes have been bitten out in Danzo's hand. NS. So now Danzo is also in a dilemma. If he continues to trouble Yiming, he will bring a certain loss to his reputation. Wow. You. How dare you do something to me? Regardless of whether anyone supports him or not, he is already standing on the opposite side of Yiming, and only the fish die and the net is broken. You're fine, wait until I become Hokage, and have you delicious fruit. He rushed over Danzo, ready to clasp Yiming's wrist, to see if Yiming's recovered. Don't go, let me see your physical condition. Chapter 218, Go out and open the door of Konoha. For this very ambitious person, Yiming has some means to cure him. Sure enough, not long after returning home, Yiming received the news that the people of Thunder Country were attacking here. At the same time, the whole Konoha was swayed by storms, and many members of the Uchiha clan began to gather in Anbu. On the other side, in the Anbu Hall, a group of people have gathered here. These are the elite of Danzo. What they have to do today is to pull Yiming from Hokage's position. For this reason, Danzo has specially assembled the power of the Thunder Country, and even has some assistance from the Water Country. Of course, all of this comes at a price. After getting the position he wants, Danzo must pay some benefits. These countries also have wolf ambitions, and they don't want Yiming to live well. But after uniting Danzo, these people were worried that Danzo would do something to them, so this time they asked them to help Danzo also drew a pie for them. If after he got the position of Hokage, he promised to give all the villages around Konoha to other countries. They are naturally very happy to have land to divide them, especially the country of water. The resources on their island are very poor, even if they want to farm, it is very troublesome, because there are many mountains, but if they have the land in the plain area that Danzo gives them, then they can gradually increase their strength. If they want to realize this idea, they need to give Danzo some help first, such as helping him win the position of Hokage. As long as they can get this position, they will be able to carve up the wealth of the entire wood industry. This is also the price Danzo gave them. In order to get this position, he had already desperately, and even began to gather his men, ready to use force to forcibly compete for this position. Now he has cooperated with these supporters inside and outside, ready to capture Minato and Yiming. Sarutobi Hiruzen has long been sent to the countryside by him for retirement, and now all the people who can speak in the village have been put under house arrest by him. Everything seemed to be developing for the better. A few people were sent to stand at Yiming's door. Danzo gave the order to die. Once Yiming came out, he needed to report to himself within 5 minutes. Now the only variable of the entire layout is Yiming. Advertisement Danzo feels that Yiming will definitely not let himself get this position so easily. After all, this is the man who is called the god of Konoha by everyone. Yiming didn't feel anything about all of this. After soaking coke with medicinal materials and drinking it, he started to recover. This time Yiming chose the 18 palms of Zhonglong, but did not use the slightest internal force. Now Yiming's bones are still in a broken state, and it is very difficult to stand up. Now he can slowly guide his internal force to the whole body by punching. However, this process is a little bit painful. Even Yiming is very uncomfortable after suffering such pain. He felt like he was about to be torn apart. This was a step to reshape his body without breaking or standing. But the way to break the imprisonment within one's body requires very violent means. Now the meridians of his entire body are blocked by the power of extinction. Yiming was already sweating profusely after playing a set of palms, and now his body can no longer withstand such a large amount of exercise. However, the effect is also very significant. After drinking cola with the medicinal material he made, Yiming's body has slowly recovered some strength, which should now be 1/10 of what it was before. Tonight is probably when Danzo is making the most trouble. Yiming is ready to expose Danzo's conspiracy in the village tomorrow. But the imagination is good, but the actual situation is not like this. After a while, Minato walked from outside and told Yiming that the army of the Land of Thunder had arrived at Konoha and was ready to attack. Why did they come so fast? Danzo told them very early. At this time, even Yiming couldn't believe it, but things have happened, so we can only plan for the worst. How many people did they bring this time? The elites of Cloud Shinobi Village are dispatched, and the people of Kirigakura, Yagura and Terumi Mei with a team of hundreds of people. These guys have been saved by Yiming more or less, but now they have to take a bite back. I have to say that the change of human nature is really fast. Advertisement: if that's the case, then teach them some lessons. Danzo has torn his face now and doesn't care about these two girls at all. If Danzo crosses this last blockade, countless crises will inevitably occur afterwards. After the country of thunder and the country of water endure the army's entry, their lives will definitely not be better. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. In fact, Yiming didn't tell Minato that the power in his body was the power that was finally accumulated. Originally, Yiming was going to use it to dredge the meridians. Danzo's identity has been placed here. Even if Kushina and Makoto are forcibly sealed off this place, it is impossible to act on it, because in this way they are equivalent to the entire upper level of Konoha. You should know that Danzo is the leader of the village, but Makoto and Kushina are only at the Jonin level. At this time, the two of them fell into silence, and they all thought to one another. At this time, it would be nice if Yiming in his heyday was here. We won't let you pass. When such a person comes to Danzo, he is out of bounds anyway. It doesn't matter, I can still use some power, but now the enemy has no chance to worry too much. In this situation, even if Danzo and Kushina Makoto have a conflict, the two girls can't stop them. The reason why Danzo said this is because they are not enough. Do you think this can stop me? It's a joke. Are you going to do it to me? When they went out, they found that there were a lot of people from the Uchiha family and several other big families on the street. Together with Danzo, they were standing in front of the gate. They were actually trying to open the gate of Konoha village to welcome the enemy. Your body. At this time, Kushina and Makoto stood at Konoha's door, blocking Danzo's whereabouts. Although the physical condition is not good now, since they are here, Yiming is definitely going to play. Chapter 219. Ninja Allied Forces. At this time, even Kushina couldn't control the situation. Kushina is the Jinchuriki of the village, so every move of this girl is being watched by everyone. If Kushina goes violently now, most of the people will be on Danzo's side. Not to mention Makoto here. Makoto is a member of the Uchiha clan. All members of their family choose to follow Danzo. If Makoto chooses to oppose them, he will receive more accusations. In this way, everything seems to have become a dead knot and cannot be solved completely. The development of the matter also conforms to Danzo's idea, and everything is about to end. But at this time a golden figure fell from the sky. He was Minato. It was Yiming who came here with Minato, but Yiming now looks very weak. Minato needs to carry Yiming on his back to get here. What else do you want to do now for a waste person like you? Seeing Yiming, Danzo was a little eager to come over, because now he was only one step away from his plan. He has already felt that Yiming's strength has not recovered at all, so next he only needs to put other ninja troops into Konoha to help himself control the situation. Konoha is his world. I'm here to end your wolf ambition. At this time, many villagers also rushed up, and they all knew that Yiming turned out to be a real good person. Because of public opinion issues, many people believed Danzo. Now Danzo actually wants to put the troops of other countries into the village, which wakes them up. It turns out that Danzo is the real villain. Because of the various beautifying packaging and his various beautiful speeches, people have been fascinated by him, but now he is showing his sharp fangs. If you look at it under normal circumstances, it is absolutely impossible for such a guy to become Hokage, but it is different now. If there is a strong force for persecution, then it is normal for him to become Hokage, just like now Danzo has united people from several surrounding countries to deal with his own people. This behavior of eating inside and out is shameful, but I have to admit that it is indeed very effective. You liar. We really misunderstood you. The shouts of people overwhelmed the waves. Advertisement. After such a thing happened, many people felt very uncomfortable because they couldn't believe that they, someone who trusted so much, would treat their people like that. I just want to make you all happy, and now all temporary sacrifices are necessary. Up to now, Danzo's face is still as thick as a city wall. Even after being pierced, he still faces the crowd with a victorious posture. Yiming knows his thoughts. This guy thinks that his thoughts are the most correct. As long as they follow their own path, people will definitely get happiness, but this is not the case. His current thinking is actually a bit like Uchiha Madara back then. Of course, Uchiha Madara's method to make everyone happy is destruction, while Danzo's method is softer, but there is no difference between the two, and people are harmed. You can let them in. Let me see who dares to come in. Yiming effortlessly drew Xing Tianjin from the space around him and stood in front of his body like a crutch. It's just what I want, then open the door. I want to see how you are facing thousands of ninja coalition forces, Danzo said coldly on the side. Hearing Danzo's words, Minato, Kushina, Makoto and others were shocked and worried for Yiming. Yiming, can't let them in, I have my own measures. Yiming asked his men to open the gates of the city, and then a ninja coalition of thousands of people appeared in front of him. The mighty momentum looked very magnificent. Since the last time the Thunder Country was frightened by Yiming, they have been accumulating strength, and during this period they have not done anything to anyone. It is precisely because of this that within a few years, they have already developed to such a point, and with the addition of the people of the Water Country, their army seems to have occupied half of the entire continent. The people leading the team are Yi Yu-Ha and Yagura. Beside Yi Yu-Ya, there stood 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer B. Yagura is also the Tail Beast Jinchuriki. If Yiming is removed, the two of them are now the top combat power on this continent. At this time, only Makoto was able to compete with them. If Kushina turned on the talking state, it was also very good, they had some battles. Advertisement Yiming is confident that these two girls can even beat both of them. However, these two men were unable to take action because of Konoha's internal problems. I can say it 10 times, but are you worthy to ask me to speak again? As soon as this remark came out, the audience was in an uproar. You finally can't do it anymore. I thought you could continue to be great. This is the so-called feng shui rotation. Now you are just a dog that can't bark by barking. Of course there are some people who are very happy, such as Yagura. After all, the identities of the two of them have not yet reached, and Yiming is still standing here, so naturally they will not let these two girls go to the battlefield. When Danzo found him, he didn't even hesitate, so he ran here to get revenge. Yiming leaned on his sword, smiled freely and said, now that he is full of silver hair, why can he say such a thing again? Sure enough, after hearing Yiming's words, Yagura's face had a series of changes. The mighty army was full of confidence, but after seeing Yiming, everyone was silent again. They would never forget the pain Yiming brought to them. Since the moment Yiming pressed his head into the swamp, this guy has been resenting Yiming, and now he finally has a chance. Unexpectedly, you would dare to come here again. Have you forgotten who stepped your head into the swamp? His face turned from red to blue, and slowly turned into a sauce purple. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Since he is so arrogant, Yiming doesn't mind opening his scars again. Can you say that again? They saw the Yiming who was sweeping the world at that time, but it is different now. This genius who struck the sky like a shooting star in the past, the boy is now in this appearance. After seeing Yiming's encounter, everyone is also a little melancholy. Chapter 220. Behemoth's Haunt, and the attack begins. I must kill you today. Now Yagura is like a mad beast. If it weren't for the presence of so many people, he would have killed Yiming directly. But even so, he has already forged Liangza with Yiming, and today it seems that he has to fight Yiming. Before, he was very afraid of Yiming because Yiming's power was far beyond his imagination, but now it is different. After Yiming loses his power, doesn't Yiming let him play casually? Thinking of this, he was also excited. Today is your death date, no matter who comes, no one can keep you. The opposite is Yiming. Now he is very calm, looking at Yagura very relaxed, as if he does not regard him as an enemy at all. At this time, Yi Yue also spoke. Yiming, I admit that you did bring a lot of benefits to this continent at the time, but after our joint discussions, I feel that an existence like you shouldn't appear in the world. Now all major countries pay attention to the word balance. They have always believed that the existence of Yiming will destroy the balance between them and let Konoha dominate the family. However, because the face cannot be wiped away, so far only people from the Kingdom of Thunder and the Kingdom of Water have come to deal with Yiming. The other countries all read Yiming's goodness, so when this war started, they simply refused. Thunder Country cannot refuse, because they have waited for this opportunity for too long, and now it happens that Yiming is injured, and they have a grand-sounding opportunity to attack Konoha. As long as Yiming is killed, the power of the entire world will once again be divided into two, one half of the Kingdom of Fire, and the other half of the Kingdom of Thunder. So now they are very excited, but his brother Killer B was not too happy before he came, because Yiming helped him when he couldn't control 8 tails. Up to now, he still remembers Yiming well. Since you have broken the balance, you must be killed. Now it is natural for you to encounter this situation. It seems that God can't see what you are doing. Before the war, Yi Yue said something very high-sounding, which aroused the atmosphere of the soldiers behind him. This is also the beginning of the routine. Basically, people in every war can find some way to figure out their reasons for fighting. For Yi Yue, Yiming doesn't catch a cold. This guy looks like a pseudo-kun. Yiming is used to it. Advertisement. You and the previous generation of Hokage are really in the same line. They're very thick-skinned and hypocritical. Yiming's words aroused many people's dissatisfaction. You must know that Yi Yue is their new generation of Hokage. This time he personally came out to fight, just to cheer them up. The entire Cloud Shinobi village worships Yue, just like Konoha worships Hokage. Now that their idols have been insulted, and they have brought the Hokage of the previous generation, how can they bear it? Thinking that you are number one in the world? Is this guy's brain not working well after losing his cultivation base? Yes, I dared to speak to us like this, so quickly kill him. It's time for the ninja world to change film days. Pouch. Yiming laughed. The smile made everyone look at each other. What are you laughing at? You can laugh when you die. Yagura can't wait, but now Yi Yu-Ha hasn't ordered an attack, and everyone is afraid to act. I'm laughing at your irresponsibility. After blowing his whistle, a little beast ran up to Yiming's shoulder with a piece of fine iron in his mouth like lightning. Kushina saw this situation and walked to Yiming's side, liberating Nine Tails. Two small beasts, the golden swallowing beast and Nine Tails, stood one after the other at the entrance of Konoha. A gust of wind blew, and the gold swallowing beast swelled in the wind, and its body like a hill directly covered all the light. There was a roar, and Nine Tails' body began to swell. At this time, people realized that the power of Nine Tails was completely restored without knowing when. This is impossible. The current Danzo is very surprised, because he did not expect Yiming to be able to fully restore the power of Nine Tails. It is very easy to know that chakra can absorb it, but it is very difficult to reverse and import it. It is absolutely possible for heaven-defying ninjutsu masters to be able to increase the amount of chakra of others. Advertisement. Speaking of this, Danzo has no knowledge. Nine Tails originally had so much chakra. Yiming once absorbed his chakra, so he knows Nine Tails' chakra structure very well, and what he is doing now is just to help it restore its strength, not to help it expand its strength. Looking at it this way, Yiming didn't actually improve his ability, just restored his ability. Of course, Yiming would not tell them all of this, and now they only need fear. After characterizing the two summoning beasts, Danzo directly commanded the people behind him to attack. Seeing such two giant beasts, the ninja armies of Water Country and Thunder Country were also caught in a dilemma. Only now did they know how weak their power is. Now that Yiming has no power, it is good, but if two summoning beasts are summoned casually, no one can stand it. Killer Bee sighed. He knew he couldn't stop his brother, so he could only rush towards Nine Tails and the golden swallowing beast with them. If the two of them join forces, there may be some chance of winning. It was precisely because of this judgment that he ignored Yagura and directly made suggestions with his brother. But when they just approached Konoha's city wall, a sword light suddenly fell from the sky. It's all tail beasts, why should you be afraid of him? No, they must be taken down today, isn't it just a fox and a dog? Yagura knew that Killer Bee must be better than himself, but now Killer Bee has not done anything. Killer Bee's eyes were very vicious. He had already understood the situation in the entire battlefield at the beginning, and he had very clearly realized their current power gap. However, their army just left. Even if Yui agreed, Yiming would not be willing. Yagura spoke out and began to pressure Killer Bee, trying to get him to act quickly. Let's give up, we can't beat these two summoning beasts alone. Everyone, go. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Originally thought that this time it was possible to take the fruits of Yiming's victory, and took more than half of Konoha's land in one round. Chapter 221. One person is the gate. This sword light seemed to be able to split the sky and the earth, marking a huge gully. Most ninjas use ninja swords, and very few people use swords. And with such a sword, even fewer people can be released. Or just one person. Yiming. In front of Konoha Gate, a white-haired Yiming's Shinken sword was glowing with electricity, and countless electric currents made Yiming's white hair fly, looking like Shiro was alive. At this time, the faces of all the enemies were as embarrassed as if they had eaten flies. Didn't Yiming lose his power? Why can he make such a sword? The most uncomfortable among them was Danzo, and he never thought of how Yiming is so powerful. Doesn't this make his plans all messed up? In front of Yiming, who was standing with a sword, everyone now dare not act rashly. Just kidding, even if the golden swallowing beast and the Nine Tails two summoning beasts were launched, they might not have been able to do it. Now they have added a Schrödinger Yiming, who can stand it. Before they came, Danzo patted his chest to assure them that Yiming had become a useless person. Now that I am here, it is different from what I said before. This guy Danzo is really unreliable. Dare to love Yiming, is it a useless person who didn't meet them? After meeting them, he will not only have the strength, but also be so terrifying? Give you two choices, the first one, enter Konoha and be killed by me, and the second one, leave here. Yiming stuck his sword on the ground and said to the ninja army in front of him. Yagura couldn't bear it at this time, and rushed straight up. Don't believe his nonsense, don't be afraid, he is already at the end. Before entering Yiming's body, the power of Nine Tails directly covered Yiming's body. Yiming then swung the sword softly. Yagura's arm was dripping with blood, and it fell to the ground with a slap. What? Advertisement holding her broken arm. Yagura lay on the ground and wailed in pain. He couldn't believe what happened to him. Aren't you rejected? Why? Yagura asked the question everyone wanted to ask. Yiming has no obligation to explain to him. Guess, Yiming said with a playful smile. The men behind him rushed over and took Yagura back to heal his injuries. Now his arm has just been broken, and soon, if he wants to connect it, he will be in a hurry. If he continues to fight, then he will definitely become a one-handed man. This is their Mizukage. Everyone happily grabs Konoha's territory together. No one wants this to happen. After seeing Yiming's strength, everyone was silent. They had been silent for a long time before, but this time they finally closed their mouths completely. The air was full of embarrassment, and now none of them knew if they should continue fighting. Wouldn't it be death if you continue to fight? If Yiming is such a powerful person, if they really do it, then it is not impossible for them to be completely destroyed here. These people are elites, who have spent countless efforts to cultivate them in their villages. If their lives are lost here in vain, then they will have to wait for the next generation before they want to develop. It will be more than 10 years later. The development of a village will take more than 10 years, so during this period the other villages will definitely surpass them. None of them dared to bear such a huge risk. So in the end, Yi Yuhao broke the silence with a loud voice. We withdrew Danzo's affairs today. We will find you to settle the accounts in the future. Obviously this time they were yin, and the yin was very miserable. The walking corpse ran over, but did not expect to leave dingy. This is not only a blow to their faces, but also represents that they have been shaved. The man who did all of this was Danzo. It was obviously the most critical moment, but Danzo didn't even show his head. The consequences of using them as guns are very serious. Before leaving, Yi Yuha also reminded Danzo. And what Danzo is doing at this time, he is in the village, sitting on the ground thinking about life. Advertisement, what should we do now? The seniors of the Uchiha clan are already very uncomfortable. They obviously chose the wrong boss, and when following Danzo, Danzo has promised that they will give them better development and treatment in the future. But now everything is in vain, and the Uchiha clan are also tied to this boat. Run away. Run away. Now Danzo is a little crazy, he doesn't know what to do. The only solution he can think of is to escape. Only after they escape, they will have a chance. Just when his thoughts were lost, a figure appeared in front of him and raised his head. Danzo saw Yiming. Watching his own large family members leave one after another, Danzo's heart was also very uncomfortable, but at this time he had completely failed, and he could not figure out Yiming's strength. Yiming attached a trace of extinction power to him. This power will continue to erode his chakra until his chakra is completely dissipated. We will not go with you, and we will accept the punishment afterwards. Goodbye Danzo. But thinking of his contributions over the years, Yiming is still ready to let him go, but he needs to hand over something before leaving. Listen to me, I don't want to. His attitude has gradually become unacceptable, and it is impossible for him to continue to make contributions in the village with such a mentality. Needless to say, you go, and never come back again. At that time, he will no longer be a ninja. But obviously people from these big families are not willing to escape with him. In fact, think about why these people live very well in Konoha, and follow Danzo just to be able to live better. The electric light on the Shinten sword directly tied Danzo's dantian like a cruise ship. This is the punishment Yiming gave him. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Yiming interrupted him directly and issued a final verdict on him. This guy has made a lot of contributions over the years, but this does not mean that he can make up for the mistakes he has made in the recent period. Now that he didn't get anything, he got into a commotion and put his position on the verge of embarrassment. At this time, Danzo even let them escape with him, which is obviously what he would say only when he knocked his head. After this battle, most of Anbu's members have given up resistance, and they began to surrender to Minato and Yiming. Chapter 222 Fragment of the Golden Core. Watching his figure gradually walk away and disappear beyond the horizon, at this time a ray of sunlight finally rises from the horizon. The golden swallowing beast and 9 tails shrunk back to him, and Kushina Mikoto also walked to Yiming's side. Puff. But at this time Yiming suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood. In fact, he had already overdrawn his original strength before, in order to be able to sing an empty city plan. But this situation didn't last long. After Yiming exerted his force forcibly, his whole body was also greatly damaged. The injured body is now in trouble again. But the good point is that this time the crisis has passed again, at least after Yiming's displayed strength. He eliminated all the enemies inside and outside Konoha. Yiming-kun, what's wrong with you? Mikoto and Kushina supported Yiming on the left and right. They were okay just now. Why are they vomiting blood now? Because this battle was released after I consumed all the strength I accumulated in the last period of time. Now the energy in the body has been exhausted again, and it is estimated that the recovery will be even slower. I'll take you to the hospital. The last time you said to make that herbal cola. What is the formula? I'll help you gather herbs. Taking Yiming, the two are about to send him to the hospital. No, send me home first. Recently, Yiming has found some ways to restore his abilities, but his secrets cannot be discovered. After all, he is a systematic person. But, your body. Kushina continuously inputs her 9 tails chakra to Yiming, and it is estimated that only Yiming can directly absorb chakra in this way. But the effect is not good, all of them are offset like a mud cow entering the sea. I don't know why, Yiming was able to directly absorb and use 9 tails chakra. It's also difficult for Yiming to explain to Kushina, but since 9 tails has a huge amount of chakra, it's okay to give Yiming some. After Yiming absorbed her chakra, she also felt that her body's extinction power seemed to be reduced. Advertisement. Now the chakra of 9 tails has recovered, so it can provide Yiming with huge energy. After thinking about it, Yiming said to Kushina. Can you lend it to me for a while? Sure. Seeing that 9 tails chakra is effective for Yiming, Kushina didn't hesitate to give the little fox to Yiming. Yiming and 9 tails are also old acquaintances. After the handover, they became smaller and stood on Yiming's shoulders, looking very cute. Incidentally, 9 tails also began to use its own power, constantly inputting chakra into Yiming's body. Although 9 tails can resist now, there is still a very powerful existence around him, the golden swallowing beast, so 9 tails dare not jump too much. Let it be with you too. Now Mikoto and Kushina are also very concerned. Kushina also took out the gold swallowing beast that Yiming had fostered before. At present, Yiming's combat effectiveness has been greatly damaged. If you forcefully fight with others, it is difficult to guarantee that there will be no other problems. So Yiming took these two guys away together. Back at home, Yiming began to investigate his physical condition, and the current condition is even more terrifying than before. He found that his golden core was overwhelmed and broke into 2 halves. But the golden pill did not ablate, but still existed in the Dantian. Now Yiming can't use any ninjutsu, and it's even very difficult to mobilize internal forces. The Koki drank also entered the sea like a clay cow, and his body became extremely heavy. At this time, Yiming looked at the simplicity of breaking into two halves in his body, and was lost in thought when looking at the cracks all over it. How can I recover now? Adjusting his breathing, Yiming began to use ancient narratives to continuously absorb the power between heaven and earth. Looking at the Jin Dan now shattered in his body, as well as the power of extinction in his body, it continued to wreak havoc like a scourge, causing damage to his body, and the internal strength that had just been restored was not enough to stuff their teeth. Fortunately, the power of Nine Tails was supporting Yiming's consumption. After one night, Yiming finally condensed a trace of internal strength. Advertisement. But at this time, the mutation happened, and the two pieces of golden core were broken into pieces, and they started to fight for Yiming's internal strength without giving up. In an instant, this internal force was directly divided up. At the same time, Yiming can clearly feel that he seems to have improved his control over these two golden cores. Moreover, after absorbing this internal force, the cracks of the two golden cores also recovered to an extent invisible to the naked eye. There is a play. Seeing that this method is so easy to use, Yiming is also a little excited. If nothing happens, he can now restore his strength in this way. But there is a problem, that is, the energy of Nine Tails is also limited. It is impossible to directly provide all of Yiming for sustainable development. Yiming can only absorb some every day. Only in this way can Nine Tails continue to produce its own chakra. During this period, Yiming also discovered one thing, that is, in the process of gradually absorbing Nine Tails chakra, the extinction power in his body has gradually merged with Nine Tails chakra, making his chakra extinct. Attributes. This is a very good development, so in these days, Yiming also began to slowly restore his strength through this method. Although it was a little slower, Yiming could still feel that his strength was constantly improving. The two golden cores in the pubic area had been entangled all the time, which gave Yiming a headache. Now I can't manage that much, as long as I can recover. Yiming started daily exercise and absorption of chakra. On the other side, after being driven away by Yiming, Danzo wandered outside and felt even more discouraged. In the process of constant wandering, Danzo felt that he was likely to die outside. Over the years, he has manipulated Anbu to do a lot of things for Konoha, and it is no surprise that he has provoked a large wave of enemies, and now these enemies are chasing him every day. But at this time, Danzo found that the amount of chakra on his body was getting less and less. Needless to say, Yiming must have moved him. Seeing his fighting power weaken day by day, Danzo is like an ant on a hot pot, and can't sleep in sorrow every day. At this time, he also missed the days when he was the leader of Anbu in Konoha village. If you didn't take the wrong step, maybe everything will change differently. Regret medicine has no place to sell in the world, and now all these sufferings can only be borne by him. Chapter 223. Shao organization is established. Just when his thoughts were lost, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. He now has only one arm left. No need to guess, he knows that it was Yagura who was cut off by Yiming before. Yagura lost an arm in the fight with Yiming a few days ago, and the rescue was ineffective after returning, so he is now disabled. Now his whole person looks very haggard, and his eyes are sunken, and there is endless anger in his pupils, but it is a pity that he can't find a place to vent. This guy seems to have become a grievance now. Standing beside him can feel the strong negative energy emanating from him. It is obvious that he is now on the verge of collapse. What are you coming to do with me? Danzo's current situation is very worrying. Now he is seriously injured, because he was hunted down by many enemies before, so now he has fallen to the point where there is no way to resist. But at this time, I met Jinchuriki, Yagura, and I have to say that his luck was really bad. With so many of us, do you think you can solve everything by escaping? Then what do you want me to do? His strength is too strong, even you can't help it. Danzo is also very wrong now, because he never thought that Yiming could attack even when he was seriously injured. It can even cut off Yagura's arm with a single sword. Such an attack power is terrifying in anyone's eyes, and no one can say that it can be blocked. I'm not looking for you to kill you, I want you to do something for me. Yagura spoke to Danzo grimly. If the hungry ghosts in hell are very scary, then Yagura is also very scary, no different from evil spirits. What do you want me to do? You are very close to the Uchiha clan, do you know how to transplant your eyes? As Yagura's voice fell, a person came out from behind him. To be precise, they were two people. They were the black-white Zetsu. Danzo was shocked when he saw the other person's figure, because he had fought against this guy many times, but he didn't expect Yagura to get in touch with the black-white Zetsu. Advertisement. Why is he here? You don't have to worry about it. You just need to join our organization now. I will give you an eye. By the way, you will also help me transplant an eye. If you get this eye, then I can give it to you. With the guarantee, your chakra will not be wasted anymore. Chakra will no longer be lost, which means that his strength can be restored. With such benefits, Danzo naturally nodded. What's the price? But Danzo calmed down soon, because he knew that there would be no pie in the sky. This guy was so good to himself, he must have been conspiring. It's very simple to transplant an eye, and you can't even give it to yourself. Yagura's eyes were burning, staring at Danzo, as if trying to clear all the secrets in Danzo. You are really a smart person. I hope you and I will start an organization to counterattack Konoha. Would you like it? Thinking of Yiming, Danzo's heart picked up again, because he already felt a very powerful sense of powerlessness. This is the feeling of powerlessness that arises in the face of crushing forces. With a trembling voice, he looked forward to and asked in fear. But now Yiming can still fight vigorously. I already felt it during the last fight. Although he cut off one of my arms, it was definitely the end of the crossbow. We only need to transplant all these eyes and counterattack them is enough. After hearing Yagura's very affirmative words, Danzo finally became firm. If that's the case, let's start, but how many eyes do you have? This sentence is about the black-white Zetsu behind Yagura. 4. Yu Uchiha Madara's pair of eyes, and a pair of chrysanthemum-like eyes. I also have Nagato's chakra, which is definitely enough for you to counterattack. Speaking of deep hatred, in fact, the black-white Zetsu and Yiming do not have any deep hatred, but because his plan has been blocked by Yiming, Yiming has now become his thorny eye. Advertisement: if the equipment is not released, then his plan to resurrect his master will never be realized. In the battle with Uchiha Madara and Chrysanthemum before Yiming, the black-white Zetsu has always been a participant. After they finished the battle, the black-white Zetsu also specially collected their corpses in order to be able to catch their eyeballs. Take it off. You must know that their pupil technique has extremely powerful power, and if it can be a master, it can play a very important role in their battles. In this case, you should be able to form a small team. What is your team going to be called? Yagura, who was standing on the side, popped a word out of her mouth. Dawn. Then White Zetsu summoned a clone and took Danzo out of here. Time flies quickly. Yiming has been in his small yard for 3 months. During these 3 months, he constantly exercised his strength every day, and finally succeeded in releasing some genin-level ninjutsu, NS. Although the strength is not as good as some more powerful genin, Yiming is also very satisfied. After all, the extinction power in his body is as heavy as a monstrous flood. After a few months, Yiming cracked 2 golden cores and repaired himself. Now he has 2 golden cores, but the size of the 2 golden cores is the same as the size of rice grains. The former Jinden was as big as a goose egg. Now, when compared, these 2 Jindens are like babies who have degenerated from adults to toddlers. During this period, Yiming has been searching for ways to restore his strength in his system store. During these 3 months, Yiming has been drinking beverages every day, every time he drank until he couldn't drink enough. Makoto and Kushina on the side saw that Yiming was so crazy, and thought he was stimulated in some way. Dragging such a body to drink a drink is obviously not a normal behavior. Later they took Yiming to see a psychologist, but the psychologist diagnosed Yiming's mental state as abnormally healthy. There is no way, they can only let Yiming continue to drink, and because of the large number of drinks during this period, Yiming has also saved nearly 50,000 purchase points. Today is when Yiming started to find a way to recover his strength. He opened the system and prepared to search again. The system store will have some very cheap spike activities at this time every day. Dozens or hundreds of them can buy very useful things. I don't know if today's spike activities will surprise him. Chapter 224. The top-level chi technique. This time Yiming finally got a very interesting thing after waiting for a long time. This is a skill. The name of the skill is Wang Chi. It is another name with a very oriental style, but after Yiming found this skill, he found that it seemed to be very similar to the skill of a ninja. The function of this skill is to hide people's breath, and by the way, it can also adjust the cultivator's breathing range to allow the entire body to accumulate energy. This is a very superficial skill. Even if it is practiced to a high level, it may not have any effect. After all, this kind of thing is completely inferior to Yiming's ancient chi refining technique. However, Yiming found some differences from it. For example, there are many places in this skill that can complement each other with the ancient crafting technique. The most important thing is that this skill can help him find some places that are full of vitality, and he can have a place that is several times more vital than normal. In this way, Yiming can practice slowly here to help him regain his strength. It stands to reason that Yiming has the strongest pupil technique, and should be able to find a place where the vitality of the world is very strong. But this is not the case, because at the beginning, Yiming just wanted to cultivate the power in these eyes into a means of attack, so he didn't expand other daily abilities at all. But after I bought this technique, it was different. After thinking about it, Yiming bought it. This thing is not too precious, so it only cost Yiming 10 points of purchase. After buying it, Yiming got a lot of increase. A purple breath appeared out of thin air, and then drifted into Yiming's eyes. After that, Yiming directly mastered this skill without training, and the whole person's eyes became a little purple. Of course, these purples do not affect the beauty, but instead make Yiming appear some very unique attractiveness in the eyes. Usually, the eyes will be discolored when the out-of-sight technique is used. With this skill, Yiming can successfully find some good places to heal his injuries. After finding these places, it is estimated that he will be able to quickly recover his physical condition. Ancient chi refining techniques are good things, but they can't choose where to practice. Advertisement: only after Yiming finds a suitable place and increases the concentration of the vitality of the heaven and earth in the space he is in, can he help Yiming repair his body more quickly. Now that he had this skill, Yiming limped out of the village with his crutch, the Xingtian sword, and when he left the village, Yiming left the gold-swallowing beast to protect the village. By the way, he also asked this little guy to tell everyone that he was leaving, so that they wouldn't worry. But it's a pity that this guy went to sleep after eating, and completely forgot Yiming's account. But at this time Yiming has also left the village and has gone a long way. Now Yiming is carrying 9 tails with him. This little guy can help Yiming regain his strength and offset the damage of extinction. But its power is only able to hold Yiming's injury. If you want to fully recover, Yiming has to practice by himself. Yiming found a place with beautiful scenery, which is a plain, but in the center of this plain there is a very high hill with plenty of energy in the sky and the earth. According to normal statements, this is where the so-called dragon veins converge. Yiming was about to climb the hillside to take a look, but was stopped by someone. He is a villager in this village. He looks very fierce, and his whole body is filled with an aura that no one should get near. Who are you? What did you come here for? Yiming knows that the whole road has been very unstable during the recent period, and they will definitely have a guard against themselves, which is understandable. In order to dispel their doubts, Yiming had to explain. I'm injured and want to rest here for a while. I won't enter the village. Just let me rest on this hillside. We also said these things. From now on, this man obviously does not believe in Yiming, because there are too many suspicious people here during this period of time, or there are many suspicious people on the road here. So his attitude was very bad and he was ready to drive Yiming away. Advertisement, I don't care what you do here, you can't stay here for a long time anyway, go quickly, don't let me drive you. Yiming was also a little surprised when he heard what he said. It seems that the situation here is getting worse and worse, and it is all caused by conspirators like Danzo. Without responding to him, Yiming leaned over and grabbed some dirt on the ground. After feeling the state of the land here, Yiming was surprised. Obviously, the quality of the land here is not proportional to the concentration of the heaven and earth energy here. It is reasonable to say that the weather here should be in a smooth and rainy state, but in fact the land here is dry and it seems that nothing has been harvested for a long time. Did you have a severe drought here? How do you know? They said they didn't come here specifically to harm us. Go ahead, don't blame us for being impolite if you don't say anything. If it hadn't been for the early investigation of this village, Yiming would never know the news, and naturally would not know them so much. So after hearing Yiming's words, the villager became even more impatient, and even called several of his companions, picked up the steel fork in his hand and prepared to drive Yiming away. Seeing them behaving like they were about to stab the yin, Yiming couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, I can help you solve the current situation, isn't it just drought? Can Yiming solve the drought? It is estimated that only gods can do it. Obviously, most people don't believe in Yiming's ability to express themselves. We must know that the ability to change the weather, unless it is the top ninja, but how can the top ninja be hurt in this way? Now they see that Yiming can't even walk steadily. If he is a ninja of that level, how could he suffer such a fatal injury? Don't be funny, if you can change our drought, why not let you live here? That's right, don't blow it up, we saw too many gods like you, and we finally drove them away. Yiming ignored it, and sat on the ground with some effort, raising the Xingtian sword in his hand. Chapter 225 The Rain God is actually myself. In the eyes of everyone's doubts, the sword in Yiming's hand actually emitted a burst of thunder, which burst into the clouds like a dragon. The whole sky suddenly thundered, and the sky suddenly changed from clear to clear. Negative. This power is not Yiming's own, but the power of this sword. After Yiming experienced the tribulation last time, this sword has the power of thunder. Originally, this sword has withstood the tempering of the tribulation. After experiencing thunder tribulation with Yiming, the thunder light on Xing Tianjian became even stronger. Later Yiming found out that he can now control the thunder and lightning power even if he has no internal power. Moreover, the above power will recover over time, which is equivalent to giving Yiming a life-saving method, and it is not consumed. This is a very good weapon for Yiming, who currently does not have the slightest strength. The wind gradually rose, the thunderclouds in the sky became thicker and thicker, and the thunder light on Yiming's sword became thicker and thicker. Just listen to a thunderbolt. The light as if a silver bottle had suddenly broken appeared above the dim sky, and then the roaring sound of thunderclouds reached people's ears. Then the pattering sound poured down along with a misty sky. It's raining, it's really raining. Everyone was excited and shocked, feeling incredible. They didn't expect Yiming to have such great power, and they didn't know how he used to draw the rain down. But the fact before them was wet rain, and the whole dry land began to slowly absorb, and the water became full. The immortal is definitely the reincarnation of some immortal. This method can't be imitated by anyone present. In other words, even the top ninjas can't imitate them. Unless the god of the ninja world named Yiming, he might be able to do this here, but it is said that the adult has always been in Konoha village. How could his strength be so severely injured, and he still ran here? So at this time, even the brawny man who blocked Yiming before, now his brain doesn't let it go. Advertisement. God, really is a god. Then can I live here now? I won't enter the village. At this time Yiming made his own request. Now that Yiming's identity made such a request, everyone nodded. Yes, of course, you can live as long as you want. Brothers arranged some food for Daxian. Bring all the chicken, duck and fish from the village. They were like worshipping gods, and in a short while, many fruit plates and various meat dishes were placed in front of Yiming. This makes Yiming a little embarrassed, because now his body can't eat too much, but these people are so passionate, there is no way. Yiming had to taste everything, and finally told them not to waste, let them together eat. During the meal, the big guy said to Yiming, the name of our village is called Fire Village. It is a small village under Konoha. As you can see, a series of strange incidents have occurred in the village during this period of time. The land has also experienced drought and no crops have been harvested, so we are so wary of outsiders. Yiming was also interested when he heard this. Originally, he thought that they were gradually repelling outsiders because of their own reasons. It turned out that something strange happened. With doubts, he asked the big man. What happened in your village? That's the case. Recently, we often have missing girls from the village here. It has been reported to Konoha for a long time, but Konoha has fallen into war recently and has no time to deal with it. At this moment, the person next to him interrupted and said, "Yes, a dozen young girls have disappeared recently, and I don't know where they went. They said that there were human-eating monsters on the hillside over there. They would come out of the ground at night, and we would stay here. I haven't encountered it for several days." No wonder Yiming would meet them when he was exploring this small mound. It turns out that these people are waiting here in turn waiting for the monsters. There will be no monsters on this continent. I will live on a small hill over there from now on. If I have any questions, I will tell you. That's great, don't worry if you are here, the villagers said excitedly. Advertisement: if a capable person like Yiming can come here to protect them, they will definitely feel at ease. You are too polite. Well, it's getting late, and I should go too. Yiming has never forgotten his goal when he came out this time, which is to restore his strength, so after chatting with them about the general situation of the village, he prepared to leave. Let's take you there, a villager said kindly when he saw that Yiming's actions were inconvenient. Yiming waved his hand and rejected their kindness, because now Yiming's physical condition cannot be shown in front of people. When practicing, even a trace of the extinction power on his body will instantly turn ordinary people into flying ash. So it is better not to involve them at this time. Yiming limped to this small hill with Xingtian's sword propped up, ready to see the situation. When I was watching from a long distance before, Yiming found that this place looks very different. Apart from the fullness of the heavens and the earth, I don't know where the specific differences are. Now after watching it up close, Yiming understands that it is really here. Some are particular. There is a nest in this place. The monsters inside may not be able to see the sun, so they dormant in it during the day. This caused Yiming to have a headache. He thought he had found a feng shui place, but he didn't expect to encounter rare and exotic animals when he first arrived here. In fact, at the beginning, Yiming still wanted to stop looking for another feng shui treasure place, but the system directly told Yiming through its own chi vision skills that every feng shui treasure place would have some rare and exotic animals. After getting this information, Yiming knows where he goes is the same, so he doesn't have to work hard. Now Yiming's power is not too strong. I don't know if he can defeat these strange beasts. Forgetting his strength, Yiming found that he still had 9 tails in his hand, and adding the Xingtian sword, it was basically stable. Finding a shady place to sit and shelter from the rain, Yiming began to wait for the monster to appear. I wonder if this guy took the girl from the village, or is there someone else? Chapter 226 The Battle of Maniac, Deidara appears. As the dusk fell, the sky cleared, and under the cover of night, a bright moon jumped up from the sky, occupying the entire night. While waiting here, Yiming also began to practice. He united the classical books with his own strength and breathed in. Soon Yiming's body has undergone some very rapid changes, and various injuries are also recovering very slowly. This place is really a treasure of feng shui. If it is in Konoha village, Yiming's efficiency will be very low, but here Yiming's efficiency has increased by at least several times. Seeing the power of extinction in his body slowly faded, Yiming's heart became more and more comfortable. Although his strength has not recovered now, at least he has taken the first step. While Yiming was practicing, a low voice came from the ground. It was the monster. Yiming hurriedly hid in a tree, ready to see what this monster looks like. After the land was tossed for a while, the inside of the small hill suddenly exploded, and a monster like a snake sprang out from it. It is not accurate to say that it was a snake, because the snake was really too thick. While crawling on the ground, Yiming probably looked at this guy and it should be nearly 10 meters away. It's pretty big. Without the slightest hesitation, Yiming directly picked up his Xingtian sword and rushed forward. This time his fighting ability has also been restored. Although it is still only Genin's level, he can already control Xingtian's sword. 9 tails beside Yiming also showed their own appearance, grabbing the boa constrictor with a paw, while Yiming jumped from the tree and cut off the head of the boa constrictor with a sword. The battle ended very quickly. After Yiming solved the guy, a very strange fluctuation attracted Yiming's attention. This wonderful wave came from the head of the big python. Yiming reached in and took out a demon pill. This is a good thing. It contains a lot of life power, and it can also improve a person's cultivation, but it may not be able to be absorbed so easily, and it needs to be matched with many other things. But now Yiming doesn't have any other medicines in his hands, and the various prescriptions sold in the system mall that match the medicine list are also very expensive. After thinking about it, Yiming found a compromise, and that was to make this demon pill with coke. This will not only kill 2 birds with 1 stone, but can even absorb the power in this demon pill into one's own body to a great extent. Taking out a bottle of coke, Yiming put the cyan demon pill in it, shook it, and poured it into his mouth like ordinary red wine. A bit bitter. Advertisement, however, because of the systematic blessing, Yiming's absorption efficiency after soaking this ammunition with coke is also very high. The 2 golden cores in the dantian also began to entangle and competed for internal power, enhancing each other's powers that Yiming drank into his body. Before a while, the cracks on these golden cores turned out to have recovered 10%. This makes Yiming overjoyed. You must know that this time Yiming came here with great determination. He didn't expect to taste the wonderful fruits of victory when he arrived here. Then start practicing. Picking up the smaller 9 tails, Yiming sat on the small hill, looked down at the scenery below, and began to sit up cross-legged, absorbing energy. When Yiming worked hard to cultivate, Danzo was uneasy because he found that after arriving at Kirigakure, he found a lot of good seedlings. These people are all very powerful, but now they only have 4 eyeballs. Danzo and Yagura took 1 each, but who would they give to the remaining 2? Now they are discussing this issue. Since Danzo came here, they have selected 7 very suitable people for training and joined their Akatsuki organization. I have a person named Deidara here who is very powerful, but he is not from our village. It is an orphan I collected from all over the country. Would you like to take a look at him? Yagura also knew that Danzo's choice was very uncomfortable, so he made his own suggestions. He was going to let Danzo take a look at this young man named Deidara. Yes, let him come here and I have a look. The rest of the people quickly brought a young man over. Although Deidara seems to be a teenager, in fact its combat effectiveness has exceeded many people's imagination. Yagura was very surprised after learning about his power, so I am here today to look for Danzo's recommendation. The moment he saw this child, Danzo felt that the other person seemed to be the kind of existence that made him feel dangerous. But this is impossible, this is just a teenager. There are many geniuses in the world, but Danzo does not see many people who can pose such a big threat to himself when he was a teenager like Yiming. Of course, Deidara's pressure on Danzo is definitely not as good as Yiming's 1/10, but even if it can bring some pressure on Danzo, it is very rare. Advertisement. Seeing this boy, Danzo asked, "What is your ability?" Deidara smiled and explained his ability very briefly. Explosion. Before Danzo could react after speaking, he quickly spit out a white thing from a mouth in his hand. "Show it to you. Get down." Yagura yelled directly to Danzo when he saw the crazy boy stretch out his hand. Although Danzo was taken aback for a moment, his reaction was still very fast, and he quickly squatted on the ground, and then a huge noise appeared on the martial arts arena. Bang! After the explosion gradually subsided, Danzo stood up and looked at the martial arts field, and found that the martial arts field had been flattened. There was even a hole nearly 10 meters deep in the ground. The ability of this guy can be described as terrifying. How many times can you explode such an explosion in your peak state? Deidara looked at the mouth on her hand, smiled a little shyly, and then responded. Unlimited, it's him. Danzo immediately decided to let Deidara inherit an eye. He liked the power of this young man very much. Not only was it very violent, but it was also released very quickly. It was much stronger than normal ninjutsu. If he is paired with a chrysanthemum-style Eye of Extinction, after blessing the power of extinction, his damage will be maximized. Chapter 227. Danzo's Decision, The Big Snake's Tail. Danzo was very happy. After choosing Deidara, he called him aside and started to wait. Now they still have the last place. I don't know who to give it to. Do you have any good candidates? Danzo looked at everyone on the court and found that they were all Chunin-level ninjas, and there was nothing too powerful. Even sending Deidara alone may be able to kill the entire playground in seconds, so Danzo also has a headache. After all, he doesn't like picking generals from dwarfs. Forget it, if there are more suitable people, we will choose again. Yagura, who was on the side, also understood that under the current circumstances, they couldn't choose the right person. After all, a suitable and powerful person is very difficult to find. Seeing the son, he immediately became angry. Danzo nodded and agreed with Yagura. If this is the case, let him prepare, and start transplanting him at noon today. Danzo is an expert in bloodwheel eye transplantation, and now only Danzo in their entire village knows this technique. They only found Danzo, so after Danzo decided, Yagura also nodded, ready to arrange things. There is nothing wrong with me, as long as you come over at noon, right? Standing on the side, Deidara didn't react, because he felt that this time he just improved his own strength. Even if he doesn't have this eye, he should still be a strong man, and having this eye is at best the icing on the cake. In fact, his pursuit of power has never been so longing, he just wants to implement his art to the end. And his art just exploded. Yes, nothing is going on now, you can go and rest for a while. Danzo likes this guy very much, because his combat effectiveness is very strong. If he can hold it in his hands, he can definitely play a very good role. Now Yiming's combat effectiveness has dropped drastically, and may even be worse than before. If they want to compete again, they know that the organization must rely on Deidara's strength and their own strength. He is good in other places, but he likes fantasy, as if he has existing fantasy now. He seems to have seen Yiming stepped under his feet. Advertisement. I also imagined myself, if I successfully solved Feng Yiming, what a bright future would be. But all this still needs to work hard. After all, he still has nothing yet. Looking at the newly transplanted eyes on his arm, Danzo was also lost in thought. Now I first need to push my plan forward. With the help of Yagura, the two of them have combined their swords and they should be able to achieve their goals. With his permission, Deidara said goodbye to them in the morning. At the same time, Yiming on the other side stood up to welcome the Chaoyang. Now after a night of practice, Yiming finally felt a trace of strength in his body. Now his injury has healed a lot. Now Yiming has reached the point where he no longer needs to hold his sword to support him when he walks. At this rate, it is estimated that Yiming will be able to recover completely within a few months, so that he can also return to Konoha. But at this time Yiming also found a problem, that is, the speed of his own absorption seems to be a bit fast. The reason for saying this is because Yiming discovered that after a night of cultivating here, the concentration of the vitality of heaven and earth here has actually weakened a lot. If you calculate this way, it is estimated that staying here for a week or two will dry up the vitality of this place, and it will take a long time before it can recover. At that time, you can only look for other places, but it doesn't matter, because Yiming had no delusion to stay in one place for a long time. That is equivalent to going out to travel. The more places you can go, the better. There is an old saying that is very good, reading thousands of books and walking thousands of miles. The same is true for cultivators like Yiming, who can only achieve breakthroughs after walking more. I remembered that the big python that I killed last night, Yiming came to the village. Such a big behemoth is obviously difficult to get under Yiming's hands. So Yiming could only call them over and let them see this monster in person. After seeing this monster, everyone was also talking about it. Unexpectedly, it was such a guy who kidnapped the girls in our village. The girls, don't they? Advertisement in all likelihood, there are no human beings. When Yiming saw this guy yesterday, he already felt that there seemed to be a lot of human aura hidden on the body of this giant python. It is probably because of swallowing those girls. And the sword he got was taken from the tail vertebra of Yuki Orochi. Look at this bone, is it particularly suitable as a weapon? Inquiry. 3 options are found, namely the primary, intermediate and advanced casting methods. Please choose host. Yiming has heard of the legend of the cloud sword in the sky. It turned out that he was here to offer the treasure. After Yiming took the bone, he found that the density of the bone was really high. Even if he took the Xingtian sword and slashed it on it, it only left a white mark. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Seeing that Yiming's mood was a little low, the people in the village consoled him instead. After that, a group of people began to study the body of the boa constrictor. A high-density snake bone is detected on the host's hand, and it is recommended to be cast into a weapon. You don't need to blame yourself. If it weren't for you, maybe we would lose more people. The sound of the system came over very quickly. Just as Yiming imagined, this bone is a very good material that can be used to forge weapons. Since this guy grew up in a place where the vitality of heaven and earth is very strong, the physical quality is absolutely high. Thinking of this, Yiming began to communicate with the system, ready to inquire about the material of this thing, and see if it is suitable for making a sword. This bone is a treasure in his body, so maybe its tailbone can be turned into a sword. Thinking of this, Yiming was also a little surprised. If he came here a few days earlier, he might be able to save more lives. How much purchase points does it cost to make? After hearing the cold and merciless voice of the system, Yiming was a little curious and clicked on these introductions, ready to see where the casting techniques of these 3 levels differ. The brawny man was their village head, and it didn't take long before he found Yiming with a bone. Chapter 228 Advanced Casting, a ninja who wants food and grass. After reading these introductions carefully, Yiming also fell into contemplation. The choices given by the system are very simple and rude. A low-level casting technique is used to shape a bone knife through polishing. It has no special abilities. The purchase point is 100 points. Intermediate casting method, purchasing various materials for fusion casting, may produce special effects. The probability is extremely low, and the purchase point that needs to be spent is 3,000. Advanced casting techniques, unknown means for casting, you can get artifacts, and consume 30,000 purchase points. Now Yiming still has tens of thousands of purchase points in his hand, which are all spare purchase points he left before storage. After seeing such an option, he is also a little moved. Yiming basically doesn't do it if he doesn't do it, but if he does it, he will do his best, just like he wants to cast the most advanced artifact. In fact, even if the system does not say Yiming can guess this casting method, it is estimated that a lot of special materials need to be purchased. It is very expensive to purchase the special materials for casting this weapon separately, and the package price of the system has already been discounted. Yiming has bought a lot of packages like this, and the guidance system will not bid himself. After all, they are all from his own family. So when faced with this kind of discount, Yiming did not hesitate and directly chose the most advanced casting method. With a burst of light shining, the bones in Yiming's hand disappeared, and the villagers on the side shouted for miracles. They have been convinced by Yiming's methods, and now they're even more amazed to see that Yiming can show such a powerful ability. My lord, do you want to eat? The village chief stood aside and asked Yiming respectfully if he was hungry. Yiming touched his stomach and found that he hadn't eaten a meal from last night to noon. He was indeed a little hungry. It takes a whole day to forge the system, so Yiming has been waiting for it is not a solution, just going down the mountain to eat something, so he nodded, and then prepared to go down the mountain. Just after going down the mountain, Yiming saw a group of people standing at the entrance of the village. These people are here to collect taxes. Recently, our harvest has not been good, but the tax rate is fixed, and a certain amount of grain must be handed in. Advertisement. The village head rubbed his sore forehead and explained to Yiming with some discomfort. Before Yiming came this year, they had been affected by the drought, and now they still need to hand over the grain to the animal husbandry, which is a huge burden for their village. Well, let me talk to you about it. Yiming's identity is relatively easy to use in Konoha, so Yiming plans to use his own face to talk about this. If it can make sense, it can also reduce the amount of food they have to hand in. Hello, do you know the situation in this village? This time Yiming didn't want to reveal his identity, because coming out of the village this time was a very confidential matter, so before coming, Yiming first dressed up in ninjutsu disguise. After walking in front of them and speaking, a group of people were very disdainful. Yiming sees that their titles are genin, but their style of doing things is very popular, but they are very arrogant and domineering. What are you? How can you speak here? People of any class are already much stronger than ordinary people the moment they become ninjas. Basically, a ninja can beat down dozens of normal adults. After possessing such a powerful force, these teenagers are all very proud and indulgent. It may be that Yiming has more contact with those excellent people, so he doesn't know much about these low-level expatriates. I didn't expect that their style of doing things is like this. After Yiming interceded, they began to humiliate Yiming. Why don't I have the right to speak? I am also a member of this village, and Konoha has clear regulations that need to reduce the collection of grain in the event of some disasters.
People on the entire continent are still in an agricultural society, and food is no different from life to them.
But these guys refused to give up at all, and instead collected them according to normal standards. This is definitely a violation of discipline. After Yiming thought about it, he felt that he could no longer set such flexible rules.
However, all these improvements need to be discussed after returning to the village. Now Yiming needs to deal with these dozen genin first.
We ninjas don't have the points to talk to guys like you. Believe it or not, I will just abolish you. Advertisement. This attitude directly caused Yiming to create an unknown fire. Is this the staff Konoha has sent outside? Relying on ninjutsu to oppress ordinary people. Ninjas appear to make people happy. People like you are not worthy to be ninjas. This group of ninjas was already impatient, and after listening to Yiming's teaching, they became even more angry. A fellow like you, still want to teach us? Okay, let's see the real trick under our hands. I think you should pay it today or tomorrow. Yes, as long as their village pays 1 day late, we can just come over and beat them. Yiming nodded and said, since you are going to do this, then I can't help it. It's time to teach you a lesson. Hearing Yiming's words, everyone laughed. They couldn't understand how people like Yiming dared to stand in front of them. This is obviously a brain problem. You must know that a normal adult cannot kill a ninja even if he loses his life. Even some very low-level genin can kill them directly by throwing a ninjutsu casually. You are very interesting. I have changed my mind now. I will not only let you hand in food, but also increase the quantity by 30%. The boy I was talking about was very arrogant and didn't put Yiming in his eyes at all, and he had already concluded that Yiming was just a bluff. If they can really beat them, what such a person is still doing here, would have gone to Konoha as a ninja long ago. But I am willing to give you a chance. If you can beat any of us today, I can levy your food in half. Over the years, there have been too many people who have been arrogant in front of Yiming, but Yiming has never let them succeed, and this guy is the same today. After he said these words, Yiming's mouth raised a faint smile. It seemed that he didn't know that there were so many people.
Then you have to talk and count. Don't go back and cry to find your mother if you are beaten. Chapter 229. One sword breaks the sword, and the abolished genin.
Genin from these Konohas are very crazy, but they didn't expect Yiming to be even more crazy than them. This arrogance seemed to radiate from his bones, as if he himself should be so powerful. But his identity is clearly just a villager. Why does he have such a temperament? Thinking of this, everyone felt very surprised. Of course, the leader was angry because he felt that his majesty had been provoked. They have been out for half a month, and they have rushed into many villages along the way. Some villages are even worse than the village where Yiming is located, but even then they still collect food. The villagers were very scared when they saw these ninjas, because the villagers knew that their strength and ninjas were not at the same level. So in the end they all agreed, handed in all the things, and would send them away respectfully in the future.
The leader enjoys this feeling very much, but today he met someone who dared to challenge, which made him feel aggrieved.
My name is Lanjing Shangxia, remember my name, because you will soon be beaten to death by me. The angry mountain Lanjing stared at Yiming, as if to kill Yiming directly with the anger in his eyes, so that he didn't need to use his hands. They also have discipline, that is, they cannot use violence against villagers. But now his enthusiasm is already on the rise, so he doesn't care about so much anymore. I'm not in the mood to write down the names of weak people like you. After Yiming smiled, he said to this guy very leisurely. Naturally, these words made him unable to bear it anymore. He directly drew out the knife behind his back. He was going to chop Yiming into 8 pieces. Only in this way could he understand his hatred.
I want you to die. After rushing over angrily, his knife speed was very fast. This knife was aimed directly at Yiming's neck. As long as a normal person was struck by this knife, he would definitely lie on the ground and die. Even the separation of the corpse is possible.
This is his famed stunt and the reason why he was able to successfully graduate from school by passing the next exam. Her set is extremely aggressive and hurts very high, because it can release chakra to his ninja sword. Superior. The long knife with attribute attack can directly cut people's throats, which is why he can cause huge damage. Advertisement. Seeing the distance between himself and Yiming, getting closer and closer, Yamashita Lanjing also laughed, because he felt that he was about to let Shinigami come by Yiming's side, and this time Yiming would definitely not be able to run. Anyone who feels challenging his dignity will be punished. This is a reason he summed up after these long assignments. He has always adhered to this principle in order to be able to pose as a master in front of his hands. Only in this way can he let his people convince himself and truly complete the task. It's a pity that he thinks a little bit more, because Yiming doesn't think he is fast at all, but instead thinks he is slow. Taking out his long sword, Yiming directly blocked his attack with a light swing. Although Yiming's strength has only been restored to Genin's level, Yiming has the ability to leapfrog and challenge in any realm. It's like this guy provoked Yiming, but Yiming didn't put him in his eyes. On the contrary, Yiming even wanted to laugh. Such a slow knife. If you want to fight Yiming, if no one guides you to practice it alone, you will have to practice for at least 10 years. Yiming's Kendo Supreme skill has reached LV99, ding. A sword flew his attack, and only then did the people next to him turn their heads to see Yiming's actions. Yiming's sword was too fast, so they didn't see it clearly. When they reacted, they only found that their boss's sword flew out. The key is not to let go and fly out, but to be cut in half directly. What kind of monster operation is this? Why can you just split the knives in half? You have to know that even if a genin uses his best, he may not be able to say that he can directly cleave shinobi. This thing is made of a special material, it is as difficult as climbing if you want to split it. But Yiming, this guy didn't know how to do it, and he could cut his shinobi with a single sword. This strength is a bit scary. Seeing the other half dancing in the sky breaking the knife, Shangxia Lanjing was crazy, but his father found several people to ask him to bring him the knife. Advertisement: he was invincible when he used this knife before, and most of the people around him couldn't beat him, except for Konoha's geniuses in the same period. He originally thought that the people in the village were the highest level existence, but he did not expect that he would be abused after he left the village. Unbearable. This is absolutely unbearable. A crazy mood spread over him, took out a long-cherished special military grain pill from his arms, and Shangxia Lanjing directly threw it into his mouth. Yiming knows this. This is a medicine that can stimulate the human body's potential. After taking it, a genin can gradually increase his strength to the level of chunin. But this medicine also has a flaw, that is, after it is used up, if no one is protected, it will definitely get out of it, and it will not get up after lying in bed for 3 or 4 days. I want you to die. His pale and feeble scream sounded to Yiming. It was a bit pitiful. Yiming didn't know why this guy likes to fight so hard. It turns out that after I left school recently, those teachers taught me such a guy. This guy doesn't seem to be able to do anything, so let Yiming educate her. Carrying his short sword, he rushed towards Yiming again. This time he was very murderous, and he was already fighting with Yiming's mentality. The shame of Konoha. Sighing, Yiming swung his sword. Lanjing Yamashita's offense seemed to be completely ineffective. He didn't reach Yiming at all. Instead, he was nailed to the ground by Yiming. Do you have anything else to say? If you don't, I will destroy your chakra. Seeing Lanjing at the foot of the mountain, who had fallen into a mad state on the ground, there was no reaction. Yiming didn't give him a chance, and directly kicked his dantian. The chakra of the ninja is usually gathered here, and then starts to wander around the body from the dantian. Yiming directly destroyed his dantian, and from then on he can only become an ordinary person. This time Yiming punished him just like the measures taken against Danzo before. Chapter 230. Identity revealed. Sky Cloud Sword. Obviously, this time he met Yiming. He played the Iron Plate. It is estimated that he will be very regretful in his life, but Yiming has already seen that his character is really bad. For a person like this, even after letting him go, he will have an impact on Konoha. It may be the impact of reputation, or it may be a substantial impact. Anyway, the danger is always to be killed in the cradle, just as Yiming directly killed it now. At this time, the group of people behind rushed up reluctantly, because their boss was beaten, and now they can't make a difference when they go back, and the food has not been confiscated. Now if they are blocked by Yiming, then don't think about being able to receive such a good task in the future. For their own benefit, they were also preparing to besiege Yiming, but at this time, a man with great vision noticed the anomaly. Do you think his sword is a bit familiar? Yiming's sword is entwined with lightning, and the whole body is pitch black. It doesn't seem to be much different from ordinary swords, but it is extremely sharp. There is a legend circulating throughout Konoha. It is said that 4th generation has a super powerful sword. This sword is entangled with electric light and has extremely high damage. They happen to have also heard the recent rumors of Fengmi Yiming. Although he has changed his appearance now, they still guessed a lot of things. After all, ninjas collect information and analyze data. They reacted quickly after seeing Yiming's abnormality. 4th generation. Shish. Yiming stopped them from continuing. After these people reacted, they almost knelt on the ground in an instant. They couldn't imagine that they would meet Yiming while performing tasks outside. I didn't even think that I would conflict with Yiming. After reacting, the backs of several of them were instantly wet with cold sweat. Oh my god, isn't it a longevity? Advertisement: if you know it is Yiming here, even if they give them 10 courage, no one will dare to say a word. The reduction of grain collection will be done. Now they, the irritable boss, is making everyone difficult to fight. What a crime.
Take him away. The grain here will not be expropriated, and other places will reduce it as appropriate. We should still have a lot of grain. The country of fire is in a plain area, where the grain output is already very large, and they also have a lot of grain in stock, but these people can do better when they are doing business for themselves. So they don't care about when to pay more and when to pay less. As long as they receive it on time and according to the amount, they feel pretty good.
After hearing Yiming's words, they realized what Yiming meant, so they nodded quickly.
Then we will retreat first. You can eat and drink and have fun here.
In order not to reveal Yiming's identity, and to leave here as soon as possible, these people apologized to Yiming and left.
Yiming waved his hand to let them leave. After all, if his identity is revealed here, Konoha is definitely not easy to explain. A lot of eyes are now on Konoha. If there is a problem here, it will cause trouble to Minato.
Hold him away. Several people dragged Shangxia Lanjing to take him away. Now Shangxia Lanjing has passed out, but she can still feel the pain. Because of his previous irrational actions, these people left a very bad influence on Yiming, so they didn't keep any hands at all, and tried their best to drag Shangxia Lanjing away. At this time, Shangxia Lanjing's mouth twitched, not knowing whether it was because of the pain or something else. After seeing them, Grandpa Yiming sighed after they left. Fortunately, he recovered some strength, otherwise he would be bullied by Genin when he runs out of the village as a Hokage. If this kind of thing is really realized and spread out, it will definitely make Yiming very embarrassed. Thank you. If you didn't help us here, maybe they would just vacate our village. At this time, Yiming saw that the granary on the villagers' side was already more than half empty, and only 1/3 of the grain was stored. It's not easy for you. Anyway, if you meet them in the future, you must be specific and don't be afraid. Okay, after you demonstrated to us today, we have also learned.
Advertisement. These villagers are very simple. After knowing that Yiming is here to heal his injuries, they are also very good to Yiming, so Yiming should help them.
After Yiming gave them some explanations, after eating some food here, he returned to the hills of the back mountain, ready to continue practicing. After returning here, Yiming received a message from the system. This rune not only has an extremely sharp aura when it is touched. With this thing, Yiming's combat effectiveness should be able to improve a lot.
When I left in the morning, the system took the python tail vertebra that Yiming had brought from the villagers to cast. Now it has been a day and everything is ready.
With an attitude of giving it a try, Yiming asked his doubts about the system. The rewards given by the system are generally very good, but it is vain not to find it. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Open the introduction to Yiming, ready to see what kind of knife it is. Yiming was looking forward to these rewards, but the system did not tell him where he was going, which made him a little headache. Tiankong Yunji and True, one of the 3 god tier devices, with cutting runes attached to it. It is extremely sharp and can cut everything.
The Sky Cluster Cloud Sword of one of the 3 god tier devices has been collected. If the host can collect the other 2 god tier devices, special rewards can be obtained.
Very pleasantly surprised and unexpected, Yiming continued to read along the instructions, and found that there were several other things mentioned later. When the system's voice came, a ray of light appeared in front of Yiming, and then a bone knife appeared in front of Yiming. Yiming has heard of the other 2 god tier devices. The first is Yada Mirror, the second is Ba Kai Chong Guyu, and the third is Tien Kong Yen Jian. This is the sound only made by top weapons. Yiming is also very happy after getting such a knife. This is also a property with attributes. After reading it over and over, Yiming found that there was a small rune printed on it. The casting is complete. Where can I find these things? This knife is also quite long, and although it is made of bone, Yiming vaguely heard the sound of Jin Jie when he was on the bridge. Chapter 231 3 God tier device, a new treasure of feng shui. After hearing Yiming's question, this time I was very surprised and gave Yiming some hints. A place where energy gathers. Where does the energy gather? Yiming seems to have understood something. The meaning of the system is already obvious. Just like the treasures of feng shui found by Yiming, there are probably some materials that can be practiced into treasures. When I find these materials and give them to the system, maybe I can refine the 3 god tier devices with luck. Now Yiming already has one of the 3 god tier devices. The remaining 2 things depend on luck. If they can be found, they may bring a lot of surprises to Yiming. After all, these 3 god tier devices are on this land. Totem. Absolute treasure. Holding this newly acquired Tien Kongyun, Yiming couldn't put it down. But now it's time to practice. Yiming didn't practice during the day, which was a waste of time. After thinking about it, Yiming put the Xing Tianjin and Tien Kongyun away, sat cross-legged on the ground, ready to start practicing. Konoha on the other side was in chaos, because they discovered that Yiming was lost. This is a huge thing. You must know that Yiming is the top combat power in their village, or the top combat power in the world. Only with Yiming can we have deterrence. If Yiming is not in the village, then several other countries may come back to attack their land. I think that many people here are also very uncomfortable. The most uncomfortable among them is Minato. He has a very good relationship with Yiming, but Yiming left without saying goodbye, which made him feel betrayed. Makoto and Kushina also started to search for Yiming in the village at this time. The 2 girls even ran into the surrounding deserted mountains and ridges, ready to see if Yiming was hiding here to practice. But in the end they got nothing, and they couldn't even see the figure. At this time, Yiming confessed that the gold-swallowing beast, who told Konoha that he had left the news, was sleeping soundly. Advertisement turning over, the dog burped again, and continued to fall asleep. If Yiming absolutely wants to beat him up here, and clearly explain his affairs, this guy is so unreliable, he has forgotten all about it. Now everyone in Konoha village is busy looking for Yiming, but they don't know that the culprit is still in Yiming's room, lying in the den and sleeping. After practicing all night, when Yiming woke up, the sky had gradually brightened. Yiming quickly drank a few sips of coke with his dry mouth. Yiming found that the demon pill made with cola is really a nourishing holy product, which not only restores his own vitality, but also greatly helps his own cultivation. Now Yiming's strength has been restored to 2 levels. I believe that as long as he works hard, it will not be long before Yiming can restore his full strength. But now there are 2 problems blocking Yiming. The first problem is that Yiming now has 2 golden pills in his body. After the 2 golden pills were separated, they formed a small golden pills. Because of the input of Yiming's internal forces, they began to grow bigger, and after Yiming's worries about whether they would fight for territory, they would fight in their own pubic area. In addition, it is the energy concentration here. Every time Yiming practices, the entire world, like Uzumaki, has a center of Uzumaki. That is, the endless power around Yiming is rushing towards Yiming, so Yiming can absorb it quickly. But this also has a drawback, that is, the energy consumption here is too large. Originally, this place was a treasure geomancy place, but after Yiming passed by, only the name of the treasure geomancy place remained in this place, but it didn't have much aura. After seeing this situation, Yiming was a little afraid to absorb it. After all, this place is home to the villagers to live and work in peace and contentment. If all their spiritual energy is drained, they will not be able to grow food. Thinking of this, Yiming stood up, ready to say goodbye to them. He has been cultivating here for several days, and it is time to find the next feng shui treasure. Walking down the mountain, Yiming saw that the village chief had prepared breakfast and was waiting for him. They told Yiming last night that they would cook breakfast every day and wait for Yiming to come down to eat. God tier, you are here. Seeing Yiming coming, everyone stood up respectfully to greet him, but Yiming waved his hand so that they didn't care about the red tape. During the meal, Yiming opened his mouth and explained what he meant to leave. Thank you very much for this period of time, but I can't live here any longer. I'm leaving now. Advertisement, how come? The people here are very reluctant to let Yiming go, because after Yiming got here, not only did it rain for them first, but it also helped them drive away the ninja who made trouble for them. During this period, they also helped them kill the boa constrictors that harmed the village. Thank you for your kindness. I have some other things to do. You are welcome. Yiming kept flying in the sky, crossing thousands of miles of rivers and mountains, and preparing to find some suitable places. After a lap of learning, there was nothing noticed, and now Yiming had no choice but to fly from the ground. Such a capable Yiming will naturally be liked by many people. It is covered with snow and looks very beautiful. But when he first flew down, a strange wave attracted Yiming's attention again. Yiming stopped when he arrived in the Kingdom of Thunder. Now he is on the border of the Kingdom of Thunder. There's a mountain range in this place. This is all caused by the concentration of energy here. Universal Pull is just a status line skill. Yiming can now use it after recovering 20% of his strength. Holding the dry food the villagers stuffed into his hands, Yiming waved at them and left these places. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Thank you for your help in the past few days. After helping you leave, Wu Yun will be prosperous. Seeing that Yiming's intention has been decided, the villagers no longer force Yiming to stay here. It's like a treasured place of geomantic omen, either with beautiful scenery or smooth weather. After finding this place, Yiming knew that he had encountered the treasured geomancy again, so he flew straight down from the sky. The village chief led the people in the village and bowed deeply to Yiming. When the Wang Qi technique was activated, Yiming began to explore all the energy-sufficient places within 100 li. Stay for a while, we haven't repaid our gratitude yet. Chapter 232. Wonderful Snow Mountain. Lucky draw. The chakra here is very chaotic, so the shape of the snow in these places has also appeared in varying degrees of confusion. This chaos comes from changes in temperature. When the temperature is extremely low, the snowball will not be in the state of some snowflakes, but will become small particles. Some places in this mountain range are covered with snow in the state of snowflakes, but some places have become small, cold particles. Obviously, the temperature in these mountains is different. According to Wang Qi, this kind of thing is normal, because in this kind of weather, there will be some unusual treasures or spirit beasts in Feng Shui treasure land full of vitality. Appear. Therefore, these chakra fluctuations are very likely to be caused by some unusual treasures. But Yiming is not familiar with the terrain here, and if he rushes in, he will definitely get lost. Maybe he would still be trapped if he didn't find the rare and exotic treasures. With his current strength, it was still not enough to resist. There are many ninjas stationed at the border of Thunder Country, on the one hand to prevent the enemy from invading, on the other hand, because the weather here is strong and there are many rare treasures. Just as Yiming stood there thinking about how to find a stationed ninja to ask about the details of this place, a group of ninjas walked down from this snowy mountain. Each of them was carrying heavy pieces of snow, and it seemed that they should be ninjas stationed nearby, coming here to melt the snow and collect water. In fact, Yiming was puzzled before. Why is the average physical fitness of the ninja of Thunder Country so much higher than that of normal people? Is it because of this environment? But that's not right, because there are many places suitable for human living in the whole country of Thunder Country. Why do people living there have very strong physical fitness? There must be a special reason. In other words, it is because of the water source. Generally speaking, a lot of snow water cannot be drunk because it is very dirty. But the conditions here are very severe, and they can only find some water from here. It seems that these people are familiar with this side, otherwise it is impossible for a small team to come directly to this snow-capped mountain. Yiming roughly estimated and found that the altitude of this mountain is still quite high, at least several thousand meters. But these people, relying on their strong physical fitness, were able to climb up to get water. In order to be able to get the situation in the master as quickly as possible, Yiming decided to catch someone to ask about the situation. After thinking about it, Yiming directly took out the sky cloud sword that had just been forged in order not to expose himself, and swung the sword to cut off a large piece of thick snow on the mountain. Advertisement. Then the avalanche happened. I saw a faint rumbling in the distance, and the snow on the top of the mountain rolled down the mountain in an overwhelming manner. What's the situation? It turned out to be an avalanche. Everyone, run. After the experienced leader heard the sound and saw the blizzard falling from the top of the mountain, he threw down the snow on his back and immediately ran away. Still conscientious, he reminded several of his teammates in time. After hearing the captain's voice, the ninjas began to flee. Fengme Yiming, the initiator of all this, stood in the distance and watched them run away. At this time, a ninja ran slower and fell, and other companions ran away. He was completely abandoned by his companions. Then Yiming chose this ninja who was running slowly and was abandoned by his companions, urging ninjutsu to discount his legs and couldn't stand up anymore. Ninjas are cold-blooded, and they will definitely choose to escape when facing a life crisis. Although teammates are very important in Yiming's view, this is just a concept spread in Konoha. It may not be popular in the country of Thunder, a country that advocates fighting. After all, they rely on teammates to survive in their values. All are weak. Just at the moment when this little hapless guy was flooded by the rushing ice and snow, Yiming quickly launched the universal pull and wanted to use gravity to suck away all the snow that rolled down. Although the ability to use this ability is still a great burden for him at present, in order to be able to understand the situation here, Yiming can't take care of that much. Fortunately, the man was also saved, and after gravity removed all the snow, Yiming successfully found this guy. When she came closer, she was unexpectedly a young girl with brown skin. At first glance, she looked like a member of Thunder Country. This girl seems to be about the same age as Kakashi, but she has already begun to perform tasks on her own. It is obvious that she was pushed here by the people in the village. According to the training policy of each village, most young people will first take some low-level to high-level tasks in the village according to their own strength to train themselves and slowly improve their strength. Advertisement: after the strength reaches a certain level, they will have an upgrade assessment, which is also a very good way to develop. But there are also people who are very unpopular or really incompetent and have no value in training. They will be sent out to perform tasks, as genin will be assistants to chunin or jonin. Wake up, can you still move? He shook the girl gently and then checked her injury, but she was fractured, and he was relieved after making sure that there was nothing serious. The first impression when people meet is very important. If you want girls to help them find their way in the snow-capped mountains, it is necessary to leave a good impression first. Hearing someone calling herself, the shocked girl reacted from a state of shock. At that moment, she almost thought she was going to die. You must know that most of the ninjas who can escape in the avalanche have some strength. She didn't have any abilities, and she was still the lowest level genin. She couldn't get along in the village, so she was sent here. Naturally, her strength was conceivable. But what people didn't expect was that although he was not strong enough, he was lucky and was rescued. Seeing that she was still alive, the girl seemed to see hope. The girl in a better mood originally wanted to open her mouth and say thank you to Yiming, but at this time, a heart-wrenching pain swept through. Hiss, the source of this pain was her calf. Looking down, the girl found that her calf was broken. Poorly looked at Yiming. Yiming walked up very intimately and began to treat her with medical ninjutsu. He connected the broken leg and took out clothes and made a bandage to fix the broken leg of the girl. What's your name? Yiming asked while helping the girl carefully. Chapter 233 Kui. My name is Kui. The little girl endured the pain and said her name to Yiming, and also pointed to her forehead protector. I am a ninja from Thunder Country. Thank you for saving me. Are you a villager here? Can you help me down the mountain? I'm going to meet the captain and the others. Yiming nodded at the request made by Kui. It is certainly possible to help him. After all, he caused Kaguya's injury, so he should be responsible for what he said. But before that, Yiming needs to let the girl take herself up the mountain first, because Yiming clearly feel that there is something unusual at the top of the mountain. After finding something, Yiming needs to ask Kaguya to help him down the mountain. Although Yiming can fly in the sky, but at such a high altitude, Yiming's strength is not enough. Now he has only recovered 20% of his strength, and he can't perform too many complex sports here. The altitude here is very high. It is very likely to have altitude sickness, even if the physical fitness of the ninja has to take a break when encountering this situation. I can take you down the mountain to find your teammates, but now I need to get some clean snow to go up the mountain. Can you take me to the top of the mountain? Yes, but I think your body is very weak. Can you support it to the top of the mountain? Now Yiming's image is not so handsome, because of physical reasons. Yiming's face is a little paler now, and it seems that Yiming's figure is also a little thin. As a very low-level ninja, Kui must have never heard of Yiming's name, and he has never seen Yiming's appearance, so he doesn't know Yiming's power. If he knew it, Kaguya would definitely not say this. Of course you can, don't look at me thin, but it's all muscles. There is no big problem with Yiming's current situation with a Kaguya, and besides not knowing the road, Yiming's icy and snowy environment can't affect him. The big deal is to put a fire-style grilled body. But I'm hurting my leg now, how are we going to get up? Advertisement Kui pointed out a very direct problem, because now he is injured and cannot go up with Yiming. It's simple, I can carry you on my back. What? Even if this mountain is a ninja from Yinyan village, after the body has been tempered, it is very difficult to climb the mountain. But how could Yiming say that he wanted to take two people up the mountain so easily? Does he not know the strength of this mountain? You must know that this is the most volatile snow mountain in their country. The temperature inside changes every step, and in some places it may only be a few degrees below zero, but in some places it can even reach minus tens of degrees below zero. But Yiming has to climb this mysterious mountain and carry himself on his back, which is obviously not something normal people can do. In fact, Kaguya didn't know that Yiming has recovered 20% of his internal strength, which can be used as physical strength to consume. That's why Yiming said this. When he started climbing, Yiming discovered that this mountain is indeed a bit unusual. According to Kui, even now no one knows the reason why this mountain has become like this. But one thing is certain is that this mountain was definitely created by the gods. As for the reason for the creation, many people speculate that the gods want people to survive here, so they created a snow-capped mountain so that they can get water here. But this reason is obviously far-fetched, and water can be taken wherever it is. At this time, some people think that after this mountain appears, it is to test people's mentality. As long as you continue to climb up and down here, and go up and down the mountain every day, you can exercise your body and make yourself more powerful. Ninja. With this rumor, many people supported this statement, and there were even some ninjas who chose to be stationed here in order to make themselves stronger. Of course, they were finally dismissed because of the harsh environment. Kaguya and Yiming talked a lot along the way, and Yiming also had a preliminary understanding of this mountain. Advertisement. But after hearing so much Yiming, I still feel that this mountain was not created by God. But Yiming is different. Yiming's internal strength and their chakra are not a system, which can provide Yiming with a lot of energy in the case of insufficient physical strength. You must know that this is just a teenage girl who hasn't even grown up completely. How could it be possible to support such a high-intensity physical exercise? Ninjas have limited physical strength. Even after training, unless they are like Might Guy and Might Wear, most of them are of normal level of physical fitness, which is only a little better than ordinary people. In addition, Yiming's previous body has been tempered by the tribulation and exercises that are higher than that of Might Wear, so his physical fitness may be more than 10 times stronger than that of a normal ninja. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Such poor mountains and bad waters can sometimes be called geomantic treasures. How many back and forth can you run under normal circumstances? Yiming was also curious that she came out to perform tasks at such a young age, and couldn't help asking. What she said suddenly made Yiming contact something. According to Kaguya, it seems that most people's physical strength is not enough to support going up and down the mountain. Your physical strength is so strong, if a normal person walks here for a while with me on his back, it will not work. Even if you endure climbing halfway up the mountain, you will be tired to turn back. Kaguya praised Yiming's physical strength. It is dozens or even hundreds of times stronger than ordinary people. Yiming with this kind of physical quality can carry Kaguya when climbing the mountain without spending too much effort. That's not true. In fact, my physical strength is not good, and the number of times I can hold it down is very small. It is the whole process that depends on willpower. But this leads to Yiming's doubts. That is why Kaguya can reach this level only through exercise. Besides, you can climb this snow mountain with a height of several thousand meters by yourself, so why didn't you run away during the avalanche before? This is because of some changes in the veins of the earth and the power of nature, which makes this mountain look very magical, but all these problems are caused by the power between heaven and earth. Hearing Yiming's compliment, Kaguya scratched his head in embarrassment and said, "Then your physical strength is the best among them. If I continue climbing, my energy will be exhausted after only one round trip, but we won't go straight down after going up the mountain. We will rest on it for a few hours before going down the mountain." Chapter 234. Call Kaguya, magical energy ninjas like them. In fact, once they are abandoned by the people in the village, it means that they can only accept some garrison missions in the future. It's like guarding the mine and being a soldier. Or came to this place where the living environment is very harsh, and the end result is buried here. The end of a lifetime can actually be seen when I come here again. But even so, there are still some people who can rely on strong willpower to actively exercise themselves in the process of performing tasks, and then take the Chunin exam to reverse their destiny. Kaguya is probably such a person. Do you want to become stronger, and then choose to use this snow mountain to exercise yourself? Yiming saw through his mind in an instant, and the small face of Kaguya's brown skin turned red. I don't know if it was because of the cold or embarrassment. A little shyly nodded, and Kaguya expressed his thoughts. In fact, at this time, Kaguya, who had already entered the garrison, knew that his thoughts were purely because the toad wanted to eat swan meat. Who doesn't want to leave here? Who doesn't want to accept the key training in the village? But everyone's power is limited, and sometimes even hard work is useless. Thinking of this, Kaguya was silent. The chat between the two was also interrupted at this time. Yiming knew that what he said just now might have reminded the girl of bad things, so he didn't continue speaking, and silently climbed the mountain with Kaguya on his back. There are many ways to go up the mountain, but the dangerous way down the mountain is absolutely not allowed. So when they went up the mountain, they didn't need to show the way, and the two became even more silent. There seems to be an atmosphere of embarrassment that is constantly spreading. After waiting for nearly half an hour, Kaguya stammered and broke the current embarrassment. I have no talent. I am a ninja who is not worth being cultivated. Maybe people's talents really have boundaries, so I was given up by the village. Boom. Yiming didn't twist his head, but just flung his finger on Kaguya's forehead. Ah, what are you doing, advertisement? With your current efforts, it is not worth talking about the theory of talent limitation. You have been challenging this mountain range to exercise your body because you can continue to grow stronger. At least you have not limited your things yet. Do you think too much? I know a person who works very hard. There is almost no chakra amount, but he has become a Jonin in the village. He is good, but he will not give up. At least you still have a good chakra amount. How can you stop at this time? Stopped. Hearing Yiming's words, Kaguya's eyes also lit up. What Yiming said is very reasonable, although she has no talent, but now she hasn't even tried her best, so how can she say that life is over? Shaking her body, Kaguya pressed her small body to Yiming's body, and it seemed that no one had awakened herself for a long time. Many genins stationed here do not know whether it is because of environmental problems or their own problems. After completing the tasks in the whole day, they are idle, eating and waiting to die. I don't know when it started, but Kaguya was also assimilated by them. If it weren't for Yiming told her the truth today. Actually, I stopped climbing for a long time before you came. Now, do you want to continue climbing? I will continue. Kaguya nodded vigorously. Yiming felt a little more relaxed when he could help Kaguya break the big stone that had been backlogged for many years. In other words, there's less guilt. After all, Yiming broke her leg before. Of course, Yiming would not tell her that she broke her leg. In the process of chatting between the two, the top of the mountain was already in sight. Secretly activated the lookout technique, Yiming's eyes were filled with purple gas, and he saw that there seemed to be a blue energy on the top of the mountain. This energy is extremely cold, and it hasn't come close yet. Just feel the energy in the distance, and there is a biting cold. The higher the altitude, the colder the place. The highest peak of this mountain is the coldest place. This extremely cold energy should be a cold attribute, and it is normal to be entrenched on the top of the mountain. However, there seemed to be some problems at this time. That is, after Yiming appeared here, the self-operating chi training technique unexpectedly absorbed the cold breath into Yiming's body. There were bursts of tingling sensations. While absorbing these energy, Yiming felt like his body was being pierced by countless small needles. Gradually, Yiming's body began to become stiff. Advertisement. In desperation, Yiming can only stop the automatic chi training technique. I thought I had to explain it here when I absorbed it again, but Yiming discovered that this force is not only able to freeze himself, but also to freeze the extinction force in the body that continuously harms the body. This force was definitely more difficult than imagined, but it was frozen by this cold energy. I have to say, there is something. It seems that the energy held by different geomantic treasures is also different. The girl's heart is very kind, and she is unwilling to cause trouble to Yiming even in this extreme situation. It's better for me to carry you on my back, otherwise you will be injured when you go down the mountain and you will walk very slowly. To be precise, it is a jade monument. Putting Kaguya down now will only cause her to consume her energy in vain. She is already injured, and Yiming is unwilling to let her move around. No wonder these ninjas who went to the top of the mountain haven't found this thing for so many years. This temperature is still not a threat to Yiming. Regarding his own condition and the operation of internal forces, Yiming is not easy to explain to Kaguya, so he said. At this time, Yiming finally saw what was on the top of the mountain. A smile climbed up to the corner of Yiming's mouth. Yiming first placed Kaguya on the top of the mountain in the small camp left by his shinobu team, then walked to a corner by himself and started digging. Oh, if there is a problem, you can put me down, and I can move on one leg. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. She seemed to feel the passing of Yiming's body temperature, and Kaguya, who was lying behind Yiming, asked with concern. Because the color is pure white and the snow is thick, this jade steel was buried directly under the snow and blocked by a thick layer of ice. It doesn't matter, my clothes were not tightly wrapped just now. This is a stone monument. In a blink of an eye, the two Yiming had already reached the top of the mountain. In case something is left behind, Yiming will be guilty. What's the matter? Is it physically uncomfortable? The road down the mountain is rugged, and Yiming is worried that he is going in the wrong direction, so he needs Kaguya very much. Chapter 235. Peculiar Ice Crystal, Farewell Down the Mountain. This time Yiming did not sit down and absorb his own energy directly after arriving at this feng shui treasure place, mainly because Yiming felt that the power here did not seem to be so friendly. If you absorb too much, you might freeze yourself all up. If you do this, the gain will outweigh the loss. Moreover, this power is extremely cold. After absorbing it, although it can freeze the extinction power inside one's own body, it will also cause damage to one's own body, so it is best to absorb less. The power here cannot be absorbed by Yiming too much, but the protection Yiming here is very greedy. The deeper you dig when you dig, the more you can feel this very magical power displayed inside. A few hot lava escape techniques were secretly released, and the effect was much better than Yiming had imagined. After such ninjutsu is taken out, it can have a very good effect. It melts very fast, and the most important thing is that it will not be discovered by Kaguya. Taking it out, Yiming couldn't feel any temperature from above. After encountering this situation, Yiming thought of a very suitable word to describe this treasure. 10,000 years chill. This feng shui treasure land should be the place where this treasure was born. Although I don't know how long this treasure has been born, at least Yiming knows that this is definitely something that can be born after years of accumulation. Thinking of this, Yiming began to scan this particular material system with the system. The answer given by the system was very simple. Extremely cold ice heart, cold air restrained, can be used to forge treasures. This material is naturally formed. There is no need to add any auxiliary materials. No consumption. Forging consumption, 300 points. It can be forged at a cost of 300 points. Compared with the previous artifacts, it is obviously much more affordable. So he gave the treasure to the system to start forging, and this forging is expected to take more than half a day. I don't know what kind of treasure will be made this time. Thinking of this, he began to look forward to it. After taking the treasure, even if the exploration of the feng shui treasures here is completed, it is time to go down the mountain with Kaguya. I'll help you heal the injury on your leg. Advertisement. Now Yiming doesn't need to accumulate his own internal strength anymore. He didn't treat her injuries before because he wanted to save some strength. After all, in such a feng shui treasure, Yiming is afraid of encountering some monsters or a very harsh environment, which may consume his combat power. But now it's different. Yiming already knows the secret of this mountain. The reason why the temperature on this mountain is different in many places is mainly because the energy emitted by the extremely cold ice heart that Yiming has obtained is irregular. When this irregular cold spreads to the entire mountain peak, it is very likely that some places of this mountain will be very cold, but some places are not so cold. How do you treat me? Are you a medical ninja? How can a medical ninja compare to me? I'm a doctor. Yiming curled his mouth and smiled, as if he didn't like this kind of ninja very much. You know that in Konoha village, Yiming's subordinates have brought out batch after batch of medical ninjas. Even Tsunade was taught by Yiming. Although they call themselves medical ninjas, Yiming has always regarded them as doctors. Doctors and medical ninjas are not the same. Doctors must have a broader mind to help the world and save people. Of course, there is more to say here, so Yiming also interrupted his thoughts and looked down at Kui's injury. Doctor? That's amazing. After Yiming's palm gently brushed Kui's calf, her leg was healed miraculously, and it looked more powerful than before. Kui's fracture is just a small problem, and Yiming has already seen it. She is a very strong person. Even if she doesn't help the other party to reply, Kui will walk on the ground forcibly in a few days. That would be bad, because the root cause of the disease is likely to fall. It was Yiming who beat Kajui like this, so I was still a little guilty, and now it happened to make up for Kajui. Incidentally, Yiming also released some internal forces and entered Kajui's body. These internal forces can continue to help Kui make some changes to his body in the days to come. From a certain perspective, it can actually be regarded as improving Kui's talent. These changes are only very small, and they are the same for everyone in Yiming. But when it was placed in front of Kui, it was completely different. Advertisement: she can feel her body. After being treated by Yiming, some magical changes have taken place, and the amount of chakra that can be manipulated has even increased. You were amazing too. In fact, during the conversation just now, Kui had already guessed that Yiming must not be an ordinary person. Now that Yiming has shown such power, she believes in her own judgment even more. But Kajui is also very smart. After seeing Yiming's unwillingness to reveal her identity, the girl didn't ask. Everyone has their own secrets, and it doesn't matter if you don't tell them. After receiving Yiming's treatment in silence, Kui asked a little shyly. I haven't recovered yet, can you carry me a little further? Is the injury still okay? Yiming scratched his head, somewhat suspicious of his treatment. According to normal circumstances, this shouldn't be the case. Obviously, he had already checked it, and he also very intimately filled all the gaps in Kui's broken bones. Well, if that's the case, let's accompany you for a while, but I recommend you to try it out on the ground. No, you can accompany me for a while. Kui's words were already very clear, and she also felt that she was going to be separated from Yiming, so she wanted Yiming to accompany her for a while. Following the road pointed out by Kajui, Yiming went all the way down the mountain, and didn't waste much time going down the mountain, and it only took him up the mountain to get to the bottom of the mountain in less than half of the time. At this time, some ninja troops also rushed over to prepare for rescue. They also discovered Kui's disappearance after returning. Before the avalanche appeared, everyone could only escape for their lives. With the strength of these garrison ninjas, it is impossible to have time to save people under the avalanche. After seeing Kajui being taken down by Yiming, everyone surrounded him. Chapter 236, Sneak back to the top of the peak, Ice Crystal Beast's haunt. Great, you're okay, we are going to find you. I was scared to death. When we fled to the bottom of the mountain, we found that there was no one in the team. After contacting the searching troops, we hurried over to prepare to rescue you. You are so lucky that you can meet someone to rescue you. After a group of people sighed for a while, they turned their attention to Yiming. He was able to walk down the mountain with a person behind his back. He didn't know if the strength of this guy was strong. At least he had surpassed most ninjas in physical strength. Yiming's stamina is very good, and it can top dozens of people like people. But these people actually don't know that Yiming not only brought Kui down from the mountain, but also climbed to the top of the mountain with Kui on his back. If they get this news, it is estimated that they will drop their jaws. Of course, Yiming will not tell them about these things. Excuse me, are you? A person with the appearance of a captain walked up to Yiming and prepared to investigate Yiming's identity. They were in the border area. If you are a strong person, and you are not someone you know well, it is likely that a country outside the border of Thunder Country came here. The situation in the entire ninja world is not very good now, and it is not an exaggeration to describe it as a soldier, so every stranger must be cross-examined. Strong people like Yiming naturally arouse their high alertness. I am a person from outside. I usually live by hunting, so I have better physical strength. Yiming, in a few words, cleared away his suspicions. For these low-level ninjas, Yiming is unwilling to have any contact with them, and is unwilling to conflict with them. Now his strength has recovered by 20%. If there is a conflict with them, it is too bullying. It turned out to be like this, thank you. Their team leader thanked Yiming very much, and believed after hearing what he said. There will indeed be some Orion people here. If it is an Orion, it is not too unusual to be able to go up and down the mountain. Advertisement. I bowed to Yiming to express my gratitude. The people of Thunder Country were ready to take Kajui out of here, but before leaving, Kajui was obviously very unwilling to give up. Where can I see you in the future? Although the two people got along for a short period of less than a day, Kui had already undergone 2 transformations during this period. The first time was psychological, and the second time, Yiming gave Kui an internal force. These are precious experiences for Kui. After this encounter, he has laid the foundation for her to become stronger. If you are destined, you can see you again. Yiming waved and left here. Seeing Yiming's distant figure, Kajui was also a little bit reluctant. I patted my company. Her instructor is not the mentality that a ninja like them should have. She decided that she must become stronger. Only in this way can I get out of this snow-capped mountain, and I will have a chance to meet Yiming in the future. Walking in the opposite direction from them, Yiming began to look at the structure of this snow-capped mountain. In Yiming's eyes, such a snow-capped mountain is obviously a strong treasure. Because the energy radiated from it can be frozen into an extinct force in the body. If you can control it well, maybe this time you can restore Yiming's strength a lot. So Yiming went around after a circle, and when he came back, the system prompts that the treasure before Yiming is ready. This is a very small Go Jade pendant. When handed to Yiming, Yiming could feel a very cold breath from above. This is the treasure of this mountain. After bringing this thing, Yiming began to observe the instructions given by several systems. Bachichanguyu change. The immediate effect. To speed up the practice, with a cold effect attached to it. Sure enough, after I put it on, I felt Yiming with my heart, and found that my body seemed to be even colder, and the internal force in the body began to rotate slowly, which was better than before. The power of extinction previously blocked Yiming's internal power movement, reducing the strength of Yiming's entire person to the point where there is no one in 10. Advertisement. Now everything has changed. Thinking of this, Yiming feels that after possessing this treasure, he can try and challenge to absorb the heaven and earth energy of this mountain range. This is considered a treasured place of geomantic omen, but because it is too cold, the energy inside is also very violent. This is normal now. Yiming finally nodded in satisfaction after seeing this situation. The temperature here is very bad, and the environment is not very good.
Yiming waved his hand, seemingly provocative, looked at them and said,
"Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. It stands to reason that there will be some monsters guarding them around the treasure. It's like now that Yiming didn't encounter any trouble after getting the treasure. This made him very puzzled. Now that he came back here again, Yiming finally found these guys. You guys go together. Compared with these places, Yiming can now absorb power without any scruples on the snow-capped mountains. The growth of trees in dense forests will be more difficult because the energy between heaven and earth is completely consumed. Before Yiming, when he discovered the treasures of feng shui, he was afraid to absorb the power here, because this would greatly affect the quality of life of local people. After being absorbed, it can even help the people here to change the environment of ice and snow, which is a great achievement.
Walking to the top of the mountain again, Yiming discovered a very magical thing at this time. There were a few beasts covered with ice crystals dormant here.
Thinking of this, Yiming walked up the snow-capped mountain alone, ready to drain the strength from the summit. If it weren't for turning around and returning, maybe these beasts would cause harm to people, and they would probably cause some casualties after going down the mountain. These guys stared at the necklace on Yiming's body, and seemed to be attracted by the cold energy emanating from it. With this treasure, Yiming is confident that he can domesticate the energy here. The treasures of geomantic omen in the plains, after losing energy, crop yields may decrease. All of this is the result of the gathering of some cold energy from the surrounding area. If Yiming can drain the energy, the environment here will be improved. The beasts that grew up around the 10,000 years ice are very powerful, and they are equivalent to bringing a kind of ice blood boundary, which ordinary ninjas can't beat. Fortunately, Yiming came here. Chapter 237 Absorb strength and restore strength. Seeing Yiming's provocative actions, these beasts were completely enraged. In their territory, basically everyone who came here would be killed by them. Over the years, countless people have disappeared in their hands. In fact, this is also a normal thing, because where the beasts live, there will be some boundaries that they delineate. These boundaries are that those who dare to invade their territory will be killed. This can also be regarded as a kind of guardianship for one's own territory. These beasts are even more extreme, because there are very powerful treasures in their territory, so they don't even allow anyone to approach here. In fact, Yiming didn't know that before he came, there were frequent incidents of missing people on this mountain. For these missing people, the rescue team specially sent out people to find them, but they found nothing. It seems that a strange force is attacking them. Over time, this kind of thing will disappear, because no one can really investigate the source of this mysterious power, and can only pray that oneself will not be swallowed by this mysterious power in the process of going up and down the mountain. Before Kaguya also forgot to tell Yiming, that is the reason why many people here are reluctant to go up the mountain alone. The main reason is that most of the people here are afraid of losing their lives on the mountain. Cold eyes stared at him, and they pulled away the thick snow like groundhogs, and their figures disappeared directly into the snow. This is their unique ability to hide. Because they have ice crystals on their bodies, they can well hide their existence in the ice and snow. In this way, their attacks will be more rapid and unpredictable. Whoosh! An ice crystal beast suddenly emerged from a snowdrift beside Yiming. He drew out the Sky Kong Yun sword he had built before, and then drew the Shing Tian sword from the void, and started to chop with one sword in both hands. The skins of these beasts are very hard. Even if the Shing Tianjin slashed down hard, it would only be able to cut a white mark. Advertisement. But the good thing is that the power of the thunder attached to this sword can paralyze the bodies of these ice crystal beasts. Afterwards, the Sky Kong Yun sword slashed up again, and it was able to cause very big damage. After trying his best to hit the beast, Yiming almost cut off its cervical spine. At this time, the other ice crystal beasts also saw Yiming's power, and began a desperate battle. In their eyes, robbing their treasures is like robbing their lives. They must be immortal. That's why the battle with Yiming is so fierce. You are a little bit beyond my expectation. After Yiming said lightly, he never looked for these ice crystal beasts again. Fire-style great fireball technique. A huge fireball appeared around Yiming's body. The fireball emitted a violent light, even stronger than the sun's rays. At close range, all the snow was melted, and the surrounding snow was all. There was a red light. Obviously Yiming wanted to melt all the snow around him, so that these ice crystal beasts would not be able to escape. The method he chose was very good. In less than 2 minutes, all the snow around Yiming was burned, and the rest was a thick layer of ice. Without the snow, these ice crystal beasts couldn't get into the solid ice, so they could only stare at Yiming anxiously, not daring to attack. After stopping the attack, they began to project ice crystals on Yiming from a long distance. This ice crystal is very hard, even Yiming can't break it with a weapon. I don't know what material it is made of, but after these things are shot, the power is not too great, so it didn't cause any harm to Yiming. Seeing that this method is not available, these ice crystal beasts have no other choice. They rushed towards Yiming, and finally they were solved by Yiming 3 times and 5 times. They even kept lying on the ground, looking at the Tomo pendant on Yiming's chest. It's not easy for you to guard this thing for so many years. I don't want to kill you today. I just want to cultivate here for a few days. Advertisement. This is not because of the Virgin of Yiming, but because Yiming feels that these guys are very simple, just want to protect this treasure, and they can't commit a death fight. The ice crystal beast had no choice but to stand in the distance and stared at him, looking for an opportunity to find flaws. With such a powerful comparison of strength, they also understand that they seem to be unable to grab a treasure from Yiming's hands, but they still can't help but hover around him all the time. Yiming didn't care that they set up an enchantment directly next to his body. This enchantment was the purple enchantment that Yiming had laid for them when he was in Konoha. Although it is a simple version, it is enough to prevent these guys from attacking themselves. When Yiming closed his eyes and began to practice, these ice crystal beasts began to continuously hit Yiming's enchantment. But unfortunately, their attacks were of no use at all. On the contrary, they were completely defended by Yiming. Sitting in them, Yiming was like an old man sitting firmly on the Diaoyutai, and began to continuously absorb the power between heaven and earth. This time Yiming has clearly felt that he can control these forces through Bachichanguyu, and the most important point is that these forces can also consciously help Yiming to transform his body and offset the damage of extinction. After absorbing here for a while, Yiming finally realized the feeling of comfort. Now that the power of extinction in Yiming's body has been consumed 7 or 888, the internal force of meridians can begin to function naturally. Under such circumstances, Yiming can start cultivating spontaneously and regain his strength. This is also a very good change. As long as Yiming can practice and allow his internal strength to work, Yiming's cultivation base will progress better and better, and it will be just around the corner when his strength is restored. Clenching his fists, Yiming felt the long-lost sense of power seems to be back in his body again. So he immediately stepped up his cultivation. This time Yiming hopes to recover another 20 to 30% of his strength. If he can recover to this level, he will basically be invincible in the world. I don't know if this time in the process of recovery, will my golden core change? Thinking of this, Yiming worked harder. Chapter 238. The remaining artifact, Danzo's conspiracy. Time did not know how long it had passed. When Yiming opened his eyes again, the sky had brightened, and the surrounding ice crystal beasts all collapsed to the ground. Looking around, all the surrounding snow has melted. This is because after Yiming absorbed the cold here, the snow here could not withstand the temperature change and turned into water. Now the 2 golden pills in Yiming's body have all condensed into similar-sized forms, which are a full circle larger than before. Although he has not recovered his peak strength, Yiming is now able to use the power of the golden core stage. After seeing that the climate here has changed, Yiming also felt that the energy here seemed to be absorbed cleanly by himself, so he got up and prepared to leave here. This time the harvest was very huge. Yiming unknowingly made up enough of the second of the 3 artifacts, which is Bachichanguyu. The effect of this treasure may be more powerful than the Sky Kong Yun sword. Because Yiming feels that this treasure can not only help him improve the speed of his cultivation, but also can use some violent energy for his own use in some specific environments. And the system also said that the role of this treasure has not been fully developed. The following things are likely to require Yiming's own exploration. Thinking of this, Yiming couldn't help sighing that he was really lucky. It was so easy, and he encountered 2 treasures. In fact, it cannot be calculated like this, because the area of this continent is actually not that large, and the location of the treasures of Feng Shui is also very famous. Yiming's ability to find here is not only his luck, but also the guidance of Qi Shu. After combining these factors, Yiming was able to find these 2 Feng Shui treasures so quickly, and made the second of the 3 god-tier devices. The system said before that if 3 artifacts can be made, Yiming will be able to get a special reward. I don't know what this special reward is. As he walked, he fell into contemplation. At the same time, Danzo was in a very good mood. After he came to Rain Shinobi Village, he gained the support of many people, and when his eyes were transplanted, his strength also increased to a certain extent. Advertisement. Not only is he not affected by Yiming, but his strength is close to that of Uchiha Madara. He is confident that after waiting a few days, he can successfully study his own eyes thoroughly, and his power will surpass Uchiha Madara. Speaking of Uchiha Madara, he is actually an older generation, and he doesn't know much about the development of ninjutsu in recent years. In fact, after combining various blood succession limits and unique ninjutsu in recent years, Danzo found that Uchiha Madara's eyes can be used in a really wide range. Now if he meets Yiming again, it is estimated that he will be able to deal with it easily. Even if he can't fight, at least he can escape. Just as he was addicted to his own power, a young man walked over behind him. He is Deidara, and now one of his eyes is covered with gauze, making it impossible to see what's inside. It seems that there are eyes behind him. Danzo already knows who the person is without turning his head back. This is his unique ability and perspective after transplanting his eyes, which has covered all parts of his body in all directions. How is the recovery recently? Danzo is very concerned about Deidara's situation. After the eyes are transplanted, different people will be awakened with different abilities. It's like now after being transplanted, Deidara should be able to awaken some different abilities, but his body has been rejected during this period of time, so he did not practice.
It's almost restored, Deidara replied simply. Can you see what your abilities are now? At the same time, he valued his abilities even more.
It hasn't been revealed yet. Danzo was very curious about his abilities, because if they wanted to take revenge on Yiming this time, they must need Deidara's abilities, because his abilities can cause the most damage. You must know that his ability can be released unlimited times, as long as there is clay is enough. In this counterattack, Danzo also valued him very much, and at the same time, after Deidara walked in, several teenagers appeared behind him. Among these teenagers, one was playing with dolls, and one was carrying a long knife. Advertisement: these people are very young, and they are also the first group of Akatsuki members specially selected by Danzo. Later, Black White Zetsu will train as your captain. If you have any questions, you can come to me. After hearing his words, everyone looked at the Black White Zetsu standing in the corner of the training ground. And you, I have great expectations of you. I hope you don't let me down. When they were leaving, Danzo said to Deidara again that this time their preparation process was actually very difficult. After all, if you want to successfully do these things well, you must need Deidara's help. Although his combat effectiveness is not the strongest, his destructiveness is definitely the strongest. This time Konoha's enchantment must be solved by Deidara. When dreaming of stepping into Konoha, Danzo also had a smile on his face. After so many years, the smile on his face is actually very rare. After having not laughed for a long time, he seemed to have forgotten how to laugh. Now that he laughed suddenly, the smile on his face under the accumulation of wrinkles turned out to be a bit hideous. At this time, Yagura also walked in and began to discuss this plan with Danzo. Do you think he is really okay? Didn't you say that your barrier is indestructible? Yagura's words made Danzo frown. He didn't like other people very much and regarded himself as a member of Konoha village. Since Konoha village is no longer needed, he wouldn't let Konoha village feel better, and now that they are in the same line, he must be very uncomfortable. It's not us, it's them. I'm no longer Konoha's person. Please figure this out. After a pause, Danzo continued. They are indeed indestructible, but as long as they are ninjutsu, there will be loopholes. You should also know this. We now have this top-notch pupil technique. Isn't it easy to observe their loopholes? Speaking of this, there was a cruel light in his eyes. If you can, I hope you can go to Konoha village with me during this period of time. Let's use pupil technique to observe their enchantment together. Chapter 239, Conspiracy and Konoha's Grief. Okay, I will go with you, but will we be discovered? No, you have to know that I am the person who knows this village best. The two voices were getting smaller and smaller, and in the process of conspiring, there were bursts of uncontrollable laughter. On the other hand, Yiming has already dealt with the problems in his hands, and the rest is only slowly recovering. Now after Yiming's internal strength is restored, the whole person's power can also be controlled. At this time, he can already rely on it. One's own power to eliminate the power of extinction in the body. However, it may take some time to fully restore the strength of the peak period. Yiming now takes out the inner alchemy of the boa constrictor he killed before and soaks in coke every day, in order to absorb as much energy as possible. All these energies were transformed into internal power. In less than a week, Yiming, who was traveling outside, had recovered to his base building strength. Now Yiming can control gravity to fly in the sky without too much burden. Yiming had to come down and rest for a long time before flying. This is the result of lack of strength. It was different now, he could fly as long as he wanted, and the recovery speed of his power was much higher than the consumption speed. After possessing such power, he was originally going to return to Konoha village, but now he has gathered two artifacts in his hands, and the effects are still so good, so Yiming also wants to see what the last artifact is. Where? Yada mirror. Even Yiming didn't have a clue about this thing, and even Yiming didn't want to understand it as his material. During this period, Yiming also continued to search for many treasures of feng shui. Wang Shi technique had reached its maximum, but he still didn't find any relevant news. However, in the process of traveling around, Yiming discovered a problem, that is, the veins of this continent seem to be very small. The things that can support an entire continent should be very huge, just like the ground veins that support the continental framework. Generally speaking, they must at least stretch for thousands of miles. However, during the investigation, Yiming discovered that the ground veins of the entire building were not obvious except for the central area. Advertisement, and the most important point is that these hidden ground veins in other places seem to be traces of man-made changes. Yiming didn't think too much about this matter, because at this time, if you entangled this kind of problem, it was a matter for geologists. Maybe when Yiming's power is really comparable to this continent, he will be able to truly crack these secrets. In fact, after arriving in this world, Yiming has always felt that everything in this world is not as real as he imagined, and it seems that many places are a little incomprehensible. Of course, this feeling is just a kind of self-judgment of him. At least the people he meets now also want the Konoha that Yiming lived in as real. Shaking his head, Yiming straightened out his thoughts a bit, so he was ready to return to Konoha. Now Yiming has been wandering outside for several months. Because Yiming has been practicing during this period, he has never contacted Konoha's people. But this is nothing. They should also know that they have gone out to find a way to restore their eyesight. Thinking of this, Yiming took out his own mirror and was going to see Konoha's situation. This is the picture mirror he bought in the system before. You can see the situation in the village. But from this look, Yiming found that it was incredible. As soon as I saw it, Kushina was full of tears, and then Mikoto, whose dark circles under her eyes could not be covered like a panda. What happened? After looking for a while, he discovered something. In front of the two girls, there was an investigation report of the missing. This is from the investigation report with Yiming's name impressively written on it, and there is a line of small characters on it. After investigation, Yiming has a high probability of death. What script? Where's the golden swallowing beast? Yiming remembered that he told this puppy before he left, and told him to tell Kushina that he was leaving, Makoto, Minato and others, but this guy forgot it in a blink of an eye. Switching the camera to his house, Yiming saw the golden swallowing beast that started to fall asleep after just eating a pile of fine iron. It's really unreliable. Advertisement. The current Yiming's face is full of black lines. For this guy, Yiming feels that it is necessary to be tortured. When going back this time, he must let him learn animal virtues. In Konoha, or the whole continent, there is no one else except Yiming who can make this thunder appear. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. They naturally know who this thunder belongs to. But the sky had no eyes, and in the end Yiming died so soon. It is not white, but purple, but in fact, the situation is not what they thought it was, but after a long time, people said it was very sad, and both Kushina and Makoto subtly convinced the situation. But now Yiming is gone, and the two of them are equivalent to a broken relationship. Now the two of them don't fight anymore, they just hug each other and cry every day. Could it be that he is back? He is only in his early 20s, and if he is given some more opportunities, his development will definitely surpass any ninja. At the same time, the situation on Konoha's side is also very magical. Many people think that Yiming is ashamed and angry after losing his strength, and then he is ready to seek short-sightedness. If they didn't know that Yiming came out specially by themselves, then Yiming has indeed been outside for a long time this time, so it's no wonder they're worried. Today, when they were talking together, suddenly a thunderstorm appeared in Konoha's sky. The color of this thunderstorm was very magical. Many people actually know the pain of a broken relationship. During these difficult months, Kushina and Makoto supported each other and became good sisters. At this time, whether it was Minato, who was working on documents in the office, or Kushina and Makoto who were sighing, their eyes widened. Incidentally, I sigh why a talented person like Yiming passed away so soon. Thinking of this, Yiming can only go back and tell them that he is still alive, otherwise, Makoto and Kushina may really be crying all day long. Thinking of this, Makoto and Kushina were also a little bit angry by the way. The two of them did not get married until they were 20 years old, but they were actually waiting for Yiming. Chapter 240th Leaving. End. When this thunder appeared, Danzo and Yagura were already standing on a mountain in the distance of Konoha village. It's him, can't wait, let's start now. Before he comes back, I will contact the black and white Zetsu to send the people from Akatsuki's organization with Earth Style. Seeing this thunder, Yagura and Danzo were a little flustered. Although they already have the strength to fight Yiming, it is impossible to get revenge under Yiming's nose. So they can only do things well in advance, so that they can successfully solve the problem. Well, speed it up, I'm going to crack Konoha's barrier now. When it was time to shuttle between the dense jungle, Danzo started a crazy knot. Normal ninjutsu only needs more than a dozen knots to be enough, but Danzo uses 30 knots to channel his chakra energy. It is conceivable that the ninjutsu he is about to show is definitely a powerful ninjutsu far surpassing the forbidden technique level. The blood succession boundary unfolded, and a mysterious light blue volume unfolded from his hand and flew towards the barrier of Konoha village. Click. There was a crisp sound, like the sound of an eggshell cracking, and the entire Konoha barrier instantly collapsed. What happened? Minato looked towards the sky and found that the looming purple enchantment in the entire sky was shattering at an extremely fast speed. At this time, a wild laugh came from the sky. Konoha, I'm back, you all have to pay the price. Now Danzo's power has made everyone extremely flustered. Even Kushina, who already has top pupil skills, knows that she is not the opponent's opponent. What should I do? It seems that I am coming back at the right time. There was a sudden voice in the sky. Danzo's eyes widened instantly after hearing it. Why is it so fast? The position of the purple thunder just now was obviously thousands of miles away. The person who came back was Yiming, who was just now, finally regaining his strength at the last moment. When Yiming first started, he didn't actually think that he would be able to recover completely. But just now after revealing the power of his two golden cores, a thunder tribulation condensed directly in the sky. It seems that he has crossed the robbery again. It's normal to think about it, after all, now he has two golden cores, one at a time, after experiencing the last time, now he still owes another tribulation. After crossing the robbery, his strength returned to its peak again, and it was stronger than before. This is like an engine. There is only one engine and the power that two engines can generate is not as simple as 1 + 1. Yagura, the two of us teamed up to defeat him. Danzo, in a confused mood, knew that he was definitely not Yiming's opponent, so he quickly called Yagura and prepared to fight Yiming to the death. 6 paths technique disintegrated. This is the power Danzo gained after transplanting his eyes. This power can disintegrate matter from the atomic level. With this power, he can break the barrier of Konoha. This force had no specific shape, but it acted on Yiming's body and began to tear Yiming's body. It's a pity, it's useless. The strength is still a little bit small. Let me teach you the advanced usage of this kind of strength. Yiming waved his big hand, and a force acting on Danzo directly tore it apart, and in an instant he dissipated between the world and the earth. Advertisement. Not even a single call came out. Yagura on one side wanted to escape, but Yiming didn't give him a chance, and the two golden pills exuded extremely majestic energy. The thunder in the sky was guided by Yiming and slashed towards Yagura. Just as thunder fell, Yagura's body directly lost control and fell to the ground feebly. So far, the two heads of the Rain Country have all been accounted for by Yiming. At this time, the men and horses led by Black and White Zetsu finally arrived here, and they were ready to use the newly formed Akatsuki organization to fight Yiming. The leader is Deidara. Standing behind him are Nobun and Sasori and others. It seems that this time Danzo has made great efforts to find some people who have enemies with Yiming. The parents of Sasori of Red Sand were killed by Yiming, and now he wants to come to Yiming for revenge. Deidara took off the blindfold, and a violent breath gushed out. Only then did Yiming see his eyes. I didn't expect Danzo to give you his eyes. It can only be me, and only I can directly destroy Konoha with spells. Infinite clay technique. A deep black clay began to condense in the mouth of his hand. The endless clay was poured into chakra by him, and the violent breath on it made people retreat. Countless paper cranes rose into the sky, and all his skills were applied to Yiming. When the explosion sounded, everything became extremely hazy, and people's sights toward the sky began to be distorted. This is caused by the high temperature, and the high temperature generated by the explosion directly melted the ground in the entire area. This is not fire style, but Deidara clay effect, still too weak. Yiming at the center of the explosion stood unscathed after the smoke dissipated. He shook his head and swung out a huge spiral shuriken with a diameter of more than 10 meters, and slammed it heavily into the following group of paper cranes. If you transplant an eye, do you really think you are strong? The huge spiral shuriken carried an extremely frantic air current, blowing away the paper cranes in the sky. He spit out a mouthful of blood, only then did Deidara realize that his connection with Qianji was completely cut off. The violent chakra had nowhere to vent, and ran across his meridians directly, destroying his body. At this moment, the Sasori of the Red Sand beside him, controlled hundreds of puppets and rushed towards Yiming. The combat effectiveness of these puppets is much higher than that of normal Jonin, because they are not afraid of bleeding at all. They also have 3 heads and 6 arms on their bodies, spraying poisonous mist, and wielding weapons. They are extremely fierce. Clay and puppets, then I will show you what is called real manipulation. The 2 golden pills ran wildly, releasing a powerful force. 3 huge clay figures rose from the ground. Each of these clay figures was several tens of feet tall, and their arms were thicker than the pillars. This time it was the turn of Akasago's Sasori to be dumbfounded. No matter how you hit it, the opponent is not afraid of being chopped, nor is he afraid of poisonous fog, it's just a mass of dirt. The real puppet master will never use puppets in the end. Yiming told him the last truth before he died, but unfortunately he has no chance to understand it. With a roar, the giant Nendoroid hammered his fist on the ground, and Sasori of the Red Sand also lost his life at this moment. Advertisement no matter what, the other people rushed up, his ninja sword was sharper than imagined. But his speed was not as fast as Yiming's. With one sword down, Yiming cut off his shinobi directly. Even if he was a famous knife, it turned into a pile of scrap iron under Yiming's quick slash. Taking advantage of the trend, this young Akatsuki member was also killed by him. Impossible. How could anyone be so strong? As for the others, they were Jonin from Rain Shinobi Village, and they were all solved by Yiming. This time, Yiming didn't keep his hands, and directly killed the Black-White Zetsu and the members of the Akatsuki organization. He knows these guys are great, if they let them go later, maybe they will grow into that kind of headache organization. After the blow directly ended their lives, the commotion subsided. Landing slowly from the sky, everyone in Konoha was already waiting for Yiming. Where did you go? Kushina and Makoto rushed up together. After Yiming explained the situation to everyone, they realized that Yiming's disappearance was an oolong incident. All this must be blamed on the golden swallowing beast. I will go out for a while. Although I just returned to Konoha, Yiming wanted to have a chat with them, but this is obviously not enough. During the breakthrough just now, Yiming could vaguely feel the limits of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Originally this time Yiming could break through to the middle of the golden core, but was forcibly restricted to the early phase of the golden core. This is obviously abnormal. Afterwards, the power in the tribulation actually pointed out a direction for Yiming. Unexpectedly, Yiming turned his head and said to them, obviously, this continent is no longer suitable for Yiming, and it is time to find a broader world. The error-free chapters of Hokage, I Drink Coke and Become Stronger will continue to be updated on sushu.com. There are no advertisements in the site. Please collect and recommend sushu.com. Everyone was very concerned about him. In order to keep them from worrying, Yiming had to say, go to another planet, but don't worry, I will leave a flying thunder god technique here. If there is danger, you can call me through this. Although things are a bit hasty, Yiming knows that if he continues to stay here, his strength will immediately affect the balance of this world. Not yet, your strength is insufficient. Kushina and Makoto are both reluctant, because Yiming has been missing for a long time, and now after suddenly appearing, they say they want to go far away. Hearing Yiming's words, the eyes of the two of them dimmed instantly. Kushina and Makoto also began to attach importance to their feelings for Yiming. Where are you going? Well, then we must work hard to increase our strength and try to find you soon. Can we go with you? Following the guidance of the catastrophe, Yiming actually felt a bigger world. However, this is a set of exercises I left for you. You can come to me to find me when your strength is reached. Hugging Kushina, Yiming left the ancient chi refining technique in the kunai specially made by himself, then broke through the void and left here. Before leaving, Yiming had helped Konoha successfully wipe out the enemy, and the remaining enemies were basically gone.